Homosexual Desire in Revolutionary Russia by Dan Healey. Acknowledgements. The world has changed considerably since the days when community activists and private scholars labored outside the academy to lay the foundations of a lesbian and gay historiography. Yet I was constantly reminded while working on this project how many fine historians of sexualities still toil without institutional support. My debt to them is great, especially when I have stood on their shoulders the better to see my own field of study. I was fortunate to begin my project at the end of the Cold War, when coincidentally lesbian and gay studies were acquiring greater recognition. These factors made both the possibility of doing research on the history of same-sex love in Russia and the prospect of academic funding for such a topic realities. I gratefully acknowledge support for my doctorate from the province of Ontario, an Ontario Graduate Scholarship and a Queen Elizabeth II Scholarship, and from the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council of Canada, a doctoral fellowship. A Wellcome Trust postdoctoral fellowship, grant number 488142, enabled me to convert my thesis into this book. The Stalin-Era Research and Archives Project, SERAP, also provided financial assistance with travel expenses and a research assistantship. SERAP's institutional base, the Center for Russian and East European Studies of the University of Toronto, and the university's history department offered congenial homes for this unconventional project. I received much encouragement from the department's lesbian and gay history discussion group. In the final stages of writing, the lively scholarly communities at the University of Dundee and the University of Glasgow welcomed me, and I salute my Scottish friends who endlessly demonstrated that Brian Souter and Cardinal Winning know nothing about the soul of Scotland. The obscurity of my subject dictates that I owe much to those who led me to sources and shared their understanding with me. I pay tribute in particular to the Russians of all sexual orientations who generously led a foreigner to rare articles, books, archival documents, and informal publications on the outrageously unscholarly topic of homosexualism. Among these I want to mention Elena Chernik, Masha Gessen, Mikhail Anikiv, Nataliya Ismayova, Sergei Ivashkin, Oleg Klevniak, Alexei Kailin, Igor Khan, Dmitry Kuznetsov, Vladimir Shakadzanian, Irina Syrokina, Vitaly Startsev, Elena Tyrina, and Olga Zuk. Viktor Gulshinsky and Elena Guzyatinskaya, each in their characteristic ways, nurtured me intellectually in 1995 to 1996 as I gathered the material for this study. I profited from their thoughtful and well-informed comments on individual documents and on the theme in Russia, past and present. Leonid Weintraub offered invaluable comments on my Moscow materials. In St. Petersburg, I had illuminating discussions with Daniil Alexandrov on the history of Soviet science and with Nataliya Labina on prostitution and crime in the northern capital. Among non-Russian scholars who also passed me material or supplied me with valuable contacts, I am especially indebted to Francis Bernstein, Jonathan Bone, Jeffrey Burds, Richard Davies, Gabby Donicht, Laurie Essig, Julie Hessler, David Hoffman, Paul Legendre, Amy Randall, Joshua Sanborn, David Shearer, Stephen Smith, Peter Solomon, Jr., Christy Story, and Ellen Wimberg. The guidance of numerous scholars of Russia has enlightened my work on this project. Linda Edmondson invited me repeatedly to the gender seminar at the University of Birmingham Center for Russian and East European Studies, where some of this book's ideas were first presented and critiqued. Don Filzer, Jane Grayson, and William Butler at London School of Slavonic and East European Studies gave me encouragement at the earliest stages, as did the International Study Group on the Russian Revolution. Among those who took time to comment on aspects of my work, I mention with gratitude Diana Lewis-Bergen, Simon Dixon, Laura Engelstein, Sheila Fitzpatrick, David Hoffman, Moshe Lewin, Kevin Moss, Barbara Norton, and Doug Weiner. My supervisor, Lynn Viola, taught me much about pedagogy by example. Susan Gross Solomon, with equal doses of patience and enthusiasm, educated me in the history of medicine. Lynn and Susan, along with Robert Johnson and David Higgs at Toronto, joined by Mark von Hagen at Columbia, energetically combed through the thesis upon which this book is based. The book manuscript was closely read and criticized by Stephen Smith and Eric Naiman, whose comments I found unfailingly stimulating. The book is a stronger work thanks to the sensitive guidance of all these people. I, however, am responsible for its perversities and deviations. In 1980, Professor Simon Karlinsky answered my callow undergraduate query about gay Russians by sending back an envelope stuffed with articles. That generous act sowed the seeds of this book, and if their germination has been slow, I hope that the harvest is worth the wait. Whatever differences with Professor Karlinski I have expressed in this book, I honor him unreservedly as a pioneer whose work made mine possible. Ralph Dose, Jonathan Ned Katz, Michael Sabalas, James Steakley, George Chauncey, and Jeffrey Weeks, and friends at the Toronto Centre for Lesbian and Gay Studies, the Canadian Lesbian and Gay Archives, Hamadoc in Amsterdam, the Magnus Hirschfeld Gesellschaft and the Schwules Museum in Berlin, and Moscow's Genderdoc happily answered queries and shared materials. Sadly, Alan Sutton died before seeing this book, dedicated in part to his son Tom, in print. Alan brought several E-Miger memoirs to my attention, sharing with me their piquancy with characteristic Sutton delight. I benefited from Brian Pronger's profound knowledge of postmodern theories of the body. Chandak Sengupta generously provided me with an early draft of his marvelous article on glandular politics. Audiences in Russia and elsewhere who heard talks derived from my research gave me invaluable, often tough, commentary that launched me in new directions. Since my first visit to Moscow and Leningrad in 1974, I have learned about Russia from many friends, both expatriates and Russians, who were in tourist guides, fellow travelers, sympathetic ears, linguistic advisors, Bania buddies, archive rats, or fully paid-up members of the Homintern. Among them, I thank Debbie King and David Gear, Bill Boring, Edouard Luchin, Tim Ross, Alan Winterman, Kate Griffith, Dick Hoagland, Kevin Gardner, Rebecca Friedman, Roman Kalinin, David Tuller, Peter Fallaton, Robert Pleece, Julie Gilmore, Colleen Craig, Richard Schimpf, Oleg Kuzmin, Michelle Patterson, Marjorie Farquharson, Jerry Oxford, and Anthony Lewis, and my friends at the Moscow Tribune. Rachel Giese gave me the chance to play with ideas in the pages of Extra. I finished thanks to Adrian Mills. In Moscow, Tracy McDonald saved me from a mouse, falling plaster, and all too often myself. Brian Pronger and Jim Bartley assisted in 1,000 practical ways. My fine eccentric parents, Rita Grave and Ed Healey, indulged me extravagantly, and I cannot express the debt I owe to my chosen one, Mark Cornwall, for everything he has taught me. Finally, it saddens me deeply that Tom and David are not here to see this book. Their gifts to me flicker too faintly through these pages. Swansea, Wales, June 2000. Abbreviations. The PRF. Archiv Prezidenta Rossiyskoi Federacji, Archive of the President of the Russian Federation. Chaika. Kresvikynaya Komissia po Borbi s Kontrrevoliutsiei I Sabotazem. Extraordinary Commission for the Struggle Against Counter-Revolution and Sabotage. The Security Police, 1918-22. Garf. Gosdarstvenny Archiv Rossiyskoi Federacji, State Archive of the Russian Federation. Gosdarstvenno Politichesko Upravlenie, State Political Administration, Security Police, 1922-23. Komitet Gosudarstvenoi Bezopasnosti, Committee of State Security, Security Police in post-1953 Soviet Union MVD. Ministerstvo Nutrinik Del, Ministry of Internal Affairs, NKVD. Narodnyi Commissariat Nutrinik Del, People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs, Incorporated Security Police, 1934, OGPU. Obedineno Gosudarstvenno Politichesko Upravlenie, Unified State Political Administration, Security Police, 1923-34. Regali. Rossiyski Gosudarstvenny Archiv Literatury I Iskustva, Russian State Archive of Literature and Art. Regaspi. Rossiyski Gosudarstvenny Archiv Sotsialno Politicheskoi Istorii, Russian State Archive of Sociopolitical History, RGIA. Rossiyski Gosudarstvenny Istoricheski Archiv, Russian State Historical Archive, RSFSR. Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, TSGAKD SPB. Centralny Gosudarstvenny Archiv Kinophotofonata Komentov Sankt Peterburga, Central State Archive of Film, Photographic, and Sound Documents of St. Petersburg, TSGAMO. Centralny Gosudarstvenny Archiv Moskovskoy Oblasti, Central State Archive of Moscow Province, TSGIAGM. Centralny Gosudarstvenny Istoricheski Archiv Goroda Moskvy, Central State Historical Archive of the City of Moscow, TSMAM. Centralny Municipalny Archiv Moskvy, Central Municipal Archive of Moscow, ZAGS. Zapis Aktov Grazdanskogo Sostoyania, Registry of Acts of Civil Status, Civil registry offices in the Soviet era. Introduction. If Russian history is famously littered with blank spots, then the story of the understanding and treatment of homosexuality in this society must surely be one of the most obscure. Serious scholars of the region have accorded little attention to sexuality in general. The intimate aspects of personal life have long been regarded as trivial and unilluminating when contrasted with the epoch-making events that shook Russia in the last century. Both Russian and foreign historians have generally trained their gaze on the singular triumph or tragedy depending on their perspective of the Russian nation in war, revolution, and modernization. In doing so, they have followed traditions of historical narrative in the field that, until recently, sought to confine most questions of dissenting sexuality to polemics, journalism, or medicalized discourses. Silence on the problem of sexual and gender dissent in Russian history has been a productive taboo in domestic and Western historical writing, reinforcing myths of a natural, elemental, and unchanging heterosexuality and underpinning a modern system of gender relations, one dependent on a dominant masculinity and subordinate femininity. This book joins the many recent histories of same-sex love that have challenged the presumptions behind the modern sex and gender system. Most of these studies have been written about industrialized societies of the West, but important work is emerging about other nations and cultures, suggesting that the migration of ideas about sexuality and gender from Europe and the United States has had important consequences for the construction of power relations in the societies that absorbed them. The story of sexual and gender dissent in Russia is not a detour from some imagined mainstream historical narrative toward an account of the rise of a sexual minority. It is rather a pressing historical theme, for it exposes how all sexuality is marshaled into the single groove of a heterosexuality made to appear natural. Without homosexuality in our gaze, we cannot see power as it was manifest in the 20th century in Russia. By this I mean that we will not understand gender as a form of power, in a developing nation in which gender would be a key arena for contesting power relations, if we fail to appreciate same-sex relations as significant constituents of gender and sexual identity. For different reasons, Soviet and Western accounts of Russia's history of gender and sexuality have all but ignored dissenting genders and desires. When they have touched the issue of homosexuality, they have usually underestimated its significance. An examination of the treatment of these themes in the historical literature can illuminate the problems this poses for a better understanding of Russia's sex and gender heritage. Thinking about same-sex desire in Russian context, discussions about the late Soviet approach to sex usually begin with a nod to the Glasnost era's famous cliché, a Leningrad woman's exclamation during a U.S.-Soviet television broadcast that in the USSR we have no sex. The communist regime had confined discussions of sex to a professional literature that was closely, often absurdly, policed. Ideological conventions forged during the Stalinist era dictated that there was no need to discuss normal sexual relations between men and women. Socialism had constructed hygienic conditions, economic stability, rational marriage legislation, maternity and childcare support, in which an unproblematic natural heterosexuality could take its course. Sexual perversions, palavy izvrishkenia, had apparently ceased to est, for socialism had eliminated the wellsprings of satiety, excess, and exploitation of women said to produce such distortions in capitalist societies. Male homosexuality was discreetly and harshly condemned as a crime, while the tiny number of other perversions that came to light could easily be dealt with by sexual pathologists, sexopathology, in the nation's network of psychiatric centers. In accordance with this late Soviet paradigm, sex was an ageless, natural phenomenon without a history. The history of the women's question, Zensky Vopros, said to have been resolved in the construction projects and social engineering of the first five-year plan, furnished one arena in which modest discussion of the debates on socialism and sex, before and after the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917, could be aired. Historians nevertheless were bound in this literature to vindicate the norms established by mature socialism, and to do so with the probity displayed by Lenin himself. Soviet historians were trained to regard any interest in sexuality in literary or cultural biography as excessively sexological, more appropriate to medicine than the historical profession. In addition, Soviet hostility toward and incomprehension of male homosexuality grossly distorted much biographical scholarship when Russian chauvinism felt itself threatened by evidence of same-sex desire. Soviet ideological prudery extended to the sequestering of biographical documentation that could have undermined the myth of universal heterosexuality and patriotic sexual restraint. Little in Western historical writing existed to challenge the compulsory heterosexuality of Soviet myth-making. Few sustained, systematic discussions of same-sex relations were attempted, and fewer still made a serious impact on the political and social historiography. The earliest treatments of homosexuality in 20th-century Russia were limited to ethnographic descriptions or to polemics over the ideologies of sex reform. Scholarly attention to this history began with the groundbreaking literary and cultural studies of Simon Karlinsky. In his most recent survey articles, Karlinsky consolidated his material within a totalitarian interpretation of the Soviet 1920s and 1930s. This analysis has been well received in post-communist Russia, where various versions of his work have appeared in both gay and mainstream publications. Karlinsky's Russian publications have furnished much-needed anti-homophobic historical perspectives for lesbian and gay activists and for wider audiences in the former Soviet Union. Western authors, even those diametrically opposed to Karlinsky's intellectual position, remain dependent on his texts. Karlinsky's discussions of Soviet homosexuality are, however, not without problems for historians of Tsarist and Soviet society. His account of the removal of sodomy as a prohibited act in the RSFSR criminal codes of 1922 and 1926 and his explanations for political and medical attitudes toward same-sex love in the interval of Soviet-Russian sodomy decriminalization, 1922-33, have necessarily been founded on a limited base of published sources. They have also been shaped by his totalitarian schema, thereby obscuring the diversity of Russia's radical traditions and revolutionary utopian dreams. Karlinsky asserts that Bolshevik leaders had no intention of legalizing homosexuality when they abrogated Tsarist criminal statutes, and he implies that sodomy decriminalization in 1922 was the result of neglect or oversight. Such a view satisfies a desire to discredit Russian social democracy as lawless, arbitrary, and anachronistically homophobic, but it evades a compelling truth. Bolsheviks conspicuously removed sodomy from the books. Karlinsky's account passes over or presents incompletely the medical, legal, and social contexts within which Bolsheviks deliberately chose to legalize sodomy between consenting adults. Karlinsky represents Soviet medical views of same-sex love as uniformly morbidizing and thus inherently hostile to gays. His most influential text offers a very limited picture of medical opinion and conveys distorted impressions of its intent and influence. Beginning with Michel Foucault, historians have produced accounts of the rise of medical views of same-sex love, allowing for more nuanced understandings. Scientific discourses furnished homosexuals with a language and an identity, often manipulated by patients in opposition to the intentions of medical experts. Numerous turn-of-the-century homosexual emancipationists, some of them scientists themselves, exploited medical theories of homosexuality to advance their claims. Morbidizing views of same-sex love were not the exclusive province of a scientific establishment under the thumb of Tsar or Commissar, but circulated more widely and had complex effects both in Tsarist and revolutionary Russia. Recent research on pre-revolutionary medicine provides a framework for understanding the roots of Soviet doctors' views on sexual perversions. In the rich literature of forensic medicine and psychiatry in Tsarist Russia and in the unexplored criminal case files, the Tsarist antecedents of the various Soviet visions of homosexuality can be traced. Recent works on the history of Soviet medicine provide the necessary backdrop, highlighting specifics of the Russian setting, the institutional environment, and the influence of foreign colleagues and ideas. The Soviet regime permitted a multiplicity of views on the issue to coexist and develop until Stalin's recriminalization of male sodomy, and until that rupture, jurists, doctors, and Marxist commentators expressed tolerance of some forms of homosexuality and apprehension about others. Bolsheviks singled out certain social groups, for example, Russian Orthodox clerics and Central Asian men, for the backwardness of their customs or daily life, BYT, which produced undesirable same-sex relations. Meanwhile, certain Russian medical experts and some homosexuals interpreted the rhetoric of the sexual revolution in an emancipationist fashion. Revolutionary attitudes toward same-sex love were neither as monolithic nor as homophobic as Karlinsky claims. Moreover, a closer examination of these attitudes is necessary not merely to decide whether the Russian Revolution was good for gays, but to unravel the Bolsheviks' often unspoken assumptions about gender and sexuality. These assumptions were instruments in their armory for the construction of a socialist society. Karlinski's status as a leading literary scholar and his preference for a totalitarian school reading of the Soviet past licensed his pioneering articles on homosexual Russians despite the Cold War sex phobia of Russian and Soviet studies. While his articles were appearing in the 1970s and 1980s, social historians were nevertheless beginning to challenge the totalitarian picture of Soviet life and politics. They argued that Russian society under communist rule had a history that could answer many questions about the regime that the totalitarian model dismissed or ignored in its focus on the state. The turn in Russian studies to social history was nourished in part by new left critiques of Stalinism and Western Cold War conservatism, by feminism, and to a lesser extent by the sexual revolution in industrialized nations in the 1960s-70s. New historical narratives addressed the social roots of the Stalinist turn of the 1930s, the role of women in Tsarist and Soviet history, and family, marriage, and heterosexuality in this region. Social historians' approaches to Russian sexual and gender dissent have been marked by either a reluctance to engage with the problem or by an assumption that homosexuality in Russia was no different from gay experience in Western societies. The first approach was not always a result of homophobia but reflected a sensible concern about the apparent lack of sources to discuss sexual dissent in a serious fashion. While Karlinsky had demonstrated that pre-revolutionary literary and cultural discourse bore rich seams of material on same-sex love, androgyny, and gender fluidity, before 1991 it was acknowledged that sources then available to Western scholars for the Soviet period were far less likely to address these issues. The Central Party and state press familiar to researchers scarcely mentioned such questions. In classic ideological terms, the problem did not seem to exist. Revisionist historians writing about the sexual revolution of the Soviet 1920s under the constraints imposed by Soviet information controls were confined largely to a published record that had virtually erased same-sex love and gender ambiguity. Historians' views of the sexual dimension of the Russian Revolution have thus reproduced the anti-homosexual silence characteristic of much Soviet discourse, whether of the revolutionary, Stalinist, or post-Stalinist eras. Much recent historical research about early Soviet sexuality has demonstrated that the sex question, Polovoy Vopros, was dogged with confusion and dissatisfaction, and that during NEP it served as a lightning rod for political discontent. Our histories of the sex question have thus far neglected to investigate whether in this era of sexology and the dissemination of sex hormone and psychoanalytic theories across Europe, same-sex relations in revolutionary Russia would be subject to heightened attention as an integral aspect of the construction of heterosexuality. If revisionists did mention homosexuality, it was usually in the context of the Great Retreat from revolutionary values, which was said to have accompanied the rise of Stalinism in the 1930s. The moment of retreat was the 1933-34 recriminalization of sodomy between males, although sources regarding this episode were thin, limited to terse legislative statements and a handful of attacks on homosexuals in Soviet publications. In these histories, the prohibition on male homosexuality was associated with measures in 1936 that banned abortion, promoted maternity, and made divorce less accessible. Historians of women and the family plausibly argued that the retreat from early revolutionary utopian and anti-patriarchal ideals about sexual and romantic love entailed the construction during the 1930s of a conservative and family-centered heterosexuality. These authors viewed the 1933-34 prohibition of male homosexuality as a herald of the turn to traditional familialism and gender relations. They said very little about the place of same-sex love in revolutionary values or in Soviet everyday life prior to the sodomy ban, leaving the impression that homosexuality in early Soviet Russia was a constituent feature of the Bolshevik sexual revolution, like radical marriage legislation and abortion regulation. Yet the Bolsheviks' own silence about the issue appeared to contradict this thesis. Further scholarship on Soviet abortion regulation and sexual reform has introduced additional qualifications to the revisionists' early emphasis on the emancipatory thrust of these measures. Abortion was implemented with medical priorities in view, despite women's interpretation and use of the procedure to control fertility and enhance personal freedom. Bolshevik social policy rapidly disappointed those who expected it to free women from traditional unpaid labor. Radical divorce, marriage, and alimony legislation left women vulnerable to abandonment and single motherhood in a period of high female unemployment. Barbara Clements and Elizabeth would have recently emphasized the degree to which the Bolsheviks actively rebuffed feminist aspirations. Soviet women found their paths toward advancement in politics and industry blocked by a male-dominated party and managerial elite. These authors point out that, despite the lip service paid to women's emancipation, Bolshevik men failed to examine their gender prejudices in any systematic way. These unexamined assumptions about gender would also dog the often contradictory approaches displayed toward same-sex love and gender dissent. Most historians of Russia have until quite recently assumed that masculinity was unproblematic, natural, essentially thrusting and active, certainly heterosexual, and not constructed by political, disciplinary, or cultural manipulation. These assumptions prevail despite the evidence for constructed gender roles that has accumulated as the academic research about Russia's women has developed. As yet, we have little understanding of the history of gender formation among Russian men, although recently some historians have indicated how the renovation of military formations before and after the revolutionary watershed depended not merely on technological or ideological innovation, but on medical constructions of a masculine identity as well. Histories of masculinity in Western societies have emphasized the role of political and disciplinary practices in shaping respectable or hegemonic male identities, and have pointed to the intensification of state interest in defining and suppressing same-sex love between men as part of this process. By examining same-sex love between men in revolutionary Russia, we can test the relationship that these histories posit between the modernization of masculinity. 1. Depravities Artel. Traditional sex between men and the emergence of a homosexual subculture. The place of sex between males in traditional Russian culture has generally been neglected by historians. Igor Kahn characterizes Russia's sexual culture, even in the 19th century, as having been divided between high and low culture more deeply than were Western European sexual cultures. The popular, everyday, bytovo sexual patterns and practices of the mass of Russians were marked by pagan survivals, orgies, non-reproductive sex acts, which Russian Orthodoxy, with its comparatively weak institutions and priesthood, had been incapable of eradicating. Ecclesiastical authorities turned a blind eye to popular sexual culture with resigned indulgence, while publicly the Church compensated with a strengthened spirituality and unworldly asceticism in its religious doctrine on sexuality and marriage. Sexual folklore as expressed in erotic tales, verse, chastushki, and profanity, reflected values utterly at odds with Christianity. Kahn does not speculate on how this chasm between sacred and profane affected Russian understandings of sex between men. Yet it seems plausible that the apparent ease with and, from a Western European perspective, tolerance of male same-sex eros grew from the popular repertoire of earthy narratives of sexual mischief, and from the relative weakness of early modern Orthodox regulation of sexual matters generally. Foreign observers of pre-Petrine Muscovy reported the widespread practice and talk of sodomy, apparently unfettered by any religious sensibilities or sense of civic dignity. Russian Orthodoxy's formal penalties for sodomy, muzalstvo, had been indulgent in comparison with Western European canon and secular law, prescribing penances equal to those for adulterous male-female relations. Mutual male relations not involving anal penetration were regarded as little worse than masturbation in this ecclesiastical tradition. Nevertheless, Yves Levin rightly emphasizes that in this same tradition, all sexuality was regarded with suspicion as a source of impurity and sin, even intimacy within marriage. The state in Russia only turned its attention to the regulation of sodomy later than Western polities, and did so as part of efforts to introduce new forms of social control. The military prohibition of sodomy introduced by Peter the Great in 1716 imposed on soldiers and sailors new forms of discipline patterned after the lessons of the European military revolution. Extending this regulation to the civilian male population in 1835, Nicholas I sought to instill those religious sensibilities and civic virtues that Russian males apparently still lacked. Efforts to instill these sensibilities imply that a masculine tradition indulgent of mutual eros continued to exist into the 19th century. Medical, legal, and diaristic sources from the years after 1861 demonstrate that such a tradition flourished. Men who experienced same-sex desire expressed it according to the social roles they played. Workshops, bathhouses, and large households were sites for same-sex relations within this tradition, and significantly, both provinces and capitals provided such sites. Masters and servants, coachmen and their passengers, bathhouse patrons and attendants, craftsmen and apprentices, and clergy and their novices exploited the opportunities of their positions to obtain or offer sexual favors. These men and youths should not be mistaken for homosexuals in a modern European sense. Their culture of masculinity included indulgence in same-sex eros, and it did not enforce the necessarily severe penalties associated in a later era with the stigmatized, medicalized condition of homosexuality. Russia in the mid-19th century remained a society relatively untouched by the forces of industrialization and urbanization transforming Western Europe. The vast majority of the population were peasants, and some 20 million remained serfs until the Emancipation Edict of relations between gentry landlords and their servants and peasants were patriarchal, with landlords frequently intervening in the sexual and intimate lives of their charges. Similarly, patron-client hierarchies dominated the worlds of work and worship in Russia's towns and church establishments. Same-sex eros between males occurred in these environments and reflected their characteristic patterns of domination and subordination. The sexually available subordinate male was found in numerous settings. Men of means, often exploiting the license that money and vodka conferred, made use of such youths or men. A Moscow merchant, himself of the peasant estate, provides a rich example of these relations. In 1861, Pavel Vasilyevich Medvedev kept a diary recording his emotional and sexual experiences. Unhappily married, Medvedev sought consolation alternately in church and at the tavern. When drunk, he indulged in lustfulness, with both males and females, and recorded these encounters in his diary. The document speaks chiefly of a traditional masculine culture indulgent of sex between men. Yet the cash exchanges accompanying some of Medvedev's encounters and their location outside the household point to the seeds of a transition to a modern homosexual subculture. Medvedev and his companions repeatedly turned to subordinate males for sex when lust was unleashed by vodka. An account of an evening of theater, dining, and drinking to excess ended with Medvedev's reflections on how to satisfy one's arousal during the journey homeward. For some time now my lust leads me to pick a younger cab driver, who I make fun of along the way. With a little nonsense you can enjoy mutual masturbation. You can almost always succeed with a 50 kopeck coin or 30 kopecks, but there are also those who agree to it for pleasure. That's 5 times this month. Cab drivers who supplemented their income or simply took pleasure in this fashion are not unusual characters in Russian legal and psychiatric literature of the era. One particularly colorful example of this sexual exchange comes from the provincial town of Uman. There a pair of brothers, injudiciously hired as coachmen by one Prince Obolensky in 1882, exploited his sexual interest in them ruthlessly. The prince, married with children, became infatuated with Petr and Fedor Filinovsky. They left their old employer and joined Obolensky's staff as drivers. Before long, police observed that the Filinovsky brothers were living in a newly rented flat, were driving new phaetons and horses, and went boozing in public houses, their hands decorated with diamond rings. Leaving his wife and children at home in the country, Obolensky would visit Petr and Fedor at the rooms in town, which he had paid for and furnished luxuriously. The prince came bearing parcels containing expensive wines and foodstuffs. The brothers engaged in anal intercourse with their employer, and for a time were handsomely rewarded. Eventually they became greedy, passing false promissory notes in Uman. The police learned of their relations with their employer through a third coachman, who, it emerged, had also had sex for cash with Obolensky. Police referred to all three as gigolos. Letters found in the infamous flat exposed Obolensky as their patron and lover, and he along with the Filinovskys came to trial in March. The outcome of this criminal case was not revealed in an article for jurists and forensic doctors that presented the prince's sophisticated medical defense in great detail. Coachmen were not alone among male servants willing to service male employers sexually. Medical reports described how youths and young men profited in this fashion as waiters, household staff, and as simple soldiers or officers' servants. It is not always possible to gauge whether subordinates were motivated solely by incentives of money and advancement. The apparent willingness of Russia's serving classes to tolerate even unpaid gentlemen's mischief, barsky shalasti, as St. Petersburg venereologist V. M. Tarnovsky said they called it, might imply a relative indulgence of mutual male relations. Tarnovsky's perceptions of prostitution clashed with those of most of his colleagues and must be viewed cautiously. There is also little hint in the various medical accounts that these subordinates experienced anxiety about their own masculinity. Another example of traditional mutual male sexuality in the provinces highlights the apparent patriarchal confidence accompanying such encounters. It also suggests that peasants evaluated same-sex relations with employers from varying moral perspectives. A petition for legal separation from her spouse, initiated by Anna Nikolaevna Kazakova in 1891, alleged that her husband of 10 years, Konstantin Nikolaevich Kazakov, lured peasant servants and their children's tutors into sexual liaisons. The dossier of Kazakova's plea, read and granted by Tsar Nicholas II in 1893, contains depositions from household servants describing their encounters with the master, baron, in salty language. The master commits sin with muzhiki, using them in the buttocks, insisted one informant, reporting rumors in her village. Another peasant woman said, Konstantin Nikolaevich uses muzhiki in the buttocks instead of women. Bykovsky, a male peasant serving in the household, told how the master plied him with vodka and instructed him to visit at night. After his first vodka-soaked sexual encounter with the master, he woke up to find a 3-ruble note in his pocket. Bykovsky disregarded the warnings he received from other household employees, of both sexes, about the master's sinful acts. A peasant hired as the household driver, Mikhail Ushakov, admitted he had been sexually involved with both husband and wife. In 1887, he had been repeatedly propositioned by Konstantin Kazakov, and though the driver refused to allow the master to penetrate him anally, they did have intercourse once with the master taking Ushakov's member, kui, the coarsest term for this body part, and placing it between his own buttocks. Both husband and wife gave their driver tips of 3 to 5 rubles for sex. Ushakov was fired when it was discovered that Anna had been made pregnant by him. Unhappy families were indeed unique in their misery. These depositions reveal that peasants circulated warnings about this gentry landlord's sin with males, indicating that at least some regarded such transgressions negatively. Others operated within a different moral economy. For Bykovsky and Ushakov, drunkenness could excuse sin, and perhaps even launder the money they received for it. In urban workshops, men in positions of authority subjected youths to sexual advances or assaults. Medvedev wrote that he repeatedly masturbated with a member of his household, a boy of 18, an apprentice or servant, who satisfied me according to my desire with manual onanism, and I did the same for him. Medvedev consoled his religious anxieties by writing that the young man enjoyed their encounters, arguing that he was old enough to know what he wanted. Court records of male rapes demonstrate a similar, if more sinister pattern. In one Moscow workshop, a 26-year-old craftsman, Reshetnikov, was notorious for his sexual advances toward apprentice boys, and his unmasking in 1892 initially provoked laughter rather than opprobrium. The same year saw the trial of a baker, Chelnikov, whose sexual involvement with his apprentices aroused the ire of a Moscow charity. Pedagogic arrangements, informal and unsupervised, were similar sites for abuse. One victim of sexual interference from his 55-year-old teacher explained in court in 1881, "I came not long ago to Petersburg from the village, and not knowing the customs here did not complain, because I thought that's the way things were with every master." In a similar fashion, clerical training and mentorship could be accompanied by same-sex erotic activity, sometimes of an enduring nature. The 1919 trial in Moscow of a Bishop Palladii for corruption of a boy and for unnatural vice, pederasty, revealed not merely the hidden sexual side of this cleric's relations with his 14-year-old novice, but a history of such partnerships. Monastic tradition demonstrated the temptation to mutual sexual activity that patron-client relationships of this type could generate. Young male novices had long been viewed, in penitential texts and monastic practice, as a stimulant to the lustful impulses of older monks. Custom and regulation formed a network of surveillance, closely scrutinizing the material and spatial aspects of seminary and monastic life thought to encourage sensuality. Convention dictated that religious community members kept a close watch on who shared cells with whom, whether doors were locked when two brothers were alone together, and whether younger brothers assisted older ones in dressing or bathing. Palladii had begun his ecclesiastical career as a seminary inspector in Moscow and later Saratov, charged with overseeing the daily lives and morality of teenage religious scholars. Inspectors monitored the older boys and young men, who lived in private accommodation outside the seminary, where the temptations of alcohol, tobacco, and illicit sex were harder to control. Investigations into the bishop's past identified a number of youths and 2 adult monks, whose ecclesiastical careers had been launched during the late Tsarist era with Palladie's assistance. These patron-client transactions fit within the wider pattern of traditional mutual male eros. From as early as the 17th century, the Russian bathhouse, bania, was perhaps another site for this traditional sexual indulgence between men. Here again, the power held by older, wealthier males over young subordinates inflected relations. By the late 19th century, medical discourse had identified baths as a significant locus of male prostitution in Russian cities. The first commercial baths appeared in Moscow in the mid-1600s, and the state mandated that the sexes should be scrupulously segregated. Authorities differ on how rigorously segregation was actually observed and on whether the baths represented a desexualized space in Russian culture. Certainly, separate steam rooms for men and women created a homosocial environment, which contributed to the evolution of bathhouse male prostitution in a later era. A 17th-century miniature illustrating a visit by bearded, mature males to the baths shows 4 beardless, youthful males serving them, figure 1. One youth in trousers removes an older man's boots. Another trousered lad draws water from a well. A naked young man pours water on the stove to produce steam, as another, also unclothed, beats a bearded older visitor, lying nude on a bench with a leafy switch. While there is no intimation of sexual acts in the illustration, the serving boy's subordinate social position is emphasized by their youthful beardlessness. The 15th-century Metropolitan Danil and Archpriest Avakakam in the 17th century condemned men who shaved their beards as inciting immorality, because smooth faces made them resemble women and thus were an invitation to sodomy. With the growth of commercial relations in the 18th century, youths may have sought out careers in bathhouses. A group of 16-year-old peasant males apprehended entering Moscow in 1745 claimed they came to seek work in commercial baths. By the late Tsarist era, Moscow's bathhouse staff reportedly came from generations of male, and some female, migrants all bound by ties to the same handful of rural districts, affiliation by Zemlyakestvo. Urban spas, staffed by beardless youths, may have been sites of mutual male sexual relations long before the recorded instances of the 19th century. Male bathhouse attendants appear in a range of sources of the 1860s to 1880s as sexually serving a male clientele. Pavel Medvedev wrote of a visit with a friend to an unnamed Moscow bathhouse in 1861, where they found onanism and colism anal intercourse awaiting them. Few references to a bathhouse male sex trade in Moscow appear in forensic texts or the city court records, but there are enough discussions of the phenomenon in St. Petersburg to suggest that what Medvedev described here persisted in Moscow until the 1917 revolution. The link between baths with private rooms and the exploitation of young males was evident from the 1919 trial of Bishop Palladii. Twice he testified that while he and his novice Volkov had indeed been to public, obshi, baths or baths for the upper clergy, archierayski bani, in Moscow, they had never visited baths with private rooms, banias namarami. He claimed, "It was the custom that 2 boys went with me, to allay the suspicions of bystanders." The notoriety of private rooms in Moscow spas was sufficiently widespread to move Palladii to repeated denials on this point. There is little reason to doubt that the city's baths harbored casual male prostitution earlier in the imperial era. Evidence from St. Petersburg on this trade is more detailed, suggesting that it was organized according to peasant traditions until perhaps the 1890s. The migrants' practice of mutual assistance and solidarity in the city with fellow villagers or countrymen, based on Zemlyakestvo, and the peasant pattern of working in a team, the artel, for an equally apportioned share of earnings, was observed among bathhouse sex workers from the 1860s to the 1880s. These customs were a feature of recruitment, apprenticeship, and labor relations in the self-contained bathhouse world. Such peasant strategies were evident in the 1866 case of a St. Petersburg depraved work team, artel, Razvratnikov. Vasily Ivanov, a 20-year-old bath attendant, testified in court that he had come to work in the bathhouse where another attendant from his native village worked. Once there, his colleagues recruited him into the practice of sexually servicing clients. Customers who, Ivanov observed, did not need to be washed, would ask for other attentions, lies with me like with a woman, or orders me to do with him as with a woman, only in the anus, or else leaning forward and lying on his chest, and I on top of him, all of which I did. Ivanov reported that he and his colleagues earned about 1 ruble for each session of sodomy they provided. They operated as an artel, pooling the proceeds from sexual services. After the bath's manager, acting as the team's starosta or leader, took his cut. All the money we got for that we put together and then divided it up on Sundays. He testified, also declaring that all the attendants in all the baths in Petersburg were engaged in sodomy. The temporal threshold between the formation of this depraved work team and the arrival of more commercial prostitution, with a brothel keeper managing atomized male sex trade workers, remains indistinct from existing sources. In the 1880s, Tarnowski noted the continued existence of youths he called commercial catamites, protosnykindi, servicing bathhouse clients. They still worked within the artel, which the venereologist admired and romanticized. In discussing bathhouse prostitution, he celebrated the shrewdness of the so-called Russian simple folk, Russkii prostylyudin, and their exploitation of the baths as a site for profit. Among us, especially in Petersburg, thanks to the numerous baths with private rooms and bathhouse attendants, there exists a plethora of pederast prostitutes living, as it were, on the artel principle. Attendants were reportedly happy to indulge congenital and aged catamites who sought release at the baths. Tarnowski estimated that perhaps 3/4 of male attendants were willing to engage in active anal intercourse with this category of pederast for cash, while the passives are only few among them. Although the venereologist did not fully approve of bathhouse prostitution, his comments were consistent with his controversial praise for the czarist system of licensed, heterosexual brothels. There was also a national smugness in Tarnowski's assertion that in Russia there was less blackmail of pederasts than in European capitals because of the traditional artel. Tarnowski saw in the artel a source of public order. Here in Petersburg, remuneration of catamites is practically the same as paying a prostitute. In these circumstances, blackmail on the part of bathhouse attendants living by the artel and equally sharing the profits is unthinkable. There is no surveillance. In Russia's bathhouses, according to Tarnowski, immoral relations were concealed from the public, and persons of substance who could afford to rent a private room in better spas indulged themselves without exposing their reputations to unseemly accusations. The mutual responsibility, krugovaya peruka, and surveillance characteristic of artel relations supposedly kept commercial catamites honest and compliant. Upper-class male desire, satisfied by male prostitutes organized according to traditional peasant patterns, could be socially harmless or neutral so long as the sexual transaction took place within the commodified privacy offered by better quality urban bathhouses. The late 19th and early 20th centuries in Russia were a period of rapid social transformation, and same-sex relations were marked by these changes. The emancipation of the serfs in 1861 and industrialization in the 1880s and 1890s brought large numbers of people, principally but not exclusively males, to cities in search of work. A significant proportion of these newcomers stayed only temporarily or seasonally. Many left wives and families behind in the village. Others settled and became the basis of an urban proletariat in St. Petersburg, Moscow, and a handful of other centers. Urban workers' housing was crowded. A huge proportion lived in barracks, flophouses, or shared rooms and even shared beds. A significant percentage lived in employers' households and workshops. The rapid expansion of Russia's industrial base was accomplished by large numbers of male workers living in cities where there was neither space nor money for the replication of peasant marriage and family patterns. In Tsarist Moscow, working men in the sexually active younger age groups outnumbered women, and they were crowded together in accommodations precluding any possibility of starting families or of bringing a wife and children from the village to join them. While traditional forms of patriarchal solidarity and mutual supervision such as the artel and zemlyakestvo functioned in the town, they could not always serve to enforce the compulsory heterosexuality of village life. Men found opportunities for sexual expression with each other in Russia's industrializing centers. As they exploited these new possibilities, they transformed Russian masculinity's traditional patterns of mutual male eros. An urban homosexual subculture took shape. The little homosexual world emerges. A homosexual subculture began to appear as Russia's two capitals grew in size and complexity at the end of the 19th century. It developed its own geographies of sexualized streetscapes, its rituals of contact and socialization, its signals and gestures, and its own fraternal language. In these rituals, gestures, and language, the subculture elaborated roles for participants, often based on the principles of the market in male sex. The subculture also flourished in private spaces and created domestic environments. Off the streets, in flats and bathhouses, some male homosexuals sought to intensify and further commodify mutual male sexuality and male prostitution. Others used domestic and other indoor spaces to forge emotional partnerships, to develop a poetics and a historiography of homosexuality, and to celebrate a culture of gender and sexual dissent. Continuities and contrasts between Tsarist and Soviet homosexual practices can be established through an examination of the geographies of homosexual Petersburg, Petrograd, Leningrad, and Moscow, the semiotics of the subculture, and the subculture's use of domestic and commodified interiors across the political divide of 1917. From the 1870s, mechanisms of mutual recognition and contact beyond the confines of the traditional patron-client relations associated with older forms of mutual male eros began to develop. Denizens of the little homosexual world, Homosexualny Marak, as an acid-tongued satirist would dub it in 1908, began to use specific streets, parks, public toilets, and other city amenities to meet and exchange information, to display themselves, and to find sexual and emotional partners. These sexualized territories also served as the meeting ground between males who sold sex, who were not always identified with the homosexual subculture, and their clients. Sources for these patterns are again more modest for Moscow than for St. Petersburg and suggest a slower evolution toward a homosexual subculture in the older capital. Medvedev's 1861 diary made no mention of cruising or male prostitution in Moscow streets. Respectable upper-class individuals like composer Peter Tchaikovsky found willing sexual contacts in Moscow among servants or through louche friends, rather than risk scandal by public cruising. One surviving Moscow sodomy trial of 1888 indicates that lower-class males could find devotees of same-sex relations on the city's boulevard ring, later an arena of homosexual liaisons well into the 1920s and 1930s. On Prechestensky Boulevard, townsman Petr Mamiv was arrested after a drunken dispute with a younger man named Agapov. Mamiv told police, "For the past 8 years I have been committing sodomy with different, unknown persons. I go out to the boulevard at night, strike up a conversation, and if I find a devotee, then I do it with him. I cannot identify who I did it with. I attempted to do just the same with Agapov, without money, without any exchange of money in mind, just to obtain pleasure for myself and for him." This testimony suggests that by 1888 even Moscow's police expected an exchange of money to be associated with sodomy. Yet as Mamiv claimed and as Medvedev had also admitted in his diary, Moscow harbored many males willing to engage in sex just to obtain pleasure. Nevertheless, sources for an early geography of Moscow's homosexual subculture remain scarce. It is instructive to compare this obscurity with the richness of material available on St. Petersburg for the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The St. Petersburg streetscape had acquired a specifically homosexual geography by the 1870s. The new capital's main thoroughfare, Nevsky Prospect, had reportedly been a place for pederastic depravity as early as the 1830s, although this was evidently within the context of traditional mutual male eros. Especially notorious was the Passage, a covered gallery completed in 1848 connecting the busy Nevsky with another contact point, Mikhailovskaya, now Iskustvo Square. This central, public arcade of shops proved ideally suited, especially in the winter, for the discreet pursuit of same-sex liaisons. By the 1860s, the passage was already attracting blackmailers who preyed on the men picking up available youths in its upper reaches. The Mikhailov gang, a group of accomplished extortionists caught in 1875, was well known to the operators of nearby Dominic's restaurant and of the billiard hall located inside the passage itself. In the late 1880s or early 1890s, a nameless individual penned an elaborate denunciation of St. Petersburg's tetki, literally aunties, a term describing men whose sexual inclinations were primarily oriented toward men. Tetki were frequently the clients of men selling sex. He noted that on Sundays in the winter Tetki stroll in the passage on the top gallery, where cadets and schoolboys come in the morning. At around 6 in the evening, soldiers and apprentice boys appear. By the late 1880s, the pavements of Nevsky from Znamenskia Square to the Anichkov Bridge, both locations where public toilets were reportedly used for making contacts, and on toward the public library and the passage formed a promenade visible to initiates. This was apparently the city's most enduring homosexual cruising ground, with participants reporting encounters into the 1910s and 1920s. Seasonal favorites were the exhibitions and fairs held in the Mikhailovsky Manege, now the Winter Stadium, pre-revolutionary Shrovetide fairgrounds with their balagany, amusement booths and crude temporary theaters, erected in the nearby field of Mars, Marsovopol, were reportedly stalked by some Tetki looking for young spectators to corrupt. Wednesdays saw a gathering of upper-class Tetki at the ballet performances of the Mariinsky Theater. A similar class patronized restaurants, with their private dining rooms, discreetly, if sporadically, serving as meetings places for pederasts. The Palkin restaurant, located at 47 Nevsky Prospect, which was the same building that housed the notoriously homosexual Prince Meshersky's reactionary Grazina newspaper, was a busy gathering spot in the late 1880s. Saturdays were reserved by some who sought apprentice boys or youths from the lower orders at the more plebeian amusements of the Sinizeli Circus. The embankment of the Fontanka Canal and the gardens adjoining the circus remained hubs of male prostitution into the 1920s. By 1908, one jaundiced critic was able to map the daily routine for an entire band of suspicious young people. The male prostitutes he judged to be part of the little homosexual world. In the mornings they gathered in the garden adjoining the circus that served as a dog run, then moved on to Nevsky Prospect and the Café de Paris in the passage during the afternoon, and returned to the Fontanka embankment or the Tauride gardens to attract clients in the evening. The critic's observations about the availability of male lovers, some for hire, in the Tauride gardens are confirmed in Mikhail Kuzmin's diary and his correspondence with Walter Neuvel. If most of these cruising paths centered on or around Nevsky Prospect, with the infamous passage and the Sinizeli Circus as their hubs, other places were important for civilian males seeking sex with military men. According to the anonymous citizen who denounced the capital's Tetki in the late 1880s or early 1890s, a busy fair-weather spot served this trade near the Peter and Paul Fortress. In the summer, the Tetki gather almost daily in the zoological garden, but their assemblies are especially populous on Saturdays and Sundays, when soldiers come from their quarters and when junker cadets, regimental choir boys, cadets, gymnasium pupils, and apprentice boys have the day off. The soldiers of the Elgu, mounted regiment, cavalry guards, and both Urals and Ataman Cossacks come to the zoological garden solely for the purpose of earning a few 20-kopeck pieces without any labor on their part. They know all the Tetki to see them, and so, a soldier, passing one of them, glances significantly at him and goes off in the direction of the water closet, checking to see if the Tetka is following him. If he does, then he pretends to see to his bodily functions and tries to show off his member. The Tetka stands next to him, and if the member is really big, he feels it with his hand and pays the soldier 20 kopecks. In the course of an evening, the Tetka conducts several such probings and, having chosen a member to his taste, he sets off with the soldier to the nearest bathhouse, where he uses him in the anus, or conversely, the soldier uses the Tetka that way, for which he would receive 3 to 5 rubles from him. Tetki were also to be found strolling along Konogvardiysky, Horse Guards, now Profsoyuzny Boulevard, usually earlier in the day. This street, with its barracks and riding school for the eponymous regiment, was conveniently located for escorting young recruits to the nearby Voroninsky and other bathhouses. Soldiers who enjoyed sex with men continued to meet each other on Nevsky Prospect during the World War and the 1917 Revolution, and one male prostitute reported that in the 1920s Alexander Gardens was a good place to meet old soldiers in the summertime. The local subculture celebrated the availability and beauty of the cultivated young male body in uniform. Meanwhile, the perennial reality of low military pay meant that some soldiers and sailors in the northern capital continued to offer sex in exchange for cash or other considerations well into the 1930s. The most singular institutions of St. Petersburg's pre-revolutionary homosexual subculture were those bathhouses that became places of resort for the Tetki and their male friends. In the bathhouse, the traditional masculine indulgence of same-sex eros confronted and mixed with an emerging homosexual subculture. The proliferation of voices describing bathhouse homosexual relations reflects this confrontation. In 1906, the poet and diarist Mikhail Kuzmin signaled the place of the bathhouse in Russia's urban homosexual subculture in Krylia, Wings, his notorious novel celebrating a young man's coming out. Simultaneously, foreign apologists for homosexuality in the modern Western sense sang the praises of the Russian bath as a place of particular opportunity. Meanwhile, outsiders decried the influence of an identifiable minority of males abusing the traditions of bathhouse sociability. Critics also voiced concern about male prostitution in the baths. In the wave of sex-themed journalism following the 1905 revolution, lurid descriptions appeared of bathhouses as virtual male brothels. St. Petersburg's Znamensky Baths near the square of the same name, today's Vostony Square, supposedly catered to the little homosexual world. Hardly do you penetrate this cloister, but the massive figure of bath attendant Gavrilo, famous in the homosexual sect, approaches with a duck-like waddle. Gavrilo is an obese man of 40 to 45 with an ugly, repulsive face and an obsequious look that bores into your soul. This gentleman doesn't shrink from offering you his services, on the spot or those of somebody else. Gavrilo will bring you an album of photographic pictures where all these homosexual Phrynas and Aspasias are depicted, dandified, and decorated, some even in women's finery. You just point to one of these miniatures in the album, and in about 5 minutes the original is at your disposal. And incidentally, you are immediately informed of the price. This 1908 satire of the little homosexual world likened the baths to the familiar czarist institution of the licensed heterosexual brothel. The representation of the male Phrynas and Aspasias, aliases employed by female prostitutes, in a photographic catalog, and their presentation as feminine, may have been exaggerations for the amusement of readers rather than actual marketing devices to attract clients. Yet Mikhail Kuzmin's diary recorded a strikingly similar scene. In December he wrote, "In the evening I thought I would go to the bathhouse just for style, for pleasure, for purity. The man who met me at the door, on hearing that I required an attendant, a sheet and soap, slowly turned and asked, 'Perhaps you want a good-looking attendant?' 'No, no.' 'Well, all right then.' I do not know what came over me, for I was not even aroused. 'No, just send an attendant. Then I'll send you a good-looking attendant,' he said with a persistent look. 'Yes, please, a good-looking one,' I said distractedly, sliding farther downhill. Lowering his voice, he then asked, 'Maybe you would like one a little younger?' 'Thinking a bit,' I replied. 'I'm not sure.' 'Right away, sir.' Alexander, the young man sent to Kuzmin, began to wash me unambiguously, and as he did so, he stood too close to me and generally behaved without the slightest shame. The attendant told the poet that he could enjoy himself now and pay his debt later. He hinted that a tip at Kuzmin's discretion would be welcome. After some mutual groping and banter, we began to talk to each other like thieves. Alexander is 22 years old, has been in the bathhouse for 8 years. Obviously, they sent me a professional. He claimed that the manager only told him to wash me, that he was not supposed to be my attendant, but the others were all sleeping, that they don't go into the private rooms that often, that you can tell from the eyes and manner. And kissing me goodbye, he was surprised when I shook his hand. For the first time he blushed, said, "Thank you very much," and accompanied me out. With Alexander leading me past the ranks of other attendants, already getting up, I did not feel entirely comfortable, as though they all knew what we had done, but despite that I gazed at them more easily and attentively. The perpetually impecunious poet returned in January 1906 to pay off his debt. Kuzmin somehow found the cash to visit Alexander repeatedly in spring. At about the same time, a cousin of Tsar Nicholas II, Grand Duke Konstantin Romanov, agonized in his diary about sexual encounters with Petersburg bath attendants who were clearly available on demand. These vignettes indicate that male sex work was becoming more commercialized. The absence of references to the artel of male attendants, pooling their earnings from sodomy, suggests that figures like Gavrilo and the persistent manager encountered by Kuzmin now operated more like Russia's licensed brothel keepers, who engaged female prostitutes with financial contracts. Youths selling sex and pimps who organized them were commodifying the sideline in sodomy, described by bath attendants a half-century earlier. The frequent mention of baths with private rooms for hire make it clear that commodified privacy in the late Tsarist era facilitated both sexual encounters for pleasure and those for payment. The fate of bathhouse mutual male sexuality after 1917 is difficult to establish. The Tsarist homosexual subculture had depended in part on the commodification of private spaces, such as bathhouses and restaurants. Soviet rule brought new constraints on access to this kind of space. Even during the limited capitalism of the New Economic Policy, NEP 1921-28, when restaurants and baths were available for lease or hire to entrepreneurs, allocation was controlled by functionaries aware of the sexual disorder associated with such establishments. Hotel rooms were, at least nominally, reserved for visitors from out of town, prezi, and even heterosexual couples encountered difficulty resorting to them for sex. Reports of organized male prostitution in the bathhouse cease after 1917, but individuals continued to strike up acquaintances and have both voluntary and paid sex either on the premises or after meeting there. He took them to the bathhouse to wash them first, and they had sex there in private rooms. The male prostitute P informed his doctor that he found mutual male back-scrubbing in the bathhouses often led to more tender attentions, and the psychiatrist himself noted that P had been arrested for theft in 1926 after a liaison begun in the baths had soured. The near disappearance of commodified space had predictable consequences. Public toilets, which had been a durable arena for the rituals of acquaintance in the male homosexual world, apparently increased in significance for that world. Dr. Belousov said that his patient P told him that, after the revolution, meetings in toilets have become the most predominant. The male prostitute's description of the toilet in the Cinema Mayak in Kharkov in the 1920s as particularly convenient betrays an awareness of the perverse applications of architectural accidents that might afford privacy. He identified only 2 meeting places in 1920s Leningrad, both of which were sites with public toilets, although Belousov declined to mention this fact, referring to them with the abstract mesnost, a term recalling otikozy mesto, a euphemism for a privy. The 2 sites were the vicinity of the Sinizeli Circus with its little benches, and the area on Nevsky Prospect near the Anichkin Palace. It seems likely that male prostitutes continued to haunt public toilets on squares and railway stations, as they had prior to the revolution, by virtually eliminating commodified indoor space available for private rental and enjoyment, relegated male homosexuals to what one recent observer has dubbed a culture of the toilet. In Moscow, sources suggest that sexualized territories used by a homosexual subculture appeared in the last years of the Tsarist regime, signifying a later development of this subculture, compared with its more westernized northern rival. The testimony of the male prostitute P, described by Dr. Belousov in 1927, is very informative. Before and after 1917, according to P, the Boulevard Ring, Bulvarno Koltso, remained the city's most notorious male homosexual territory. This ring of connected boulevards, each with its own name, surrounded the heart of Moscow in a semicircular band of greenery, dotted with benches, refreshment kiosks, public pissoirs, and toilets. The boulevards provided pleasant places to sit, smoke, and converse. There was a constant circulation of pedestrians. Links with public transport made them accessible. From them, it was an easy walk to Moscow's greater and lesser theaters, to the conservatory, and to shops and department stores. P accurately noted, "You can find and meet men on any boulevard." His own urban sexual career had begun on Prechestensky Boulevard, where in 1912, at 17 years of age, he had first encountered svoi lyodi, my own kind, and became a male prostitute. The boulevard ring's reputation as an arena for male prostitution continued into the 1920s and 1930s. Nikitsky Boulevard led to Moscow's most important den, according to P. The square named Nikitsky Gates. A Yugoslav communist also named this square as the site of a secret market of homosexual men in the late 1920s. P identified Sretensky and Chistoprudny boulevards as places where an especially important public among Moscow's homosexuals made assignations. Defendants in criminal trials for sodomy held between 1935 and 1941, discussed in Chapter 8, frequented these same boulevards. A number admitted to having sex in the public toilets and darkened corners of these streetscapes during the 1930s. Codes of mutual recognition in gesture and speech imbued these locations with significance for the homosexual subculture. Men who wished to have sex with youths or other men identified themselves to each other in diverse ways. Some gestures were clearly devices used by prostitutes to attract potential clients. Others sought to elicit or exploit a wealthier man's tender concern. A narrative of poverty ran through many stories told by poorer young men seeking contact with more affluent males. Conspicuous clothing, the use of rouge and powder, and the adoption of effeminate mannerisms were mechanisms some youths and men in this subculture used to draw attention and to signal their intentions. The single most important gesture was the significant glance, the most widely acknowledged form of discreet self-proclamation. It was something even outsiders knew about, judging from the comments of the anonymous denouncer of St. Petersburg's sodomites. The tetki, as they call themselves, recognize each other with one glance, by signs unnoticeable to passers-by. Yet by these experts can even define the category of tetka we are dealing with, an exchange of sustained eye contact, especially in a location with a notorious reputation, established participation in the subculture. Soldiers and tetki performed this ritual in the vicinity of the public toilets of the zoological gardens, as did rent boys and their clients outside a facility next to the Sinizeli Circus. As observed in 1908, the rituals of requesting, offering, and lighting cigarettes were also employed, although some hooligan male prostitutes dispensed with such niceties and simply approached potential clients with a bluff, "Hi, Drasty," and an outstretched hand. Their clients, commented a pre-revolutionary social critic, could be recognized by their nonchalantly thrown glance and the particular specific mask of desire on their faces. This set of signals did not change after. A knowledgeable sailor arrested in 1921 at a pederastic party in Petrograd admitted that he was aware of the sexual intentions of those present. "I saw it in their glances, conversations, and smiles." The prostitute P. claimed that between 1925 and 1927 he had seen in person, met somewhere, recognized as one of his kind no less than 5,000 homosexual men in Moscow. Once contact was made, conversation developed. St. Petersburg jurist A. F. Coney reported some of the tales told by the Mikhailov gang of extortionists in the 1870s. The gang relied on narratives of impoverished but deserving youth to entice prosperous men into compromising situations. These tales were probably not only used by blackmailers but by male prostitutes as well. A justice of the peace on his way to his Mikhailovskia Square Club via the fateful passage was accosted by a gang member who asked him for money to save his dying mother. When in the street, the naive judge gave him 3 rubles. The youth raised the alarm, claiming he deserved 50 rubles for "that filth you suggest." Other gang members told tales of having been excluded from school for non-payment of fees. Another favorite pretext they, and doubtless other youths, exploited was to loiter by the entrance to the Sinizeli Circus, asking wealthy gentlemen to buy them tickets to the performance. The class division evident in these encounters could also reflect the chasm between city and countryside. Mikhail Kuzmin recorded how he met a professional, apparently new to city life, on Nevsky Prospect despite the post-revolutionary date of this encounter. Both actors, prostitute and potential client, read from a familiar script that had changed little from the Tsarist era. On Nevsky I glanced at a sweet-looking lad. He turned and came back to me. Began a conversation, how to get to Lagovka. Then the usual story. From the country, someplace doesn't want to perish, etc. Why did he speak to me? I see you are a good man. And why was I looking at you? I don't know, it pleased me to. Yes? So I please you just a little? Practically on the spot, dreams of a life together, of going for walks, of learning, culture, etc., of the train to the countryside. Naive, false, lying, simple-minded. He wrote down his address, I gave him mine. Just like all country folk, he plays the hypocrite. But it's been so long since I've seen a Russian lad who is good-looking. If he's a professional, so much the better. Am I married? Do I live with someone? We walked along Nadezhdinskaya, but it was too well lit everywhere. The following day, the professional turned up at Kuzmin's flat, and the diarist took him out for a drink. Of course, he has a heart and dreams, even if they're the most stupid and confused ones. A backward person, as he says. We went to a beer hall. It was incredibly boring and awkward. What was I to do with him? Yes, it's no longer 1907 when I could get into such adventures. The main thing is I can't stand it when people build something up on me. I ran off like one liberated. The script of client-prostitute transactions, however tattered in Kuzmin's hands, was nevertheless fresh enough for his interlocutor, a country youth, who was sufficiently familiar with its lines to rehearse them until he bored his hapless client to distraction. Through this script ran several oppositional relationships: town versus country, education versus ignorance, supposed wealth versus probable indigence, experience versus youth. Little in the patter employed by the city's male prostitutes had changed as a result of revolution. In Tsarist Petersburg, effeminate gesture and dress or simply conspicuous clothing were sometimes trademarks of commercial catamites and of the tetki who resorted to them. The degree to which these semiotics were deliberately adopted by each group, and not just attributed by outsiders, is difficult to establish. Perhaps more effeminacy was ascribed to participants, and they displayed more effeminacy as an urban homosexual subculture developed. Mid-19th century medical sources describing more traditional male sexual barter, for example, of the bathhouse or serving class varieties, made no mention of effeminacy among youths and men selling sex. But some male prostitutes in Petersburg streets appear to have used effeminate signals to identify themselves to customers. A Dane who picked up a young man for paid sex in the passage in 1869 said he recognized that he was prepared to offer himself for sodomy. It was understood in his manner of addressing me, which had the appearance of feminine courtesy, Zenskaya Lubeznost. Members of the Mikhailov extortion gang reportedly wore strange outfits: velveteen trousers and red boots, or in one case, a much too long velvet tie. The anonymous denouncer of the capital's tetki appended to his diatribe a lengthy list of suspects, characterizing many of them by their feminine traits. Several were said to be flamboyantly effeminate in public, and a few had feminine nicknames such as Dina and Aspaziae. The author labeled many of his subjects ladies, dami, apparently because they enjoyed the receptive role in anal intercourse. Post-1905 sensationalized portrayals of similar individuals were laden with images of distorted femininity and exaggerated class pretensions. Aliases as baronesses, duchesses, and baby, peasant women, proliferated among the male prostitutes based near the Sinizeli Circus. This yellow journalism also asserted that color codes distinguished homosexual men. Coquettish homosexuals sported their bright red cravats, a kind of homosexual uniform, and some have a bright red handkerchief blazonji from the pocket. Male prostitutes, both seasoned professionals and newcomers, sometimes wore makeup in the street. A German hairdresser wandered the town after he closed his shop to catch a pederast by wearing rouge, so that they'll see I'm a girl. Some signals are confirmed in the contemporary antics of Kuzmin and his friends. Appearing in public in makeup or sporting beauty marks and vibrantly colored waistcoats blended dandyism, decadent taste, and hints of the underworld of male prostitution. The best-known portrait of Kuzmin, painted following the success of Wings in 1909 by homosexual artist Konstantin Samov, depicted him wearing a prominent bright red necktie. These eye-catching signals teased the boundaries of conventional masculinity. Soviet sources of the 1920s continue to mention the use of female nicknames and occasional indulgence in cross-dressing, although these practices were evidently reserved for private events and spaces. Discussions of male effeminacy in psychiatric literature dwindled toward the late 1920s. Among the sailors arrested in Petrograd at a pederastic party in 1921 were men known to their friends as Zoya and Vyltseva. The latter sailor, by appropriating her name and imitating her famous fashion sense, evidently paid homage to the incomparable Anastasia Vyltseva, a cabaret singer whose flashy stardom helped to transform commercial celebrity in Russia and inspired fanatical devotion. Other men arrested that evening and later interviewed were like one Red Army soldier who loves to dress in women's clothing, and despite his poverty, possesses women's outfits. The male prostitute P. supposedly boasted that he had attended pre-revolutionary parties in Moscow dressed as a Ukrainian peasant woman, but he said little about effeminacy or cross-dressing in post-revolutionary homosexual life. Poverty and fear of the political dangers of public flamboyance undoubtedly curbed extravagant effeminacy by male homosexuals during the early Soviet era. By the late 19th century, Russia's homosexual subculture deployed at least a handful of code words to refer to its denizens. Some were euphemisms that gave very little away to non-initiates. Expressions such as "our circle, Nash Krug," reportedly used in 1898 by a Petersburg gentrywoman who loved women, implied affiliation without betraying its source. Referring to men, the label tetka, literally anti, circulated among participants in the subculture and their observers. The word had both foreign and domestic resonance. In France, the equivalent taunt was in use in the mid-19th century to denote a male prostitute, and by the end of the century, it had appeared in print referring to all homosexuals in general. It was in the first sense that Petersburg Dr. Vladislav Mrzhivsky had used its Russian variant in his 1878 manual on forensic gynecology. 10 years later, Peter Tchaikovsky was perhaps already using the more generalized secondary meaning of tetka, with its nuances of preening lubriciousness, close to that heard in today's Anglo-American term queen, in his diary. The anonymous denouncer of Petersburg's tetki of the late 1880s and early 1890s extended this meaning to refer to the clients of male prostitutes. The denouncer distinguished between the tetka's vice, as an essential characteristic possibly derived from sexual satiety and disgust with women on the one hand, and the opportunistic pederasty of the impoverished young victims serving to satisfy them on the other. In this view, the tetka was predominantly an affluent character, tempting victims into sex acts, which they otherwise found repugnant, with the lure of easy money and luxury. It is unlikely that all partners of the tetka were so repulsed by same-sex acts. Undoubtedly, as in the case of Medvedev's coachman, some agree to it for pleasure alone and did not seek payment. The actual class profile of these identities also remains sketchy, although most sources present the objects of the tetka's exploitation as young men newly arrived from the countryside, working as apprentices in workshops or commerce, living rough on the street, studying, or engaged as soldiers or sailors. As they circulated through the homosexual subculture, these men and youths confronted the prospect of a gradual life transition from desirable commercial catamite to aging tetka, perhaps an unpalatable career sweetened by hopes of material advancement. A loyal patron might offer the young pederast for money the opportunity to leave the sexual marketplace and form a partnership of sorts. Meanwhile, those with steady occupations, like military recruits, engaging in more casual forms of male prostitution, abandoned this trade when age reduced their appeal or when military service took them from the city. Unlike the very visible persona of the tetka, the boys and men who sold sexual favors did not acquire a stable subcultural label in Russian. This eloquent silence perhaps testifies to the transitory nature of this role. It also highlights the discomfort the masculine sex trade provoked and the concealment that participants felt was necessary. Outsiders might refer to these sexually available men as pederast prostitutes, commercial catamites, and later on as homosexuals. But their apparent refusal to name themselves underlines their tenuous claim to masculine respectability that rested on keeping their sexual activity hidden. The masculine style displayed by some of these men and youths had erotic appeal when viewed through the eyes of sexual dissidents. In contrast to the vivid figure of the effeminate tetka, the soldiers, sailors, and schoolboys prowling the territories of St. Petersburg's homosexual underworld were dressed in distinctive official uniforms, redolent of an exemplary masculinity. Outwardly forced to conform to public standards of self-control and sobriety imposed by their clothing, military men and students nevertheless found it a convenient and flattering camouflage for their participation in the subculture. Linked to the idealized manly images projected with the help of such clothing was another subcultural label in circulation in both capitals, that of the woman-hater, Xenonenavistnik. Balls of women-haters, Bally Xenonenavistnikov, with some men attending in drag, were reportedly staged in Moscow before 1914, while a Petrograd sailor, interviewed after his arrest at the 1921 Pederasts Party, said he enjoyed sex with men, especially when a woman-hater came his way, someone of a masculine appearance who did not make himself up to be a woman. The term apparently invoked a masculinist solidarity to banish the effeminacy and, perhaps, the ruralizing nuances audible in the label tetka. The interaction between these characters, the tetka, the pederast for money, and the woman-hater, remains obscure from these fragmented sources. Emerging from the traditional hierarchical world of eros between men, they were the public faces of a modern homosexual subculture. The subculture was not confined to public territory, however. Some men, with the resources to rent or purchase flats or homes, organized domestic partnerships with members of the same sex. Others used private space to host gatherings and create opportunities for socializing and sexual contact. Hostile observers noted that such parties could offer their hosts the chance to earn money from either pimping or sales of alcohol. Yet these gatherings, some lavish and exuberant, cemented emotional and romantic bonds that strengthened a common identity around sexual preference. The crowded and impoverished conditions of worker housing dictate that surviving traces of domestic partnerships between lower-class men are rare. In a 1909 textbook on sexual psychology, a psychiatrist described one Petersburg working-class male couple's domestic arrangements. They concluded a formal agreement between themselves, in which each swore faithfulness to the other to the grave, and they adopted the mutual appellations of man and wife. They occupied a single room and at night slept in one bed. As a ruse, there were 2 beds in the room, and they each went to bed separately for several minutes. And then the one who had to play the role of husband in this revolting union came to his wife, and they would spend the night together. Middle-class and aristocratic homosexuals were able to construct more elaborate settings behind closed doors for their identities and partnerships. In 1908, a sarcastic critic of homosexual Petersburg described a hotel suite supposedly occupied by a conscious and convinced partisan of same-sex love. On the partisan's desk lay a collection of pornographic cards illustrating all the forms and positions of same-sex love, while on the wall hung a photographic portrait of a naked coachman. Bookshelves were laden with works by authors of the Kuzmin type. Porcelain statuettes and other knickknacks on e-tagers scream about it too. In other words, the room of an enlightened society homosexual reminds one of a little homosexual museum. In the denunciation of Petersburg's Tetki of the late 1880s or early 1890s, the self-righteous author describes, with the detail of an eyewitness, a ball that turned into a dreadful, disgraceful orgy in the home of a rich tetka. Beginning as a housewarming in the wealthy host's luxuriously furnished flat practically in the center of town. The guests danced and drank until 4 in the morning, when a sumptuous supper was served. The host and several guests wore ladies' outfits. After dining, several tekki took off their clothes and continued dancing, while drunken groups of men engaged in sexual activity in a room equipped with fine Turkish furnishings. They are not at all shy in front of the servants at these parties, the observer noted, because these are chosen from among their own is svoik. The same document records that a relatively less affluent resident of the capital operated as a procurer, svadnia, of boys, soldiers, and domestic servants for prosperous tekki. This enterprising man used his flat as a discreet clearinghouse for young men who sought introductions to upper-class tetki. The youths paid the procurer a fee for his services. Despite homosexuals' increasing difficulty under Soviet rule in controlling private spaces, they occasionally managed to use domestic or other semi-private venues, halls, cabarets, to gather. Parties, masquerades, and artistic performances brought scores of men together to socialize and be socialized, and to make sexual contacts. The relative openness of homosexual entertainments tapered off rapidly after the Civil War, but a few sources hint at their more discreet continuation. Many of the best records of gatherings come from the Petrograd-Leningrad subculture, where a tradition of popular private homosexual assemblies was well established. The best description of organized, possibly commercially run, Soviet-era private gatherings of homosexual men comes from psychiatrist V. M. Bekhtyrev's articles on sexual deviance, mentioning the Petrograd raid on a pederasts club of January 15th. On that evening, 95 men were arrested in a flat belonging to a military policeman's father, Otec Militionera Svadnoboavogo Otriada. The policeman himself was said to have invited guests, promising an interesting evening with ladies. This gathering was one of a series that had first been observed and later even organized by a policeman. The agent, known only as SH, alleged that several such evenings, for pederasts, in a variety of private flats had taken place around Petrograd. Who began organizing these parties was not clear from Bekhtyrev's reporting of such deposition, but the doctor wrote that The police agent himself had later run several evenings in order to find out their opinions. One seaman in custody told Bekhterev that the parties were organized about twice a month. He had been to many of them and recognized many guests from previous parties. The presence of so many sailors and soldiers at these gatherings seems to have been the most likely reason for police interest. B. A Red Army soldier arrested in the raid described how he came to be at the event and what he saw there. I heard there would be a party at MS and that they were inviting people to come. There were a lot of people at the party I knew. I heard it would be an original party in the form of a wedding. When I arrived with X, we found the following. From a room off the corridor, the young ones came out into the large room. S was dressed as the bride, such was the groom. Behind them walked many whose names I didn't know, dressed in women's gowns. Where they solemnized the marriage I didn't see, but we congratulated them in the big room. Some of the participants kissed. Then afterward there was dancing, and lots of people kissed. The costumes were not confined to wedding garments, nor were the dances apparently raucous or orgiastic. Another guest reported the following. We arrived at the flat at around 11 p.m. The party was already in full swing. When we got there, we found some kind of masquerade. There was a bride, several Spanish costumes, and 2 individuals in white wigs. I invited one of them to dance a waltz and then a minuet. Nevertheless, this party was not merely a masquerade but was explicitly set up to bring together men searching for sex with men. A flying post, Litukia Pakta, enabled men to send messages to others they fancied. One lucky sailor received notes inscribed with the words, "I fancy you," and "I'd like to get to know you." Another seaman, Andre K., serving on a torpedo boat, made it clear he understood the sexually specific nature of these parties he frequented. It wasn't my first time at these parties. I knew lots of people. I know the persons dressed in women's garments. I personally don't engage in pederasty, but I knew that many of the guests at these parties did engage in pederasty, because I saw it in their glances, conversations, and smiles. Same-sex affection that evening was not confined to flying missives, smiles, and looks. Bekhterev interviewed the arresting officers, who told him that in police cells, 2 of the arrested men stroked each other on the back and hands and kissed each other. These were a sailor from the transport, and citizen APP. When questioned by Bekhterev, citizen P admitted that the sailor Sach really did kiss me on the cheek. I don't know why, but I think he likes me. Bekterev's interviews with arrested men from this party indicate that while few claimed they had been invited by chance, several acknowledged that they knew they were attending a pederast party, Vecherenka Pederastov, and others insisted it was not possible to be a chance visitor at these affairs. Several acknowledged that they knew many of the other guests from previous gatherings. The soldier B and his partner regularly attended these parties and asserted that the guests were, in one way or another, were all acquainted with each other. In the diary of Mikhail Kuzmin, a characteristically laconic but suggestive entry records that this particular evening and its unhappy end made an impression among his circle of homosexual friends. Kuzmin's partner, Yuri Yurkin, came home late that evening reporting impressions of masquerades, and visitors to his flat the next day continued conversations about masquerades, with their cross-dressing, flirtations and dances, parodies of normal weddings, and idolization of military men. These parties were a vivid expression, carried over from Petersburg's Tsarist era, of the city's rich male homosexual subculture. Few parties, masquerades, or similar amusements appear in the sources for the later 1920s, which are dominated by generally unsympathetic forensic psychiatric texts. Dr. Belousov's male prostitute P. did not describe any large parties occurring after the revolution, although he asserted that he believed that from 1925 to 1927 he had seen, met, or recognized thousands of homosexuals in Moscow. In addition, P. reported traveling around the Soviet Union with letters of introduction to like-minded men in distant cities, who received him like a friend and let him stay the night, usually expecting sexual favors in return. In each town he contrived through his first contact to meet a wide local acquaintance, from which one or another old fellow of about 50 would take him in for a month. A Leningrad homosexual, Sergei E., told a doctor how in 1923 he met a like-minded man by chance. He brought me into a circle of that kind of person. From that moment, a new era in my life began. After a year of fleeting erotic joys and temptations, he settled down with a lover and began to live with him. One 1935 sodomy trial referred to a private flat in which a citizen named Petr and nicknamed the Baronessa, who had an entire den of homosexuals, offered his visitors alcohol and conviviality. Private parties arranged by and for homosexuals, as well as suggestions of a lively if discreet sociability, also figured in trials as late as these men apparently had some secure access to private domestic space and in controlled circumstances were willing to share it. The rental of cabarets or halls for cultural events organized by members of the homosexual subculture was increasingly difficult, but not entirely impossible during NEP. Antonoi Antonis, a private arts circle devoted to the appreciation of male beauty, in prose, verse, drama, and music, functioned in Moscow during the early 1920s, staging readings of consciously homosexual poetry, recitals of music by our own composers, and even an all-male ballet. The group made plans to publish an anthology of homosexual verse from ancient to modern times, an attempt to construct an ennobling past. The collection went unpublished, and the record of this group's activity begins and ends with correspondence relating to Mikhail Kuzmin's May 1924 reading to the Antonoi group in the Bluebird Café, just steps from Tverskoy Boulevard. The group apparently disbanded. As it became more difficult, Kuzmin's last public reading in Leningrad in 1928 encapsulated the problems posed by Soviet power for those who would promote homosexual culture. Organizers of the reading, from the Institute of the History of Art, included it in a series of literary evenings but had to seek special permission from the Institute's director to invite Kuzmin. They realized that undesirable persons, homosexuals, would be keen to hear the author of Wings. No advertisement of the evening was permitted, and admission was limited to invitation only. Despite these precautions, on the appointed evening, the auditorium was filled to capacity, with people standing in the aisles and seated on the floor. Many in the audience were male homosexuals, exactly those most feared by the director. Most were middle-aged or mature. They began elbowing their way toward the stage. Many had bouquets of flowers in their hands. When Kuzmin finished reading, they dashed up to the stage and began throwing these bouquets upon it. As Orlov put it, this was the last demonstration of the Petersburg pederasts. The performance turned into a genuine, happy triumph for Kuzmin, but for the organizers of the evening it all nearly ended badly. They only just managed to convince the director that they had been incapable of handling the crowd. Tsarist St. Petersburg's male homosexual subculture still existed as a network of affiliations, with its own means of disseminating information and a powerful cultural memory. To these middle-aged or mature men who recalled their youth as a time of carefree amusements and sexual adventures, persistent themes in Kuzmin's diary, the outspoken poet dressed in pre-revolutionary fashion, and reading with the assistance of old-fashioned spectacles, occasionally using them as a monocle, was a talisman from that time, and perhaps a rebuke to the world they now lived in. Conclusion. During the late imperial era, a Russian, urban, male homosexual subculture developed from indigenous patterns of a traditional mutual masculine sexuality. The male homosexual world was not alien to the national body, but was a vigorous and resourceful part of society. It is heterosexist and nationalist chauvinism to claim that in Tsarist Russia or in the USSR, this homosexual subculture was imported from abroad or created by communist misrule. Intimate relations within the traditional male social hierarchies of late Tsarist Russia, such as those between masters and servants, belonged to this society's older masculine sexual culture. Here there was little identification with a specific group of one's own people, with an effeminate self-image, or with an exclusive sexual orientation. Individuals in positions of authority indulged in same-sex erotic acts for pleasure, while their subordinates apparently often acquiesced with a view to material if not personal profit. Yet many also tolerated or welcomed gentlemen's mischief, and did not always expect to be compensated. This was a sexual culture that grew from a popular and elite indulgence of masculine sexual release, and perhaps from a perception that normal outlets for male lustfulness, especially female prostitutes, could be expensive or contaminated by venereal disease. The impression of relative indulgence, in comparison to Western views of eros between men, must not be exaggerated. As diaries and other sources reveal, Russian men, irrespective of class, often appeared to view these acts as sinful, even if they repeatedly committed them. Parallel with this traditional sexual pattern, a modern homosexual subculture took form against the backdrop of rapid urbanization and the accelerated introduction of market relationships and the more impersonal bond between employer and employee. In the subculture, forms of speech and mutual recognition identified participants across the barriers of class, age, and education. A proportion of the denizens of the homosexual world used boldly effeminate manners, gestures, and forms of dress. Others perhaps adopted a more discreet symbol, such as the red cravats or handkerchiefs said to have constituted a homosexual uniform. In a sense of self-consciousness appeared, as some men having erotic relations with their own sex now referred to themselves and their friends as tetki or our own kind. Others, like the women haters or some pederasts for money, resisted such marginalized identities, exploiting instead their public projection of a normative masculinity for hidden and transgressive purposes. Commercialization catered to this specialized market. By the late Tsarist era, bathhouse mischief, conducted by the peasant artel, had developed into efficiently organized, discreet but notorious male prostitution in the bathhouse, now more closely resembling the licensed female sex trade. Balls of women haters and bars run by tetki could apparently survive on the proceeds generated by our own kind alone. After 1917, revolutionary legislation perhaps indicated to some that homosexuality might be tolerated. Yet the male homosexual world's uses of space would prove to be out of step with the communist goal of reconstructing everyday life. Gradually losing control over commodified public interiors, such as hotel rooms, bathhouse cabinets, restaurant chambers, halls for poetry readings or cabarets for entertainments, some homosexuals retreated into a narrowing private realm. But it would be misleading to claim that Soviet policies alone drove people into the toilets. Marginal public spaces were well-established sexualized territories, geographic expressions of a lively urban male homosexual subculture. After 1917, male homosexuals and their male sexual partners continued resorting to public lavatories and other civic amenities like parks and boulevards because they were spaces where participants could recognize and meet each other according to familiar rituals. Even Mikhail Kuzmin, the bourgeois founder of Russia's literary homosexual tradition, who after all had more or less a room of his own, found the pursuit of a sweet-looking young professional on the streets of Leningrad one autumn evening in 1924 a stimulating adventure, reminiscent of his pre-revolutionary escapades. Sex in public was an affirmation of self. 2. Our circle. Sex between women modernizing Russia. For my part, my love for an individual of my own sex is just as great, pure, and sacred as the love of a normal woman for the opposite sex. I am capable of self-sacrifice. I would be ready to die for that beloved person who would understand me. How sad that we are considered depraved and diseased. From transvestite and homosexual Evgenia Fedorovna M. History of my illness, the brief confession of a person of the intermediate sex, a male psychohermaphrodite. Unlike their male counterparts, Russian women who had erotic relations with members of their own sex had less access to the public sphere and so were less able to construct for themselves a coherent subculture with the attributes of the male homosexual world. This is not to suggest that no female homosexual subculture existed in revolutionary Russia. Traces in the historical record of the nature and extent of the semiotics of a subculture are slight. Scraps of evidence suggest that among certain urban women, dress, mannerisms, and deportment served as signals to other women that same-sex erotic approaches were welcome. Psychiatrists, both before the revolution and in their burst of interest in female homosexuality during the 1920s, failed to display any concern about the social connections between individual patients, treating them instead in their discourse as isolated misfits without linkages to similar women. There was little or no policing of female mutual sexual relations during these decades, so data on the customs and geography of a subculture such as that available from prosecutions of homosexual men do not exist. Yet this does not necessarily mean that women did not form circles or networks in the private sphere that facilitated mutual recognition by individuals who felt same-sex desire. The record is episodic, briefly illuminating the varied sites of women's mutual relations and leaving the historian to speculate on continuities in the evolution of these hidden worlds. Despite the fragmented sources, it is possible to propose at least some social locations for female homosexuality in late Tsarist and early Soviet Russia. Psychiatric, criminological, and biographical records can be examined for indicators of these social contexts. The medical sources, which offer some of the earliest biographical accounts of male and female same-sex desire produced by Russians, only begin in the 1880s to describe women who loved other women in any detail. Erotic relations between women of earlier eras cannot be ruled out, but the character of these affinities is seldom intelligible in non-medical genres. Class position seems to have been a significant determinant of the range of opportunities available for the expression of same-sex desire between women. In late Tsarist and early Soviet sources, lower-class women having mutual relations were normally featured in this literature when they were prostitutes or in prisons. In the epilogue, studies by criminologists of prison life and Gulag memoir literature are examined as sources on same-sex love between women. This chapter considers the single-sex environment of the Tsarist licensed brothel, which created a rather different culture of self-preservation in conditions of relative autonomy. The medical literature also reveals that more fortunate women could find avenues within and beyond the conventional family to express same-sex desire. Economic independence, whether gained through education or entrepreneurship, greatly enabled these women to achieve a measure of self-determination, including the expression of same-sex love. The widely observed phenomenon of the passing woman in Russian society offers a further perspective on love between women and the gender dissent that frequently accompanied it. Women apart, the culture of brothels and prostitution prior to 1905, Russian medicine had seldom linked lesbianism to female prostitution, in contrast to Western forensic medicine and criminal anthropology where the association was well established as a moralistic trope in medical legal literature. After the 1905 revolution, experts in Russia began to discard their view of the prostitute as the innocent, often peasant, victim of urban male depravity, and gradually adopted the bourgeois discourse of the marginalized and masculinized sexually deviant woman. Fragmentary evidence from medical case histories and records of criminal trials before and after the 1905 watershed suggest that whatever the ideological transformations of the category prostitute as lesbian, at the level of actual experience some women exploited the homosocial space provided by licensed brothels of the Ancien Regime to foster same-sex relations. Wealthy women could even constitute clients of female prostitutes. In the early 1880s, one affluent gentrywoman, Yulia Ostrovleva, referred to as Miss N, by her psychiatrist, was introduced to unnatural sexual directions with other women after meeting a prostitute on the streets of St. Petersburg. Ostrovleva claimed that in the hidden space of the public brothel, a world of women who loved women flourished. Her psychiatrist V. F. Chiz recorded, among her many acquaintances with perverted sexual feeling, she lived the most varied life of love and sexual feeling. Here there was platonic love and courtship and jealousy and satiety, betrayals, a connection with two women simultaneously. The joys of victory and the bitterness of failure, in a word, the whole life of Miss N was absorbed by this perverted love. She loved to get dressed in men's clothing and drive out in a troika with the objects of her love. Dressing in men's suits, she went to public houses and spent a great deal of money on women. According to her assurances, there are by far more women with perversion of the sexual feeling than we usually think, and in fact they occupy the most varied social positions. This case history, Russia's first psychiatric study of contrary sexual feeling in either sex, thus explicitly indicated that a nascent culture of women who recognized their sexual affiliation across the barriers of class already existed in the Petersburg of the early 1880s. The brothel was one institution that could discreetly provide a meeting point for these women. A criminal case caught the attention of experts in the capital about 10 years after the study of Ostrovleva or Miss N was published. A Petersburg tobacconist who had married a prostitute, Krasavina, was charged with her murder. In 1893, he had discovered his wife in bed with a prostitute, one of her former colleagues. He stabbed his wife to death on the spot. The story of Pelagia Krasavina's relationship with her female lover was heard in court and later recounted by gynecologist I. M. Tarnovsky in 7 Krasavina's life as a tribute prostitute, like that of Ostrovleva and her circle, had been sheltered in the official brothel and tolerated by her colleagues if not by the owner of the various houses she worked in. Anna Ivanova, a 24-year-old sex worker from one of these establishments, testified in court that Krasavina and her lover had been inseparable, that they had had sexual relations together, and that, in a word, they became what we call in public houses koshki, an argot term for female prostitutes who shared sexual favors. Female same-sex relationships were apparently common enough in the brothels of St. Petersburg to have a specific label in the vocabulary of sex workers. Love letters between the two women were heard as evidence in court. In one note, Krasavina's girlfriend had written, "You are my Polly, my sweet and dear and my own. I love you." Similar expressions of romantic endearment were exchanged by prostitutes in venereal wards, where touchingly affectionate pairs of public women were observed conducting relationships of a passionate character. The Tsarist public house provided a potential material basis for the ménages de tribades observed in similar licensed establishments in turn-of-the-century France, where some owners deliberately favored same-sex relations between their sex workers as a stabilizing influence as well as a commercial attraction. The degree to which Russia's brothel operators consciously mirrored this policy remains obscure. The owner of the various brothels on Vasilevsky Island and Chubarov Alley, where Pelagia Krasavina worked, apparently put up with the disruption caused by her attempts to establish intimate relations with fellow prostitutes, as long as she was generating income. She was eventually dismissed for evading relations with paying customers. Claims of lesbianism, lesbianstvo, in Russian brothels come from St. Petersburg physician Boris Bentovin, who wrote that managers regarded mutual adoration, abazany, between sex workers with approval, as a guarantee against strong ties to male clients. Likewise, Bentovin pointed to the existence of mentoring relationships between very young prostitutes only starting out in their profession and more solid and experienced girlfriends, podrugi. Older prostitutes offered advice and support during critical moments to younger girlfriends and taught them necessary skills. Bentovin made no mention in his 1909 study of prostitution of the lesbian tableaux vivants, popular attractions in Paris maisons de tolerance at this time, but he noted that female couples bonded by mentorship appeared together in Petersburg's brothel drawing rooms. In this peculiar space, blending the sexual market with trappings of domestic respectability, the younger partner served as an attracting magnet, drawing in the wealthiest clients. Meanwhile, her older mentor, who could hardly count on success on her own, was able to attract a less demanding suitor in the wake of her younger girlfriend. That is how the adoring and the adored live, complementing each other, as it were, and bringing each other a degree of profit. Bentovin's indulgent depiction of mentoring same-sex relations inside the brothel must be balanced against the harsh realities faced by most licensed prostitutes. Conditions in Russia's brothels were usually squalid, with deleterious psychological and physical effects on prostitutes. Medical surveillance was brutal and invasive, threatening public women with physical harm and financial ruin. While brothels constituted a social sphere that undoubtedly sheltered some same-sex relationships, this harsh environment offered sex workers rather limited prospects for agency and self-expression. The Soviet abolition of the medical legal regulation of brothels and the subsequent rise in the informal and covert sex trade made prostitution a less predictable social sphere for women who turned to this profession. The housing shortage and the decline in private control over sheltered urban spaces appeared to drive illicit heterosexual sex into the streets, railway stations and carriages, restaurants, bathhouses, and taxicabs. The revolutionary regime repeatedly declared that women who sold their bodies were victims of economic exploitation, not to be criminalized, and campaigns to discourage them from taking up sex work were launched. The abolition of licensed brothels turned prostitution into a very unstable and dangerous livelihood for female sex workers. Russian historians have argued that more urban women and more déclassed women from the former elite supposedly turned to casual or occasional heterosexual prostitution in the 1920s as urban unemployment hit them hardest. Whether in fact these practices can be measured by historians using existing sources may be disputed, but the end of regulation and the regime's eagerness to rescue the female prostitute undoubtedly changed the environment for same-sex relations within the sex trade. A 1926 case history of S.H., a so-called female homosexual, homosexualistka, who murdered her partner, L., a prostitute, illustrated these social conditions. It also suggested that Soviet doctors would pursue the link made in the Western medical imagination between prostitution and female homosexuality. Before meeting L. in a Moscow cafeteria where they both worked, S.H. had been married twice, once apparently for love before the World War, and a second time for material reasons during the Civil War. By 1919, however, S.H. had been widowed, and she drifted to Moscow in search of a living. S.H. and L shared a flat and later a room, while L alternated between earning a living at a succession of unstable menial jobs and bringing home men for paid sex. S.H. also found employment in short-term and unreliable jobs as a maid and in a canteen. Later she took in mending and laundry and cooked meals for L. S.H. reported to Moscow penal psychiatrists Krasnushkin and Kolzakova that L. had made sexual advances to her and that eventually she had been provoked to murder L. with an axe. The psychiatrists doubted S.H.'s evasive and vague claims that the sexual relationship with L. had been brief and episodic, and they suggested that the bisexual S.H. not only had regular physical relations with L., but had also engaged in prostitution periodically. The actual role of commercial heterosexual sex in the partnership of L. and S.H. was not explained by the psychiatrists. Unlike Bentovin, they hesitated to draw a direct connection between lesbian relations and initiation into prostitution through mentorship, preferring instead to see in S.H.'s masculinized body a biological explanation for her deviance. Other observers of the heterosexual prostitution market in early Soviet Russia had remarked upon the financial partnership of younger women to sell sex and older women with rooms to rent, but no suggestion that same-sex relations lay behind the symbiosis was mooted. Between L. and S.H., a same-sex relationship appeared to supply the glue that cemented the household formed by these two women. Whatever the elements of domestic and economic cooperation here might have been, and psychiatrists had little to say about the non-genital aspects of this couple's relationship. Experts viewed their engagement in the sex trade and their female homosexuality as masculinizing and degenerate. 3 years later, the psychiatrist Krasnushkin published a series of lectures on criminal psychopathy, featuring the case of a poetess whose verse sang the praises of lesbian love, and whose forays into heterosexual prostitution brought her in contact with the police and psychiatry. Krasnushkin's colorful description painted this patient in the stereotypes of the prostitute as lesbian. The poetess had been arrested for keeping a den. She recruited some kind of actress from a labor registry, luring her into a homosexual liaison, and finally committed a homosexual act in the presence of two men, who had treated them to food and drink and paid 10 rubles for this sexual spectacle. Krasnushkin supplied no details of the nature of his patient's liaison with the out-of-work actress. Yet he took pains to present her poetic efforts dedicated to Lesbos in a comparatively positive light, suggesting that her indisputable giftedness mitigated her adventurous history. In his lecture, he included one of her love poems, judging it socially degraded as a result of her addictions to alcohol and cocaine, but nonetheless attesting to her talent. Sanctified love I have not known, nor have I known maiden's tears. I have not sought offspring through marriage, and I have never woven wreaths of roses. From afar, encounters have always lured me. Brilliant sin beckoned wickedly, the passion of girlfriends, the tears, and their heavy, hidden laughter. To their circle I was devoted, drank their caresses, with caresses their bodies. Brunettes captivated me more than once, and often my sin with blondes was bold. I loved them day and night, and in the weaving of our bodies. I loved their eyes filled with languor, and on their breasts I loved sleep. But all is past, all irretrievable. I now know it's all deceit. I cannot go back by this same path, for life is but an intoxicant. Krasnushkin, a vigorous and successful figure in Soviet psychiatry, evidently felt there was pedagogic value in the sexual spectacle furnished by this patient poetess and her verses. Here was a memorable example of the gifted psychopath, an exceptional case with which to instruct psychiatry students at Moscow State University. Yet the passion of the woman behind these verses and the circumstances of her case history were also perhaps evidence of the survival of same-sex relations and of mentorship among female prostitutes. Domesticity, the salon lesbian, and masculinization if female same-sex eros between prostitutes sometimes bore the stamp of a brutalized lower-class culture. There were also women whose privileged economic position allowed them to express their desires, if more discreetly. Tsarist psychiatric literature yields a handful of biographies of gentry or bourgeois women like Dr. Chiz's Yulia Ostrovleva, whose strong will and access to education and resources permitted them to explore same-sex self-expression. The lives chronicled in this medical sources paralleled in their material aspects those of literary lesbians of late Tsarist salons. In the early Soviet era, women with cultural capital were also sometimes able to invest this resource to construct a domestic environment sheltering same-sex desire. The political and economic stability requisite for a culture of the literary salon declined during the 1920s, eventually becoming submerged in the social transformations of the first five-year plans. The historical roots of Russia's lesbian subculture, always fragile and tentative in the first 3 decades of this century, were greatly undermined by these changes, which are discussed in part. One source of domestic shelter for same-sex relations was the heterosexual family. The conventional Russian family was not totally inimical to the gender nonconformity and same-sex relations in its midst. Families strove to contain, control, or accommodate these phenomena, often employing considerable adaptivity. Tsarist and early Soviet psychiatric case histories suggest that parents reacted with equanimity when female children displayed interest in boys' clothing and games. Tomboyishness and even failure to learn housekeeping skills was tolerated in childhood, but the same girl was expected to adapt at 16 or so and agree to marriage. Some families went to unusual lengths to accommodate gender and sexual dissent. Ostrovleva's mother claimed she had lost control of her daughter as early as age 12. Yet this widowed matriarch and her family expressed only respect for her daughter's love of work and energy in her extraordinary chosen profession as manager of a horse-drawn cab service. Ostrovleva, who supposedly had an annual allowance of $3,000 to $4,000, kept her business finances separate from her mother's household accounts. Theirs was not a relationship of economic dependency. When the psychiatrist Chiz considered this young woman's development, he concluded that, with more discipline in her upbringing and life, the matter would not have gone as far as it had. Perhaps Chiz implied that the lack of a firm paternal presence in the family had allowed Ostrovleva's many peculiarities to arise. Families adapted to the personal characteristics of gender dissidents in their midst, and despite Chiz's implied faith in paternal gravitas, fathers too could be indulgent when it came to daughters' refusals to be socialized into feminine roles. In the first decade of the 20th century, Evgenia Fedorovna M., a passing woman in adult life, was expelled from school for refusing to wear a skirt. Her rebellion was accommodated by her father, who educated her at home and later arranged for her to write external gymnasium examinations. In 1919, a teacher, Olga Shch, lived in a household in Azeri, near Moscow, that included her brother Boris and an adult sister. That year, Olga invited 16-year-old Valentina P., with whom she had been having a sexual relationship for over a year, into her home after the teenager was orphaned. They shared a bed and continued a love affair until 1922, when quarrels over Valentina's membership in the Komsomol destabilized the liaison. During this time, Olga's siblings adapted to the lesbian relationship under the family roof, referring ironically to Valentina as your husband, and noting that they kissed, not the way women kiss, but another way. Yet the teenager's growing dishonesty and violence led Boris to cut short the family's experiment in adaptation. He forbade further contact between Olga and her lover, even summoning his sister home from a posting in a factory as a teacher in Saratov, where Valentina had followed, and he apparently persuaded Olga to consider offers of marriage from local men. Standing in for the absent patriarch, Boris reasserted masculine authority in his family and attempted to reimpose heterosexual norms of behavior on his sister. A little later, another family accommodated a gender and sexual dissident in its midst for financial reasons, since the female homosexual it harbored was a capable market trader. When in 1925, after being arrested and eventually given a course of hypnotherapy to cure her, authorities returned her to a different, better-off branch of her family for surveillance. The police apparently did not trust her closest relatives to restrain her from donning a Nepman's garb and returning to the marketplace. These siblings had grown dependent on her earnings. This use by authorities of the heterosexual family as a site for the rehabilitation of a social misfit was unusual in Soviet psychiatric literature about the homosexual. What was more common in this discourse was the degree of adaptability families displayed. Families did not simply expel so-called homosexuals from their midst, but often exerted some effort to accommodate or adapt to the sexual or gender dissident member. Beyond the ties of the biological family, Russian women who experienced same-sex desire and who possessed sufficient resources established their own households and, in urban centers, even circles of like-minded friends. These circles formed the beginnings of a lesbian subculture among women of the Tsarist intelligentsia. As Diana Lewis Bergen has established, the word lesbian was little used, and these women only sporadically expressed a sense of selfhood defined by a specific sexuality. Nevertheless, the case of Ostrovleva from the Petersburg of the early 1880s indicates that there were prosperous women-loving women who crossed class boundaries to express their desire with prostitutes open to the same sexual tastes. Another Petersburg psychiatric case of 1898 described the less affluent but equally adventurous Z, a virgin 20 years old, from an extremely degenerated family of provincial gentry origins. She had begun an erotic affair at the age of 18 with another woman, who was apparently kept as a gentleman's mistress. Z's interviews with her doctor emphasized the cohesion of what she referred to as our circle, Nash Krug, a group of women who had mutual sexual relations. The patient affirms that women such as her, that is, who love women, are found not at all infrequently. They among themselves form a kind of particular world. Such women recognize each other by manners, expressions of the eyes, mimicry, and so on. She herself learned to discern such women virtually from her very first experience. We, the patient says, in no way become jealous when the object of our love belongs to a man. We know that that woman, only of course if she belongs to our circle, cannot love her husband and only fulfills her role passively. But it is a different matter if a beloved woman gives herself or pays attention to another woman. Then we feel a strong jealousy and we are prepared to set off a great scandal or dispute. In this case, Z's family had compelled her to refer to the psychiatrist for advice about her sexual difference. It appeared that her financially straitened parents had counted on her to accept one of the many proposals of marriage she had rejected. Yet Z was keener to remain in the company of her circle of female friends. Other contemporary medical case histories of same-sex relations between Russian women of upper-class families evaded any mention of a social world formed by these women themselves. Medical discourse was not alone in depriving love between women of contextualization. In Russia's literary salons of the late imperial era, the discourse of lesbianism in all its French vocabulary and stereotypes remained an exotic spectacle for the male gaze, and lesbians were a decadent species confined to an indoor, artificial world and isolated from any social roots. This construction was supported both by those who explored this aesthetic and by those who condemned it. Virtually all lesbian authors of this era, according to Bergen, consciously suppressed information about their sexuality in their public writing and utterances. G.S. Novopolin, scourge of the pornographic element in Russian literature, dismissed the proposition that lesbian love, now making an appearance on the literary stage, was also enjoying a parallel prevalence in Russia's comparatively primitive society. Once the possibility of lesbian love had been acknowledged in imitation of the French aesthetic canon with the publication of Lydia Zinoviev-Annabel's Tritsat, Triurota, 33 Monsters. Salon culture embraced sexual ambiguity within the confines of this aesthetic discourse, and certain salons became stages where these ambiguities might be paraded. Conditions for the survival of Tsarist bourgeois salon culture, which might have harbored continuing explorations of sexual dissidence, eroded and finally collapsed in the 2 decades following the 1917 revolution, in the words of Beth Holmgren. Significant figures who had contributed to the elaboration of aestheticized sexual ambiguity, Zinaida Gypius, Marina Tsvetiva, emigrated during the revolution, and those who remained, especially Sofia Parnok 1885–1933, endured an increasingly unstable material and political situation. An unabashed celebrant of mutual female relations in her verse, Parnok led a bohemian existence, migrating from one set of lodgings to the next and never establishing a permanent home, supporting herself on the margins of intellectual work with a succession of poorly paid publishing and translation commissions in the 1920s and early 1930s. Translator and photographer Lev Gornung was an intimate friend of Parnok and of one of her partners, the mathematician Olga Zuberbiller. Gornung's description of their dress and intellectual circle fleetingly opens a window on what Bergen has described as the totally closeted lesbian subculture, which was well represented in the theatrical, artistic, and university communities of Russia. Of Parnok and Tsuberbiller, Gornung observed, Hay dressed very simply, and almost alike, always wearing severe, almost masculine attire consisting of jackets and skirts with hems below the knees. Both of them wore shirts and ties. Their shoes were invariably the same style of brown, low-heeled Oxford. Parnok's biographer Bergen posits that such almost masculine dress was a signal of their sexual preference, an urban code that could be read by other women who loved women. Photographs of the poet and the mathematician from the mid-1920s suggest that they consciously manipulated this code, wearing shirts and ties only in the city and donning skirts and dresses to avoid unwanted attention when visiting the countryside. Another fragment, again, the product of a man's observation, from Parnok's biography recorded an awareness of this nascent subculture and perhaps linked it with gentle teasing to the streetwalkers of Moscow's Tverskaya Street. In a friendly parody on one of Parnok's most overtly homosexual verses, included in the cycle, Wise Venus, in Roses of Pieria, a member of her literary circle wrote, "Some intractable girls find a girlfriend more dear than a boyfriend. Not for masculine hearts have my arrows been sharpened by love." So she sang in Pieria on the 4th on Tverskaya Iamskia, the sister of Sappho, a daughter of Lesbos True Blue. Well, one can't argue tastes. Blessed she who embodies the feet of the girlfriend of girlfriends here on Tverskaya Iamskia streets. If there was any sign of a lesbian subculture moving into the public realm of urban streetscapes, the workplace, or halls of study, it was in the almost masculine styles cultivated by some women entering public life. Medical and lay sources confirm that, at least in towns, the woman regarded as masculine was a fixture of early Soviet society, adopting styles of dress and behavior that at least metaphorically facilitated the occupation of masculine social terrain. 40 To a great degree, perceptions of masculinization in women, especially women performing public roles, must have been fueled by the anxieties about appropriate dress and comportment that consumed so much energy in debates about everyday life. Byt. Nevertheless, female Bolsheviks assiduously cultivated hardness, tverdost, as a key feature of their political personalities, and the image of the ruthless, efficient, emotionally controlled, and coldly rational communist woman was supported by thousands of exemplars. The image evidently deteriorated into a stereotype. People's Commissar of Health Nikolai Semashko admitted and regretted that masculinized women were a type frequently encountered, tousled, often dirty, hair, paparazzi clenched in the teeth, like a man, deliberately awkward manners, like a man's, a deliberately coarse voice, like a man's. The masculinized woman had completely lost feminine traits and had turned into a man, for the moment, still in a skirt, or more accurately, in half-trousers. Semashko deplored the trend as vulgar equality of the sexes, but he stopped short of questioning the political credentials of women who embodied it. This was a discussion about appropriate values among friends of the regime. Semashko did not suggest that such women be removed from the offices they held. Enough women had served loyally in uniform during the Civil War and continued to receive praise, if no encouragement to enlist, for their contributions in military and police work to produce the impression that masculinized women were somehow politically conscious and valued citizens. The mannish Bolshevik female also became the subject of considerable foreign scrutiny in the early Soviet era. Of course, women who donned collars and ties, trimmed their hair like a man's, and walked with a businesslike gait were neither always drawn to their own sex, nor unique to Soviet Russia in the 1920s and 1930s. But the outward symbols of masculinity, which were associated, probably more from long-standing perceptions of fashion and politics than from Bolshevik intentions, with women's emancipation, were replete with positive value. Masculine styles conferred revolutionary credibility while disguising other motives. Some women who loved women used these styles as a semaphore code to like-minded women. They adopted a masculine style not merely because they wished to resemble men, but because they wished to attract other women. Until Stalinist initiatives to reconstruct femininity of the mid-1930s, women choosing to occupy masculine social roles who happened to be happy, well-adjusted lesbians were tolerated as part of the revolutionary social landscape. Their image as energetic and enterprising participants in the new society's political, economic, and military life earned the so-called active, that is, imitative of masculine traits, female homosexual admiration from some sexological authorities. Some women evidently exploited this stereotype to realize their own sexual desires and personal objectives. Women-loving women who manipulated the symbols of masculinity in this era successfully attracted little attention from the authorities for this very reason. We consequently have only occasional references to them, such as the passage from Gornung's diary cited by Bergen. These successful individuals were probably able, as the widow and intellectual Zuberbiller was, to disguise their same-sex desire behind a series of claims to respectability, an education, perhaps a previous marriage, a quiet way of life. Soviet Russia's apparitional lesbian subculture literally spoke half-voiced, evaporating as soon as it might be broached. I want to be a man. Transformations of bodies, clothing, and society. A 23-year-old female respondent to Israel Gelman's 1923 sex survey of students at Moscow's Sverdlov University ended a confession of her career as a homosexual with the words, "I want to be a man. I impatiently await scientific discoveries of castration and grafting of male organs, glands." Her faith that one day science would be able to give her the biological attributes of masculinity, and that a surgical intervention would be sufficient to confer manhood upon her, was not exceptional, nor was her desire to change sex unusual among so-called homosexuals of the 1920s. The medical techniques of gender reassignment in Soviet Russia in the 1920s were as rudimentary and broadly unsuccessful as those then available in the West. Despite such limits, clinical psychiatrists and biologists engaged in the emergent study of the mechanisms of sex differentiation were sought out by homosexuals, who believed these experts could transform them into beings of the opposite sex. As noted, within Russia's embryonic urban lesbian subculture, a limited masculinization of the individual left her still recognizably female. Recall Health Commissar Semashko's reference to these mannish women dressed, for the moment, still in a skirt. Expressions of literary lesbianism sometimes employed masculine grammatical gender or ambiguously gendered devices, but readers and audiences knew that they confronted a female voice, albeit in a decadent or exotic key. In this milieu, it was a woman-centered sexuality, rather than gender, that formed the basis of identity. By contrast, a demand for a surgical change of sex like that put to Gelman in 1923 may be interpreted as evidence of transgenderism. It was arguably a precocious expression of a transgendered individual's desire that science make physical sex correspond to a gender identity viewed as paramount by the respondent. Other women diagnosed as female homosexuals may have wanted to be a man, without necessarily expecting medicine to intervene. Outside of Russia's great cities, some female homosexuals turned to more traditional methods of appropriating the privileges of masculinity, affecting self-transformations with clothing and gesture that allowed them to pass as men. Some used their acquired masculinity as a pathway to sexual relations with other women. These total transformations typified the survival of the passing woman in Russian culture. The existence of women who successfully lived as men has been well documented for traditional European and non-European societies. Men, too, have been observed performing the female gender. Late 20th century sexological interpretations of these performances may be anachronistic lenses through which to consider these durable and varied patterns of identity appropriation as they functioned in different times and cultures. Homosexuality, transvestism, and transsexuality are recent US and European constructs imposed on the infinite varieties of human sexual and gender diversity. In certain cultures, the performance of a gender transformation has been more significant to both actors and observers than any accompanying same-sex erotic activity. Our sexology-focused perception of these phenomena can blind us to important social, economic, and symbolic motivations for the activity. In 17th and 18th century Netherlands, for example, many passing women were motivated by poverty or by a desire for adventure and military service, and many women who adopted male identities in this context found it easy to do so because of their marginal or foreign status in a relatively fluid society. Moreover, the disguise of a polar gender as intelligibly masculine or feminine was, and frequently remains, a socially necessary performance for intersexual persons, hermaphrodites. In examining case histories of women who passed as men, accepting medical labels of homosexuality at face value can thus obscure aspects of gender and identity in unfamiliar contexts. Gender ambiguity in itself was not a modern or imported phenomenon in Russia. Masculine women and feminine men were already sufficiently common in the everyday experience of 19th-century Russians of far-flung regions that a number of words had been coined, apparently by peasants, to name and describe them. The lexicographer Vladimir Dal, who gathered his material between the 1830s and 1850s in central Russia, found that the manly woman was known as Muslanka, Muslatka, Borodulia, Suparin, and Razmuziki. Dal reported that his informants defined these women as resembling a man in their appearance, movements, voice, etc., or by structure, by body formation. They might even approach the condition of a hermaphrodite woman, Germaphrodichina. The lexicographer found an analogous vocabulary describing the feminine male. In addition, Dal reported that the verb devulatis was used of men who luxuriate, take women's habits, manners. None of the words describing mannish women was reportedly used as a deliberate insult, but some terms for an effeminate man, babatia, babulia, could in this sense sometimes be abusive, like baba. The elaboration of a verb to describe male effeminacy suggests that peasants exercised more judgmental scrutiny of this behavior than of analogous activities on the part of masculine women, for whom no verbs were coined. The closest Dal came to recording a critical estimate of the mannish woman was found in the entry for Borodulia. From Novgorod province, he recorded the phrase, Borodulia ne muzhik. The saying reminded its audience that such a woman remained subordinate to the men around her, but it was not as bluntly abusive as some of the words used against effeminate males. In a patriarchal society, women who exploited their manly traits might acquire respect and status, whereas males who forsook their manhood caused more damage to their reputations. Peasants confronting hermaphroditic offspring may have preferred, where plausible, to have them christened as boys, evidently for the social and economic advantages that would ensue. Rural and lower-class Russians possessed an array of terms to describe individuals who appeared or behaved like members of the opposite sex. They associated this gender marginality with hermaphroditism observed in domesticated animals, linking social qualities with the familiar phenomenon of physical sexual indeterminacy. The case of the peasants Maria Pavlovna Shashnina and Ekaterina Ivanovna Demicheva, accused of poisoning Demicheva's husband apparently so that the two might live together as lovers, suggests how Russian peasants might interpret same-sex relations between women within a framework of hermaphroditism. In 1886, the two women were arrested after Demicheva admitted poisoning her husband's kvass at the urging of Shashnina. They came to trial in the Nizhny Novgorod Circuit Court. 9 years later, St. Petersburg physician I.M. Tarnovsky examined the trial documents and wrote about the case in his study of female sexual perversion. Investigators discovered that Demicheva had had a sexual relationship with Shashnina before the marriage, and that Shashnina had previously had similar relations with 3 other peasant women. According to Tarnovsky, Demicheva and other peasants said Shashnina, as well as possessing female genitalia, also had something resembling a male member. Several of her women lovers said they had felt a sexual organ entering their vagina and had touched and even seen this member emerging from Shashnina's genital cleft. The women reported that, with her, they experienced the same sexual satisfaction they got from men. The peasants of this village said they knew Shashnina to be double-sexed, dvukpalaya, or double-harnessed, dvuksbruinaya. In addition to her reputed physical difference, she smoked tobacco, did not wear her hair in the customary kerchief, and dominated her mother and brother in household matters. Nevertheless, various medical experts examined Shashnina 4 times between June 1886 and June 1887, and all agreed no signs of hermaphroditism and no enlargement of the clitoris were present. Evidently, peasants interpreted Shashnina's sexual approach to other women as the result of having attributes of both sexes and expected that this included possession of a phallus or something like one. Shashnina's reputation as double-harnessed had paradoxically fixed her gender role as female, making it less likely that she might attempt to pass as a man, at least within her own community. Russian examples of the passing woman demonstrate that greater female mobility facilitated this phenomenon. Soviet psychiatry of the 1920s took an interest in women who convincingly occupied a male gender identity and, in accordance with the evolving sexological categories of European science, labeled them female homosexuals or occasionally transvestites. The reasons why some women decided to acquire manhood by changing their identity documents, assuming male variants of their names, and altering their dress, manners, and hairstyle are hard to reconstruct. In the cases discussed in Soviet psychiatric literature of this era, same-sex desire appeared to be a prime motive. Some of these women were undoubtedly not aware of the existence of any lesbian subculture in the capitals. They would have had less access to the possibilities open to masculinized women who courted respectability while wearing selected pieces of male clothing, such as the collars and ties sported by Parnak's circle. Passing as a man could, for these isolated women, serve as a means of gaining sexual access to other women. Yet others who adopted a man's identity were clearly attracted by the full range of male participation in the revolutionary struggle, including the military life. Sexuality may have been less urgent for them. The assumption of a male identity could satisfy numerous sexual, social, and personal ambitions for women engaged in these performances of gender. One common feature in the life histories of women who lived as men in revolutionary Russia was the fact that many apparently lived far from the capitals, the sites of the embryonic lesbian subculture, where this alternative to full gender transformation was evolving fitfully. The displacements of the era also produced opportunities for self-transformation. The story of Alexander Pavlovich, a female homosexual Nepman, illustrates these factors. This biological woman, described in 1925 by psychiatrist A.P. Shtess of the Saratov Bureau of Criminal Anthropology, had been trained and raised like a son by her father. The patient's childhood more resembled a boy's than a girl's, according to Shtess. When the family patriarch died in 1919, the patient's older sister, concerned that the wider household not lose the market income she generated, compelled the young trader to marry a weak-willed groom. The marriage ended after just 3 weeks, as the patient, disgusted with conjugal relations, began to don masculine apparel and then ran away to Astrakhan, formally assuming the name Alexander Pavlovich. For a period in Astrakhan, Alexander Pavlovich continued to engage in trade, presenting herself as a man in the marketplace. She enjoyed a great success among the female traders. In 1920, she returned to Saratov as Alexander, resumed trade in small silver goods, and compelled her extended family to address her as her masculine persona. She began a series of romantic and sexual liaisons with women, including one relationship lasting 2 years during which the partners considered the question of marriage. Alexander's assumption of a masculine social role was so complete that he even gave vent to his jealousy by giving this partner beatings, once hospitalizing her for 2 weeks. This Nepman's prosperity was sufficiently persuasive to quell disputes in the extended family over her assumption of a masculine identity. Alexander lived for approximately 4 years in Saratov, assisting her sister's households financially with the proceeds of her market activities, which eventually included a large volume of gaming at cards, Orlianka, and Konfetka, as well as trade in silver. Her success at these forbidden activities led to administrative fines, brawls with rivals and clients, and conflict with the authorities until she was arrested in 1924 and later transferred to the Bureau of Criminal Anthropology for examination and compulsory therapy. Using a combination of Freudian psychoanalysis, 17 sessions of hypnotherapy, and persuasion, Ubezdiny, Shtess claimed he was able to cure this patient completely of her homosexuality. Her willingness to relinquish her masculine identity, a point of resistance early in their encounter, was the ultimate proof of the doctor's successful intervention. The patient gave up smoking after her last hypnosis session. Her manners and behavior are more feminine and reserved. To the question of having a child, she thinks for a bit and then expresses the wish to have a baby at some point. Her mood is cheerful. On October 13th, the patient signed out of the clinic, dressed in women's clothing. Shtess published photographs of this woman before therapy in her masculine garb, then naked habitus, to reveal her body as typically female, not hermaphroditic, and finally, after therapy, docilely posed in a skirt, figures 10-12. She was dispatched to a branch of the family that would not be tempted by her earning capacity as a man to allow her to return to her old way of life. This patient's attempt to occupy a masculine gender role was the exterior manifestation of her homosexuality, which the doctor said produced internal conflicts with the environment. Shtess regarded as pathological the fact that for 4 years, this homosexual had successfully negotiated those supposed conflicts as a man. Alexander Pavlovich was not an isolated, exceptional example of the female homosexual who deployed a masculine social persona over a sustained time period. Her interest in the turbulent world of the NEP market was mirrored by an apparently widespread attraction on the part of women living as men to the even more dramatic arena of soldiery. The most widely discussed case of the female soldier as homosexual and transvestite was described by psychiatrist A.O. Edelstein in Evgenia Fedorovna M. had represented herself as a man since being orphaned in 1915 at 17. During the Revolution, she found work in the Chayka as a political instructor, politruk, in investigatory penal organs, and took part in requisitions and searches of monasteries, later traveling to the Southern Front where she took part in operations against banditry. During this time, she altered her identity documents to the masculine Yevgeny Fedorovich. She also began to have sexual relations with a series of women. In 1922, while posted by the GPU in a provincial town, Evgenia met and courted a woman postal employee, and they concluded an officially registered marriage with Evgenia presenting her altered, male, identity documents. Edelstein, who appears to have been able to interview S., reported that at first this woman did not suspect that her husband was not male. Evgenia's ability or willingness to sustain her performance as a man faltered not long after the marriage. Rumors reached S. that Evgenia was a woman, and Evgenia finally admitted as much to her. This did not end the partnership, however. Evgenia's indiscretion brought attention to herself and doubt about her sex, apparently inspiring local authorities to charge her with a crime against nature. The poorly constructed case against Evgenia failed, and the Commissariat of Justice was compelled to recognize the two women's marriage as legal because concluded by mutual consent. The pair remained together for another 2 or 3 years. After S. had an affair with a male co-worker, she had a child, which Evgenia legally adopted, and the two women and the infant formed a family until Evgenia's GPU regiment was transferred to Moscow. Evgenia appears to have abandoned her wife and child to follow her soldiering career, only to be fired in 1925 soon after arrival in the capital. The loss of her life in a man's uniform devastated Evgenia, and she was unable to make a successful transition to civilian life. She began to drink, causing disturbances, and leading a promiscuous sex life with women, eventually acquiring a second, unofficial, wife. In 1926, complaints began to accumulate that she was impersonating bureaucrats and party members for profit, and her drinking led to disorderly conduct. She found herself repeatedly before police and courts for hooliganism and extortion, until Dr. Edelstein examined her at the Moscow Health Department's Bureau for the Study of the Personality of the Criminal and Criminality. Throughout this decline and during the psychiatric observation, Evgenia maintained her self-presentation as a man. The doctor did not report any attempt to cure his patient, remarking cryptically that the social future of such a subject is very difficult. Evgenia's performance of a male gender role lasted for more than 10 years. Others, like Dr. Stess's Alexander Pavlovich, sustained similar performances for considerable lengths of time. Given more favorable circumstances, these women might never have been detected in their assumption of a masculine social position. These performances were not solely staged for the pursuit of material gain or for the opportunities of living as a man in a man's world. Same-sex desire was integrally connected to these women's desire to redefine themselves. They chose not only to become military men or, in Alexander Pavlovich's case, a gaudy Nepman, but to chase after ladies, okazivitsie barishnyami, to engage in many affairs with women. They found the masculine gender role well suited to satisfying this desire, and they eagerly exploited its potential. Nevertheless, while exploring their same-sex desire, these women wanted to remain physically female. Their failed copies of masculinity, in Judith Butler's phrase, reveal to us an otherwise hidden transcript of gender. In an atmosphere in which the transformation of the biological sex of animals was sensationally publicized and the role of hormones in the definition of biological sex was entering popular awareness, these women did not seek out medical interventions to change their sex. Evgenia and Dr. Sklyer's P.A., both scientifically knowledgeable, were almost certainly aware of recent advances in hormonal theories. Other individuals, as noted above, were already presenting themselves by the late 1920s to Soviet medical professionals requesting surgical sex changes. Evgenia P.A. and Dr. Stess's Alexander Pavlovich were not among this cohort of precocious transsexuals. In her History of My Illness, published by her psychiatrist, Evgenia Fedorovna M. did assert that women of her type consider their sex a misunderstanding and wish to transform themselves into persons of the opposite sex. But she did not argue for surgery to transform her body. Instead, she pleaded for acceptance of same-sex love as a particular variation in humanity. She argued that once members of the intermediate sex were no longer oppressed and smooth-aired by their own lack of consciousness and by petty bourgeois disrespect, their lives would become socially worthwhile. Evgenia pleaded, in effect, for the social and political rights of the intermediate sex, using arguments consciously borrowed from the essentializing, scientific justifications of homosexual emancipationism. Her assumption of a male gender persona, one traditional way for the sexually ambiguous to order their position in the world, was thus transitional, for she envisioned a world in which gender and sexual ambiguity would be understood by medicine and respected in a knowledgeable society. The revolutionary faith in science to end archaic moral strictures and to bring rationality to human sexual relations was a powerful tool not only in the hands of Bolshevik legislators and medical practitioners, but in the hands of ordinary individuals who manipulated it to justify their own desires. Evgenia Fedorovna M. wrote History of My Illness for her psychiatrist, explaining her personality in scientific terms, and elite psychiatrists acknowledged that her reading of recent international scientific literature was impressive. How much reading Evgenia had in fact done is difficult to establish from existing sources. She dealt primarily with theories of pseudohermaphrodites and psychohermaphrodites, terms that by the 1920s had been propagated by Krafft-Ebing and Havelock Ellis for persons who experienced varying degrees of desire for persons of either sex, anticipating modern bisexuals. Evgenia spoke of pseudohermaphrodites as purely interested in same-sex relationships, echoing the concepts of apologists for same-sex love who used the term intermediate sex, srednyi pol. Pseudohermaphrodites, both male and female, have a particular predisposition to same-sex sexuality, she argued, and the attraction to a woman of the intermediate sex is just the same in nature as the normal man's attraction to a woman. The fact of a congenital predisposition was proved by erotic dreams about the same sex. In sleep, a person does not govern themselves, and if during involuntary erotic ecstasy the image of a woman and not a man appears to a woman, it means that such is her nature, which she is incapable of overcoming. These women are unable to reverse this attraction in themselves, which from their point of view is natural, even if they wanted to. Once we come to accept that along with the usual love there exists same-sex love as well, as a particular variation, then we must make the logical conclusion and permit persons of the intermediate sex access to their form of sexual satisfaction. Evgenia argued that society must learn to distinguish between the signifiers of sex, external sex organs, and the determinants of sexual desire, which were mental particularities established by nature itself in the gonads. She borrowed verbatim from a Tsarist apologist for the intermediate sex the assertion that science was well aware of the distinction. Professor Freud justly points out that people who are in a sexual sense perverted ought not to be considered degenerates. No one can consider people of the intermediate sex physically or mentally ill. One may count among the number of men with an abnormal deviation of sexual desire leading writers, Oscar Wilde, Whitman Verlaine, artists, Michelangelo, and musicians, Tchaikovsky. And this clearly proves that it is impossible to dismiss people of the intermediate sex to the category of the mentally and psychically disturbed. The expression of the wish for self-transformation into a person of the opposite sex, so that her desire for women might make sense in a world overwhelmingly ordered according to a heterosexual norm, blended with the vocalization of a new identity, that of an intermediate sex, of homosexual persons. If the world could not reconfigure Evgenia's misunderstood body with male sex organs or recognize her adopted masculine gender, her persona as Yevgeny, then it ought to accept her sexual desire, her sexuality directed toward women, as the misunderstood element of her being. In this fashion, Evgenia appropriated scientific and emancipationist language to explain and to vindicate both her same-sex desire and her gender dissent. Conclusion. Same-sex relations between women in Tsarist and early Soviet Russia reflected the general transformation of women's roles and opportunities. For increasing numbers of women, the ties of the patriarchal village were loosening and breaking, and as with migrant men in the city, links to family, zemlyakestvo, or artel were not always sufficient to maintain traditional forms of surveillance, including the monitoring of sexual behavior. If opportunities for an independent existence were hampered in the town by gendered legal disadvantages and the threat of medical legal supervision under the Tsarist regime of licensed prostitution, there were still occasional avenues for the expression of same-sex love. Adequate sources about this love between lower-class women have yet to emerge, and its character must be judged through the distortions of a single ubiquitous occupation, prostitution. In this realm, same-sex relations could be sheltered and even tolerated, particularly in licensed brothels, and the freedom or opportunity to express same-sex love in this environment was evidently sought by some women as prostitutes and as clients. As with men, however, the loss of control over this form of commodified private space in the early Soviet era broke up an arena for women's mutual sexuality. Women who sold sex during NEP did so in more precarious public spaces. Perhaps some found a symbiosis in combining mutual protection in a dangerous enterprise with mutual emotional and sexual relations. Lesbian love between women of the educated middle social strata was even more indistinct, for these women successfully and dutifully, if they were Bolsheviks, concealed their personal lives. It would be unreasonable to look for a lesbian subculture where women were not in a position to establish one. Moscow of the 1920s was not Paris or Berlin, capitals in which same-sex relations between women found expression in an elite salon culture, in a commercial sector of sometimes louche bars and cafes, as well as in the disreputable world of the sex trade. The sites of a potential Russian lesbian subculture were constrained by material scarcity and, after 1917, by a political mistrust of affluence and pleasure. The semi-public environment of the salon, making a public stage from domestic space, became constricted during the 1920s and died off in the fearful middle years of the 1930s. Networks and circles of like-minded women nevertheless exploited the regime's disregard for the home, and for them as homemakers, to preserve their affinities. A code of masculinized dress and manners enabled urban women who sought mutual erotic relations to recognize each other. There were pockets of tolerance for the mannish woman in military formations and in academic or cultural institutions, which permitted some self-conscious female homosexuals to earn a living and apply their talents. These women apparently exploited the valorization of social and economic activity in the public sphere promoted for women by the revolution. Education and paid labor provided claims to socialist respectability that might deflect criticism for the failure to marry or produce children. It appears that few women in this embryonic lesbian subculture came from the peasantry. Nor did urban women who loved women flaunt their sartorial masculinization, while in the countryside, reverting instead to a conformist femininity. Lesbian love supposedly required the oxygen of sophisticated city life, and early revolutionary Russia offered only a handful of cities with this degree of modernity. Russian women, in contrast to men, did not take control of public space to express same-sex desire through the definition of sexualized territories. A few, nevertheless, found a site upon which to inscribe their desire, their own bodies, through the performance of a masculinized womanhood or, more traditionally, in the assumption of a completely male identity. Some women made their desire for their own sex intelligible within the confines of a culture which imagined the sex drive as universally heterosexual. If desire flowed only through active and passive channels, then a woman's passionate desire for another woman might be constructed as active and therefore masculine. By combing and reworking known gender possibilities, such as the familiar phenomenon of hermaphroditism or the utopian prospect of sex transformation promised by experimental biology, they inhabited one gender without abandoning another biological sex. If female masculinity was an affirmation of self, and even a badge of emancipation and political consciousness, in its hardness, tverdist, it was also potentially alarming for those who would insist upon women's maternal essence. 3. Euphemism and discretion. Policing sodomites and tribids. Russia's patterns of mutual male and mutual female relations existed within a comparatively indifferent legal and medical regime. In contrast to the increased policing of sex between men observable in France, England, and Germany during the 19th century, The Tsarist justice system did not engage in systematic and sustained surveillance of pederasts or sodomites. Despite the existence of a statute forbidding sodomy, after 1835, authorities in Russia called upon doctors and later psychiatrists to produce expertise about so-called pederastic bodies and practices less frequently than their Western European counterparts. Forensic doctors and psychiatrists in Russia became aware of French and German forms of medical expertise for demonstrating anal intercourse and of European psychiatric models of homosexuality as mental illness. They were, however, unenthusiastic about applying these discourses in Russian conditions. Medical professionals were in a subordinate relationship with the Tsarist regime and police, and doctors regarded their unpaid forensic duties as burdensome. At the same time, as a discipline, psychiatry received little respect from the Tsarist government, which preferred to leave the control of socially disruptive elements in the hands of police and jailers. Meanwhile, Tsarist law had nothing explicit to say about sex between women, who were regarded in this patriarchal and archaic legal system as less than complete sexual and civil subjects. Legal medicine imagined mutual female sexuality as a problem only when force was used or when a woman imposed her sexual attentions on younger women and girls in her care. While some legal physicians observed and recorded single-sex relationships between licensed female prostitutes, these liaisons did not constitute an especially heightened focus of concern, as was the case in France, for example. In this climate, Russian psychiatrists were also relatively indifferent to the phenomenon of lesbian love as a form of sexual psychopathology. Underlying the disinclination to medicalize homosexuality in Imperial Russia was a comparatively indulgent view of same-sex practices by both rulers and police. Male same-sex relations were outlawed, yet enforcement and prosecution of the law was episodic. An examination of evidence from criminal cases and from statistical records reveals the extent to which the policing of the sodomite under the old regime was a business more of euphemistic administrative discretion than one of formal justice. Changes in policing patterns apparent after the 1905 revolution further demonstrate the degree to which arbitrary enforcement continued to prevail, now accompanied by new concerns about homosexuality as a problem in crucial spheres of imperial life. Moral legislation and the reluctance to pathologize the legislative basis for the prosecution of sodomy in Tsarist Russia was the product of forces quite different from those leading to similar prohibitions in old regime France, the German states, and England. While Western and Eastern Europeans shared the Christian tradition's prohibition of the sodomitical sin, sodomsky grech, Russian Orthodoxy did not express the harsh and persistently punitive view advanced by Roman Catholicism since the 12th century. Orthodoxy was less able to enforce those sexual norms it did espouse, having only begun the task of Christianization of Rus in the 10th century, in a territory that was vast and underpopulated in comparison with Western seas. The Russian Orthodox Church regarded all sex as dangerous and sinful, even sex within matrimony. Pre-1700 Orthodox Church sources, ecclesiastical court records, commentaries on church law, catechisms for lower clergy, demonstrate that male same-sex contacts were viewed within this framework as sinful, but also that this framework ordered some acts as less dangerous than others. Anal intercourse between men attracted penances as severe as those for heterosexual adultery, while other non-penetrative forms of mutual male contact were excused with the lighter penalties associated with masturbation. Yves Levin has suggested that this differentiated scale of penalties was based on Russian Orthodoxy's inheritance, through Byzantine canon law, of classical Athenian evaluations of anal intercourse. Orthodoxy sought to preserve the integrity of the male gender role, which was thought to be endangered if one man were willing to be penetrated anally by another. Meanwhile, non-penetrative forms of erotic contact were viewed less severely. This role-based distinction between forms of male same-sex activity lingered in later Russian legal definitions of sodomy. The significance of phallic penetration to Orthodox assessments of same-sex offenses was highlighted too by the penalties that female same-sex acts attracted. Penances for mutual masturbation between women were somewhat higher than those imposed on men for the same offense, but not as harsh as penalties for male anal intercourse. Sexuality between women attracted less attention from church hierarchs. Russian Orthodoxy had, for example, devised a large body of penitential codes to deal with the problem of mutual male erotic acts in monasteries, while no comparable set of texts on women's relations in convents was elaborated. The degree to which ecclesiastical authorities enforced prohibitions of same-sex relations remains unexplored, and accounts of punishment in later legal commentaries are rare. In one report, individuals of both sexes were executed by fire for sodomy, sodomsko delo, in 17th-century Muscovy. Systematic church attention to the issue was likely confined to the closed worlds of monasteries and convents, where the ascetic rejection of the flesh, supposedly made easier by single-sex environments, could be enforced most readily. Secular incursions into the regulation of same-sex sexual acts came later in Russia than in Western Europe. In France, England, and the Holy Roman Empire, states consolidating their control over local church courts or hierarchies between the 14th and 16th centuries enacted their own laws against sodomy. Often this legislation continued to assert religious reasoning for the prohibition. Moreover, Western legal understandings of sodomy during this era included not only anal intercourse, whether between two men or a man and woman, but other non-procreative sexual acts as well. It was only towards the end of the 17th century that sodomy came to denote a specific sexual act, as moral campaigners in northwestern Europe concentrated their attention on emerging urban subcultures of mutual male sexuality. Moralists acting from religious motives condemned male prostitution and public sex as wickedness, and there were episodic waves of sodomy prosecutions in the Netherlands and England. It was in this era that Peter the Great visited these nations during his tour of Europe, the so-called Grand Embassy of 1697–98, unprecedented for a Russian ruler. Peter was rumored to have experienced sodomy firsthand, as testimony in a contemporary boogery trial of an English captain in London revealed. Rather later in the course of his reign, on the advice of German advisors, Peter enacted Russia's first secular statute against same-sex relations. If the Orthodox Church had concentrated its surveillance efforts on the same-sex environment of men's monasteries, the Tsar turned a similar regulatory zeal on the army and navy, another homosocial sphere. Russia's armed forces were at this time the objects of major reforms in recruitment, training, and equipment. In Peter's military articles of 1716, as Laura Engelstein has explained, sodomy, named in an explicit and specific fashion as muzzolostvo, derived from the roots for man and to lie, was punished not as a private moral failing but because it threatened the stability of military hierarchies. The innovation was not hypocritically motivated, but reflected the mature Tsar's abiding concern that Russia replicate the results of what historians call the military revolution, which had made the armies of Europe vastly superior to Muscovy's unruly and ill-equipped forces. Increased contact with Western Europe during the 18th century and the gradual penetration of Western mores among Russia's ruling elite were reflected in the adaptation of Western sexual values. In a draft criminal code for civilians, proposed during the reign of Elizabeth I in 1754, an article on the sodomitical sin employed biblical labeling to identify the crime in much less specific language than that used in the military legislation. The article otherwise made the same distinction as Peter's military articles between consensual acts and those accompanied by force. The proposal was apparently an attempt to extend the military concern for hierarchies to society at large and to frame it in a recognizably religious context as a moral norm. A proposed penal code of 1813 included an even more euphemistic formulation prohibiting unnatural shamelessness. Protovoestestveno stidadiani. The language of this draft law expressed a moralistic fear of naming the crime in more explicit terms, following the widespread presumption of rulers that describing sodomy would only serve to spread the vice. This proposal also preserved and intensified the religious basis for punishment first seen in the 1754 draft. The early 19th century proposal indicated that in addition to penalties, differentiated by social estate, offenders would be required to make a public church confession, publicno cerkavno pokayanie. The enlistment of the church in the moral redemption of sexual outlaws coincided with the extension of Russian Orthodoxy's responsibilities for regulating personal and family matters in the post-Napoleonic reaction. When in 1835 a new criminal code was finally enacted, replacing a code that had been in force for 186 years, sodomy was prohibited for civilians. In this and the 1845 code that supplanted it, the requirement that Russian Orthodox subjects seek penance for sodomy cemented the religious and moral link that had been mooted in preceding proposals. Consensual sodomy was punished with exile to Siberia under what was later Article 995 of the Penal Code. Aggravated sodomy, that is, with minors or with the use of force or the abuse of a position of authority, netted exile with hard labor, Article 996. The legislation, which remained in effect until 1917, extended the secular regulation of male same-sex relations from a point of military discipline to the moral and social control of civilians. The state's increased concern for an orderly society was also reflected in the introduction of regulated female, heterosexual, prostitution in this measure, evolving in the following decades, subordinated medical expertise to policing functions, prostitutes with licenses, yellow tickets, to practice their trade were screened at regular intervals by physicians recruited by urban medical police committees. Focusing solely on public women, municipal medical police committees under the direction of the Ministry of Internal Affairs conducted the most systematic surveillance of deviant sexuality in the Russian state until the 1917 revolution. The medical approach to same-sex erotic relations in Russian science originated in the extension of medical police functions beyond the regulation of prostitution. Early 19th century forensic medicine in Russia had comparatively little to say about the detection of sexual crime or the examination of living persons. The development of this branch of legal medicine was only stimulated by radical changes in judicial practice accompanying the great reforms of the 1860s. The new system of justice relied on rational standards of evidence, presented orally and subject to questioning in cross-examination, in contrast to the pre-reform practices of written testimony and adjudication. The reforms also introduced jury trials in criminal cases, an important departure from other continental legal systems, where adjudication was based on scholarly knowledge rather than popular notions of justice. Doctors were now expected to answer in court for their opinions and to defend them from challenges by procurators, witnesses, and the accused. In criminal cases against same-sex erotic practices, whether consensual sodomy, sodomitical rape, or, at least potentially if not in practice, adult female sexual abuse of girls in their care, medical opinions about the signs of forbidden activity could be pivotal. During the 1850s and 1860s, forensic doctors in Western Europe had systematized knowledge of the physical signs of anal intercourse between males and, to a lesser extent, other traces of same-sex erotic contact, including contact between women. Particularly influential were the studies of forensic doctors Ambroise Tardieu of Paris and Johann Ludwig Kasper of Berlin. Tardieu's 1857 book on the forensic medical indications of sexual crime, including chapters on anal intercourse based on over 200 pederasts identified for the Parisian police, enjoyed great influence well into the 20th century. Russian medical professionals who developed an expertise in this field were aware of Tardieu's catalogue of cases yet were quick to criticize his claims with reference to counter-evidence from local examples. Kasper's studies of Berlin pederasts, published in the 1850s, were perhaps more influential than Tardieu's among Russian forensic doctors, who expressed a preference for the Germans' apparent caution and objectivity, even as they blended citations from both authorities and produced a hybrid of the German and French points of view on the indications of sodomy in males. The Russian forensic medical approach to sodomy detection was much less systematic than apparent reliance on any single Western authority might imply. The institutions supplying expertise in cases of sexual crime had only modest support from Tsarist resources. Legislation, the medical statutes of 1857 and 1892, prescribed onerous forensic duties for private practitioners where state physicians could not serve police and courts. Any doctor might be required to make legal depositions or commit the insane. Expertise varied widely in quality, with humble provincial employees, district, municipal, and police doctors, providing laconic and relatively unenlightened opinions, Zakliukenia, while professors from medical faculties in university towns delivered courtroom lectures, developing the scientific breadth and depth of their thought. Doctors received little or nothing for providing these services to police and courts. In 1890, the Ministry of Justice ruled that forensic medical examinations had to be provided without remuneration, and at least one doctor found his demand for payment refused after providing expertise in a sodomy trial. In the last years of the Tsarist regime, forensic medicine was on the curriculum in some medical schools and had its own faculty at Moscow University, although it remained a marginal discipline. Few dedicated forensic medical facilities existed in the empire. Police customarily referred to the nearest doctor, pharmacy, laboratory, or clinic, and operatives at this level had no contact with faculties of forensic medicine. Following the judicial reforms, and in these circumstances, the methods for identifying the stigmata of sodomy were absorbed by the medical profession 15 to 20 years after their articulation in France and Germany. They were applied to a pre-existing, but in some ways quite different, urban culture of mutual male sexual relations. Legal medicine's tendency in Europe to ally the practice of pederasty with the identity of the habitual pederast, to construct an identity out of behavior, was also apparent in Russian texts on sodomy detection. Yet Russia's low incidence of sodomy prosecutions moderated any nominative effect, which constant police attention directed toward the stigmatized group had produced in Germany and France. As a result, Russian forensic medicine's interest in sodomy detection was modest. An even weaker interest was displayed in female mutual sexual relations, although forensic gynecology was not without a role in uncovering evidence of victimization. The first Russian attempt to domesticate foreign knowledge about indications of same-sex couplings appeared in Forensic Gynecology, Sudobnaya Gynekologia, by Vladislav Mrzhivsky, published in 1878 in St. Petersburg. The author, a member of the Interior Ministry's Medical Council, devoted most of his manual to indications of female victimization by male sexual criminals. Nevertheless, a 57-page chapter on pederasty and brief sections on lesbian love and bestiality were included. These chapters on unnatural intercourse directly followed one about heterosexual rape, the most prevalent sexual crime. This ordering, and the placement of same-sex acts within a context of forensic gynecology, suggested that sodomy was merely an expression of unbridled male lust, which might choose as its object a woman, a boy, another man, or an animal. Yet within the chapter on sodomy a shift toward the pederast as a personality is discernible. Mrzhivsky began by discussing the history of legislation against the unnatural satisfaction of sexual lust, then reviewed the European literature on sodomy detection. He briefly noted that Casper proposed the vice was usually congenital, although he qualified this statement with a bracketed question mark, defining it as mental hermaphroditism, umstvenny hermaphroditism. Also acknowledged without further comment was Karl Westphall's recent assertion that abnormal sexual attraction was very often a psychopathic or neuropathic disorder. Mrzhivsky then turned to the social milieu in which the vice is hidden from the uninitiated, and produced 42 sodomitical case histories culled from Casper, Tardieu, and the St. Petersburg Circuit Court. Here the Russian cases turned chiefly on identification of the passive pederast through examination of the anal region and comparison with a catalogue of deformities. Following Casper, Mrzhivsky attacked Tardieu's claim that the active pederast displayed signs of his vice on the penis. Nevertheless, he included a case from the French physician, labeled habitual active and passive pederasty, characteristic conformity of the penis, without commenting on these descriptions. A similar eclecticism pervaded the venereologist V. M. Tarnowski's discussion of forensic medical technique in relation to the pederast in his Forensic Psychiatric Study of the Perversion of Sexual Feeling, published 7 years after Mrzhivsky's manual. This landmark text straddles the paradigm shift from forensic medicine to psychiatry on same-sex perversion. Drawing on Westphal and Richard von Krafft-Ebing, Tarnowski sought to downplay the reliability of forensic medical examinations as an evidentiary tool for the courts and to emphasize the possibilities for psychiatry as a way of explaining perversions. Yet despite this primary argument, the author devoted some 20 pages out of 105 to a technical description of anatomical examinations. Tarnowski wanted his professional readers to acquire precise, reliable techniques for detecting passive pederasty. For the examination, I have the boy stand across a wide bed on his knees. His chest lies on a pillow, with his head somewhat lower than the buttocks which he projects. The legs should be parted so that his knees and heels do not touch each other. In this position, I repeat, if the subject does not know the purpose of the examination and has no wish to conceal or dissimulate, the indications of habitual sodomy stand out in bold relief. Tarnowski noted that catamites, kindi, who were aware of the doctor's intent frequently clenched their buttocks, obscuring the indications of their sexual practices. He recommended compelling these youths to assume the posture described for protracted periods, to exhaust their resistance. This was more effective than Tardieu's suggested frequent changes of position. The indications of passive sodomy in Tarnowski's assessment varied little from Mrzhivsky's catalogue, but were presented in more precise anatomical detail. Tarnowski had examined 23 notorious catamite boys and found that the surest sign of the practice of passive sodomy was a weakening of the sphincter muscle. This could be detected by any doctor without specialist training. Tarnowski dismissed Tardieu's list of deformities of the active pederast's penis as evidence of degeneration rather than a specific sexual practice. While Tarnowski cooperated with the police to identify pederasts for the courts, as a doctor he believed he was often seeing the effects of congenital illness rather than acquired vice, verifiable with the techniques of psychiatry, not forensic medicine. The central question he proposed, what are we dealing with? A congenital deformity, an illness, or a debauched habit, porachneia pravichka, was not to be answered by a search for the stigmata of sodomy alone. The indicators of sodomy were only one pathway toward a forensic conclusion, because not all pederasts were alike. It was necessary first to establish with what kind of pederast we are dealing. Here Tarnowski supplied his professional readership with a detailed checklist to enable physicians to distinguish between culpable and innocent varieties of pederasts. These criteria highlighted the transitional tension in Tarnowski's approach from anatomical principles to psychiatric ones. The first step was to detect the indications of sodomy in the anus. If these were discovered and the patient was a youth, the doctor was then to seek physical signs of degeneration or mental deviations, indicators of a psychopathic subject. Such youths were congenital pederasts and should not be prosecuted. They were inclined to passive anal relations and found intercourse with women impossible, Tarnowski claimed. Healthy youths lacking clues to degeneration or mental illness were to be judged acquired pederasts, which could be corroborated if they took both anal active and passive roles and were able to have normal intercourse with women. Rare cases of the congenital active pederast might be distinguished by markers of degeneration, mental deviations, abnormally developed genitals, and an aggressive loathing of women, as opposed to the mere indifference of the passive counterpart. In youths, one had to rely chiefly on somatic indicators, while with adults, Tarnowski counseled a psychiatrist's approach. You must know the man closely to distinguish between past and present personality characteristics. A full biography was crucial. The careful collection of data regarding heredity, the most detailed anamnesis, following the patient's life step by step, especially the period of sexual maturation, along with an all-encompassing investigation of the physical and mental status of the patient will help to decide whether we are dealing with a congenital or acquired perversion of the sexual drive. The circumstances of the crime needed to be examined to eliminate the possibility of the most dangerous and least culpable variant, periodic pederasty, where violent bouts of sexual disorder caused by organic maladies punctuated an otherwise peaceful existence. Evidence in the patient history of degenerate heredity, epilepsy, progressive paralysis, and in the aged senility might exculpate the adult pederast. Only the elimination of all above-mentioned pathological states will permit one reliably to confirm the debauchery, moral corruption, and completely punishable, conscious, voluntary depravity of the examined subject. Tarnowski argued strongly that Russian legal practice regarding acts of sodomy failed to distinguish between congenital, innocent, and acquired, culpable perpetrators, and that anatomical techniques inherited from Casper and Tardieu were inadequate to the psychiatric task of determining who ought to be prosecuted. Perhaps recognizing that legislative change was unlikely, he observed that only the mutual labor of the doctor and the jurist, the investigator and the philosopher, could set a new boundary between physiology and pathology, between the correction of the healthy, the rehabilitation of those with pathological predispositions, and the curing of the sick. A handful of cases in the medical literature demonstrated that an eclectic blend of forensic medical and psychiatric understandings of pederasty, similar to Tarnowski's, circulated in late 19th century Russia. In these texts, the weight of authority was already shifting from forensic medicine to psychiatry, but the claim to uncover sexual practice from the physical signs of pederasty reserved a potential labeling role for forensic physicians. Another signal of the shift from physical indicators of pederasty as an act to indicators of same-sex perversion as an identity was the attention forensic authorities paid to the subculture of Russia's urban pederasts. If, as Merzhevsky claimed, Petersburg lacked the completely organized society of pederasts as in Paris, he still furnished readers with details of the capital's pederastic demimonde, considering it a less elaborate version of that found in Western Europe. Mrzhevsky's descriptions of Parisian male prostitution dominated by effeminized youths, some in female costume, were set next to local cases presented without references to unmasculine behavior. He implied that Petersburg pederasts were untroubled by anxieties about their masculinity. European psychiatric models of men's same-sex perversion first began to express a closer link between male effeminacy and physiological concepts of hysteria and degeneration during the 1870s and 1880s with the influential work of Karl Westphal and Richard von Krafft-Ebing. These fusions of behavioral phenomena, unmanly acts, with supposed biological conditions, frequently reduced to degeneration, the cumulative effect of venereal disease, addiction, or hysteria on successive generations, allowed psychiatrists to posit a congenital origin for sexually deviant personalities. Following these authorities, Tarnowski emphasized effeminate characteristics in his subjects more than Mrzhevsky had, while linking these to a social sphere in which pederasts flourished, giving it a distinctly caste-like character. The pederast always seeks the society of those similar to himself, because only in their presence can he give satisfaction to his abnormal instinct without punishment, and find sympathy for his pathological condition or encouragement for vice. What is more, the active pederast, by the walk, manner of comportment, gesture, speech, looking in the eye, etc., will recognize a passive pederast more easily than would a normal man. From his point of view, the catamite, by the tone of the conversation, quickly guesses what is going on. Thus, pederasts in general rapidly become acquainted with each other and live to a great extent among circles in which all types of the sexual deviant activities described are met. The intimations in Mrzhevsky of a personal identity characterized by pederasty were fully realized only a few years later in Tarnowski's assessment of the pederastic subculture of St. Petersburg. He observed, if there was a uniquely Russian aspect to forensic medical lore on pederasty, it was concentrated on the bathhouse as a locus for male prostitution. Mrzhevsky sought to warn forensic medical practitioners of the potential exploitation of bathhouses by pederasts by presenting the 1866 Petersburg case of the depraved work team. Tarnowski, perhaps under the influence of patriotic affection for the baths and their associations with hygiene, viewed them instead as a guarantor of public order because they purportedly kept male prostitution off the streets, ordered it according to peasant custom, and curbed extortion rackets. Discursively, he distinguished extortionist solidarity from that displayed by bathhouse attendants as the collusion of urban gangs. Despite the fact that their rewards were divided equally between the participants, just like those of the bathhouse artel. In his reluctance to condemn the Russian simple folk for organizing themselves to exploit these opportunities, there was a hesitation to pathologize all aspects of same-sex erotic practice. A presumption that the lower orders, in their economic and cultural subordination in Russia's urban life, were sexually innocent prevented Tarnowski from medicalizing all mutual male sexual activity. Forensic specialists also regarded women as comparatively innocent of same-sex depravities. Since such relations between women were not a crime in Tsarist, nor subsequently, in Soviet law, legal medicine paid far less attention to the anatomical indications of what was usually referred to as lesbian love, lesbiiskia libov, or tribadism, tribadia, in forensic studies. An early Russian article on medical legal expertise in same-sex crimes published in 1870 by one Dr. Zuk of the Ministry of Internal Affairs stated, if a woman uses another woman for the satisfaction of her sexual excitement, then this crime is called lesbian love. Despite the use of this language, Zuk then asserted that such love could only be a crime if a woman abused a position of power over a ward or pupil. If there was no such relationship between two females apprehended in mutual sexual relations, then it was not our affair to judge and punish them, and in any case, lesbian love leaves extremely rare traces. Very few cases of sexual assaults between women, or of women's seduction of female minors, appear to have reached the courts. Mrzhevsky's Manual of Forensic Gynecology similarly abdicated any role for the doctor when lesbian love was suspected. Even in court cases in which minors or the mentally deficient were seduced by women, doctors were obliged to declare themselves not competent to give testimony, unless it could be shown that the victim's hymen had been ruptured. The use of dildos, kauchukovai muzaye, literally, rubber husbands, and mutual masturbation between adult women might leave minor traces. Enlarged clitoris, enlargement or pigmentation of the labia minora, but nothing reliable as evidence, for these could be observed on innocent individuals. In his brief discussion of the issue, Mrzhevsky made no references to European authorities. citing only the ancient poets and one modern author, Adolphe Bellet, whose novel Mademoiselle Giroux ma femme, Paris 1870, was said to be typical of a Western popular literature cloaked in morality while stimulating passionate natures to vice. Without a legal sanction against female same-sex love, forensic medicine saw little need to develop expertise in its detection. There were few further passages mentioning lesbian love in forensic medical texts published before. European forensic gynecological lore about pederasty or lesbian love had little impact in Russian medical practice because the enforcement of laws against same-sex erotic acts, discussed below, was comparatively modest. Medical practitioners were seldom compelled to furnish evidence in cases of this type and did not accumulate experience or circulate observations about the detection of vice with the energy of their continental European counterparts. Medical understandings of the problem did not acquire the authority they enjoyed in France and Germany. With the European paradigm shift in explanations for same-sex love from forensic medicine to psychiatry, the potential development of the medical model of homosexuality became even less likely in Imperial Russian conditions. Michel Foucault has proposed that psychiatry in Europe was a bourgeois science, deploying a medical understanding of sexuality first on the middle class itself before turning its attention to other social groups. The professional position of the discipline of psychiatry in late Tsarist Russia, a society with a notoriously small middle class, was confined by this bourgeois orientation. Psychiatrists formed a tiny corporation of only 350 practitioners in 1916, concentrated in the largest cities and earning a substantial portion of income from private clinical practice. Like the urban middle class as a whole, psychiatry in autocratic Russia lacked political leverage, even after the quasi-constitutional settlement following the 1905 revolution. If forensic gynecologists and physicians had a problematic relationship with the regime and its police, tensions between psychiatry and authority were even worse. Conflict over the forced incarceration of criminal and political prisoners, confined in chains and accompanied by jailers, in mental asylums undermined psychiatrists' claims to manage these institutions as centers for therapy. Indeed, the discipline's therapeutic claims were the subject of great pessimism, with asylums chronically underfunded and mistrusted. Forensic psychiatrists commanded little respect in courtroom battles over the defense of non-responsibility by reason of derangement. Defensive and deprived of respect and resources, Russian psychiatry was scarcely positioned to advance claims for expertise and financial support beyond the familiar problems of insanity and neuropathy. When Russia's psychiatrists in this era did discuss same-sex love as a medical question, their thinking was as much determined by the particular environment they inhabited as by the groundwork laid by Europe's pioneers of sexual psychopathology. Veniamin Tarnowski's 1885 forensic psychiatric treatise on pederasty, in its varied congenital and acquired forms, did not stimulate a flood of case histories confirming his findings from Russian psychiatrists, and neither did the appearance of a Russian translation of Krafft-Ebing's Psychopathia Sexualis, the landmark psychiatric taxonomy of perversions, in Tarnowski's work, with its medical police origins, did not elicit enthusiasm from colleagues. His resolute defense of Tsarist prostitution regulation and his close identification with state authority discounted in their eyes his pathologizing views of the prostitute and perhaps of the pederast as well. Another Tarnowski, Ippolit Mihailovich, a St. Petersburg obstetrician-gynecologist, produced a study of perversion of the sexual feeling in women, explicitly adopting a view of female same-sex relations as normal and natural. Despite his awareness of Western theories of congenitally perverted sexuality and somewhat inconsistent reasoning, itself a product of the inherent contradictions of the medical model of sexualities, Ippolit Tarnowski's sympathies lay with the women of all social classes he described. His view was tempered by the widespread feminism and the sense of disempowerment shared by male members of the intelligentsia engaged in the medical profession under Tsarist constraints. The single most influential Russian proponent of the medical model of same-sex relations, Vladimir M. Bekhterev (1857–1927), confined his application of the psychiatric paradigm almost entirely to ethnic Russian upper-class males drawn from clinical, not forensic, practice. His focus on a narrow range of male deviants among the respectable elements of the dominant gender and ethnicity of the empire mirrored Western psychiatry's interest in applying the paradigm of perverted sexuality in the first instance to bourgeois males. Bekhtcherev's celebrated opposition to the abuse of forensic medicine by the regime and his interest in the clinical rather than forensic aspects of sexual perversion made his promotion of the medical model of homosexuality more palatable to his discipline. Finally, his emphasis on a nurturist etiology for sexual perversions appealed to a profession searching for a role in public life. By explaining the mechanisms of sexual development and derailment, psychiatrists could claim expertise in the prophylaxis of perversions. Bekhtcherev's interest in same-sex love originated in his experiments with hypnosis as a form of psychotherapy. His earliest article on what he termed perverse sexual drives, Prevratny Polyvlechenia, appearing in 1898, described 2 case histories of male patients suffering from attraction to their own sex and the doctor's efforts to cure them using hypnotic suggestion. In this article, Bekhtcherev did not examine the etiology of sexual perversion. He did refer elusively to perversions as a syndrome similar to degeneration, and he noted the terminology used by Krafft-Ebing to describe same-sex love. Where the article broke new ground for Russians was in his assertion that hypnosis was a completely effective means of therapy for sexual deviance. There was no longer a need for doctors to limit themselves in such cases to a virtually passive role. When confronted with these disorders, Bekhtcherev declared. The French psychiatrists Jean-Martin Charcot and Valentin Magnin had proposed a similar therapy for sexual inversion in 1882, but Veniamin Tarnowski had scarcely addressed therapies in his monographs on perversion, and Bekhtcherev, Russia's chief advocate of suggestion therapy, was the logical promoter of its application to sexual perversion. Bekhtcherev's principal contribution to Russian psychology and psychiatry was his theory of reflexology, and his later writing about sexuality concentrated on the interpretation of case histories using this theory. Applying a model of stimulus and instinctual reaction to human behavior, Bekhtcherev emphasized the environment as the source of mental pathologies, including sexual perversions. Perverse sexual drives, he wrote in 1913, were the result of childhood sexual traumatization, careless upbringing, and later experiences. Inappropriate sexual stimuli formed combined reflexes, sakatatelnai reflexi, which developed in puberty to produce habitual perversion. His conclusions were based not only on clinical observation and comparison of patient histories, but on laboratory examinations of the human brain. He rejected various hypotheses for a congenital origin to homosexuality, including Magnin and Glay's theory of the woman's brain in man's body, noting that brains of homosexuals he examined revealed no discernible differences from normal brains. Bekhtcherev reserved a small and secondary role to degeneration as a biological factor that might in some cases be contributory. The appearance of a strong sexual appetite in early childhood was a degenerate characteristic that could awaken the sex drive at an early age in unusual circumstances, with which it would closely compose itself and then soon solidify as a result of its production over time in analogous external circumstances. The implications of this etiology were clear. Monitoring childhood sexual experience was crucial to the development of normal sexual attraction. The medical model of homosexuality in late Tsarist Russia owed its relative weakness to a combination of chronological and developmental circumstances. The delay, in comparison with its Western rivals, of the Russian Empire's efforts to adopt liberalizing reforms, slowed the arrival and evolution of this very specific form of forensic and medical expertise. Even after forensic medical lore about detecting pederasty and lesbian love had been domesticated, for the most part it failed to circulate and develop in significant local ways. Legal medical practitioners generally lacked institutional platforms and served the state unenthusiastically. Despite the existence of legislation that might have called for a vigilant and frequent surveillance of the sodomite, if not the tribade, Tsarist policing of the prohibition would be sporadic or indifferent, and expertise in detection remained a peculiar sideline of forensic medical knowledge. The paradigm shift from forensic medicine to psychiatry in theories about the medical significance of same-sex love contributed to the reluctance of medicine in Russia to pathologize the homosexual. The psychiatrist in Tsarist Russia was embroiled in institutional battles that threatened the existence of the profession. There was little energy for the extension of the discipline beyond the primary concerns of the care of the insane, the funding and operation of asylums, and, for an urban elite, the cultivation of a private practice. Russian psychiatric attention, when it was focused on the problem of homosexuality, rejected the full range of stigmatization when applying the discourse to women or members of the lower classes, out of sympathy with their subordination. Psychiatrists themselves suffered from the same subordination in the autocratic state. A regime jealous of power and suspicious of technical expertise was unreceptive to disciplinary discourses developed in bourgeois and generally liberal societies. Euphemism in the policing of sodomy. Late Tsarist Russia had inherited unambiguous legislation against male same-sex relations. Criminal sanctions for sodomy between consenting adults were relatively harsh until 1900, and were still severe after revisions to punishments following this date. Tsarist discourse gave no quarter to male practitioners of same-sex love, even as it virtually ignored female same-sex eros as a possibility. Yet a swarm of contradictions in the administration of the anti-sodomy statute lay beneath the smooth surface of euphemized power. Until 1905, prosecutions appeared to be dwindling, with criminal proceedings affecting less privileged members of society disproportionately. Convictions for consensual sodomy in particular appeared to have become increasingly rare. In the aftermath of the 1905 revolution, specific groups and imperial districts bore the brunt of heavier enforcement, further highlighting the inequitable policing and juridical practice surrounding this legislation. The concealed but notorious indulgence by the last two tsars of men who had sex with other men, both within the royal family and among the government servitors, completed the circle of contradictions that surrounded the issue of homosexuality and the law. In the decades before 1914, unlike other European powers penalizing male same-sex relations, Russia did not produce its own Oscar Wilde, Philip Prince zu Eulenburg, or Colonel Alfred Redl, figures whose public downfall dramatized male homosexuality as a political problem, an expression of anxieties about masculinity and military preparedness. There were plenty of potential Russian candidates available to fill the role, yet society was habituated to the observance of discretion and concealment in such matters. When that discretion was breached, the miscreant used his connections to suppress scandals before they came to procurators' attention. The autocratic state itself was inclined to apply administrative punishments that would obviate any courtroom session. In practice, the demands on elite men having sex with men of maintaining minimal discretion and of husbanding connections dictated that the autocracy needed only very small investments in administrative coercion to maintain the euphemism that sodomites did not exist in elite society and government. Informal public pressures need not even involve the regime. Composer Peter Tchaikovsky learned the value of such discretion after being linked in journalistic accounts during his student days to a group of pederasts said to frequent St. Petersburg's Chaumont restaurant. The ultra-conservative editor of the newspaper Grazdanin, Prince Vladimir Meshersky, taxed his connections to Tsars Alexander III and Nicholas II to the limit, obtaining not only subsidies for his publication, but advancement for a host of young military men he fancied and sponsored. Because of his peccadilloes, Meshersky was not received at court, but the Tsars met and corresponded with him privately and were aware that the prince discreetly advertised this relationship to obtain favors for his friends and journal. Alexander III ordered the suppression of proceedings against the prince in an 1887 scandal involving a youth in the Imperial Guard, despite the disapproval of Meshersky's family and the active pursuit launched by Chief Procurator of the Holy Synod Konstantin Pobedonostsev. A further sexual scandal, implicating some 200 men including Meshersky and members of the imperial family, was similarly quashed. There were at least 7 gay Grand Dukes at the time, uncles, nephews, or cousins of the last two Tsars. According to Simon Karlinsky, of these, the brother of Alexander II, Grand Duke Sergei Alexandrovich, stood at the top of the homosexual pyramid of Russia's social life. Accompanying these contradictions of the formal prohibition of sodomy at the highest level was a system of unequal and, until 1905, declining enforcement. Critics agreed that one of the worst evils of the statute was the actual disuse of the law, the random and unjust character of repression, ruinous to some but sparing others, though strong in position, influence, connections. Euphemism, the concealment of the elite's dirty linen, operated most tellingly in the courts, where only a tiny percentage of cases involved privileged persons, or so it appeared. A statistical study of the 440 convictions for sodomy from 1874 through 1904 in Imperial Russia contradicted this perception, claiming 5% of pederasts were from the upper classes, yet these same classes were only responsible for 8% of criminal convictions for all offenses in these years. When examined by occupation, the same sample showed, however, that a disproportionately small number of state servitors were convicted for sodomy. Members of the free professions, artists, physicians, men of letters, teachers, the clergy, and servants and craftsmen were among those most likely to be convicted. A similarly large proportion of convictions for sodomy, compared with their shares of convictions for all crime, were borne by non-Russians and, in particular, by Eastern peoples characterized by the most passionate temperaments. Although in strictly numerical terms, 72% of sodomy convictions fell to European Slavs, Russians, Ukrainians, and Belarusians. Other forms of inequity were alleged by critics of the sodomy law. The justice system prosecuted these cases much less successfully than the average crime, with only about % of sodomy indictments leading to conviction, compared with a conviction rate of 66% for all other crimes. Juries were increasingly inclined to acquit persons accused of the offense in the late imperial era, and those they did pronounce guilty frequently received moderated or reduced penalties. The actual number of cases prosecuted per year was very modest, and in the 31 years up to 1904 a gradual falling trend in the proportion of sodomy to all criminal indictments was observed. Procurators in St. Petersburg and Moscow appear to have read a political message in the suppression of the scandals of the late 1880s involving Prince Meshchersky and the Grand Dukes and abandoned prosecutions for consensual sodomy altogether. Policing practices regarding consensual and aggravated sodomy, to judge from available sources of the era, relied on complaints from members of the public or from the parents of victims. Not surprisingly, if pederasts engaged in public sex, especially if drunk and disorderly while doing so, they ran a greater risk of detection. In archival records of sodomy trials, and in the forensic medical and psychiatric literature, the police rarely figure as initiators of arrests. Rather, they acted when a denunciation was received, or when other circumstances drew their attention to a particular pederast. In 1871, 2 drunken men were apprehended when police happened to discover them engaged in anal intercourse near a railway embankment in St. Petersburg. A porter spied through the keyhole of a Vitebsk hotel room as nobleman Pavel Petrovich Pisany copulated with via the anus in 1887, leading to a denunciation of Pisany's strange way of life and police questioning of his youthful partners. Petr Mamiv, arrested in 1888 on a Moscow boulevard and eventually charged with passive pederasty, had been drunk and brawling with another man at the time of his arrest. In contrast to the surveillance routines typical from the mid-19th century in Paris and Berlin, Russian police devoted little energy to the pursuit of this crime. Given that the intimate character of homosexual actions makes these relations practically undetectable, only a handful of cases came to court. Cases under Article 996 in which a younger or weaker male was raped or abused were more vigorously prosecuted with the help of forensic medical evidence and probably constituted the vast majority of sodomy convictions. Article 995 against voluntary sodomy was virtually a dead letter in the largest of Russia's cities by the end of the imperial era. Cases of the rape, isnasilovany, of men and boys constitute the most frequently recorded same-sex sexual crime pursued by the Tsarist courts. It was estimated that for each conviction under Article 995, there were 4 for Article 996, using force or abusing the dependency of the victim or with a minor. During the years from 1874 to 85, both Mierzchewski and Tarnowski doubted that male rape could actually be committed, where both parties were at least youths if not fully grown. Delicately, they implied that the barrier of the sphincter muscle could only be breached voluntarily. Because of anatomy and predisposition, the receptive male in a same-sex rape was incapable of being victimized. The realities of rape between males in Tsarist Russia were considerably more brutal and complex, and forensic medical practice did not discard the notion of the penetrated boy or youth as victim, despite the theoretical musings of these authorities. Perhaps the violence of these cases moved most doctors to produce detailed evidence to assist police in securing convictions. The principal signs of anal rape were traumatic bruising and abrasions or cuts to the victim's anus or body or blood blistering observed on the penis of the perpetrator. Forensic doctors reported on these indications using formulas of words that occasionally appear to lead investigators to conclusions that would swiftly resolve these cases. The more defenseless the victim, by virtue of age, the more doctors openly employed conjecture and suggestion in their testimony. In the last peacetime decade of the Tsarist regime, a surge of convictions for sodomy was registered. This increase surpassed the general 35% rise in criminal convictions, reflecting the unrest following the 1905 revolution. documented for the first decade of the 20th century by Ministry of Justice statisticians. There was a virtual trebling of the number of sodomy offenses recorded, with the substantial weight of new convictions after the government's published statistics did not distinguish between consensual and aggravated sodomy, but following Piatnitsky's assumption that men who were convicted of the crime without accomplices were probably guilty of aggravated sodomy, it appears that about 78% of the 504 individuals convicted from 1905 to 1913 acted on their own. These were most likely convictions under Article 996, and their proportion did not vary from previous decades. These statistics did, however, point to a shift of enforcement of the sodomy statutes away from St. Petersburg and Moscow toward the towns and rural districts of southern Russia and the Caucasus. In the last 2 years during which statistics were gathered, almost half the total sodomy indictments for the Russian Empire originated in the Tiflis district, including the towns of Tiflis, Baku, Ekaterinoslav, Erevan, and other settlements in the region. Convictions of ethnic Slavic groups declined sharply, accompanied by an equally acute rise in the proportion of convictions of individuals from nationalities of the Caucasus. The unspoken reasons for the shift of sodomy policing away from Russia's largest and most European centers to the south and east and to the peoples who inhabited those regions appear to be the result of two complementary factors. On the one hand, within European or civilized Russia, indulgence of nonviolent male same-sex relations prevailed and was supplemented by arguments, however weak in this context, that a biological or psychological anomaly predisposed the civilized European male individual to homosexuality. In medical terms, a carving up of turf could be discerned, whereby forensic gynecologists and physicians continued to supply expertise in cases of coercive or abusive same-sex relations, while psychiatrists, albeit reluctantly and with nothing like the enthusiasm of their Western colleagues, began to explore the homosexual personality. Whether doctors, jurists, and cultural critics, discussed in Chapter 4, viewed the homosexual in their own society as morally corrupt, as benign but anomalous, physiologically deformed, or psychopathic, he was now rapidly becoming a public personality imbued with a specific sexual desire. On the other hand, no such personality was accorded to men who engaged in pederasty by medico-legal experts looking at the problem in the south and east of the empire. They argued that the phenomenon was primarily a result of local cultures, regardless of the incidence of sexual psychopathy among the populations of the region. Here Russian men of science had little doubt that the medical model was inappropriate, for, they said, the customs and habits of the natives of Georgia and Armenia, of the regions around Baku, and the towns of Tashkent and Samarkand bred same-sex relations, often of a coercive variety. The savage morals of the native population, Daikin Ravi Tuzemnogo Nazalinia, were responsible for the supposedly widespread Caucasian practice of abduction of male youths and boys for sexual purposes. In Tashkent and surrounding regions, the seclusion of women, masculine parasitism in the chaikhana, tea house, and local traditions of boy prostitution, bachabastvo, the keeping of itinerant troops of bachi, boy dancers who also engaged in paid sex, contributed to the prevalence of pederasty in Central Asia. More bewildering for Russian observers was the cultural crossroads of the Caucasus, where civilized, kulturny peoples lived side by side with primitive ones, and sexual psychopathy and degeneration interacted with the socially produced indulgence of male same-sex relations supposedly prevalent among primitive nationalities. The larger the city and the greater the number of Muslims it held, the more pederasty flourished. The vice, while chiefly blamed on Islamic traditions of female seclusion, was in this region also supposedly urban, the result of male mobility and the opportunities created by commodified private spaces. Baku and Tiflis inns, Persian bazaars, and bathhouses were known as places where males, reportedly usually Persians or Tatars, offer their passive services to active pederasts. Male migrants from Nagorno-Karabakh to the oil industries of Baku returned having grown accustomed to passive pederasty to earn a piece of bread. The urban lifestyle of the Armenians, with the corruptions of city restaurant life, Izbelovanosti Gorodskoy Restoranoy Zizny, nurtured pederastic relations, especially since men of this commercially successful nationality often traveled throughout the region. Meanwhile, the wealth of Baku's Islamic entrepreneurs, Persians and Tatars, allowed them to indulge in all the Eastern delights, including active pederasty with passive prostitute males. As one Russian psychiatrist-anthropologist wrote, "For a prosperous, infamous, and corrupt Persian or Tatar, a boy is the highest requirement of a refined taste, like the tainted egg for a Chinese mandarin of the highest rank, or Roquefort cheese or the high carcass of a hazel hen for a gourmand of the Petersburg aristocracy." In Russia's Orient, the exotic other included the sexually savage male, often a non-Christian or tainted by his location on the periphery of Christendom. Such men were scarcely worthy of medical attention, with the exception of the provision of forensic evidence in criminal investigations. Russian doctors argued rather that customs and habits needed to be studied and, by implication, radically changed. Only schooling and the accessible printed word could combat and reduce the harm done by socially sanctioned pederasty. While the Ministry of Justice's statistical gazettes failed to explain the conspicuous local increase in sodomy convictions, Russian forensic and psychiatric practitioners in these regions expressed attitudes that doubtless lay behind the police activity of the late Tsarist era in these districts. Conclusion: euphemistic practices characterized the regulation of same-sex love in the Russian Empire. Despite the enactment of legislation designed to impose a conservative European moral norm, the law enjoyed little force. Enforcement was naturally difficult to implement without adopting the policing methods, entrapment, routine surveillance, favored by the authorities in Berlin and Paris. Russia's police, while duly concerned with maintaining order and public decency, lacked the resources to devote to the active detection of sodomy. The Great Reforms stimulated medical police interest in forensic techniques of supplying evidence to prove sodomy or lesbian love in open courtroom trials, modeled on continental forms of jurisprudence. This arcane knowledge fit within the existing framework of forensic gynecology as practiced by medical police committees established to supervise licensed heterosexual prostitution. Yet, in spite of the reforms, the production of evidence in sodomy cases, for cases of lesbian love were ignored, was generally constrained by policing priorities. By World War I, only the forensic medical task of identifying the pederast who committed rapes on males had been routinely established in police and court procedure. Mierzejewski and V.M. Tarnowski remained the domestic authorities on this subject, as the demand for such expertise was modest. By the first years of the 20th century, Russian psychiatry was reluctantly but occasionally challenging forensic medicine as the principal interpreter of same-sex love in Russian medical discourse. The key texts on the criminological meaning of homosexuality, as it was increasingly called, in late Tsarist Russia abandoned descriptions of the body of the sodomite or tribade and turned to psychiatric medicine, both domestic and Western European, for the newest explanations of the phenomenon. Forensic medicine retained an ongoing role as purveyor to the courts of expertise in cases of violent sexual assaults between males. Policing of the anti-sodomy statute did little to extend the medicalization of same-sex love in the Russian Empire. Authorities were principally concerned with the detection and the punishment of acts of sexual violence. Yet their enforcement of the law betrayed attitudes toward male same-sex relations that were notably inequitable, especially in the years of violence and instability following indulgence at the highest levels. Shielded friends of the imperial court, and few cases even of male rape were tried in St. Petersburg and Moscow. No exemplary trial of a Russian Wilde or Eulenburg, staged to mark the homosexual as dangerous outsider, took place. Meanwhile, an increasingly vigorous stance against mutual male sexual relations characterized police methods in the southern and eastern fringes of empire. Here, even doctors who within the Russian heartland might concede a role for psychopathy in explaining the sexual dissident refused to apply the medical model to the phenomenon of native pederasty. A moralistic law, its unequal enforcement, and the contradictory theories circulating about the problem it was meant to regulate. These factors generated a robust debate in late Tsarist Russia and determined the shape of legal reform that came in the wake of its collapse. For the queer subject and the language of modernity, reforming the law same-sex love before and after 1918. In St. Petersburg in 1908, a pseudo-anonymous apologist for the intermediate sex defended his decision to speak in print about this new question, which it had been forbidden to raise before. A queer subject, feeling revulsion toward women and sexual attraction to men, may turn up in any family. How should this kind of young man be viewed? How is he to be raised? Should he be considered a freak or a debauched individual? To parents, all these questions are extremely important. The pain of the young queer subject and the confusion of his parents were a function of the silence that surrounded this new question. The author proposed to illuminate it in a popular and accessible manner, with a bricolage of texts drawn from a range of scientific and respectable European sources. The voice of this Russian queer subject, combining the language of medicine with individual rights, spoke behind a veil of anonymity, a ventriloquist of Western and modern homosexual emancipation. In the final years of the Tsarist era, a handful of obscure translators and publishers reproduced the latest European texts, sexological and apologetic, on homosexuality for a domestic Russian market. Doctors and jurists were often the ostensible audience for these works, but most significantly, authors, translators, and publishers of these texts sought to reach an educated lay public. The claims of the intermediate sex were now heard not only in discreet offstage negotiations between pederasts and authority, but in the emerging public domain created by the relaxation of print censorship after the 1905 revolution. The brief interlude of quasi-constitutional rule and Duma, parliamentary, politics, 1905–17, was marked by fresh discussions conducted by liberals and socialists on the problems of regulating sexuality. When the Bolsheviks came to power in 1917, this subject was apparently not a concern of the first order. Yet very soon revolutionary intentions regarding the relationships between the state, science, and church on the one hand, and the equality of men and women envisioned in the socialist program on the other, forced the problem of sexuality further up the regime's list of priorities. Same-sex relations figured in these priorities. In addressing them, Russian revolutionaries would draw from numerous sources to fashion a new discourse for the coming sexual order, including ambivalent socialist traditions and a legacy of local patterns of regulation. The queer subject and Tsarist-era politics of sexual dissent. Late Tsarist Russia had a comparatively rich and vigorous range of voices speaking about same-sex love. Works of literature and criticism, satires and counterblasts, and translations of foreign tracts and apologetic brought the question within the reading public's reach, disseminating new concepts and languages to describe mutual male and mutual female eros. Meanwhile, jurists sought to explain how both past and present societies regulated this love, as they put before their peers and their public audience suggestions for sexual legislation in the Russian Empire that was more just. Marxists stood on the margins of this discursive flood. Yet their few declarations on the coming sexual revolution were not without relevance to the issue of homosexuality. It was in literary form that Russian authors excelled in defending same-sex love. In no other European great power before 1914 was there as optimistic and confident an expression of the homosexual self as that portrayed by Mikhail Alexeyevich Kuzmin in his notorious and best-selling novel, Wings. It was the first modern coming-out story with a happy ending in any language. This autobiographical fiction described a middle-class Petersburg youth, Vanya, who grows aware of his difference and struggles to make sense of it. The narrative welded local elements of the homosexual subculture and of the philosophy of the fundamentalist Old Believer sect to a framework of classicism and cosmopolitanism in order to convey the particularity of Vanya's and Kuzmin's emotional and intellectual journey to self-acceptance. For participants in the homosexual subculture of St. Petersburg and Moscow, the familiar landmarks of Russian life in the novel rooted it in a shared experience and gave it a power exceeding its literary value. Wings, Simon Karlinsky observes, became the catechism for what poet Nikolai Gumilev described in 1912 as a whole array of people, united by a common culture, who have quite justly risen to the crest of life's wave. Gumilev recognized the novel's political appeal and Kuzmin's status as a spokesman rooted in a common culture of same-sex love. Wings enjoyed a success de scandale, its moral viewpoint distinguishing it from contemporary Western European analogues and serving, unlike those texts, to propose an uncompromisingly positive evaluation of same-sex love in the Russian cultural landscape. A less successful novel, but one frequently paired with Wings as the equivalent for celebrants of lesbian love, was 33 Monsters, published in 1907 by Lydia Zinoviev. The fiction, a series of melodramatic diary entries written by an unnamed narrator, depicted a lesbian relationship between the diarist, a woman of extraordinary beauty, and her lover Vera, a famous actress. Their love is portrayed as hysterical, tearful, and passionate, Yet the affair ends when Vera deliberately sacrifices the object of her happiness to the appropriating gaze of 33 male artists. Their 33 portraits of the diarist capture her beauty, freezing it like Dorian Gray's, but in the process also transforming her into a multiple mistress and prostitute. Vera's magnanimity exacts a terrible price, and she commits suicide rather than endure the loss of her bisexual lover to the men. Diana Lewis Bergen comments that Genevieve Annabel's novel is as much about aesthetics as lesbian love, yet because of its scandalous content, coming so soon after the publication of Wings, it acquired lasting notoriety as Russia's first novel of lesbianism. In contrast to Kuzmin's novel of male love, Monsters imported a foreign, specifically a French, language of lesbianism and confined it to a cushioned and carpeted interior setting with little that was recognizably Russian. Its pessimism and the suffocating masculine gaze it deployed to destroy the two women's love conformed to the formulas of cosmopolitan literary decadence. Monsters was nobody's catechism, and as the poet Zinaida Gypius remarked, it did not reflect the truth about women. Somewhat later, in 1915, an authentically lesbian poetic voice did emerge in the work of Sofia Parnak, but critics who lacked a language for evaluating her most explicitly female-loving verses greeted them with silence and consternation. Parnak's work rejected the St. Petersburg-centered salon conventions of literary homosexuality, which heavily aestheticized works like Genevieve Annabel's had helped to inaugurate. Experimenters with idiosyncratic sexualities and genders dotted the landscape of the Tsarist capital's literary salons, imbuing the theme of same-sex love and the blending of gender with exotic and mystic colors. Decadence, the aesthetic fashion across Europe, made its mark on Russian literary culture, and sexual and gender dissent were integral if highly controversial features of the trend. Literary scholars and historians have mapped the terrain of Russian decadence and its interest in sex and gender transgression. But little has been said about texts that defended transgressive sexualities in genres of nonfiction. In part, this is because only a modest number of such works appeared in Russia, and because they remain bibliographic rarities that until recently were sequestered in the special collections of Soviet libraries, inaccessible to researchers. Other books of this type were simply translations of foreign texts. Nevertheless, a literate public that was fascinated by sex and not always concerned about hierarchies of genre apparently consumed these tracts and translations about same-sex relations. Such publications supplied readers who might not be committed devotees of the modernist avant-garde with access to the new languages for describing and understanding same-sex love. One significant non-literary introduction to the issue, written and produced in Russia, appeared in 1908 under the title People of the Intermediate Sex, Lyody Sredniego Pola. Composed by the pseudonymous P.V. Oshakovsky, its 226 pages summarized for jurists and doctors, for worried parents of the queer subject, and for any educated person, all that was necessary to acquire a proper and completely scientific view of same-sex, adnopolea love, according to the latest European theories. This popular manual opened with an introduction to the medical explanations for homosexuality, homosexualnost, ranging from the female soul in a male body of Karl Ulrichs to the psychopathological model of Krafft-Ebing and the psychoanalytic proposals of Freud. It provided important extracts from autobiographical accounts of the psychology of the perverted individual, including letters to Emile Zola from an Italian invert, and an account of a visit to Berlin's Uranian, male homosexual restaurants and gathering spots, as well as a description of a meeting of Hirschfeld's Scientific Humanitarian Committee, founded in 1897 to promote the emancipation of homosexuals. Medical legal descriptions of male prostitution in European capitals were culled from P. Bruardel and A. von Schrenk-Notzing. British expertise was represented with biographies of the invert, first published by Havelock Ellis, followed by a long excerpt from Andrei Rafilovich's account of the trial of Oscar Wilde. After a substantial chapter devoted to quotations from Moll, Faray, and Bloch on bisexual perversion, Dvupolo Izvrasheny, Oshakovsky concluded his bricolage with an assessment of the general view of persons of the intermediate sex, quoting again from Krafft-Ebing, Carpenter, Hirschfeld, and Bloch. At first glance, this precocious manual was of limited originality, yet it provided ordinary literate Russians with translations of a surprising array of key contemporary works about homosexuality, many of them emancipationist in tone. The book's conclusion imported that sentiment in a domestically written plea for tolerance. Ushakowski departed from bricolage to argue not merely for the decriminalization of same-sex relations in Russia, but for their acceptance as a natural part of the human sexual order. Legislation against same-sex love was illogical and impossible to enforce. The law should protect children and the insane and forbid all manner of assaults. But that which two adult persons, in their own room, Eusebia v. Comnate, do with their bodies by mutual consent and causing no harm does not concern the state. Driving persons of the intermediate sex to hide their true selves from society only generated evil. Those intermediate types who sought to hide within heterosexual marriage created tragedies for their spouses and possibly produced offspring with a damaged heredity. The recognition that healthy and moral individuals suffered from this flaw, nedostatek, would overturn society's assumption that all manifestations of same-sex love were depraved and antisocial. By discussing his aspirations in abstract terms and avoiding any mention of the local variations on public order offenses associated with the sodomy ban, such as male prostitution in bathhouses, Ushakowski elevated his argument to a case made on principles of liberalism. Translations of European studies of the homosexual, conducted by homosexuals themselves, formed a substantial volume of the pertinent literature available to a Russian readership in the late Tsarist era. Hirschfeld's celebrated ethnographic description of Berlin's third sex was published in a Russian edition just 4 years after the German original. An undated translation of Havelock Ellis's study of sexual inversion, banned in Britain but issued in the U.S., appeared after the English socialist Edward Carpenter's various essays on the intermediate sex, appeared in a handsome edition approved by the military censor in Studies of Same-Sex Love and manuals on the sex question containing chapters on the issue by respected European medical experts appeared in translation as well. In addition to these respected works at the loftier end of the genre, there was no shortage of less elevated, frankly commercial depictions of the perverted world, usually produced by marginal men of medicine. One of many piquant volumes on sexual perversion by French physician Jean Fauconnier was issued in a Russian version produced by a Moscow entrepreneur. Fauconnier's saphists and pederasts formed an international union of vice, Semirny-Soyuz Peroka, the women recognizing each other on the Bois de Boulogne with quasi-Masonic signals, the rapid movement of the tongue and lips, while the men found each other very rare, in Palermo, at the Louvre, in the Highlands of Scotland, in Petersburg, in Barcelona. Cosmopolitan vice might attract readers, but in 1908, Moscow's Committee of Press Affairs prosecuted Evdokia Konovalova and her translator for publishing 6,000 copies of this small book, with the clearly expressed aim of popularization, not the presentation of psychiatric research. Russian Fauconniers, some rather more prestigious, and therefore better able to clothe their texts in the trappings of dispassionate science and thereby evade the courts, churned out similar volumes that evidently reached an eager audience. As in other parts of Europe, individuals in Russia who experienced same-sex desire turned to these texts and sifted them for clues to their own differences. The answers they received were not always encouraging, yet evidence suggests this literature influenced a popular readership. One army officer recalled how his first physical relationship with another male, when both he, as a gymnasium student, and his roommate, a seminarian, shared a bed each evening, came to an end as a result of fears aroused by books like these. One fine day he came home and showed me a book, I forget which, where the kind of relations we had were called criminal and unnatural. We quarreled. A man who had been a prostitute on the boulevards of Moscow between 1912 and 1914 reported that the only 2 books he had read were August Farrell's Polovoy Vopros, The Sex Question, and the book by Moll on homosexuality. He comfortably accepted that he was a stepson of nature, Passynock priority. Another Soviet psychiatric patient, a female homosexual, was evidently well versed in Hirschfeld's arguments for tolerance of sexual anomaly and understood herself by them. A Red Army soldier, interviewed after the January 15, 1921 raid on a Petrograd pederasts party, admitted he had read many books, attempting to find an explanation for his condition, and had become convinced that he had been born into this world with this unfortunate feeling. Commentators on both left and right for the most part greeted claims for a medical or aesthetic basis for same-sex love, and for a politics of tolerance flowing from these models with derision. Many critics poured scorn on Kuzmin's Wings and on its decidedly unmedical view of male love as an exalted experience, superior to the love of men for women, mediated by classical learning and mentorship. One journalist on the left accused Kuzmin of petty bourgeois individualism and of celebrating the common Russian bath with its corrupting relations between respectable gentlemen and their sexual victims, peasant youths. Critics of a socialist caste read the novel's exalted promise of new people, whose appreciation of beauty would open ordinary people's eyes as evidence of the degeneracy of the upper classes. Kuzmin's Wings inspired little sympathy from the left because its vision appeared to perpetuate existing forms of exploitation, supposedly embodied inside the bathhouse microcosm by cross-class male prostitution. One of the most vitriolic reactions to both Wings and 33 Monsters came from a social democrat in G.S. Novopolin's critique of the pornographic element in contemporary Russian literature. This critic deplored the temerity of authors openly propagandizing for this unnatural vice, and was particularly appalled that a woman writer, Zenshchina Pisatelnitsa, who had feminine traditions of virtue and martyrdom to uphold, chose instead to publish an apologia for refined depravity. The physicality of monsters he found intolerable. Zinoviev Annabel added many piquant details to the annals of Krafftebang with repeated queer speech about legs, arms, the lines of the stomach, breasts. She wrote about a purely clinical phenomenon with far too much relish for Novopolin's taste, and her chief protagonist reveled in male phobia, musphobobstvo. Both Kuzmin and Zinoviev Annabel wreathed perversion in a cult, an aura of beauty, and their obsession with a narrow sphere of sexual desires was no basis for an aesthetic, or by implication a politics. Novopolin insisted that what these writers depicted was alien to Russian social reality, in contrast to Western Europe, where neurasthenia and its companions, the sexual perversions, flourished in the lap of affluence. The sources of vice in innocent Russia, he argued, were either Eastern or Western. Pederasty is widely practiced, they say, in the Caucasus and in aristocratic circles of both our capitals. It was, in other words, the vice either of Russia's internal Orient or that of its most European elite. Meanwhile, the sins of Russia's bourgeoisie, by which Novopolin presumably meant its urban merchants, were said to be coarse and simple-minded. In the pure Russian heartland, homosexuality did not exist, although he conceded that. Ast year, it is true, a book about Petersburg homosexuals did appear. But we think if everything in that book is true, then it is an affair for St. Petersburg, not for all of Russia. The volume to which Novopolin alluded was a spicy tract by V.P. Ruad's, a minor poet, journalist, and satirist. Ruad's indictment of homosexuality in the capital bore the attention-grabbing title On Trial, Homosexual Petersburg, yet the book was in reality a quasi-fictional Baedeker to the homosexual subculture. The author strove to embellish not the sexual or moral depravities of his subjects, but their vanities and obsessions, and the result was scarcely a documentary catalogue of crimes to be punished, but a peep show of private vice intended to titillate and amuse. 35 brief sketches dissected the social dimensions of homosexual Petersburg, from the society mansions of titled aristocrat and the more modest hotel lodgings of the bourgeois tetka, to The Street is the Mirror of Public Mores. The book concluded with a section devoted to orgies and parties, where all classes and estates mingled shamelessly. Ruad's attempt to stimulate police and public interest in the little homosexual world was taken up by at least one social democratic critic in much the same tone. On the far right, the most peculiarly Russian discussion of same-sex love appeared in 1911, in an unconventional philosophical work by the anti-Semitic and anti-rationalist Vasily Rozanov. Entitled People of the Lunar Light, Rozanov's book celebrated the gender and sexual deviations, aklonenia, of people, metaphorically of the moonlight, as natural intermediaries on the spectrum between potent, polar, and sunlit masculinity and femininity. A feature of Rozanov's analysis of these sodomity, was his sustained polemic against psychiatry and its theories of sexual psychopathy, anticipating quite recent readings of patient-doctor interaction. Krafftebang's subjects did not write to him with complaints or pathos. Yet, Rozanov charged, the Austrian psychiatrist labeled their conditions sexual suffering. Fatuous medics and a trusting public buried truth about sex under revolting medical terms and fantastic, utterly stupid conceptions, labeling all sexually transgressive individuals perverted, depraved, diseased, deformed. The prattlers, If they were to meet Socrates, they would only write, Ways for Puta ten Funtov. Fascinated by case histories of gender nonconformity and autobiographies of people obsessed with non-procreative sex, Rozanov argued that they proved that sex was more dynamic, tekushii, than medical men understood it to be. For Rozanov, the third sex, in its rejection of procreation and of the joys of family and home, was capable of deeper spirituality. In this, sodomites resembled monastic religious, who truly lived by the teachings of the New Testament, which represented, for Rozanov, the apex of a European civilization he deplored for its lack of fecundity. Castigating the seedlessness, Besmanist, of Christianity, he insisted that a monastic community of 1001 depraved monks realized New Testament precepts more fully than 1001 happy fathers, even if they were as virtuous as Abraham, who in their paternity got no further than the Old Testament. Rozanov's difficult and often convoluted work still proposed in characteristically contradictory fashion tolerance for sodomites, both male and female. If his influence was limited by stylistic and political considerations, he nevertheless spoke for a patriarchal vision of sex and commanded the attention of a range of philosophers and avant-garde intellectuals. Many of the positions reflected in this post-1905 intellectual ferment had been anticipated in the more specialized debate among jurists over the value of the existing, but little-used sodomy statute. Discussions about revisions to Tsarist criminal law unfolded over 2 decades from the 1880s until a new code was partially adopted in this draft code of 1903 was widely regarded as a model of current European jurisprudence. The decision to retain a ban on consensual sodomy in this code was based on what Laura Engelstein terms the refusal of the private, a conservative resistance to the notion of personal sexual autonomy exercised in private space. Jurists approached their justifications for retention from different aspects of this refusal. Archangel Procurator Richard Krauss expressed most clearly the belief that sexual perversions were characteristic of the town and of educated society. He denied the right to control one's body when it led to the violation of laws of nature or the basic principles of human existence and community. Commenting on the sodomy ban, jurist Leonid Vladimirov argued that it had an educative value, offering guidance and discipline for the morally weak. St. Petersburg Procurator A. F. Coney, who disapproved of European efforts to strike down anti-sodomy statutes, argued that homosexuals, like the Skopsi, a sect of dissenting Orthodox who practiced self-castration, threatened the social order by promoting non-procreative sexuality. The sodomy ban must therefore remain, just as the castrate sect was outlawed. The most articulate defender of decriminalization was Vladimir D. Nabokov, whose liberal defense of privacy in this matter brought him very close to the positions promoted by homosexual emancipationists led by Germany's Dr. Magnus Hirschfeld. Legislation should not be used to impose morality or even a medical norm, nor was it consistent or necessary for the educative effect of law to be brought to bear on this single example of supposed immorality. Nabokov acknowledged, if he did not completely accept, the medical arguments circulating in Germany and elsewhere in Europe that some proportion of homosexuals were congenital, so that the contention expressed in Russia's criminal statute that sodomy was a vice and, therefore, a willful act was mistaken in many cases. A secular law, based on abstract and universal principles, should not punish sodomy committed in private between consenting adults. The liberal view of the issue was endorsed by the St. Petersburg Juridical Society and by members of the Samara Circuit Court. 9 out of 23 members of the Moscow Juridical Society also supported decriminalization during deliberations over the 1903 draft statute. Well after the 1903 code had been partially enacted, jurists continued to question the wisdom of keeping the sodomy ban, arguing still from liberal legal principles and attacking Tsarism's inequitable policing of the law, while acknowledging the persuasive claims of medicine to interpret same-sex love. Liberal lawyers, arguing from principles of secularization, the right to privacy and personal autonomy, were among the most articulate defenders of homosexual emancipation in Imperial Russia, and yet they did so not from the subject position of homosexuals themselves, but from that of jurists striving to create a liberal rule-of-law regime. The absence of a unified, self-conscious movement of homosexuals calling for a lifting of the ban in Russia should not be regarded as unusual, since only Germany could boast such a unique enterprise. As in France and elsewhere in Europe, the most influential Russian apologies for homosexuality were found in literary works and cultural criticism, the products of individual rather than collective effort. In Tsarist Russia, voices calling for the end of criminal sanctions for same-sex love used liberal arguments defending the individual's right to privacy and autonomy. Radicals on the left would have had little time for arguments about sexuality proceeding solely from unfettered individualism or rule-of-law liberalism. Bolsheviks made no specific contributions to the question of homosexual emancipation, and historians of revolutionary approaches to sex and gender have excluded the issue from their analyses. Nevertheless, the traditions of the Russian left on sexuality can be examined for indications of the direction social democratic thought probably took on the issue, when it considered it at all. The left's views on sexuality divided into two potentially contradictory camps, between forces for the deconstruction of the old order and those intent on defining the new. Utopian libertarians sought to eliminate the influence of church and state over the private sexual lives of citizens, while rationalizers looked to modern disciplines, medicine, pedagogy, to enhance biopower, the health, reproductive, and productive capacity of the new socialist society. The thirst for freedom from arbitrary regulation of the sex question, usually defined as pertaining to different-sex sexuality, marriage and divorce, licensed prostitution, and birth control, was a byword in late Tsarist intellectual life. The libertarian socialist tradition, along with many other radical and liberal viewpoints, argued that neither church nor state should interfere in the sexual lives of adults. Authentic relationships, based on the unfamiliar ideas of complete freedom, equality, and genuine friendship, would flourish after private property had been destroyed, and with it, the hypocritical morality of the bourgeoisie. To libertarians in sexual matters, it was self-evident that the archaic mechanisms of bourgeois morality, whether ecclesiastical or state regulation of the sex lives of citizens, would be discarded on the morning after the revolution. The radical redefinition, or indeed elimination, of marriage and the easing of divorce was an eagerly anticipated outcome. Following in this tradition, the discarding of religious and disproportionate sanctions against incest, bestiality, and sodomy as sexual practices offensive to God or to bourgeois morality was logical. If Russian Marxists did not discuss these issues, they were nevertheless associated with the German Social Democratic Party's support for the decriminalization of male same-sex acts, based on these principles. The link was clearest in the Russians' enthusiastic embrace of Auguste Bebel's theories on sexual politics in his extremely popular Women and Socialism, 1879. Early editions of Bebel's book presented negative opinions on same-sex relations as the consequence of upper-class or urban excesses. He nonetheless was later an early signatory to Magnus Hirschfeld's petition to repeal paragraph 175 of the German Criminal Code against male same-sex acts. As leader of the German Social Democrats in 1898, he was the first politician to speak in any legislature in favor of homosexual emancipation, in an address to the Reichstag supporting the Hirschfeld campaign. Bebel's conversion on this matter represented the logical extension of the principle of personal choice in private sexual matters, from heterosexual relations to homosexual ones. In later editions of Women and Socialism, he acknowledged Hirschfeld's persuasive biologistic arguments that homosexuality could be an inborn condition and that for the third sex, same-sex love was as natural and aesthetically noble as normal relations. This foregrounding of private choice in sexual matters as a political principle was a powerful libertarian motif in 19th-century socialist ideology, more of a motive force than has usually been recognized. Popular expressions of homosexual emancipation from post-1917 Soviet sources, such as Evgenia Fedorovna M.'s History of My Illness, suggest that self-identified homosexuals in Russia believed the revolution had ended the state's refusal of the private for same-sex relations, licensing their right to love. Early Soviet legal and medical experts frequently reflected these libertarian expectations in their interpretations, discussed in Chapter 5 of Same-Sex Relations. Alexandra Kollontai, the best-known Bolshevik thinker on sexuality, promoted a libertarian view of the future of Eros freed from the constraints of private property, sex inequality, and hypocritical moral convention. Kollontai acknowledged the value of experimentation in heterosexual love relationships, a rare admission among senior figures of the personally ascetic Bolshevik movement. Kollontai's association in the 1920s with the World League for Sexual Reform, based in Berlin and inaugurated by Magnus Hirschfeld, would link her to campaigns in Western Europe for homosexual emancipation. Yet her published works never directly addressed homosexuality. concentrating on love between the sexes and on the problems of women workers coping with maternity. Europe's parties of the left brought much more than sexual libertarianism to bear on thinking about personal life. Highly significant was the fact that Marxists claimed an objective, scientific viewpoint and expected science to contribute to the rationalization of society once socialism was proclaimed. Marxists, like liberals and others, were influenced by Darwinism and theories of individual and racial degeneration and eugenics, all of which put sexuality at the heart of strategies for social engineering. Sex, understood as part of untamed nature, was to be channeled toward natural, procreative heterosexuality through self-discipline and the inculcation of social responsibility in personal relations. Medical disciplines, rather than religious dogma or outdated legal codes, would define what was healthy or unhealthy in sexual relations. The congenital model of homosexuality promoted by Hirschfeld was not universally or always wholeheartedly accepted. Many, and not only socialists, worried that greater liberty would lead to an increase in the number of cases of acquired, environmentally induced perversion. Even those on the left who expressed tolerance of private same-sex relations among adults felt that public displays or culturally transmitted forms of such intimacies would lead to an undesirable spread of non-procreative practices. Vladimir Lenin's thinking on sexuality fell, as Richard Steitz and Wendy Goldman have demonstrated, into the rationalizing and not the libertarian camp. The few sources on Lenin's views on sex say nothing about same-sex relations, although certain passages offer indications of the Bolshevik leaders' likely attitude toward the homosexual emancipation movement of Western Europe and its arguments. In 1915, in correspondence with the French social democrat Inessa Armand, Lenin with blunt clarity listed in order of value his understandings of freedom of love, svoboda lubvi. The relief of love matters from material considerations he listed foremost as most significant for the proletariat, and thereafter. He indicated that love was to be freed from the constraints of religious prejudice, patriarchal and social strictures, the law, police, and courts. The thrust of this correspondence with Armand was that opponents of socialism would seize upon notions of free love to accuse the left of promoting freedom from the serious in love. From childbirth. Freedom for adultery. The implication of his remarks for a politics of homosexual emancipation under socialism was that this particular freedom of love should wait, as would all sexuality, until a proletarian revolution reconstructed the material order. Of secondary importance to the proletariat would be the tearing down of the old order's prejudices and prohibitions. And here one could include by implication the religious and legal ban on consensual sodomy. Also implied in Lenin's remarks on the critique that he foresaw from the right was a rationalizing direction for the new society, toward the serious in love, toward childbirth, away from adultery or promiscuity. His revulsion for light-hearted or casual and temporary relations might be compatible with homosexual apologists' insistence on the nobility of same-sex relationships. Lenin's anticipation that some devotees of free love intended to flee from the responsibilities of parenthood was nevertheless potentially problematic for the homosexual who failed to procreate. In a conversation between Lenin and German communist Clara Zetkin, reportedly conducted in 1920 and later widely circulated as evidence of the leader's probity in sexual politics, Lenin developed these themes. Lenin's comments suggested that a political critique devoted narrowly to questions of sexual dissent would find little favor in his proletarian revolutionary movement. On German communist plans to organize Hamburg's female prostitutes, how shall I put it? To be a special revolutionary militant section with its own newspaper and campaigning, Lenin was scathing. He argued that other working women in Germany better deserved the attention of agitators. Socialist sympathy for prostitutes had been at one time healthy, a laudable rebellion against the virtuous hypocrisy of the respectable bourgeois. But to devote energy on such projects while bourgeoisie and proletariat struggled over power was now corrupted and degenerate. If Lenin believed that a special revolutionary militant section for prostitutes was diversionary, he doubtless would have regarded a militant section for homosexual emancipation in the same light. Marxist thinkers, especially Engels and Bebel, he contended, had written everything that needed to be known by the conscious worker on this subject, and they had seen little need for such particularistic campaigning. New theories about sexuality merely tinkered with superstructural phenomena and pandered to bourgeois anxieties. impatient with Freudianism as mere modern fashion, as ignorant bungling for privileging sexuality over more pressing material matters. Lenin launched into a diatribe against sexual particularism. It seems to me that these flourishing sexual theories, which are mainly hypothetical and often quite arbitrary hypotheses, arise from the personal need to justify personal abnormality or hypertrophy in sexual life before bourgeois morality, and to entreat its patience. This masked respect for bourgeois morality seems to me just as repulsive as poking about in sexual matters. However wild and revolutionary the behavior may be, it is still really quite bourgeois. It is mainly a hobby of the intellectuals and of the sections nearest to them. There is no place for it in the party, in the class-conscious, fighting proletariat. Lenin seemed to be saying that those who suffered from a personal abnormality in sexual life ought to do so in silence while working for the revolution. Indulging in transgressive sexual behavior was really quite bourgeois, while seeking the sympathy of middle-class morality was capitulation to the enemy. For the young, queer subject imagined by Ushakovsky in 1908, the Lenin of 1920, refracted through the even more conservative mood of 1924, proposed an existence of sacrifice of the personal to the revolutionary movement. Yet this was hardly different than Lenin's prescription for heterosexuals. He firmly opposed the idea that the pleasures of sex could be a purely private affair, even if they were normal or healthy. Sex was not reducible to a physiological act. The glass of water theory, that promised the satisfaction of sexual desire under communism as easily and as simply as taking a drink of water, was completely un-Marxist and moreover antisocial. Of course, thirst must be satisfied. But will the normal man in normal circumstances lie down in the gutter and drink out of a puddle, or out of a glass with a rim greasy from many lips? But the social aspect is most important of all. Drinking water is, of course, an individual affair. But in love 2 lives are concerned, and a third, a new life, arises. It is that which gives it its social interest, which gives rise to a duty toward the community. Sex, in its potential for procreation, was thus a social act, and the new society would regulate and supervise it. Lenin mistrusted public interest in the sex question. He mentioned women and young people as particularly preoccupied with the issue. While insisting that he was not moralizing in a Western middle-class fashion, he argued that there was an inherent unhealthiness in the contemplation of these issues by ordinary members of society. Lenin's fears proceeded too from a decidedly generational viewpoint. This does not impress us old people. Sex concerns would divert youthful energies from revolutionary work. Discussions of sex, especially outside the bounds of scientific inquiry, in, for example, the Komsomol club or party cell, would merely lead to self-indulgence. His protests articulated a prudery determined to confine this troublesome question to the custody of science and the judicious counsel of experienced, and therefore mostly male communists. Yet these precepts of Lenin's come to us heavily mediated, published 5 years after they were said to have been uttered, and later so often reproduced because they suited the sexual politics of Stalinism. In contrast, when the Bolsheviks came to power in October 1917, they inherited a variety of liberal and leftist attitudes toward the comparatively unanticipated issue of homosexuality. Not surprisingly, their responses to same-sex relations as a legal and administrative problem reflected these multiple perspectives. Obviously influential would be the dominant, ascetic strain in Russian Marxist thinking about sex and its rationalistic view of human energy as available to be channeled toward social objectives. Yet libertarian aspirations also colored revolutionary ideals and may well have motivated some with an interest in resolving this particular issue. Those who dealt with the question were undoubtedly aware too of the broad range of publicity that same-sex love had received in the pre-revolutionary era and of the scientific, cultural, and social claims made by contending parties in debates about homosexuality. History knows no miracles. Codifying Bolshevik sexual ethics. War and then revolution moved these ideas from the realm of abstraction, but the reform of the sodomy statute was always a subsidiary of the larger questions of governance. In 1915, the Tsarist regime briefly considered the full implementation of the 1903 draft criminal code, under which sodomy would have remained an offense. There were no further revisions, and the project was abandoned as the war worsened. Following the February 1917 revolution, the provisional government established a commission to review and implement the criminal code. And as it had Nabokov among its members, the liberal position on sodomy decriminalization would have been influentially represented. Neither Nabokov nor Nikolai S. Timoshev refer to any substantive work completed by the commission, which existed during the last 4 months of the increasingly unstable provisional government. The trail of evidence leading from the potentialities of 1917 to the first Soviet-Russian criminal code of 1922, which decriminalized sodomy, is rather unclear. There are no records of substantive debate among the framers of the criminal code over the section on crimes against the person, which is where sexual crime was located in the new code. Chapter 5 of the 1922 redaction was entitled Crimes Against the Life, Health, Freedom and Dignity of the Individual. Historians have sought to explain the abolition of the sodomy penalty with reference to contextual factors. Simon Karlinski regards decriminalization as at best a benign oversight, the result of the elimination of all czarist law during the Bolshevik Revolution. In his surveys, he has discounted whatever deliberate reforming intention lay behind the legalization as a misreading of the Bolshevik leaders' position on gay liberation, said to be common to observers in England and Germany in the 1920s, and on the left in the West generally since the 1970s. Attempts to recover the origins of a principled decision, in Laura Engelstein's words, to remove sodomy from the code have sought to place the decision within a modernist consensus in scientific, juridical, and cultural circles, or within the evolution of modern criminal sanctions in Russia. Beginning with the draft code of 1905, these mutually compatible replies to Karlinski were based on published sources available in the West. They can be reinforced with reference to evidence from the archives of the RSFSR People's Commissariat of Justice. While these documents do not discuss the sodomy statute in detail, they do demonstrate a principled intent to decriminalize the act between consenting adults, expressed from the earliest efforts to write a socialist criminal code in 1918 to the eventual adoption of legislation in this intention coincided with prosecutions for unnatural vice and crime against nature, conducted by the Bolsheviks at considerable cost in the heat of the Civil War, or soon thereafter. The outcome of the prosecution of such crimes was to modernize the language of criminal sexual deviance, but also, as with all law in the Bolshevik state, to leave opportunities for arbitrary application of legal norms available to procurators and policymakers. Within weeks of the October 1917 revolution, the Commissariat of Justice, headed by left socialist revolutionary LSR Isaac Steinberg, drafted a criminal statute as part of an ambitious code of laws of the Russian Revolution. The LSRs made no secret of their admiration for the 1903 draft criminal code, and the Deputy Commissar of Justice and editor of the Commissariat's Codification Department, A. Schreider, noted in his commentary that the LSR's 1918 version relied on that draft, reworked and revised in depth from the point of view of the new revolutionary legal consciousness. The table of contents to Schreider's code further emphasized the reliance on the 1903 draft, presenting a concordance of 1903 and 1918 articles. In the debates over the 1903 draft code, the prohibition against consensual sodomy had been criticized by liberals, yet they had not been successful in abolishing the offense. Schreider's 1918 variant, however, stripped away the clause against consensual acts, while retaining the elaborate language describing acts imposed against the weak or with the use of force. The relevant article was entitled Sodomy, Muzzlelostvo, and as in 1903 fell within a chapter specifically devoted to sexual offenses headed On Indecent Conduct, O Nepotrebstvo. The resulting sodomy law was a balance between principles of consent, capacity to understand the character and significance of the act, and protection for the weak as argued by Nabokov some 16 years earlier. Not only would simple sodomy between adults, defined as persons 16 and over, be legalized, but by doing so and by keeping the remaining language of the 1903 draft legislation, knowledgeable consent from 14 and 15-year-old boys would have exonerated sodomy with certain youths as well. In this respect, the first occupants of the Justice Commissariat were heeding Nabokov's argument that the law could not treat young catamites, who operated as prostitutes in urban Russia, in the same way as innocent youths. Nowhere in the commentary that accompanies the 1918 version does Schreider offer more than declarative reasoning as a clue to this modification to the 1903 draft. This code had represented a powerful step forward from the archaic, unwieldy, and contradictory 1845 statute in effect until Soviet rule. Referring to the evolution of democratic legal systems out of the tyrannies of the ancient satrap and Louis Xiv's L'état, c'est moi. Schreider argued that a state must resort to coercion to curb anarchy, but that this was an unfortunate necessity. A criminal code was needed to regulate the norms of a state's legal resort to force. The statute he was proposing would compel the state to serve the law, and not vice versa. Norms evolved with the legal consciousness of a society. What was required was not the minimum of individual rights that the collective should not infringe, but rather the maximum of demands put to the collective by the individual. The criteria upon which his revisions to the 1903 Code were based were the welfare of the genuine human individual and the interests of international labor solidarity. Schreider's insistence on maximizing individual rights within a state constrained by something approaching the rule of law would seem to be consistent with the elimination of the anti-sodomy statute. The March 1918 resignation of the LSRs from their coalition with the Bolsheviks over the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk entailed a Bolshevik takeover at the Justice Commissariat, with P.I. Stuchka then appointed People's Commissar, who was supplanted in 1919 by D.I. Korsky. Schreider was dismissed as Deputy Commissar and Bolshevik M.I.U. Kozlovsky was assigned to review criminal legislation. The LSR draft code was criticized by Stuchka for defending bourgeois interests and for insufficient revolutionary consciousness. In the subsequent 2 years, the Justice Commissariat made little substantive progress toward a Bolshevik criminal code, as a result of the intense pressure on personnel during the Civil War and the relatively low priority accorded by the Soviet government to the Commissariat in its allocation of resources. Nevertheless, top jurists monitored the experience of Soviet courts without explicitly codified criminal law, and proposals for a code did periodically surface for discussion in the Justice Commissariat's collegium. Guiding principles of criminal law of the RSFSR were drafted by Korsky in the course of 1919 and published in December of that year, serving as the basis for the general part of the 1922 Criminal Code. By 1920, the Collegium was convinced that explicit, centralized norms that reflected Moscow's view of revolutionary consciousness would be more reliable than the inconsistencies and anachronisms of local legal officials, and it turned to the drafting of the special part of the code. Prior to this renewed exercise in codification, during the interlude without written criminal law, a centrally directed trial for pederasty suggested how officials in the Justice Commissariat viewed issues raised by homosexual offenses. In late 1919, the Justice Commissariat's 8th Department, charged with implementing the separation of the Orthodox Church from the state, devoted considerable resources to the prosecution of a Bishop Palladii of Zvenigorod for corruption of a boy and for unnatural vice, pederasty. Palladii was a trusted friend of Patriarch Tikhon, who had sent the bishop to defend the New Jerusalem monastery from nationalization in early when Bolsheviks finally seized the monastery. They uncovered allegations about Palladii relationship with Ivan Volkov, a 14-year-old lay brother, Kalainik. Militant atheist jurists in the 8th Department launched a wide-ranging investigation into the bishop's sexual career. Palladii was tried in Moscow in October 1919, sentenced to 5 years imprisonment and later released under a general amnesty in January. For Bolshevik jurists, the political significance of Palladii's case resided in both the bishop's damaging connection to the Patriarch and in the timing of its revelations. As Palladii came under investigation, Patriarch Tikhon was seeking to establish a modus vivendi with the hostile Soviet regime. Tikhon's 1918 pronouncement of anathema on the Bolsheviks had generated disastrous results for the Church. He now made a series of declarations enunciating a new policy of ecclesiastical neutrality in politics. The Justice Commissariat's atheist jurists intended to tarnish Tikhon's retreat from worldly matters to a moral high ground by exploiting this episode of clerical depravity. Their activity was supervised by People's Commissar of Justice Korsky and the Commissariat's Collegium, including 8th Department Chief P.A. Krasikov and Collegium member N.A. Cherlenchevich. These same men would eventually be responsible for the drafting of the first Bolshevik criminal legislation. The Palladii trial demonstrated some of the assumptions underlying early Bolshevik juridical thinking about same-sex offenses. Most significant was the willingness to prosecute an adult for unnatural vice, pederasty, where political factors warranted. Wartime propaganda needs outweighed any consideration that clergy were entitled to the sexual autonomy promised by the revolution. The sexual revolution would have a class basis, and the enemies of the victorious class would not be entitled to the autonomy accorded to full citizens. Later clerical sex trials would demonstrate an equally flexible, instrumental approach to the application of laws on sexual crime. Of equal importance for the codification to come was the decision to present Volkov as an innocent victim of clerical depravity. At 14 years old, Volkov was on the threshold of knowledgeable sexual self-determination as defined in the 1903 and 1918 draft codes, with their allowance that certain youths, urban commercial catamites, could give informed consent to sodomy. Volkov's complex relationship to the bishop included the receipt of benefits, education, lodging, payment, and a career, in apparent exchange for domestic and sexual services. Yet Bolshevik jurists elected to extend previous definitions of sexual childhood or minority to encompass this knowledgeable 14-year-old. Eventually, in the 1922 Criminal Code, Bolsheviks would arrive at a medicalized benchmark for sexual autonomy defined not by age but by sexual maturity, to be determined by physicians in cases of sexual activity with or assaults against young persons. Bolshevik intentions to medicalize sexual deviance are further evident in the Palladii case. From the jurists turned to psychiatrists for forensic expertise and for assurances that the bishop would not commit new crimes after his amnesty. Volkov was sent to the newly established Institute of the Defective Child for observation during the investigation. The 8th Department hoped to call upon psychiatrists at Palladii's trial to testify to the harm done to the boy. In early 1920, when Palladii was granted amnesty, he spent 3 months in a psychiatric hospital for isolation and therapy in a special medical establishment. Krassikov and his team apparently expected medical science to explain and interpret the signs of sexual disorder and believed that therapy for unnatural vice could be had from psychiatric hospitalization. In 1920, the Justice Commissariat Collegium took up the task of codifying criminal law with renewed interest, delegating to M.I.U. Kozlovsky, formerly a legal nihilist, now an advocate of standardized penal norms, the task of working up a scheme of chapter headings for a code. The jurist produced a draft code and commentary by June of that year, and the evolution of the provisions he made regarding sexual crime may be traced from archival documents. These documents represent the earliest surviving Bolshevik proposals for such legislation. Kozlovsky's original primitive conception of sex offenses acquired refinement with reference to the 1903 draft criminal code, and possibly to the Palladii case and French revolutionary legislation as well. In a first handwritten scheme, under the chapter heading Crimes Against Personal Rights, Kozlovsky listed only a single offense with sexual content: insult to feminine honor. Apparently only female victims of sex crimes were imaginable to this jurist and only in the archaic framework of reputation and honor. His second version restated the offense in this manner. Yet here another hand had crossed out the typescript of this phrase and replaced it with crimes against morality, infringements of female honor, sodomy, etc. The sphere of potential offenses was widened, and the reference to insult was dropped. As well, the offenses fell under a more elaborate chapter heading: Crimes Against the Life, Health, and Property of the Individual. The reference to property was swiftly corrected to read dignity. In Kozlovsky's clean copy of his June 1920 draft of this chapter, sexual crimes had been considerably developed from these early schemes, and the influence of the 1903 and 1918 drafts was evident. The names of 4 of the 5 sex offenses were borrowed from the 1903 code, although the overall language of each article was simplified. Sodomy was to be one of these 5 crimes, but only when imposed on children or with the use of force. Simple sodomy between consenting persons of 14 or over was not to be a crime. This was a clear reduction in the age of consent over the 1903 draft. The threshold ages of 14 and 15 years in that version and Schreider's 1918 redaction had been subject to a test of the younger person's character, sodomy, with his consent, but through abuse of his innocence would be punished. Now, in this draft, the age of consent for all sexual acts was 14. There is no evidence linking Kozlovsky to the Palladii episode, but the clarification of the age of consent in sodomy cases, evident in the draft he proposed, could reflect the Collegium's experience with this awkward case. Kozlovsky understood that his criminal code, like early French revolutionary penal law, was transitional, and that only when the gains of revolution were consolidated would new norms acquire stability. His commentary indicated his familiarity with the course of French codification after 1789, the history of which he viewed as the prime teacher for the commissariat's legal draftsman. The degree to which this understanding influenced his view of the sodomy statute cannot be determined from his explicit statements. French revolutionary secularization and rationalization of statutes had, perhaps unintentionally at the outset, included the decriminalization of sodomy in 1791, later deliberately confirmed by Napoleonic fiat in 1805 and in the Penal Code of 1810. It is arguable that Kozlowski knew of this aspect of the French codes he cited in this commentary, although his comments did not dwell on specific offenses. Kozlowski did think that many crimes prohibited under the old regime would remain illegal, but he singled out religious crimes as a specific category of offenses that would drop away under the revolutionary order. Secularization was the fundamental principle of his penal renovation. But crimes against the person, including what he archaically called crimes against female honor, he believed would undergo less change than any other section of the criminal code. Human nature with its good and evil passions is more stubborn and conservative than political institutions and social slogans. The latter may and do have a great influence on the direction of the statistical curve of criminality, but of themselves they are powerless to recreate human nature rapidly. History knows no miracles or sudden leaps. For this reason, he counseled the creative adaptation of the 1903 draft statute, with the elimination and alteration of those specific offenses on which traces of the capitalist relations of the previous era remain. In the absence of a direct statement endorsing the legalization of sodomy, what Kozlowski's drafts and comments demonstrate is a clear intention to remove the act from Bolshevik criminal law. This intention followed from a principled commitment to the secularization and modernization of legal norms, and from a prevailing conviction that a medical interpretation of sexual disorder accorded with Bolshevik visions. Unfortunately, the path from these proposals to the final language of the 1922 RSFSR Criminal Code on crimes against the individual, adopted by the Justice Commissariat's Collegium on December 21, 1921, remains obscure. Collegium protocols suggest that in the 18-month interval between Kozlowski's draft and the approval of the eventual wording, a special commission of experts of the General Consultation Department of the Justice Commissariat, led by P.A. Krasikoff and L.A. Savrasov, was chiefly responsible for the considerable revisions in language that resulted. Consultation between the Collegium and the Institute of Soviet Law late in 1921 resulted in the Institute putting forward its own draft code, which was rejected by the Commissariat for its bourgeois orientation. At the December 1921 Collegium session approving the final wording of the chapter on crimes against the individual, among those present were Krasikoff and Cherlonchevich, who had presided over the Palladii case. Also present was N.V. Krylenko, who as People's Commissar of Justice would one day publicly justify the 1934 reversal of the revolutionary decision to decriminalize sodomy. The entire criminal code was assembled in its final form by January 1922. When the Justice Commissariat published it for circulation to justice officials, the Council of People's Commissars, Sovnarkom, and the Central Executive Committee of the All-Russian Congress of Soviets, VTSIK. After discussion in Sovnarkom, February 1922, and in a committee and plenary sessions at VTSIK in May, the criminal code became law on June 1. The language of modernity. In its final form, the 1922 Russian Criminal Code radically modernized the archaic language of Kozlowski's 1920 proposals. Its minimalist formulas enshrined the general conception of sexual crime as a violation of the individual's right to life, health, freedom, and dignity. The Kozlowski draft had employed czarist legal terms for various forms of sexual misconduct. All of these were discarded. Sodomy and incest were not named at all in the new code. Archaic labels for sexual misconduct were reformulated with terminology drawn from forensic medical and even police blotter language. Thresholds for consent, the age at which sexual autonomy was granted by the state, were especially medicalized as explicit age limits were abandoned, and the concept of sexual maturity, palavea zrelist, to be determined by medical opinion in each case, was introduced instead. The effect of this new language was to deprive sexual crime statutes of any pretense of safeguarding religious or transcendent morality, and to thrust such offenses squarely into the remit of the guardians of public health and order. When in 1926 a revised RSFSR criminal code was issued, the same language and principles were reaffirmed, including the absence of a ban on consensual same-sex relations. In their exegesis of the 1922 and 1926 Russian criminal codes, jurists noted instances for which certain homosexual acts could be prosecuted. The innovative principle of gender neutrality in the formulation of most sex offense articles suggested that victims and perpetrators might be of either sex. A new tendency to consider the possibility of female same-sex offenses appeared in juridical commentaries as a result. The articles that gave rise to jurist speculation regarding homosexual acts were numbers 167 and 168 in the 1922 Code, Articles 151 and 152 in 1926. The first prohibited, in addition to defloration, the satisfaction of sexual lust in perverted forms with sexually immature persons. It was generally agreed that perverted forms included unnatural sexual intercourse whether between men, that is, sodomy or pederasty, or between women, that is, lesbian love or tribadism, and also anal copulation, regardless of the sex of the victim or accused person. The second article, number 168/152, punished depraved acts with children or minors, defined for purposes of punishment in the 1922 Code as under 14 in the case of children, and 14 to 18 years as minors. Definitions of depravity evoked less certainty in jurists. One included homosexual anal intercourse and lesbian love, effectively introducing a redundancy since he had already comprehended such acts under the preceding article. Others adopted heterocentric and phallocentric views. Lublinsky asserted that depraved acts could include those forms of same-sex contacts that cannot be compared with sexual intercourse. Lesbian love, not explained in anatomical terms except to note that genital contact without the aim of copulation was intended, could be understood as a depraved act when non-adults were the object. The article was apparently an inarticulate attempt to criminalize non-penetrative and non-procreative sex acts that were believed to contribute to the corruption of children and minors. Among these acts, male and female same-sex contacts were included, doubtless because of the socialist belief that acquired as opposed to congenital homosexuality could and should be prevented in an ideal society. Curiously, anal intercourse inflicted violently on an adult was not enumerated as specific offense in the code. Some commentators believed that the gender-neutral Article 169 to 153 on rape included this offense, whether homosexual or heterosexual. Others disagreed, arguing incorrectly that tradition reserved the terms rape and sexual intercourse to heterosexual acts. From a purely legalistic viewpoint, rape between men could readily have been prosecuted under either the gender-blind rape statute alone or by application of the principle of analogy. In 1928, in reply to an inquiry about the treatment of homosexuals in Russia from Magnus Hirschfeld's Scientific Humanitarian Committee, the People's Commissariat of Justice wrote from Moscow that the first section of Article 153 did indeed prohibit homosexual acts accompanied by physical or mental violence. Central legal and forensic medical publications of the interval of sodomy decriminalization 1922-33 are devoid of references to contemporary prosecutions of male rape, which may indicate that the crime went unpunished or, if it was, then unpublicized. Legislators, determined to modernize the language of criminal law on sexual crime, may have opted to eradicate a specific reference to sodomy. By means of force, reasoning that a gender-blind definition of rape would serve the same purpose, while upholding principles of sex equality. The law's drafters could thereby rid the code of the word sodomy, a term with religious and moralistic associations. They could also sidestep the dilemma of how to name homosexual rape, posed by having chosen to define all other sex crimes in forensic medical or criminological terminology. An associated benefit of this textual strategy would have been the code's total silence on same-sex offenses, a silence that some rulers have believed deprived homosexuality of publicity and imitation by example. Conclusion. In the final years of Tsarist rule, when the quasi-constitutional settlement following the 1905 revolution relaxed censorship, self-consciously homosexual voices and parodies of them emerged in avant-garde literature and in journalistic, satirical, and popular scientific texts. The queer subject appeared in the public domain, and with a boldness and ease not always evident elsewhere in Europe, was heard calling for toleration and respect for the third sex. These appeals were greeted by some with derision and vulgar parody. Entrepreneurs exploited the new press freedom to publish speculative tracts, dressed up in the dispassionate language of medicine, but actually offering voyeuristic tours of the homosexual subcultures of Russian and European capitals. Increasingly, popular scientific texts, both domestic and foreign, spoke about sexual psychopathologies, or the third sex, to a non-professional reading public. Fresh awareness of the ferment in European ideas about the homosexual was accompanied by liberal attacks on the antiquated and arbitrary anti-sodomy statute. In Russia, it was liberal jurists and not homosexuals themselves who voiced the most cogent arguments against this law. Liberals proposed to eliminate that law's moralizing focus on a single repugnant act, which they believed, like other forms of immorality, might best be confined to the private sphere and eliminated by education. They voiced a principled stand for a right to privacy in adult, consensual sexual matters, within a framework of law based on abstract and universal principles. The vehicles for a rule of law state, whether the Duma monarchy or the Republic of February 1917, were however not politically viable, and liberal spokesmen for homosexual emancipation were swept aside in the October 1917 revolution. Russia's victorious social democrats were the bearers of conflicting traditions, counseling on the one hand libertarianism in sexual relations between adults, while also anticipating a social claim on sex in the new society, to be mediated by a rationalist political ideology and modern medicine. It was a tension that would characterize revolutionary approaches to same-sex love for much of the subsequent decade. Despite this conflict of values, there was agreement over the form of regulation most appropriate in a socialist society. While briefly holding the Justice Commissariat, left socialist revolutionary jurists deliberately eliminated the ban on consensual sodomy in their proposed criminal code. 2 years later, when Bolshevik legal experts returned to the issue of codification, they too made the same explicit decision. The legislation that they finally approved secularized and modernized the language of violations to the sexual autonomy and inviolability of the person. Religious terminology for physical acts was replaced by forensic medical and criminological discourse, and the range of offenses was simplified. The status of homosexual love in this new dispensation was apparently clarified by the absence of a penalty for sodomy between consenting adults. The repeal of this ban was a real political advance, and Soviet Russia was the most significant power since revolutionary France to decriminalize men's same-sex love, while sentences for similar crimes ranged from 5 years for unnatural vice in Germany to life imprisonment for boogery in England. The medicalization of sexual offenses that accompanied the ambitious new legislative regime nevertheless offered police, jurists, and medical officials opportunities for the continued regulation of sexual and gender dissent. 5. Perversion or perversity, medicine, politics, and the regulation of sex and gender dissent after sodomy decriminalization. How would Soviet power understand and regulate same-sex love? One ambitious junior psychiatrist in 1922 had no doubt that the latest scientific knowledge dictated a medical view of the issue. Doctors look upon homosexuals as unfortunate stepchildren of fate. They are like cripples, similar to the blind, deaf-mutes, etc., who owe their defect only to a physiological deformation. But they can in no way be considered ill-intentioned, debauched people offending public morality, and therefore the term perversion invertio, and not perversity or even less so debauchery, is used to designate this pathological condition. V.P. Protopopov of Petrograd argued for a potentially progressive approach. By banishing the old regime's religious, moralistic understanding in favor of a view already widely supported in Western medical circles, Soviet jurisprudence and medicine would rationalize the treatment of this sexual anomaly. As homosexuals were thought to be victims of a biological deformity and not responsible for their sexual drives, a modern society relieved of bourgeois philistinism would no longer condemn them to prison but invite them instead into the clinic. Writing as Russia's new criminal code was still under discussion in the People's Commissariat of Justice, Protopopov expressed what some held to be the rationale for the eventual decriminalization of sodomy. The Communist Party's preoccupation with the fundamental questions of rule dominated its politics in the 1920s. A succession struggle followed Lenin's incapacitating strokes beginning in 1922 and his death in January 1924. The associated debate over industrialization between Stalin and his opponents occupied the first peacetime years of Soviet rule. Bolshevik ambiguities about same-sex relations should be considered in this context. Communists generally believed that sexual questions, despite their evident importance for the revolution, were superstructural matters that would resolve themselves once collectivist economic and social foundations were laid. Moreover, medical science would be enlisted by the state, which had, under the old regime, mistrusted technocratic expertise, to define the healthy and the pathological citizen on a basis assumed to be materialist. When these expectations were combined with the deliberate deletion of sodomy from the first revolutionary criminal code, a discursive vacuum opened and permitted various agents to express a plurality of approaches to sex and gender dissent. There was no single or official position on homosexuality during the period of sodomy decriminalization, 1922-33, but instead a diversity of views among a range of experts and administrators. Few experts sought to stake their careers on the issue of homosexuality in the way Protopopov did. If disputes seldom erupted in public between those who espoused diverging views, nevertheless the implications of these arguments may be distilled from the percolating discussions of the period. Certain jurists and police remained suspicious of the homosexual, despite the new penal code. Meanwhile, a few psychiatrists and endocrine experts seized upon apparent discoveries about the determination of sexual orientation to claim the homosexual as theirs. To these authorities, same-sex erotic attraction was supposedly the result of hormonal anomaly. Some regarded it as a natural human variant, with its own legitimate historical and cultural precedents. Others asserted a biosocial view, claiming the origins of sexuality resided not principally in the glands but in society or in the individual's developmental history. By looking at these psychiatrist studies and their approaches to methodological and gender issues, the range of alternatives in circulation in the new society can be reassessed and the potential for a politics of sex and gender diversity in revolutionary Russia can be evaluated. Sexual revolution, medicine, and sexual anomalies. The discursive vacuum left by the Bolsheviks around issues of sexual and gender dissent created opportunities for Soviet legal and medical experts of the 1920s. Seeking to make their disciplines Soviet, they used the possibilities for interpretation and research afforded by encounters with homosexuals and members of the intermediate sex to promote views that would differentiate them from their czarist predecessors. Jurists, most trained under the old regime, struggled to reconcile the experience of revolution and civil war, an era without positive law, with the new requirements of a return to a formal legal framework under the new economic policy. Where same-sex relations were concerned, the new criminal norms said little, and jurists filled the discursive vacuum with speculation about the medical or emancipatory implications. Meanwhile, medical experts, and, in particular psychiatrists, examined homosexuality and transvestism with vigor not seen before. As Susan Gross Solomon has argued in the case of social hygiene, novelty was not necessarily required to confer positive political credentials on a line of research. Under the patronage of the astute and charismatic People's Commissar of Health Nikolai Semashko, sponsorship could come if the ideas were new to Russia. Despite the considerable resource limitations on the new health commissariat, which in budgetary priorities ranked low in the Soviet state, an impressive volume of research and discussion on problems of sex and gender anomaly took place during the 1920s. Experts in law and medicine wasted little time in claiming their turf. 3 months after the enactment of the 1922 RSFSR Criminal Code, in the Weekly Journal of the Commissariat of Justice, an obscure jurist published Trials of Homosexuals, an article describing 2 cases and arguing that homosexual behavior, in the absence of a sodomy statute, could still be illegal under the new code. The item dealt with one trial, apparently completed, against a large number of men arrested in a Petrograd pederasts club in a private flat, where several males were apprehended in women's clothing. This party had been one of a series of gatherings organized in and around Petrograd as masquerades, with dancing, matchmaking rituals, and mock wedding ceremonies. The other case, said to be under investigation, was that of a woman, Evgenia, who had impersonated a man to marry her female friend in a civil registry office, ZAGS, an agency of the Commissariat of Justice. The 2 women had successfully argued against local prosecutors seeking to invalidate the marriage. Psychiatrists too discussed these cases, both in print and behind closed doors, and their accounts diverged substantially from that offered by the Justice Commissariat. The article's author, identified only as Gr., offered broad interpretations of criminal code articles against hooliganism and brothel-keeping to secure convictions against homosexuals. Charges of hooliganism would presumably have proved successful in the women's case, while the brothel-keeping charge covered dens like the Pederasts Club. This jurist argued that forensic psychiatric expertise provided a medical justification for the prosecution of homosexuals. He cited testimony, warning of the influence of perversion on normal persons, that he claimed Russia's leading psychiatrist, academician V. M. Bekhterev, had given during the trial of the Petrograd men. Medicine and law in the young Soviet Republic were apparently united in their determination to repress homosexuals as harmful elements, despite the decriminalization of sodomy. Yet jurists who approached the question did not display unanimity on the proposed treatment of homosexuals. It is doubtful that trials of homosexuals necessarily reflected the attitude of all jurists or that provincial officials closely read and obeyed the commissariat's journal. The author of this article noted himself that the higher judiciary had not been moved to produce guiding determinations on this subject. His conclusions were couched in the cautious language of a jurist offering an opinion rather than the confident tones of a bureaucrat relaying a fiat from the desk of the People's Commissar. Legal commentaries on Soviet Russia's new criminal code ignored these suggestions at least as often as they agreed with them, but significantly none ever referred to this article. Many Soviet jurists commenting on the new code understood the absence of a ban on sodomy as a progressive measure. Sodomy had been decriminalized, one jurist wrote, because science and much legislation following from it had taken the view that the commission of the act of sodomy with adults infringed no rights whatsoever, and that were free to express their sexual feeling in any form, and that the intrusion of the law into this field is a holdover of church teachings and of the ideology of sinfulness. Adults who committed consensual same-sex acts could thus be regarded as beneficiaries of the sexual revolution, emancipated from religious prejudice by science. Other legal experts explicitly invoked the authority of medicine to justify decriminalization, citing the range of theories of the origins of same-sex desire from psychopathological disturbance to the latest biological hypotheses of Iwan Bloch, Magnus Hirschfeld, and Eugen Steineck. Scholars also cited a history of retreating criminal sanctions against homosexual acts. They noted that a more humanitarian point of view was responsible for the gradual easing of penalties in European legislation. Psychiatrists, including Bekhterev, also contradicted G.R.'s analysis. Evidence that this lawyer's proposals represented only an isolated expert's opinion is found in articles by psychiatrists describing the same cases dealt with in trials of homosexuals. In a 1927 case history of transvestism and homosexuality, Moscow psychiatrist A.O. Edelstein presented a woman, Evgenia Fedorovna M., whose actions closely resembled those of Evgenia in the 1922 Justice Commissariat item. The psychiatrist dryly noted as fact the information that the Commissariat of Justice had conceded the legality of his patient's 1922 marriage to another woman on the grounds of mutual consent. The two texts may well describe the same Evgenia/Yevgeny. Yet even if they do not, Edelstein's article indicates that justice officials did recognize his subject's same-sex marriage in the legal strategies promoted in trials of homosexuals, were certainly not heeded by those jurists investigating the woman who eventually became Edelstein's patient. Medical articles relating to the case of the Pederasts Club contradicted the 1922 Justice Commissariat's account of the psychiatric expert testimony provided. Psychiatrists also challenged the timing of this trial as reported in this item. As with the women's case, available evidence precludes an indisputable connection between the Petrograd raid on a private party at which sailors and other men staged a masquerade wedding, as described in the Commissariat's weekly journal, and the similar incident described separately by Petrograd psychiatrist Bekhterev and his student V.P. Protopopov. But the circumstances of the cases are so similar and extraordinary to suggest that they were the same. Even if they were not, the credibility of trials of homosexuals, as conclusive evidence of a supposed prevailing Soviet approach toward same-sex relations, is undermined when these two accounts are compared. The Justice Commissariat's jurist implied that the raid on the Pederasts Club, or at least the subsequent trial, had taken place after the June 1, 1922 enactment of the new criminal code. The author presented the timing of the case in this way to strengthen his argument that homosexuality should now be criminalized as disorderly conduct, since sodomy was no longer a prohibited act. Yet Bekhtérev's accounts of his activities during the investigation following a Petrograd raid on a Pederasts Club undermined this timing and suggested that his professional opinions had been distorted in the Commissariat of Justice's version. In 1922, the psychiatrist published an account of the arrest of an entire club of homosexuals, about 98 individuals altogether, during their festive wedding party. This article was addressed to a professional audience of psychiatrists and physicians. Bekhterev said police telephoned on the night of the raid to invite him to examine the men for research, not forensic, purposes, and a footnote indicates his examinations must have taken place before February 28, 1921, 15 months before the new criminal code was adopted. He reported nothing here about being required to furnish forensic psychiatric opinions or to attend a trial. Bekhterev again described the police raid and his interviews with the men who were arrested in a chapter dated December 1924 addressed to an audience of professional educators and included in a twice-published, respected volume on sexual education. In this version, the psychiatrist aggressively strove to correct the Justice Commissariat's account without directly mentioning it. Bekhterev claimed to have studied the police investigation files, and he gave the date of the raid as January 15th. He noted that police surveillance of similar gatherings in a succession of private flats had begun in late 23. Bekhterev made no comment about this surveillance, but his terse observation about his own official role in the aftermath of the raid is a distinct contradiction of the Commissariat of Justice officials' representation of the academician in court. I was required to give an opinion on the case, and naturally, it was for the quashing of the case, for neither seduction nor propaganda for homosexuality were possible to establish in this instance. At issue in the discussion between psychiatrists, jurists, and the shadowy author of Trials of Homosexuals was the question of the status of homosexuals. Were they still to be regarded as criminals, as the police and some jurists apparently viewed them, or would they now be patients awaiting psychotherapy, as Bekhterev, an advocate of hypnosis, recommended, or maybe even a hormonal adjustment as Protopopov's study implied? Perhaps homosexuals were now free to express their sexual feeling like other adult citizens, as some legal commentaries argued. Fragmentary evidence suggests that emancipatory and medical views were preferred when no public disturbance or politically disloyal act took place over likely police preferences for a tougher line. A similar dispute over the correct approach to women as heterosexual prostitutes raged at this time between police, jurists, medical experts, and social activists, offering instructive indicators of official attitudes toward sexuality in public. A chaotic range of views about prostitution had been expressed during the Civil War years by authorities, resulting in a patchwork of rehabilitative and repressive measures. Social workers and Zanatel, the women's department of the early Communist Party, activists promoted communal housing experiments and sex education programs, while police in some jurisdictions simply rounded up prostitutes and confined them in labor camps. An early effort at coordination, an interdepartmental commission set up in 1919 under the auspices of the Commissariat of Welfare, tried to promote policies of education and social assistance. In December 1922, after legislators had rejected any suggestion that prostitutes themselves should be criminalized in the new RSFSR Criminal Code, another, much broader, interdepartmental commission for the struggle against prostitution led by Health Commissar Semashko was established. This commission rejected police methods on ideological grounds, arguing instead that social assistance and education for the woman who sold sex, regarded as a victim of economic circumstance and masculine disrespect, would win her for useful labor. In the course of debate, police proposals for a special unit, a moral militia, to target brothel keepers and male clients were attacked by Clara Zetkin and venereologists for threatening to revive the czarist regulationist system while driving prostitution underground, leaving disease to flourish unchecked. Where female prostitution was concerned, Soviet medicine would coordinate policy, which would be predicated not on punitive practices like those of the czarist regime, but on therapeutic and redemptive strategies intended to combat disease and restore women's dignity. Less clarity surrounded policy on same-sex love. No one of Zetkin's stature commented publicly, inside the USSR, on the legal and medical discussion about homosexuals. Nor was the question dramatized with the formation of a committee of experts. But 1 month after the Interdepartmental Commission on Prostitution had been established, Health Commissar Semashko, during a visit to Berlin, indicated to German allies in the international movement for sex reform that the Soviet legalization of male same-sex relations was a deliberately emancipatory measure, part of the sexual revolution. The research and sex reform activities of Dr. Magnus Hirschfeld's Institute for Sex Research, founded in Berlin in 1919, were followed with interest by Soviet social hygienists, and apparently by their patron Semashko. In January 1923, Semashko paid a visit to the institute with a delegation of Soviet doctors. They particularly requested a screening of the film Anders als die Andern, a cinematic documentary about same-sex love made in 1919 with Hirschfeld's participation. The Institute's Journal on Sexual Intermediate Types reported that the Soviet viewers expressed amazement that the film had been regarded as scandalous and had been banned. The journal then observed that Semashko stated how pleased he was that, in the new Russia, the former penalty against homosexuals has been completely abolished. He also explained that no unhappy consequences of any kind whatsoever have resulted from the elimination of the offending paragraph, nor has the wish that the penalty in question be reintroduced been raised in any quarter. This careful and elusive statement, not published in the USSR, was the most positive expression of homosexual emancipationist sentiment by a senior figure in the Soviet regime. It suggested that the emancipation of homosexuals was a logical outcome of the revolution. The Health Commissar ignored the call, expressed in Trials of Homosexuals, and reminiscent of police proposals for a moral militia, for a return to the regulation of homosexuality by other means. Semashko appeared optimistic about the consequences of the new legal dispensation. Semashko's link with Social Democrat and sex reformer Magnus Hirschfeld was one of many associations with German medicine which the People's Commissar cultivated as evidence of Soviet Russia's radical break with Tsarist public health policy. 2 years after Semashko's visit to Hirschfeld's institute, social hygienist Grigory Bakis, a young hothead Bolshevik doing his graduate studies at Moscow University, published a German-language pamphlet, The Sexual Revolution in Russia, in Berlin. Here Bakis said that in the USSR homosexuality was a private matter, to be treated like so-called natural intercourse. Later Bakis and other Soviet representatives spoke at conferences of the World League for Sexual Reform, WLSR, the international face of Hirschfeld's Institute for Sex Research. In the late 1920s, the WLSR became an arena in which Soviet social hygienists enjoyed the spotlight thanks to radical Bolshevik legislation on sexual matters. At the earliest League conferences, Soviet decriminalization of male homosexuality was routinely hailed. The presence of Alexander Kollontai, the Bolshevik Party's foremost spokesperson on sexual issues, along with Bakis and a Ukrainian professor on the organization's International Committee of Directors, gave it the appearance of official Soviet support. Yet Kollontai's oppositional agitation within the party and her poorly understood and easily distorted sex radicalism gave opponents pretexts to mount attacks on her in the Soviet press for promoting free love and bourgeois feminism. During Kollontai had less influence on these issues in Soviet politics after that year in her new role as ambassador to Norway. The impression that Soviet approval extended to the full roster of the WLSR's goals, which specifically included homosexual emancipation, must be seen in the context of an increasingly bifurcated policy on sexual politics in communist discourse, especially in the second half of the 1920s. Internationally, it was popular and profitable where communists were out of power to support the sex reform movement, while inside Soviet Russia, where the gains of the sexual revolution were institutionalized, rationalizing and not libertarian forces were gathering political momentum, often with substantial popular support. Interest in and sympathy for the homosexual in early Soviet medicine came not only as a byproduct of participation in the international sex reform movement. Health Commissar Semashko, as a patron of research in the emerging field of endocrinology, indirectly prompted psychiatrists to examine the links thought to exist between hormonal functions and mental disorders. Again, the Commissar was backing ideas that aroused intense interest among scientists in Central and Eastern Europe and which had the potential to make medicine Soviet, if important breakthroughs could establish a contrast with Tsarist medical research. The apparent discovery in 1918 that sex gland functions determine sexual orientation was part of a wider body of endocrinological study by Austrian biologist Eugen Steinack. His pre-war and post-war research on animals had contributed to a revolution in the understanding of the sex glands. With publicity and encouragement from Hirschfeld, Steinack turned to the question of altering human sexual behavior by controlling glandular secretions. In 1918, Steinack and the surgeon Robert Lichtenstern completed a successful partial transplant of a normal, heterosexual, human testicle to a male homosexual, who reportedly then lost his effeminate mannerisms, enjoyed sexual relations with a female prostitute, and later married. Hirschfeld seized upon these results as the most compelling basis for his biomedical construction of a new homosexual identity, and publicized them widely in the early 1920s. Russians were aware of Steinacke's experiments, especially because of his related work on animal and human rejuvenation therapy, omolazini. The supposedly rejuvenating surgical procedure, fashionable in Europe and the USSR during the 1920s, received wide publicity in the Soviet press. To Bolshevik visionaries, rejuvenation seemed to promise mastery over the mysterious processes of life itself, and many hundreds of such operations were carried out on animals and, mostly male, humans in NEP Russia. Against this backdrop of sex reform politics, interdisciplinary approaches to female prostitution, and endocrinological advance, a comparatively significant body of psychiatric studies on the question of homosexuality appeared during the 1920s in the Soviet Union. Psychiatric studies of homosexuals had the potential to differentiate the Soviet psychiatric discipline radically from its czarist antecedent, which had been so reluctant to medicalize the homosexual. In clinical and forensic psychiatric studies of modest numbers of homosexuals, psychiatrists gathered data and speculated, sometimes with great polemical force, about the etiology of same-sex desire. Most agreed that social and biological factors combined to produce the anomaly, but there were sharp disagreements about the appropriate emphasis to be placed on biological causes. A temporal coincidence had conferred revolutionary elan on endocrinological discoveries, endowing glandular research with a residual political glamour. If the question of the etiology of homosexuality could lead psychiatrists and biologists to new discoveries about hormonal functions, it would contribute prestige as well as new knowledge to Soviet medicine. The first and most confident statement of the endocrinological hypothesis for the origin of homosexuality was made by the laboratory assistant who accompanied academician Bekhterev to examine the men arrested in the January 1921 Petrograd Pederasts Club raid. V.P. Protopopov disagreed publicly with his teacher and used the issue of homosexuality to stake out his own scientific territory, not without success. Protopopov, meanwhile, conducted extensive interviews with 40 men detained by police. He not only wrote up 10 of the most interesting case histories from his sample, but also used the material as a springboard to survey the current state of medical thinking on homosexuality. Protopopov concluded that his material supported Steinacke's endocrinological hypothesis as proposed in 1918. The gland-centered etiology was diametrically opposed to Bekhtérev's nurturist viewpoint. Protopopov was made director of the Faculty of Psychiatry at Kharkov State University in 1923, and 5 years later he supervised an experiment based on the Steinacke hypothesis, an attempt at sex gland implants conducted by psychiatrist IAI Kirov. The procedure, adapting techniques of rejuvenation therapy as applied to women, was undertaken to reverse the sex drive of a determined female homosexual, homosexualistka. Sheep and pig ovary sections were implanted under the right breast of 28-year-old patient Ephrosinia B., who was said to have consented to the operation. It proved a dismal failure, and neither Protopopov nor his student Kirov revisited homosexuality as a research topic. Early supporters of the hormonal theory for the origins of same-sex desire were also found among the first cohort of Soviet-era psychiatrists trained during the Civil War by Pete B. Ganishkin, the profession's leader in Moscow. After qualifying Mark I.A., Suraisky specialized in mental disturbances produced by endocrinological processes, publishing a monograph on the subject in 1925 and later a general psychiatric textbook with another Ganishkin associate, M. O. Gurevich. Unsurprisingly, given his research interests, Suraisky was the most committed of Soviet psychiatrists to the theory that homosexuality constituted a hormonal anomaly. During the Cultural Revolution, in circumstances discussed in Chapter 6, his assertion of the theory would attract wide attention. Yevgeny K. Krasnushkin had also been encouraged by Ganishkin to examine endocrinological factors in mental illness. During the Civil War, he assumed forensic and penal psychiatric responsibilities, and in the 1920s he specialized in the assessment and rehabilitation of criminals with mental disorders at the V.P. Serbsky Forensic Psychiatric Institute, the Moscow Bureau for Study of the Personality of the Criminal and Criminality, and the city's labor reformatory for minors Mostrutum. It was in a forensic capacity that Krasnushkin studied sexual and gender dissent. In his 1926 joint article with N.G. Kolzakova on female murderer homosexuals, The two psychiatrists had proposed a constitutional etiology for homosexual desire originating in the sex glands, with secondary significance attached to environmental factors. They relied on an interpretation of Hirschfeld's complex modeling of intersexuality, a modeling that predated the Steinach testicular transplant breakthrough. The two Russian doctors appear to have been heavily influenced by Hirschfeld's ditransvestitin. In this groundbreaking 1910 work on cross-dressing, the German sexologist had elaborated a theory of sexual intermediaries to classify all forms of gender and sexual nonconformity between the extremes of an innate and heterosexual masculinity and femininity. Krasnushkin and Kolzakova confusingly designated all intermediaries as transvestites and referred to homosexuals and bisexuals as subcategories. Their reading ignored Hirschfeld's clear distinction between cross-dressing and same-sex eros. It also paved the way for later disputes in Soviet medicine about the transvestite as citizen and patient. Krasnushkin and Kolzakova's two subjects had murdered their female partners, in one case from jealousy when the lover had announced her intention to marry a man, and in the other instance from apparent sexual provocation. The criminality of the female homosexuals under review did not prevent the two psychiatrists from introducing the topic in terms that reflected the influence of emancipationist arguments for tolerance of the harmless or gifted homosexual. Unenlightened popular Kodiachi opinion of sexual intermediary types as unnatural protovoestestveny ignored a growing body of scientific evidence that found these types to be widespread. Anthropologists demonstrated the existence of same-sex desire and gender intermediacy across boundaries of civilization, class, and culture. Hirschfeld, the foremost authority on intermediaries, was hailed as the most prominent expert of modern sexology. Finally, Krasnushkin and Kolzakova argued that homosexuals were not always linked to crime or illness. Both male and female homosexuality are frequently combined with high aesthetic giftedness, they observed. A classical example of this combination is the Greek poetess Sappho. The name of the island of Lesbos, where she so successfully cultivated love between women, to this day gives the name lesbian to this love. Elsewhere, Krasnushkin asserted that persons suffering from sexual perversions were few in number and had little harmful effect on society. As long as they do not harm the rights and physical well-being of others, their perversions in and of themselves should not be punished. The genuine sexual revolution included Soviet understanding on this point, in contrast to Western European law, which treated perversions harshly. These arguments for a medical and historicizing approach to same-sex love resembled those used by some Tsarist-era apologists, and by Hirschfeld's Scientific Humanitarian Committee, the German campaigning organization for homosexual emancipation. A similar biological emphasis, drawing on Hirschfeld, was evident in the work of forensic expert N.P. Brukhonsky of Moscow's Institute of Neuropsychiatric Prophylaxis. In a 1927 monograph on sexual psychopathology, he described a number of cases of female and male homosexuality that arose in the capital's provincial court. In these cases of murder or attempted murder motivated by jealousy, Brukhonsky had served as an expert witness, authenticating for the court the psychology of same-sex desire expressed in defendants' and victims' letters. Not infrequently, the cases ended in the hospitalization of defendants rather than imprisonment, in the international context, a progressive outcome. He supported the decriminalization of sodomy, while professing doubts about all scientific theories for homosexuality given the current state of knowledge. In his forensic psychiatric textbook published in 1928, he gave more explicit indications of the theories he favored, suggesting that authentic homosexuality was the result of constitutional factors, citing Hirschfeld, while acknowledging that culture could force individuals into same-sex relations against their nature. In Leningrad, where clinicians explored blood testing as a means of identifying sexual anomalies, similar sentiments were evident. While one pair of researchers claimed that homosexuality must be viewed as a particular biological imperfection, they rejected any quick presumption that homosexuals were thus psychologically impaired. Presenting the confession of 23-year-old Sergei, neuropathologist N.F. Orlov asserted that the moral level of this subject was no lower than that of the majority of healthy, normal heterosexual men. Yet these assertions were clouded with ambiguity, for Sergei had in his own words sought psychiatric help to be reborn, to become different, to become like everybody else. He wanted to start a family, and believed same-sex love was too unstable a basis upon which to build a life. Orloff posited that the roots of homosexuality were the likely result of profound biochemical phenomena, and not merely hormonal anomaly. In his view, the activity of all the cells of the organism was implicated. His sympathetic presentation of 4 cases of male homosexuality, explored in a clinical, not penal setting, suggests that, as in Hirschfeld's work, Soviet medical practice could wed a humane approach to the individual who experienced same-sex desire with a biomedical understanding of homosexuality. In June 1926, in his capacity as a sexologist, Hirschfeld visited the Soviet Union sponsored by Semashko's Health Commissariat. Hirschfeld returned from the USSR apparently disappointed with Bolshevik prudery, remarking that scientific interest in homosexuality was in decline and that homosexual behavior was regarded as unproletarian in the new socialist state. The German activist physician realized that no open, organized group of homosexuals existed in the new Russia and that Soviet journalism and literature were silent about the question. Hirschfeld was uncharacteristically laconic about this journey and only published a brief newspaper article describing it. It is not known if he encountered any of the Soviet psychiatrists mentioned here for his influence on their work. He made a poor impression on Mikhail Kuzmin, who along with Nikolai Kluev attended a deadly dull meeting with the sexologist on June 8. Yet Hirschfeld's influence on Soviet views of the sex and gender dissident, however modest, had nevertheless been powerful, and it was far from exhausted in 1926. Biosocial perspectives on homosexuality. While hormonal etiologies for sexual anomaly attracted attention for their novelty and promise, many Soviet psychiatrists promoted explanations that acknowledged a role for biology, but emphasized the social environment in which sexualities developed. Biosocial understandings of social anomalies, such as criminality, suicide, prostitution, and drug addiction, were the dominant paradigm shared by experts in many Soviet disciplines in the 1920s. Like-minded psychiatrists tended to invoke the flexible and dynamic concept of psychopathy when discussing the sex or gender dissident. The psychopathic model for this type of patient gained ground in the late 1920s and is discussed in Chapter 6. Earlier in the decade, groups of psychiatrists put forward alternative biosocial explanations for sexual anomalies, and these challenged the highly biological Steinach-Hirschfeld hormonal model. In their privileging of the influence of environment or nurture, Bekhtярev's reflexology and psychoanalysis as interpreted in Russia also had a potential political appeal to Marxist sponsors. The theory that sexual attraction was a complex reflex had been expounded by Bekhtyarev well before 1917, and his sober promotion of sexual health and of scientific sex education apparently accorded with the rationalizing sexual politics of the Communist Party leadership. His success after October 1917 was based, however, on the vigorous range of his psychiatric activities and on his political credentials. He embraced the Bolshevik regime and energetically participated in institution building while remaining outside the party. Bekhtярev's principal Tsarist base for research and therapy, the Petrograd Psychoneurological Institute, became in the 1920s the nucleus for a psychoneurological academy, grouping 15 research facilities under his presidency, including the Institute for the Study of the Brain and Mental Activity, established in 1918. Little in Bekhtярev's etiology for homosexuality and other sexual deviations and perversions changed after 1917, but in 1922 he published an extensive survey of the clinical material he had collected over more than 2 decades. This article would be the longest single work on sexual anomalies to be published in Soviet Russia until 1959. In his survey, Bekhtyarev interpreted recent claims about glandular influences on sexuality to underpin his environmental theory of perversion. Noting that the sex drive was facilitated by development of the sex glands and their hormones, Bekhtyarev argued that the hormonal system in humans was subordinate to the mediation of sociocultural conditions, such as modesty taboos, literature, and courtship practices, which ordered sexuality. Inversion, same-sex attraction, resulted from the habit of mutual masturbation between boys or girls, when the inclination to normal sexual intercourse is weakened or absent, or from the influence of deliberate sexual stimuli, especially during puberty. Taking pains to explain Sigmund Freud's theories of the emergence of sexual anomalies, Bekhtyarev nevertheless argued robustly against the Viennese psychoanalyst's eroticization of parts of the body not intended for sexual attraction, and the imprecision of psychoanalytic categories of sexual pathology and health. Bekhtyarev confidently stated that nature intends sex to end in procreation, and he evaluated patients experiencing same-sex attraction according to whether they could easily ignore this urge and engage in natural, procreative sex. The inversion of desire felt by those who could still have natural relations he set aside as a sexual deviation, eucloniny, admittedly an unnatural one. Those, however, whose inverted desire had taken root, Koronilos, were pathological, patologicski. The Petrograd psychiatrist in effect divided homosexual patients into those who might be persuaded from their deviation by psychotherapy, and those whose pathology suggested a pessimistic prognosis. Until Bekhtярev's death in 1927, his authority in the Soviet Union on the scientific basis of sexual development was considerable, but with the breakup of his institutional networks after his death, the reflexological viewpoint lost its most vocal advocate. A perspective on sexuality that attracted more modest attention from psychiatrists in the Soviet Union was offered by psychoanalysis. While enthusiasm for Sigmund Freud's theories among a new generation of psychiatrists marked the last years of Tsarist rule, little about homosexuality found its way into the Russian psychoanalytic movement's journal, Psychoterapia, Psychotherapy. Freudian explanations of homosexuality were infrequently rehearsed in Soviet Russian psychiatric literature, notwithstanding the widespread receptivity to Freud's psychotherapeutic practices in the early 1920s. In the later 1920s, officially sponsored attacks on Freudianism, Freudism, as a worldview as well as a psychotherapeutic technique mounted. Psychoanalysis fell under proscription until the 1970s. Freud's work was translated into Russian and published in NEP Russia, and his theories circulated widely among the reading public. His influence on early Soviet pedagogy and cultural criticism was significant. Yet psychiatric writing on homosexuality in this period does not reflect the appeal of psychoanalysis. One reason why few psychoanalytic interpretations of same-sex perversion appeared in Russia is that while Freud's work was well known, few institutionally powerful psychiatrists actively sought to work with and develop his concepts. There were structural and ideological reasons for this. To the Tsarist psychiatric profession struggling for recognition and resources, minor psychiatry, malaya psychiatria, the treatment of neuroses and everyday life problems, had been a significantly lower priority than in affluent Germany or France. Both Bekhtyarev and Ganishkin opposed the Freudian view, the former from his biological and reflexological approach, while the latter from his training under Emil Krepelin, an opponent of psychoanalysis. Two students of Ganishkin, Krasnushkin, and Lev Rosenstein exhibited interest in Freud before the revolution. Yet there is no trace of this influence on Krasnushkin's later work about sexuality. Rosenstein's activities as director of the Institute of Neuropsychiatric Prophylaxis in Moscow were said by Wilhelm Reich in 1929 to be influenced by Freud, but the Soviet doctor said little about sex or psychoanalysis in print. Rosenstein's views are difficult to reconstruct. He undoubtedly continued in the 1920s to be interested in sexuality and its place in mental hygiene. He devoted precious time during a research trip to Berlin in the mid-1920s to visiting Hirschfeld and the psychiatrist Arthur Kronfeld at the Institute for Sex Research. Yet he came home disappointed that Kronfeld held a position no more important than psychotherapeutic counselor in the Institute, an institution of the commercial type with a fine-sounding Gromko name. The Institute of Neuropsychiatric Prophylaxis apparently continued to conduct counseling and sex education work during the late 1920s. Rosenstein's sanguine view of female sex and gender descent, reported in 1933 by a U.S. observer, was frankly emancipationist but lacked any hint of the psychoanalytic approach. As a clinical psychiatrist, he apparently believed it was appropriate to assist patients in accepting same-sex desire and finding suitable and productive social roles. He invited lesbians, militiawomen, and Red Armyists in uniform to come and give their life histories to his students, while claiming that women may legally take men's names and live as men. Whether in fact such bureaucratic procedures existed is examined in chapter. Perhaps Rosenstein was speaking in the discourse of the sexual revolution as cultivated for the foreign left. Yet by the time of this conversation in 1932 or 1933, events were shaping a new and far harsher discourse around the individual misfit. Psychiatrists would be left without guidance once the new discourse criminalized the male homosexual and made the position of women take men's names and live as men untenable. Isolated case histories of same-sex relations from practitioners in Russia's regions displayed enthusiastic applications of psychoanalytic concepts and are indicative of the remarkable penetration of Freudian theories beyond Moscow. The most explicitly Freudian analysis of a homosexual emerged from the Bureau of Criminal Anthropology in Saratov. Bureau psychiatrist A.P. Stess's 1925 case history is a psychoanalytic profile of a female homosexual, unparalleled in Soviet psychiatric literature, with its creative application of the Oedipal complex, penis envy, and castration fear to interpretations of the patient's psyche. Suggestion therapy, Freud's technique of free association, and 17 hypnosis sessions gradually secured the patient's cooperation and her supposed rehabilitation. Stess, like U.S. psychoanalysts in a later era, used the techniques of Freudian analysis to cure homosexuality, which he believed serves as a barrier to the development of an outlook and lowers the social worth of the human personality. He also combined psychoanalysis with hypnosis, a blending much explored in Russia but condemned by Freud, who also rejected the dogmatic and hostile pathologization of homosexuality. Gender and the Soviet homosexual. Studies of same-sex desire in early Soviet Russia seldom voiced concern about the social worth of the individual homosexual as explicitly as did Dr. Stess in Saratov. Psychiatrists in this period frequently presented homosexual patients with little comment on their life prospects, effectively inviting a professional audience to supply its own readings of extraordinary anamneses. Yet, in the selection of cases for consideration, doctors were already signaling the types of deviations they found socially troubling and perhaps those they felt would interest their institutional sponsors. Frequently, in the study of sexual anomaly, gender was a key factor they pursued. Implicitly, in studies focusing on the gender-transgressive homosexual, psychiatrists sought to erect boundaries between anomalous and normal gender identities. Their studies, and the silences in them, suggested much about their readings of appropriate femininity and masculinity in the new socialist state and about their aspirations for the problem of homosexuality in their discipline. If Tsarist psychiatry had been reluctant to explore female homosexuality, early Soviet psychiatrists were relatively eager to study this virtually uncharted phenomenon. Almost all of their texts discussing female homosexuality were the result of encounters with women who violated conventional gender norms. Soviet psychiatrists of the 1920s recorded with considerable consistency the mannish, muzapodobnai character of their principal subjects. Such gender nonconformity was found to have begun early in childhood. Women's case histories of homosexuality paid at least as much attention to girlhood gender transgression as to early sexuality, in contrast to case histories of male homosexuals that privileged the sexual development of boys and downplayed their effeminacy. V.P. Osipov described how a female soldier, who sought his assistance with her sexual deviance, had loved the company of the boys she grew up among in childhood, and often wore their clothing. Another woman who had served in the Civil War as a commander told N.I. Sklier in 1924 that she had played with boys as a child and loved climbing trees, playing Cossacks' war games. She did not begin wearing men's clothing until her military service, when she began to go by a masculine name and refer to herself using masculine grammatical forms. Forensic psychiatrists likewise found elements of masculinization in the histories of childhood they obtained from their patients. Valentina P., who murdered her lover Oljshch, said that she began to wear men's clothing in childhood. I loved men's clothing. Valentina had applied to join the Red Army while a young teenager, but her older, more feminine lover had prevented it. Olj's brother said that Valentina had trouble in school because she was always chasing after girls, writing them notes. At home she would refuse to wear her skirt and put on trousers instead. Similar accounts appeared in the work of Krasnushkin and Kolzakova, who also reported on Valentina P., and another female homosexual murderer in 1926 and in Edelstein's 1927 study of Evgenia Fedorovna M. Psychiatrists were fascinated by individuals like Evgenia who publicly transformed their gender identities, taking male names, changing their passports, adopting masculine occupations, gestures, and habits. Cases of women's gender identity transformation aroused the interest of overwhelmingly male psychiatrists, whether they promoted hormonal or biosocial ideologies for sexual anomaly. Their curiosity about the phenomenon, for which science had no conclusive explanations, implicitly reflected the anxiety about appropriate gender roles for women, which was widespread in NEP society. Much ambivalence accompanied descriptions of masculinized female homosexuals. On the one hand, these individuals enacted public roles that accorded with generally accepted notions of revolutionary equality. 3 of the passing women in this psychiatric literature had served in military formations as commanders or soldiers during and after the Civil War, conducting political education work, and in one case later managing a clinic. These were women with education and talent whose service to the revolutionary state was impossible to gainsay. Likewise, 2 anonymous female homosexuals, described as masculine in their appearance and temperament by sexologist I. G. Gelman in his 1923 survey of the sex lives of Moscow's Sverdlov University students, were from worker and peasant backgrounds. In their potential, they embodied Soviet goals for women's education and promotion in the public sphere. Even female homosexuals, whose criminality brought them into view, displayed a perverse competence in a masculine world, apparently appropriating the gender equality promised by the revolution, while subverting its economic values. In the 1920s, some forensic doctors viewed the rise in Russian women's suicide after the revolution as an unfortunate index of progress, a measure of the rise in women's assumption of public duties and burdens. While psychiatrists did not express similar notions explicitly, their interest in the masculinized female homosexual perhaps suggested that they saw in her another potential index of the stresses of emancipation. As People's Commissar of Health Semashko had indicated in 1924, vulgarized equality of the sexes led some women in urban life to crop their hair, drink, smoke and swear, and stride about in half-trousers. Along the way, these masculinized women had ignored the feminine constitution, designed for the functions of childbirth, which he said they possessed. Women who rejected a natural femininity, the destiny Semashko argued had been ordained by their biology, had in his scheme exceeded the limits of emancipated Soviet womanhood. The pathology of the masculinized woman evidently lay in the hint that she might reject maternity. Psychiatrists studying the female homosexual seldom made this connection an explicit justification for their research, yet it implicitly underpinned their interest in the gender-transgressive woman. While masculinization and its problematic relation to revolutionary values appeared to fuel psychiatric interest in the female homosexual, early Soviet doctors who encountered men who had sex together said rather little by comparison about male effeminacy, xenopodobnost. Of the pre-revolutionary psychiatric authorities on sexual perversion, only Veniamin Tarnowski expressed thinly disguised contempt for boys and men of Russia's elite who failed to internalize the values of courage, controlled emotions, and devotion to duty. According to his classification of pederasts, the most effeminate were deemed to have a congenital disorder. Effeminacy was observed in some pederasts from early in childhood and was a symptom of degeneration. Tsarist psychiatrists after Tarnowski avoided descriptions of unmanly behavior and expressed far less interest in gender role patterns in their perverse subjects. This lack of attention to effeminacy was a symptom of psychiatrists' reluctance to pathologize same-sex relations wholeheartedly. Bekhtярev's pre-revolutionary, upper-class men were described with sparing reference to their gestures or forms of dress. It was actually in popular scientific, literary, and journalistic depictions of male same-sex relations published after 1905 that images of the decadent, effeminate homosexual began to appear with any frequency in Russian discourse. Revolution briefly revived psychiatric interest in the male effeminacy-homosexuality link. Osipov recycled Tarnowski's accounts of the soft pederast, now rechristened the homosexual, for a new generation of psychiatrists in his 1923 textbook on mental illness. Bekhtярev's and Protopopov's articles about the 1921 raid on the Petrograd Pederasts Club described transvestite parties and male parodies of heterosexual relations, a world of transgressive behavior in gesture and language depicted with an ethnographer's eye. This world of the women haters' ball was also reflected in Moscow forensic psychiatrist V. A. Belousov's 1927 case of the male prostitute, known as P. The momentary revival of interest in the gender-transgressive male homosexual stemmed from concerns about public order. Most of the relevant case histories emerged from police initiatives to control private gatherings, the pederasts club, or economic crime, the male prostitute. Psychiatric expertise was apparently sought by authorities in these cases to confirm the dangers of mental infection if suggestible individuals associated with homosexuals. Occasionally, forensic psychiatric expertise exculpated the homosexual by desexualizing him or by claiming to have cured him, and in such texts effeminacy was minimized or ignored. Far more consistent were the rigid roles with which Russians viewed sexual activity between men, assigning holistic identities according to positions supposedly adopted in anal intercourse, passive and active pederasts. The passive/active binarism could be expressed in explicitly gendered terms from the earliest moments of Russian reception of medical discourses of homosexuality. Case histories of males, when describing sexual postures, employed phrases such as D offered himself as a woman, and he generally prefers to be in the woman's position. The Russian language possesses a vivid means of shaping this gendered perception in the verbs to use, upotrebliat, использовать, to describe the insertive, man's role in sex acts. The division of pederasts into active and passive types, reinforced in the reception of Casper and Tardieu, resonated in Russia with the deep cultural divide between men and women and the mechanistic understanding of lust as a masculine drive to which women submitted passively. Where other forms of sexual relations were described, they could be recast within this binarism. The official language of criminal dossiers and the recorded speech of sodomy trial defendants in the 1930s, 1940s reflected the enduring presence of this vision of gender and sexual relations in Russian society. Psychiatric attempts to link male passivity with congenital homosexuality and an active sexual posture to acquired forms appeared frequently. Doctors sought to distinguish cases caused by neuropathy, hormonal imbalance, or degenerative constitution from supposedly less authentic, acquired forms of homosexuality. The link was tightest in writing on the 1921 Pederasts Club, in which Bekhterev to a limited extent, and Protopopov more radically, insisted that pederasts who also had relations with women were exclusively active users of the male anus as ultimum refugium. Protopopov went further, adding that such men were not true or congenital homosexuals at all. Both psychiatrists disassociated the medically interesting homosexual, as opposed to the morally corrupt pederast, from the practice of anal intercourse, seeking to exculpate the homosexual by distancing him from the most reviled of sexual acts. Men and women who conformed to gender role expectations, manly men, feminine women, but engaged in same-sex practices, were seldom regarded by psychiatrists as genuinely sick. Doctors often asserted that removal from the influence of the gender-transgressive homosexual partner or a course of suggestion therapy or hypnosis was all that was needed to restore this normal individual to health. In their medical histories of homosexuality, psychiatrists discussed gender-conforming women differently from men. Their attitudes toward these potentially recoverable individuals anticipated later differences between the approaches to same-sex love taken by authorities in law and medicine. In psychiatric case histories of the 1920s, partners of the mannish female homosexual were often represented as normal, heterosexual, and their femininity was taken as read. Feminine partners appeared fleetingly in the cases, often indulging the masculinized principles, then rejecting them for marriage to males. Feminine partners in this literature also conformed to gender expectations by exposing themselves to psychological and physical abuse from their masculinized partners. Olga Ivanovna Tsikhev, a librarian and teacher, murdered by Valentina P., was described by Krasnushkin and Kolzakova, who did not meet her alive, as a woman with a soft, kind, generous character, a feminine, Zensvenaya, subtle, refined figure of slight height with a sweet face. The fascination with the mannish female homosexual was accompanied by the implicit denial of the possibility of a feminine, genuine homosexual as partner. Psychiatrists suggested that the womanly partners of masculinized female homosexuals were actually normal women who had only temporarily come under the influence of a scheming and forceful homosexual personality. The resolution of the feminine woman's problem was implicit in her passive role in these case histories and scarcely needed to be spelled out. Sexual relations with a man, and preferably marriage, would close this unfortunate chapter in her life. The manly, uneffeminate man who engaged in same-sex love was also felt to be less pathological, but his rehabilitation could seldom be left to a natural resumption of heterosexuality. Often enough, these subjects had once been or still were married. Tarnowski had invented the category of the congenital periodic pederast, to describe how such men might live peacefully in the family bosom between sex romps with bathhouse youths or male street prostitutes. In his landmark 1922 article on sexual perversions, Bekhtyrev's portraits of homosexuals included many masculine males. Men and boys in single-sex environments were at risk of acquiring homosexual tastes, he argued, illustrating the point by relating how one individual could corrupt an entire artel of lumberjacks or how a man still capable of relations with women could, through mutual masturbation, develop a taste for rough lower-class men. Both before and after 1917, Bekhtyrev's prescription for rehabilitation was confidently interventionist. Courses of hypnosis and sessions of talk therapy were often undertaken, with doubts about effectiveness only expressed in the case of effeminate males. In 1927, Belarusian psychiatrist A.K. Lentz described how he had cured or lessened homosexual desire with hypnosis. 2 patients had been inclined to the insertive role and were not effeminate, but another homosexual spoke in a feminine tone, and Lentz judged him less susceptible to hypnotherapy. The masculine male who had sex with other males was in the eyes of Russian psychiatry less authentically pathological because of his active sexual role and the positive prognosis this suggested. Yet these men, unlike their female counterparts, could not be trusted to resume heterosexual relations without therapeutic intervention. Normal masculinity was more fragile and socially determined than the feminine constitution, designed for the functions of childbirth, imagined by Semashko. Therefore, normal masculinity had to be reconstructed through hypnosis or persuasion. Effeminate homosexual men, however, posed a more profound psychiatric dilemma: how to redirect sexual desire from a passive to an active posture, and how to resocialize the unmanly male who preferred such acts. Conclusion: some early Soviet psychiatrists, following developments in European sexology and endocrinology, examined the question of homosexuality, apparently hoping that important discoveries might enhance their discipline's links to key revolutionary values. The silence in the penal code on same-sex relations offered new opportunities for medicine in an area formerly dominated by police approaches. A vanguard role in the international sex reform movement and friendly ties with Hirschfeld, its leading sexologist, were cultivated by the Health Commissariat. By conducting research in sexual anomalies, psychiatrists could potentially attract patronage for work that would distinguish them from czarist predecessors and raise their prestige within and outside the Soviet Union in the quintessentially modern discipline of sexology. Hirschfeld's promotion of a hormonal etiology for sexual intermediaries also afforded a potential avenue for psychiatrists to contribute to revolutionary ambitions to master nature. By incorporating and attempting to replicate the Steinach breakthroughs in identifying the source of sexual anomalies, psychiatrists could enhance their association with the pioneering work of endocrinologists. Despite the promise of these initiatives, their contradictory political potential rendered problematic the question of a biological basis for homosexuality. Methodological limitations highlighted this dilemma. For psychiatrists reliant on anamnesis, finding sufficient material to make a case for problematizing same-sex relations was a formidable hurdle. It was not that there were no homosexuals to study. One Leningrad psychiatrist, extrapolating from Hirschfeld's attempt at demographic analysis, said that 2 to 3 million probably lived in Soviet Russia. A more significant obstacle was the epistemological threshold, the point at which dozens of scattered case histories constituted a critical mass pointing to a recognized social entity. No psychiatrists of the 1920s managed to assemble studies of large numbers of homosexuals. After the articles produced by Protopopov and Bekhtyrev in the aftermath of the 1921 Pederasts Club raid, only a handful of psychiatrists published comparative multiple case histories of homosexuality, and these were not quantitative studies of large samples but anecdotal reviews of a few patients. There was no Russian version of Hirschfeld's Institute for Sex Research, which studied sexual variety and educated the public, nor of the U.S. Committee for the Study of Sex Variants, formed to conduct a systematic mass study. Soviet social hygienists in their sexological research confined themselves to surveys of relations between the sexes. The only deviance they added to this agenda was female prostitution. Studies of homosexuals that did appear in Soviet medical literature were usually based on modest clinical samples or on individuals processed through a penal psychiatric facility. Psychiatrists in revolutionary Russia tended to encounter the homosexual fortuitously rather than actively seeking him or her out. As a result of this reactive posture, These psychiatrists eschewed the methodologies of quantification that other disciplines embraced in the 1920s to make Soviet their studies of the socially anomalous. Questionnaires, structured surveys, and gathering of statistics were among the ways in which social hygienists and forensic doctors studied forms of social anomaly, such as female prostitution and suicide. These tools connected the individual case to the social body and dramatized the problem for researchers asserting claims for their disciplines inside the health commissariat, as well as for party activists and political agitators who took interest in the political issues flowing from these claims. Demonstrating the significance of the object of research depended, in part, on being able to count its prevalence in society and to situate it, by markers of class, gender, education, and so on, within the social body. As the individual case history became part of a larger whole, the research topic acquired a firmer claim to political relevance, and doctors could present themselves as physician sociologists, vrachi sociology, diagnosticians of society. Material difficulties also arose for psychiatrists who asserted a primarily hormonal origin for same-sex desire and gender nonconformity. A constant problem in Soviet biological experimentation was the short supply of healthy tissues, both animal and human, for research work of every kind. An attempt to replicate the Steinach transplant and cure a male homosexual in 1923, conducted by leading biologist M. Zavodovsky of Second Moscow State University, proved unsuccessful. While skeptical of the procedure, Zavodovsky nevertheless noted that failure could also be ascribed to the lack of appropriate tissues for transplant. In 1928, Kirov and Kharkov similarly complained that we were unable to obtain a necessary high-quality ovary satisfying all the present requirements in his implant experiment on Ephrosinia B. As in Western European nations, the directions taken by researchers of the sex hormones in the Soviet Union were often determined by the materials most readily available to gather and manipulate. Human testicular and ovarian tissue supplies were difficult enough to obtain in peacetime, and the Soviet Union's geographic position and economic limitations constricted access to gorilla or monkey glands. Ultimately, unlike rejuvenation therapy, which appeared to work at least temporarily, the Steinach-Lichtenstern gland transplants to alter sexual orientation produced no material results. Numerous attempts to replicate the Austrians' breakthrough were made in the early 1920s in Central and Eastern Europe. By the mid-1920s, biologists in the region were generally convinced that the techniques were ineffective, and the few reversals of sexual appetite observed were solely the products of doctors' influence on suggestible patients. Hirschfeld, a physician not a biologist, continued to hope for an endocrinological etiology of sexual intermediaries, because a congenital basis for same-sex love had underpinned the logic of his brand of emancipationism. In the late 1920s, some Soviet psychiatrists would also continue to anticipate the day when biologists would reveal the hidden mechanisms of sexual orientation in the sex gland system. Yet in NEP Russia, material obstacles to sex gland transplantation and the failures of transplants undertaken made it clear that the existing procedure was a fruitless drain on scarce resources. Embedded in the transfer of the question of sex and gender descent from the law to medicine were a number of dilemmas that made doctors cautious. Without explicit political signals, how were doctors to know what medical involvement was intended to achieve? Were doctors meant, through the techniques of minor psychiatry, to assist the individual who embodied sexual anomaly to accept her or himself as fully capable citizens of the new society? Were doctors supposed to be curing individual misfits? Or were they supposed to be unlocking the secrets of sexual anomaly in order to create a life that will not produce misfits? Unlike other social anomalies, homosexuality's political significance was far from clear. Suicides were unambiguously regarded as losses to the new society, and while female prostitution evoked contradictory responses from police, social workers, and medical practitioners, they nonetheless could agree that the phenomenon was undesirable. In the 1920s, as Bolsheviks surveyed the social landscape and considered ways of transforming it according to Marxist aspirations, sex and gender descent evoked a variety of responses that were dependent on their context. Doctors assessed their position astutely when they remained cautious about medicalizing all forms of sexual anomaly. 6. An infinite quantity of intermediate sexes. The transvestite and the cultural revolution. In NEP Russia, doctors were the chief creators of a new discourse around homosexuality and other forms of sex and gender descent, But they were not alone in their encounters with these individuals. While it appears that police reluctantly ceded jurisdiction over homosexuals to psychiatrists after the 1922 RSFSR Criminal Code was published, significant departures from this division of labor existed simultaneously. These exceptions to the presumption that it was the job of medicine to speak about the homosexual or the transvestite demonstrated the limits set by Soviet authority on medical models of sexual and gender anomaly. Bolshevik campaigners engaged in battles with certain backward, hostile elements of the Soviet Union's population had no doubts that this emerging medical model was irrelevant to the forms of same-sex relations they encountered. An examination of their confrontations with Christian clergy and with the sexual customs of primitive peoples of the South and East of the Soviet Union reveals the consistent application of a view of sexual deviance supposedly created by social conditions. As they pried open the secret world of the monastery or sought to modernize the cultural practices of Islamic and Caucasian peoples, campaigning Bolsheviks developed a politics of sexual difference that was strikingly at odds with advanced European psychiatric and endocrinological hypotheses. Bolshevik enthusiasts in the anti-religious movement and Russian Bolsheviks devising legislation for the new peripheral republics of the Soviet Union approached the regulation of same-sex offenses as remnants of the old ways of life, stereotypes, that they were determined to eradicate. In doing so, they produced a counter-discourse to the medicalizing and libertarian voices heard from certain psychiatrists and jurists in the RSFSR. The Cultural Revolution, which accompanied the first five-year plan, 1928-32, did not leave the problem of gender and sexual dissent untouched. It generated a debate, traceable in various episodes, about the viability of the transvestite, a category that stood for all varieties of the intermediate sex in the new society. This debate reflected both the influence of Bolshevik campaigners' experience in combating remnants of old ways of life and the passions of medical men considering the scientific problem of sexual anomaly. As in other technical fields, the medical approach to the question displayed a utopian phase during 1929 and 1930, when psychiatrists restated their optimism about the promises of both sexual emancipation and endocrinological discoveries. This medical claim to custody of a particular socially anomalous identity came into conflict with tougher strategies for dealing with deviant behaviors and ways of life. The discursive space within which anomalies like the homosexual or transvestite could exist unmolested in the Soviet Union of the first five-year plan began to shrink. The refusal of the medical, the decriminalization of sodomy in the 1922 RSFSR Criminal Code, had suggested to the Health Commissariat and some scientists and jurists that homosexuality would be a medical and not a police matter. There were, nevertheless, forms of usually male same-sex relations that particular groups of Bolshevik activists refused to regard as medical problems. They rejected claims of congenital origins for same-sex love and denied that historical evidence of same-sex love in other cultures demonstrated its universality. Activists argued that certain depraved remnants of the old regime among Russian Orthodox clergy, or primitive nationalities within the Soviet Union, Southern and Eastern ethnic groups, were prone to display socially produced forms of sexual perversion, with a consistency not always apparent elsewhere in the handling of gender and sexual dissent. Bolsheviks pursued campaigns and policies to eliminate class elements or social patterns that they perceived as formative of perversions. These initiatives put clear limitations on the biomedical claim to knowledge about sex and gender dissent, depriving technocratic expertise of an unfettered, leading role. They also produced political discourses about anomalous sexualities that ran counter to the Health Commissariat's excursions into the international politics of sex reform and implied limits to libertarian readings of revolutionary legislation on sexual crime. In the early Soviet era, militant atheist campaigners, based during the Civil War in the Commissariat of Justice and later in the party's agitation and propaganda department, were engaged in a struggle to discredit the moral and political authority of the Russian Orthodox Church. Sexual misdemeanors committed by clergy and monks became a powerful, if minor, theme in anti-religious activities and publicity. Building on the experience of the 1919 Bishop Palladii case, atheist journalists and prosecutors pursued exposes of ecclesiastical life, replete with excesses of appetites for food and sexual gratification. Procedural standards in trials of Orthodox churchmen on sex charges, as in Palladii's case, took second place to the production of public demonstrations to impress a population not liberated from religious prejudices. Trials of clerics for sexual improprieties usually dealt with heterosexual relations, and if between consenting adults, could expose a tension between the regime's declarations of sexual autonomy between citizens and the same regime's determination to undermine the moral authority of the Church. Some element of coercion or abuse of minors normally had to be unveiled to give such cases a legal basis, but moral hypocrisy and counter-revolution were the underlying crimes prosecutors believed they were pursuing. Since clergy, monks, and nuns were members of social groups formally deprived of electoral rights and full citizenship in Soviet law until the Stalin Constitution of 1936, the legal basis for these prosecutions could be elastic. The Bolshevik atheists' analysis of the culture of monastic depravity rejected suggestions that sexual deviance had a biological etiology or that homosexual monks could be victims of a mental illness. In Vologda, during the 1922 trial of one Father Vasilii for sex with male novices, his superior Archbishop Alexander organized a sophisticated defense. A local doctor was found to give the court an expert opinion that the guilty monk was a sick man with a perverted sexual psyche, that this illness was widespread not only in ancient Greece and Rome, but also in modern foreign states, and that since the boy victims were not subjected to any bodily harm, these acts were not particularly blameworthy. The court ignored these opinions based on medical and historical appeals, sentencing Vasilii to the maximum 5 years imprisonment, while Alexander and another cleric each received 1 year in prison for concealing the crime. The Justice Commissariat report of this case, and the prosecutor in court, insisted on the inadmissibility of medical mercy and sympathy for the monks in the docks. The author of the account of the trial rejected the defense doctor's opinion that homosexuality was an illness of sexuality, and that sodomy was one of the most prevalent illnesses in human history. And the prosecutor was correct, the reporter wrote, when, having described the conditions and circumstances of monastic life, he proved that this life, which is supposed by outsiders to be an example of zeal, asceticism, morality, and cleanliness, in reality is one of wholesale deceit and hypocrisy. And that the cause of sexual feeling in perverted forms originates in the conditions of this life, in the evasion of censure for, or accusations of, the violation of monastic vows. Later reports in the atheist press suppressed any mention of the details of clerical defense strategies that appealed to medical models of sexual deviance. Indeed, in contrast to the failure of the Justice Commissariat's attempt to convict Palladii on the basis of medical evidence from the Institute of the Defective Child, atheist campaigners later in the 1920s were successful in obtaining medical expertise to support their environmentalist arguments. Criminologist L.G. Orshansky gave such testimony in a 1927 Leningrad show trial of child-abusing clerics. To have accepted a medical basis for homosexuality, pederasty, or other forms of sexual disorder as evidence of sexual psychopathy or hormone malfunction would have been to undermine the militant anti-religious credo that class and environment spawned such phenomena. Bolshevik atheist campaigners, in the pages of their publications, projected confidence about their ability to conduct successful anticlerical sex scandal trials, which attracted great popular interest. Accounts of legal proceedings in this discourse claimed that open, открытые, or show pokazatelnai trials were eagerly attended by large audiences, said to be composed of religious believers. Spectators supposedly listened with loathing or incomprehension to descriptions of male same-sex acts. Popular disgust with these revelations was said to lead the believing masses recoil from the church and make a clean break with religion. Atheists constructed a discourse of popular loathing for the abuse of boys by adult males, linking it to the moral purity of the audiences who heard these trials. The innocence of courtroom audiences was clearly ascribed to their class origins, with healthy proletarians knowing nothing of these outrages. At Father Vasilii's 1922 trial in Vologda, the represented innocence of peasant and worker spectators was violated by the defense's medical and historical justifications of homosexuality. There's no point talking about foreigners or the prevalence of this illness among certain layers of society. You had to see the incomprehension written on the faces of the witnesses when they were told of this phenomenon. You had to grasp the effort with which the witnesses attempted to comprehend, digest, and believe in the possibility of those acts, in order to say that among the mass of peasants and workers this illness has not only not become widespread, but is totally alien and incomprehensible. In a report on the 1927 show trial in Leningrad's Okta House of Enlightenment of the Deacon Kranovsky and two subdeacons for sex acts with children, the worker audience Natural Decency threatened the accused with a taste of mob justice, which had to be restrained by rational authority. During the reading of the indictment, giving the ages of the boys and one girl cited as victims, the gleam in the eyes of the workers gathered in the House of Enlightenment for the trial of the Badiushki, and the muffled whispers of scoundrels, bastards, and the fact that the accused were under increased police protection all became clear. The young age of Kranovsky's victims and the gleam of purity in his accusers assured that he got the maximum 5-year sentence, to be followed by an exceptional 2 years banishment from both Leningrad and Moscow. Atheist journalists invoked a similar discourse of popular revulsion and class-based innocence or evil to divide the faithful from clerical leaders when adult same-sex relations were on trial. The formal legality of these relations in Soviet Russia was ignored. In the 1927 trial of Deacon Tkachenko in Vladikavkaz, 2 days were spent dwelling on the colorful facts of his career as a passive pederast with fellow clerics, despite the formal charge he faced of having negligently spread venereal disease. Tkachenko was already corrupted to the marrow in monasteries, and now wallowed in a swamp of depravity, allowing himself to sink to the very bottom of this stinking mire by engaging in sodomy. His class origins determined both his pederasty and his diseased state. He had been infected with syphilis during a liaison with a white army officer while fighting the Reds in the Civil War. Tkachenko's partners in pederasty were also benighted by religious conviction. They included a member of his parish council and an adherent to the flagellant KHLYSTY sect. The believing masses present at the trial listened with a feeling of loathing to the testimony about what their spiritual shepherds had committed. Whether Bolsheviks mind existing seams of popular hatred for adult pederasts, as opposed to abusers of children, is difficult to gauge from these brief newspaper accounts. Yet clues to sentiment inside the party can be gleaned from a brief dispute in 1923 over the Sodom episode in the Bible and its political significance for militant atheists. In an essay entitled Sodom's Sinners and Sodom's Righteous Men, the editor of Bezbeznik Emelian M. Yaroslavsky proposed, while acknowledging the evils of clerical depravity in the form of sodomy, that the Church's traditional reading of the Sodom tale imposed the morality of remote biblical times on today's workers. The interest of the inhabitants of Sodom in pederasty was explicable in historical, ethnographic, and sociological terms. The first Sodomites had the mores that we encounter among many peoples of the East. Pederasty, that is, copulation with a man, was widespread in Greece, Rome, everywhere in Christian monasteries where monks swore vows of chastity in regard to women. Yet they cohabited with monks and novices. Not shrinking from accusing Russian Orthodox clergy of the seduction of boys and of widespread official indulgence of such practices, Yaroslavsky nevertheless implied that the religious prohibition of sodomy was misguided and obsolete. He emphasized that the part of the Sodom story that priests always ignore in their moralizing was the conclusion, in which, following Sodom's destruction, Lot's daughters conspire to make their father drunk and then conceive sons by him in order to repopulate their tribe. Yaroslavsky's attempt to draw attention to the Church's condoning of this case of incest, which he likened to snokochestvo, in Russian peasant families, the sexual abuse of young wives by their fathers-in-law, evoked a visceral reaction. 1P. Maslienkovsky, a Moscow party activist, attacked Yaroslavsky in a private letter for his supposedly mistaken reading of the crucial passage about the Sodomites' demands to know Poznat, the two angels Lot harbored in his house. Not to know the meaning of Poznat and the crimes and sins of the Sodomites, who insisted on raping only men, was deplorable. Yaroslavsky replied in the pages of the Atheist Movement's journal, "It turns out that biblical sinners are pederasts and righteous men commit incest." T. Maslienkovsky is indignant with pederasts but is not bothered by incest. This he calls impartiality, objectivity. Amazing! Surely in certain eras, in certain classes, cohabitation with men was quite legal, open, and recognized. Especially in monasteries it was, and is practiced even today. Yaroslavsky had no intention of defending pederasts, but he had attempted to situate Sodom's righteous men in their historical context, to expose the irrational moral universe of what he called the Jewish Bible and its irrelevance to proletarians in the contemporary era. Yet just the sort of activist he had hoped to enlighten balked at Yaroslavsky's historicizing view of pederasty. This party member was not alone. In a populist atheist newspaper edited by one of Yaroslavsky's rivals, a mocking retelling of the Sodom story published at this time dwelt on the disgusting lust for boogery, nusno muzhelizno vozdelany, displayed by Lot's neighbors, ignoring the refinements of ethnocultural contextualization. In the anti-religious movement of the 1920s, there was apparently more political ground to be gained from crude exploitation of popular revulsion for sexual difference than from careful discussion of the historical and social roots of same-sex desire. In the rare but potent treatments of this topic during NEP in the atheist press and in the trials of clerics themselves, a language of purity and depravity was elaborated. Discourse on clerical same-sex relations united fears of corruption of minors, of sexual disease and moral defectiveness, all determined by the swamp-like, stinking environment of religious communities. The discourse contrasted these deceitful swamps with the moral and political purity of ordinary spectators, workers and peasants whose faith in religion was invariably said to have been eroded by courtroom exposure of clerical depravities. Bolshevik atheist campaigners blocked Orthodox clergy from exploiting medical interpretations of homosexuality in their own defense and laid the foundations for a Soviet discourse of sexual anomaly as alien to the normal worker and peasant. Certain nationalities in the Caucasus region and Central Asia were also believed to be unsuited to biomedical models of anomalous sexualities. Bolshevik activists engaged in state-building in the new Soviet republics of these regions continued, like Tsarist governors, to assume that male same-sex relations were widespread there. Like Russian medical men practicing in these regions before the revolution, Bolsheviks too considered that these supposedly harmful and undesirable relations were socially generated and, therefore, susceptible to policy interventions. There was some difference between perceived sexual practices in the Caucasus and Central Asia, and these were reflected in early Bolshevik sex crime legislation that was enunciated in the individual criminal codes of the region's Union republics. The regulation of sexuality in these republics was broadly based on the RSFSR Penal Code of 1922, but important legislative differences indicated that legal drafters perceived some societies to be less prepared for sexual modernity than others. An examination of the asymmetries of anti-sodomy regulation introduced in these republics suggests how Bolsheviks' perceptions of local social conditions informed their policy on the question outside the European heartland. The Transcaucasian republics of Azerbaijan and Georgia, but not Armenia, had anti-sodomy articles in their first Soviet penal codes during the 1920s. These articles apparently prohibited consensual and aggravated forms of sodomy between adults. As in the revolutionary penal codes of RSFSR, Belorussia, and Ukraine, sexual crimes in the codes of the Transcaucasian republics were enumerated in a small cluster of articles, in language that did not differ greatly from the Russian example. These societies received relatively modern revolutionary regulation on sex crime, a measure of Bolshevik perceptions of the level of their economic and social development in the Soviet Union. Despite this modernity, comparatively simple prohibitions, using the word sodomy, muzhelizno, formed a bridge of linguistic continuity with old regime legislation. In this region, the Bolsheviks believed a sufficiently high degree of mutual male sexual activity prevailed to justify the retention of the pre-revolutionary sodomy law, regardless of the modernity of the rest of their sex crime legislation. Here their perception was perhaps influenced by Tsarist-era levels of enforcement of the old anti-sodomy statute in the region, which were disproportionately high compared with conviction rates in European Russia. In Central Asia in the late 1920s, after longer battles to establish Soviet rule, Bolshevik legislators drafting criminal codes departed significantly from the language of modernity in their work. Activists here confronted traditions of entertainment and commercial sexuality that differed significantly from Russian amusements and from patterns of same-sex relations observed in the Caucasus. Uzbek and Turkmen young male prostitutes, bachi, were organized into brothels or dancing troupes by procurers who recruited boys with the collusion of parents and guardians. Bolshevik legislators were determined to eradicate this form of male prostitution as one of the region's crimes constituting survivals of primitive custom, along with bride price and polygamy. Their views welded the socialist mission to rescue the normally female prostitute with Marxist dogma establishing historical hierarchies of civilized versus primitive societies. Just as revolutionary jurists had rejected the criminalization of female prostitutes in Russian Republic, In Uzbek and Turkmen law, the male prostitute himself was not banned, but virtually every other aspect of the masculine sex trade was prohibited. As with legislation against other survivals of primitive custom, the articles in the Uzbek and Turkmen criminal codes prohibiting male prostitution eschewed the legal minimalism and medicalized language characteristic of the laws governing sex crime in modern parts of the Soviet Union. Instead, the codes described the social practices they sought to eradicate in almost ethnographic detail. The bachi and their patrons were not to be included among the various categories of congenital sexual deviance supposedly found in civilized societies. These measures were the result of a concerted effort between 1925 and 1928 on the part of jurists, party activists, and scholarly experts on the region's nationalities to study local customs in order to design legislation to eliminate backwardness in family, gender, and intimate relations. The Uzbek SSR Criminal Code, first adopted in 1926, contained the most elaborate prohibitions against male same-sex relations of any Soviet Republican code, providing 8 articles against various practices, Articles 276 to 283. These offenses were grouped with others constituting survivals of primitive custom, in contrast to sex crimes which were located as a separate subsection among offenses against the person. Consensual and aggravated adult sodomy, named both in Russian, Muzalastvo, and Russified Uzbek, Bisakalbastvo, were prohibited in the first 2 articles. A further article prohibited the act with a child or minor. Unique in Soviet legislation was this code's Article 278, prohibiting the sexual harassment of men. Its language inverted the gendering of the RSFSR's path-breaking statute against the sexual harassment of women. First adopted in the Russian Republic in 1926, the enactment of this extraordinary prohibition against the harassment of adult males eloquently voiced Bolshevik anxieties that Uzbek men might be recruited into prostitution. Like women in the Russian Republic, Uzbek men were to be protected from advances and pressures that, it was felt, could force them into informal sexual barter or indeed prostitution. The harassment law also highlighted the application of an environmental understanding of same-sex relations in this context. Suggestible but normal males could be influenced by primitive elements and forced to commit sodomy against their supposed authentic natures. Traditional positions of authority, this time over young males, were the focus of Articles 280, 281, and 282, which concentrated specifically on offenses related to bachi. The maintenance of persons of the male sex, bachi, for sodomy, and also the preparation and education of them for this, Article 280, attracted maximum sentences of 5 years when the victims were adult males, and 8 when they were minors. Agreements or contracts between those who maintained bachi and the parents or guardians who sold their sons into service as prostitutes were forbidden in Article. The maximum sentence for parents under this offense was 3 years, while the individuals who maintained bachi, Soderzadali, brothel owners, could receive 5 years imprisonment. Procuring and also recruitment of men for sodomy was a separate offense, again reversing the usual gendering of this prohibition against recruitment, explicitly of women, into prostitution found elsewhere in Soviet criminal law. Another provision in this body of law, which was unique among Soviet penal codes, was the prohibition of the organization of public amusements, BASMI, with the participation of bachi, Article 281, which attracted a maximum penalty of 3 years. The men who kept youthful male prostitutes were regarded by Bolshevik legal drafters as class aliens, capitalists making deals with families to maintain male children and youths, educating their charges, and exploiting them sexually while providing public entertainment. In their first Soviet Criminal Code of 1927, Bolshevik jurists in the Turkmen SSR adopted similar but less elaborate language, primarily directed against those who committed offenses involving bachi who were minors. Some legal commentaries produced by jurists in Soviet Russia and Ukraine reflected the distinction between the biomedical approach to homosexuality in their republics and the environmental model applied elsewhere in the Soviet Union. From Moscow, P.I. Lublinsky argued that in the East, where traditions enabled more affluent and powerful elements to Odessa jurist E.P. Frenkel viewed the prohibition of sodomy in Azerbaijan as a means of protecting the innocent in view of its extreme prevalence. A new culture would replace the old ways of life as sport and education brought health to sexual relations, and assaults on young persons would become rarities ascribed to pathologies of character. The The socialist determination to stop culturally produced forms of same-sex eros in non-Slavic republics underlined the fragmentation of approaches in effect. A medicalized condition of a minority in the European, civilized heartland became an endemic form of depravity on the non-Christian, primitive periphery. It was of no significance that some individuals in the peripheral republics might be congenital homosexuals, and therefore less culpable for their sexuality. This contradiction between the Soviet Union's declared sexual vanguardism and its policies in outlying regions seemed unproblematic to jurists and Justice Commissariat bureaucrats who referred to the matter in any detail. They passed over the reasons for these distinctions with the briefest of explanations or none at all. According to a 1928 letter from the RSFSR People's Commissariat of Justice replying to inquiries about the status of Soviet homosexuals made by Hirschfeld's Scientific Humanitarian Committee, in particular republics where pederasty is especially common, it was punished. The Commissariat felt no need to explain its belief that the practice was common or the decision to prosecute pederasty outside the European republics of the Soviet Union. Such laconic treatment of the subject was apparently due, at least in part, to the contradictions inherent in Bolshevik views of same-sex love. Nevertheless, the language of the legislation itself, especially in the discursive gender inversions practiced by drafters of the Uzbek articles on sexual harassment and procuring, threw light on inversions of masculinity in primitive republics that were evidently embarrassing to the Soviet regime. It seemed preferable to wage the struggle against these aspects of the survivals of primitive custom without drawing excessive attention to them, since these backward practices contradicted the modernity of regulation in the European Soviet republics. Utopian medicine imagines the transvestite. Few aspects of Soviet society remained untouched by the first five-year plan. The transformation of the Soviet Union into a socialist economy in a single country was a Promethean venture, an attempt to achieve in a decade what Western Europe had accomplished in a century of industrial revolution. Peasant smallholdings would be consolidated into collective farms, and economies of scale in the countryside would allow mechanization and huge productivity gains. State-directed investment in industry, coal, oil, electricity, iron, and steel would permit the expansion of a modern, in Marxist terms, industrial and urban society, and secure the revolution with a military-industrial complex to rival those of the capitalist powers. None of these ambitious projects would be undertaken without enormous social costs, and in the case of agriculture, without a virtual civil war in the countryside. Communists set about to change Russia not solely in economic terms, but in human terms as well. A cultural revolution would transform the way individuals worked and played, thought and acted. Indeed, it would seek to transform their desires. In the earliest phase of the first five-year plan, utopian dreams proliferated in a political atmosphere of optimistic enthusiasm. As Sheila Fitzpatrick explains, enthusiasm was not confined to the Communist Party or to its youth wing, the Komsomol, but spilled over into the sciences and academic disciplines, where both Marxists and non-Marxists floated ideas that were distinctly eccentric. The Cultural Revolution unleashed visionaries who even put forward, previously ridiculed, schemes for the transformation of economic and social life. Government departments, under the simultaneous pressure of an anti-bureaucracy campaign, answered the call to abandon their usual caution and supported visionaries in architecture, engineering, and culture. Public health was not immune from this moment of mobilization against established hierarchies. A debate about the nature and value of the transvestite and other members of the intermediate sex, which had been percolating in clinical and forensic psychiatric literature during the later 1920s, would advance to a new stage during the Cultural Revolution in discussions held within the People's Commissariat of Health. During the NEP era, psychiatric analysis of the transvestite began with the cases of female homosexuals examined by Moscow forensic psychiatrists E.K. Krasnushkin and N.G. Kolzakova in 1926, and their problematic interpretation of Magnus Hirschfeld's taxonomy of sexual intermediaries. This study appeared in the first annual collection of articles produced by psychiatrists and other medical researchers associated with the Moscow Bureau for the Study of the Criminal Personality and Criminality. In the next edition of the Bureau's yearbook, Krasnushkin and Kolzakova's reading of Hirschfeld's category of the transvestite was challenged in a pair of articles. While colleagues criticized their clumsy handling of transvestism, Krasnushkin and Kolzakova's comparatively benign view of the sexually anomalous individual as victim of biology was also implicitly dismissed. These articles insisted instead that transvestites, and homosexuals were environmentally produced psychopaths. Publishing separate studies of a female transvestite, Evgenia Fedorovna M., and a male prostitute, P. In the 1927 edition of the Bureau's Review, A.O. Edelstein and V.A. Belousov undermined the sexological theories proposed by Krasnushkin and Kolzakova. Edelstein, citing Hirschfeld and European case histories, restated in detail the German sexologist's detachment of the impulse to cross-dress from homosexual desire. Transvestism was a discrete sexological category, which could exist independently of homosexuality. Moreover, both the transvestism and homosexuality observed in Evgenia's case unquestionably originated from purely mental, psychicheski factors. Her hysteria, pseudologicality, and sexual perversions were psychopathic, determined not by hormones or constitutional factors but by the absence of correct upbringing or, indeed, in this case, a clearly wrong upbringing, a harmful education. Belousov's assessment of the male prostitute P. offered the same general diagnosis of psychopathy, based on infantilism, hysterical traits and mechanisms, psychopathological instability, childish traits and behavior. Both Edelstein and Belousov offered pessimistic prognoses for their patients. Undoubtedly, the social future of such an individual is very difficult. Edelstein observed of Evgenia, about whose fate after his examination he said nothing. Belousov was yet more pessimistic in the face of the typical aspects of homosexual life, homosexualnai byt. As led by the male prostitute, lack of any interests at all, and his association with the backward layers of society, the total submergence in the interests of his profession and the absence of a genuine desire for labor force us to pronounce an unfavorable prognosis for the future of the patient. He will remain faithful to his profession, and it follows that his future friends will protect him like a thief. Belousov's assessment echoed both the views expressed by the Russian Health Commissariat's Interdepartmental Commission for the Struggle Against Prostitution and the fears voiced in legislation against the Uzbek bachi. Like those charged with the fight to end prostitution among women, the psychiatrist describing P.S. homosexual life viewed the male prostitute as a labor deserter. At the same time, Belousov understood the social location of P.S. way of life in terms similar but not identical to those used by jurists in Central Asia. The male prostitute was an element from backward layers of society, in this case a minority within Russia itself, rather than in a Soviet Uzbekistan now defined as historically backward, where survivals of primitive custom were universally practiced. There was no suggestion in these correctives to Krasnushkin and Kolzakova that therapeutic intervention was undertaken to save such patients. Krasnushkin quickly moved toward a psychopathy-based etiology for same-sex perversion, apparently in response to failures of the therapeutic claims for the hormonal theory. In 1927, he wrote that he had witnessed attempts to transplant animal-to-human sex glands in a male homosexual and also in an older male for rejuvenation purposes. The failure of these procedures had left him skeptical about the Steinak claims. A biological predisposition for homosexuality perhaps existed, but remained unproved, and there were instances in single-sex institutions, such as prisons, where Krasnushkin had devoted his practice, in which compensatory homosexuality arose that was not congenital. Despite these reservations, Krasnushkin continued his robust support for the non-criminalization of harmless sexual deviations. By 1929, in a published collection of his lectures on psychopathy in criminals, he had virtually abandoned any role for constitutional factors in forming the homosexual personality, adopting a nurturist position instead. He remained, however, convinced that there were socially useful and valuable psychopaths, including among these homosexuals. Krasnushkin's volte-face on the biological causes of sexual anomaly, combined with his continued defense of the homosexual as socially useful, was not an isolated position within the psychiatric profession. Opinions blending a range of theories and evaluations of gender and sexual descent were heard that year in the Commissariat of Health Expert Medical Council's deliberations about transvestites. These discussions, undertaken during the utopian phase of the Cultural Revolution, featured highly positive evaluations of the individual transvestite, including the suggestion that same-sex marriages could, in exceptional circumstances, be recognized, as well as concerns that the intermediate sex could also generate problems beyond the reach of medicine. medical experts found the question of regulating sexual and gender dissent in its totality a contradictory challenge, but nonetheless one that they were unwilling to abandon to police and courts. Defining the problem initially provoked disagreements between a forensic gynecologist and clinical psychiatrists. In January and February 1929, subcommittees of the Expert Medical Council were called upon by Commissar of Health Semashko to assist the Justice Commissariat in formulating a response to a request from a citizen Kamenev of the Tatar ASSR for a change of sex, Permina Pola. Semashko evidently passed the brief to the Commissariat's chief forensic medical expert, I.A. Leibovic, a specialist in forensic gynecology. In correspondence with the Expert Medical Council, Leibovic referred to the problem as one of homosexuals, homosexuality, some of whom were psychic hermaphrodites, psychicheski germaphrodidae. For this reason, he argued they should be handled under regulations laid down by the Commissariat of Internal Affairs in 1926, pertaining to the civil registration of hermaphrodites. The Presidium of the Council, reviewing this recommendation, rejected Leibovic's references to hermaphroditism and defined the question as one of the changing of sex, name, and conducting operations. The Expert Medical Council Presidium referred to the persons in question as transvestites. The confusion of categories, sex changer, hermaphrodite, homosexual, transvestite, and the eventual choice of the term transvestite were consistent with existing sexological taxonomy in Europe. When confronted with persons requesting changes of biological sex in the decades before doctors devised programs of hormone and surgical treatment for transsexuals, sexologists frequently labeled such individuals transvestites. When the full Expert Medical Council met, even more definitional slippage took place, and more forms of gender and sexual dissent were considered. Psychiatrist L.I.A. Brusilovsky opened the February 8, 1929 council discussion of Citizen Kamenev's petition with a report about transvestites. Citing Magnus Hirschfeld's research and political activism, Brusilovsky claimed the question of transvestites in the conditions of the USSR is not particularly frequent, while in Germany the phenomenon was extraordinarily widespread. He pointed out that Moscow psychiatrist Edelstein had recently published an interesting case from local experience. The 1927 article about transvestism, describing Evgenia Fedorovna M. Brusilovsky then read from Evgenia's History of My Illness, implicitly endorsing her self-definition by referring to the confession as Evgenia's defense of her intermediate sex, Svoi Sredny Pole. In his summary, he called her a transvestistka, female transvestite. Biologist N.K. Koltsov joined the discussion, declaring, "Of course, there is no intermediate sex, but rather an infinite quantity of intermediate sexes. The phenomenon was demonstrable in the animal world, but in humans it occurs very frequently, perhaps more often than among animals. It is acquired or intensified by imitation, Podrazini, on the basis of a mental infection, psychicheskia zaraza." He related his experience with a male patient, also from Kazan, who had pleaded for a sex change and whom he had supposedly cured with injections of a sperm-based liquid, spermenzydkost. Having recently visited Central Asia, Koltsov disagreed with Brusilovsky's suggestion that this question was of less significance for the Soviet Union. The biologist said concern was due not in the RSFSR, but in such republics as Kazakhstan, where the Bachi suffered extraordinary economic exploitation. Here was a domestic group whose gender and sexual deviation was socially produced, not congenital, and whose supposed miserably position could be worsened if concessions were made on a general basis to transvestites. Koltsov's argument illuminated the national fault lines underlying the medical model of sexual perversion in the Soviet Union. As a biologist, Koltsov made generous claims for the congenital and especially hormonal model of the intermediate sex, where an urban, apparently European patient presented himself. Yet sexual deviance seen as the result of backward social practices was to be excluded from the realm of medicine, as a problem instead for the law. Further discussion raised the theme of the intermediate sex in military formations, and a clear divide in the evaluation of male and female recruits appeared. Brusilovsky took up Koltsov's fear of contagion among males to warn that subjects of this type, declaring that they are homosexuals, lead to the creation, due to a great mental infection, of a contingent refusing military service. Numerous criminal cases of this type take place. Only one psychiatrist present was aware of a routine procedure for dealing with recruits claiming unfitness on grounds of homosexuality. If someone now were to refuse military service on this pretext, A.V. Rachmaninoff pointed out, he would first be sent to a psychiatric institution for examination, so the question would be resolved in this direction. Rachmaninoff did not explicitly state that the army would automatically reject a male homosexual, although his comments when taken with those about mental infection from Brusilovsky strongly suggest this policy. Rachmaninoff insisted that psychiatrists should conduct lengthy evaluations of such recruits, and without fail in a psychiatric establishment where there are forces sufficiently competent to decide the issue. The comparatively rare contemporary psychiatric texts about mental infirmities in the military mention sexual perversion only in the most oblique terms, but the metaphor of mental infection was influentially employed in dealing with suicide and other problems doctors and political educators encountered among soldiers and officers. The expert medical council was quick to agree that mental infection among males led to undesirable consequences for military recruitment. In contrast to the anxiety expressed about male cohorts infected with homosexuality, Rachmaninoff quickly turned to defend the presence of masculine women in the army, whether married to men or being unlikely to marry because of their masculinization. These were women who did not make claims to anything except service. Rachmaninoff described them as women one encounters in military service, especially among commanders, dressed up in men's clothing. He had personally observed two cases. They are women of a masculine appearance, they wear military uniforms, but one of them was at the time the wife of a man and had children. Thus, while being a commander of the Red Army and occupying a rather high command post, she had a family. The other woman did not have a family and was of a more masculinized type. Here, obviously, there was no need to apply special measures. So I think the decree we are presenting to require expertise in every individual case, it will resolve the issue. No one in the room ventured to disagree with Rachmaninoff's views on women whose gender nonconformity rendered useful services to the state. The cross-dressing female, whatever the unvoiced implications about the sexuality of the masculinized type might be, supposedly occupied positions of authority within the Red Army and was therefore a figure worthy of individual and not standardized consideration. A similar call for careful and individualized consideration greeted the information that a same-sex marriage had been approved by Soviet officials in the past, and the suggestion that the council consider whether the right to such marriages be formally granted to transvestites. Again, this indulgent view was extended solely to individuals understood to be biological women. On hearing of Evgenia's successful fight to have her marriage to a woman recognized by the Commissariat of Justice, Koltsov worried that the wife, that is, the woman who married the other woman, certainly suffered as a result. That woman was done serious harm, for she could hardly remain as normal as she would have if she had been married to a man. I suggest that, in such circumstances, we must be extremely careful. Only in exceptional circumstances and with the concurrent testimony of experienced experts should this be permitted. The biologist was in fact proposing that same-sex marriages could take place under specialist medical supervision. No one in the room challenged the proposition. Later in the discussion, Koltsov did argue that a specific law should forbid a woman dressed as a man from marrying another woman, but the minutes record no support from colleagues, and his suggestion did not figure in the final resolution prepared for Semashko. Psychiatrist Brusilovsky did point to the danger of disruption in women's bathhouses if the right to be a transvestite with some form of state sanction were recognized. Yet the overwhelming balance of anxiety tipped toward male representatives of the intermediate sex and the mental infection that threatened their effectiveness as fighting men. The gathering of Russia's top neuropsychiatric specialists was virtually silent about feminized males, men dressed up as women, or same-sex marriages between male transvestites. Femininity in men was a marker of backwardness, imagined not in the Russian homosexual but in the unfortunate Bachi of Turkestan, boys of an utterly clearly defined masculine sex, who were dressed in feminine clothes and spoiled forever by sexual and economic exploitation. Male femininity could only be imagined as foreign, backward, and tragic, while masculinization in women endowed them with competence, authority, and crucially, loyalty to the modernizing and implicitly Russian values of the revolution. One last issue examined in this discussion gave voice to the utopian aspirations of the moment, which was Kamenev's request that he be transformed into a woman both surgically and bureaucratically. Leading clinical psychiatrist P.B. Ganishkin contended that he constantly encountered requests for changes of sex. It was an issue relevant to Russia, apparently not to be dismissed as a German problem. Currently under observation in his Moscow clinic, he had a woman who wished to be transformed into a man, and he worried about the legal position of doctors attempting sex change surgery. The prospect of changing sex, like transvestism, thrust the problem of the citizen's registered sex to the fore, and Ganishkin and others present repeatedly expressed concern that doctors could not work independently on such patients. Cooperation with legal officials to enable changes to the individual's officially recorded sex, through ZAGS, an agency of the Justice Commissariat, would be required. Equally worrying was the question of doctors' criminal liability in such cases. Ganishkin recounted a 1928 case he reviewed in Moscow City Health Department, Mostrav, of a medical practitioner who changed sex and made women of men and vice versa, using rather primitive surgical operations. We found ourselves reviewing a huge quantity of case histories with one and the same patients featuring as Konstantin, Ekaterina, etc. The case never reached the courts because Mostrav was able to bury it. We got out of difficulty thus. We wrote that it was a rare incidence when psychopathic patients fell into the hands of a doctor psychopath. Whether it was the right thing to do or not, it eased the matter. Ganishkin probably doubted that this resolution had in fact been the right thing to do. This was as near as any council member would come to a plea for ethical guidance. Yet Ganishkin's extraordinary revelations also suggested to his colleagues that changes of sex for humans were feasible or imminent, a prospect made plausible by recent developments as well as the utopianism of the Cultural Revolution. The question of the intermediate sex looked destined to acquire a definite shape as a result of these discussions. Soviet Russia's leading neuropsychiatric experts advised that an expert opinion be established in each individual case of transvestism. They directed that this entire question in all its breadth, with all possible deviations, should be reviewed by an interdepartmental commission drawn from the commissariats of health and justice. Like the interdepartmental commission established in 1922 under the Health Commissariat to coordinate the struggle against female prostitution, the Mixed Commission on Transvestites was intended to dramatize the interdisciplinary problem of sexual anomaly. The diverse, contradictory, and complex issues raised by sex and gender dissent would be handled under the aegis of medicine and biological, and in particular hormonal science, in consultation with those who administered justice and the regime of identity registration. By calling for an interdepartmental commission, the Health Commissariat's expert medical council signaled that medicine would consolidate its custody of the issue. Indeed, health officials looked forward to the clarification of the right, pravo, of transvestites to enter into marriage with persons of the same sex and the right to produce operations to change the sex of transvestites. This distinctly eccentric episode in the Cultural Revolution helps to explain others. By coincidence, the specific volumes in two key Soviet encyclopedias that would contain articles on homosexuality, homosexualism, appeared in 1929 and 61. The articles conveyed a heady optimism about the imminence of discoveries about the biological mechanisms of sexual anomaly, as well as a libertarian enthusiasm for the acceptance of the individual homosexual. The editor of the first edition of the Great Medical Encyclopedia, Health Commissar Semashko, commissioned psychiatrist Mark I.A. Saraisky to write the article on homosexuality. It was an endorsement of the young psychiatrist's authority in the field of endocrinological anomalies. In this piece, Saraisky argued tenaciously for a biological and constitutional etiology of same-sex attraction, based primarily on the Steinack findings, but relying also on Hirschfeld's sexological research and support for the endocrinological hypothesis. He also poured scorn on psychopathological theories of same-sex attraction and on legislation prohibiting homosexual acts, as outdated. In 1930, Saraisky's Great Soviet Encyclopedia article on the same topic linked the endocrinological hypothesis to a robust endorsement of Hirschfeld's campaign for homosexual emancipationism and for the integration of the alienated homosexual into the new collective. The limits of this medical and political argument were fixed by the editors, who appended an ethnographic sketch from classicist P. Preobrazhensky on the subject of homosexual love, among uncivilized peoples. In the cultures of the small peoples of the far north, among the Chukchi, Koryaki, and Kamchatal, or in Soviet Asiatic cultures, by which he meant Islamic cultures, the origins of homosexuality to a significant extent bear a social character, not a biological one. The vast territory of the Soviet Union harbored examples of the two European interpretations of gender and sexual descent, one medical and suited for civilized societies, where homosexuals constituted a minority, the other anthropological and appropriate to primitive cultures, where homosexuality was endemic. Saraisky's articles were the tip of an iceberg. The isolation and eccentricity of his endorsements of the hormonal hypothesis and emancipationist politics were illusions created by the policy turn to come. In the utopian enthusiasm for the transformation of society and the implementation of visionary schemes, the ideas Saraisky proposed were far from alien to scientific leaders within the People's Commissariat of Health. Utopian visionaries there ignored the negative prognosis advanced by promoters of the psychopathological model of sexual perversion and entertained the prospect of a social blueprint, however limited by considerations of gender and culture, for the viable Soviet transvestite. Utopia without social anomalies. Like many a blueprint from this era, the vision of the socially viable transvestite was buried as the political atmosphere of the first five-year plan shifted from unbridled optimism to ruthless pragmatism. Achieving the fantastic targets announced in the plan would require a marshalling of resources into a narrow range of endeavors. Science, sponsored by the state, would be expected to contribute to these efforts, and those doing the science would come under greater political scrutiny as Marxists attacked non-party experts across a range of disciplines. The consequences of this turn toward an increasingly coercive pragmatism for the transvestite or homosexual are often only implicit in the available evidence. Yet the campaign against biologizing, from the verb frequently employed in the era biologizervat, in psychiatry and criminology, and the fate of the so-called social anomalies, during the course of the first five-year plans provide context for understanding the events of 1933 to 34. The pragmatic turn in public health was signaled by a change of leadership and a shake-up in the provision of medical care. A reorganization of the Commissariat of Health was ordered by a decree of the Central Committee of the Communist Party on December 13, 1929, directing the Commissariat to place more emphasis on the needs of industrial workers and collectivized farmers. The charismatic old Bolshevik Semashko, health commissar since 1918, was replaced for still undisclosed reasons in 1930 by Mikhail F. Vladimirsky. The new man was also an old Bolshevik and physician, but was probably regarded as a safe pair of hands for his brief. During the 1920s, he had served in the RSFSR Commissariat of Internal Affairs and as a party leader in Ukraine. Audits and institutional restructuring followed, and psychiatrists did not escape change. A decree from the Workers' and Peasants' Inspectorate of October 26, 1931, noted several deficiencies in psychiatric provision, including the limited network and low quality of hospitals and staff, the inadequate use of labor therapy, and the inordinate number of hospitalized patients who could be supervised as outpatients. There were further directives to the Commissariat to intensify the industrial applications of psychiatric medicine and the labor content of therapies, with more resources to be directed to workers in the leading branches of industry, and the expansion of labor colonies and workshops in psychiatric institutions. The emphasis on labor as therapy predated the first five-year plan. The degree to which research and therapies were channeled to specific, productive sectors of the population was novel, reflecting the plan's stringent filtering of all spending priorities through the prism of class. For the modest resources invested in mental health, the best possible return, measured by labor productivity, was sought. The Commissariat's expert medical council disbanded subcommittees that did not reflect these priorities. No evidence exists that the Interdepartmental Commission on Transvestites ever met, but a 1933 memorandum indicates the Neuropsychiatric Subcommittee of the Council, where the plan for an interdepartmental commission originated, had by then been eliminated. Research agendas saw corresponding adjustments. Psychiatrists devoted more energy to the problems of major psychiatry, schizophrenia and disorders with known biological causes, and trained the resources devoted to minor psychiatry, neuroses and problems of life adjustment, on the urban worker in an effort to enhance output. Studies of the anomalous personality were no longer to be the result of random selection in the reception rooms of clinics, but were to originate in planned agendas focusing on the needs of workers and collective farmers. In Soviet psychiatric literature of the 1930s, Sexual anomaly virtually disappeared as a problem worthy of attention in its own right, emerging usually as a symptom within the context of major mental illness, physical deformity, or the restoration of labor capacity, trudosposobnost. A similar decline during the first 5-year plan in Soviet studies relating to sexuality, in some cases more precipitous, took place in social hygiene, sexual enlightenment, and eugenics. Loud attacks on biologizing scientists, accused of looking for the roots of social ills in individual biology, helped to hasten the abandonment of sexological studies during this period. The complaint from Bolsheviks that some scientists paid too much attention to nature and not enough to nurture in their assessments of human pathologies had a long pedigree. During the Cultural Revolution, however, these complaints became dogma as the campaign to open academic disciplines to scholars with party credentials, and a simultaneous campaign attacking the political loyalty of bourgeois specialists, inherited from the old regime, imposed an unprecedented degree of ideological conformity on intellectual work. In this atmosphere, various strands of endocrinological research were vulnerable, and one enthusiast for rejuvenation therapy now admitted it was ideologically flawed because it contradicted the laws of history. The hormonal hypothesis for the origins of homosexuality was also potentially under fire, yet criticism of the high-profile Saraisky Encyclopedia articles failed to materialize. Editors perhaps believed that a critique would necessitate too much discussion of an embarrassing and increasingly taboo theme. Only a single article in a journal of experimental biology appeared to contradict Saraisky. In 1931, biologist M. Zavodovsky published the results of a bid to cure a male homosexual soldier of the Red Army. The experiment had taken place in 1924, when the soldier had come to the biologist, an expert on sex transformation in animals, seeking assistance on his homosexual feelings. Zavodovsky wrote, "We pointed out to our patient that our modern knowledge of the mechanism of the origins of homosexual individuals was extremely insufficient, that many of our postulates were based only on conjectures, and so he could hardly seriously count on real help from medical intervention." The suicidal patient was offered first suggestion therapy with an unnamed psychiatrist, and when this failed, the opportunity to undergo a biological experiment, the removal of 1/8 of a testicle and the grafting of a similar portion of testicular tissue from a rhesus monkey. The experiment produced no effect in the patient, but it enabled the biologist to study the soldier's tissues. Here the chief deviation from the norm was reduced sperm production combined with structural peculiarities, and Zavodovsky intuited a possible link between these phenomena and the anomalies of the patient's instinct. Despite this conjecture, he clearly felt his results disproved any simplistic endocrinological model of homosexuality. These results, similar to outcomes in Central European experimental biology published in the mid-1920s, lacked much claim to currency in Zavodovsky's own discipline, and his intention in releasing them was evidently to debunk Saraisky's highly public claims for the endocrinological hypothesis. Psychiatrists who had previously expressed skeptical but friendly interest in the hormonal model, such as Osipov and Ganishkin, were now wary of the biologizer accusations and clarified their rejection of the Steinach experiments and Hirschfeld's claims for them in stronger terms. Leningrad's Osipov included significant new passages in his 1931 psychiatry textbook, a revision of a 1923 manual, expressing a much more negative prognosis for the homosexual in line with those given by Edelstein and Belousov. Osipov drew overt conclusions about therapy that these two Moscow psychiatrists had left implicit. Physical labor, sport, and hypnosis could reclaim ambivalent cases, but most homosexuals consider their perverted desire to be normal, so therapy was useless for them. He also sharpened his estimate of the low social value of the homosexual. In class terms, they were a tiny number of aliens who shied away from heavy labor, preferring decoration and dress design. Paranoia drove them to gather conspiratorially, while some even demand support for pederasty from the state. While Soviet legislation did not punish sexual perversions as long as they did not present a social danger, this element is far from excluded. Osipov implied that any impression created by the legislation of a soft line on pederasty was mistaken. It is ironic that those who now conclusively abandoned hormonal explanations of sexual anomaly would find that the diagnosis of psychopathy was being hurled of any significance outside the clinic by the same campaign against biologizing. At issue was the use of the psychopathic label when doctors made expert determinations on the legal responsibility of mentally unstable persons accused of crimes. During the 1920s, psychiatrists had classed a large number of these defendants as psychopaths, and substantial numbers of psychopaths were judged not legally responsible, nevminiamii. These patient defendants did not stand trial but were subject to compulsory therapy in psychiatric institutions. Psychiatrists, using the diagnosis in specialist institutes for the study of the criminal personality and at the leading VP, Serbsky Forensic Psychiatric Institute in Moscow, were accused of reviving the biological determinism of criminal anthropologist Cesare Lombroso. Others who had once invoked the authority of psychoanalysis were accused of Menshevizing idealism, a reference to doctors' supposed deviation from materialist foundations, like the Bolsheviks' revolutionary rivals, the gradualist Mensheviks, toward the propositions of Freudianism. By 1930, forensic psychiatrists Krasnushkin and Brukansky, practitioners associated with the Serbsky Institute since its establishment, had been removed to other posts following press attacks for their biologizing approach. New personnel at the institute established their credentials by repeating these accusations well into the 1930s and by insistently protesting their tough new line on the psychopath as liable to answer for his crimes and as fit for rehabilitation through the corrective labor camp system. Any juridical meaning for the diagnosis of psychopathy had been surrendered, and thus the social future of the homosexual or transvestite, if classed as a psychopathic personality, looked even more difficult than Edelstein had suggested when he considered Evgenia Fedorovna MS prognosis in 1927. Another campaign of the first 5-year plan focused on identities previously often grouped with the psychopath, the female prostitute, the homeless, the professional beggar, and the alcoholic, and further contributed to the narrowing of discursive space in Soviet life for the sexual or gender dissident. The targets of this campaign were those who, for the most part, formed distinct subcultures of the urban street as they eked out a living from illicit market activities. These deviant personalities were, like the criminal psychopath, to be removed from medical custody and any suggestion that biology caused their deviance, and handed over to agencies of social intervention. The first plan explicitly enumerated social anomalies, sotsanomaliki, to be the object of rehabilitative measures administered by the People's Commissariat of Welfare. A significant proportion of the sotsanomaliki were female prostitutes, and among other measures the plan called for the creation of 3,000 places in labor prophylactoria. These urban institutions provided former prostitutes with industrial training and treatment for sexually transmitted diseases. Upon release, they were placed in factory employment and expected not to revert to prostitution. For all categories of the socially anomalous, 9,000 places in labor, agricultural, and workshop dormitories were projected. In addition, there were to be 10 special camps for inveterate zlostny prostitutes, not mentioned in the planning documentation. The plan's approach was criticized in January 1929 by the Central Council on the Struggle Against Prostitution, as the Interdepartmental Commission of the early NEP years was now named. The principle of compelling women prostitutes to enter institutions would drive the prostitute underground and render their reclamation, and the control of venereal diseases much more difficult. A public conflict between these sentiments of charity, expressed primarily within the Health Commissariat, and an authoritarian use of barracks, espoused by the Welfare Commissariat, was quickly settled by government decrees, which clarified institutional roles for fulfilling the plan on the socially anomalous. Health officials lost most of their influence. The Commissariat of Welfare received overall control of the prostitute and the Central Council devoted to her, and would operate virtually all of the projected prophylactoria and the rural labor colonies and special camps for the socially anomalous. Individuals similar to the sexual and gender dissident, who had previously been subject to medical supervision, were now to be reclaimed through an authoritarian system of compulsory labor. According to Labina and Shkarovsky, historians of female prostitution in Leningrad, welfare officials there did not wholly abandon less coercive strategies, but during the first 5-year plan and at the outset of the second, impatience with the continued existence of prostitutes and other anomalies grew. Offices of social patronage opened in districts of the city between 1930 and 1931, identifying, among the anomalous, homeless women at risk of prostitution. Patronage meant finding these persons jobs or temporary shelter, giving legal or housing advice, and increasingly, giving them train tickets home, presumably to the villages, now torn apart by the brutal collectivization drive from which they had escaped. The Commissariat of Welfare in 1931 declared its intention to use patronage centers as distribution points, from which the socially anomalous would be sorted into those who would cooperate with voluntary placement in factories now desperate for labor or in open workshops, and those requiring more persuasion in the form of semi-closed workshops and rural special regime colonies, agricultural camps meant to be self-financing. Recidivists would be handed over to the Commissariat of Internal Affairs and sent to its growing network of work sites and camps, the Gulag system. By 1931, the cities of Moscow and Leningrad each had a big special regime colony nearby, where professional beggars and prostitutes were sent for labor and rehabilitation, operated by the Welfare Commissariat. Boredom, illness, and squalor reigned at this first colony north of Leningrad, and the colony's male director was sacked in 1932 for drunkenness and sexual relations with his charges. Inmates were not informed of the criteria by which review panels declared individuals rehabilitated, and many of those who were released, via Leningrad's social patronage offices, into factory employment reportedly continued to sell their bodies. Faith in patronage measures declined, and in Leningrad, the city's welfare department decided at the beginning of the second five-year plan to spend less on preventative aid to women at risk of prostitution and to send more women directly to this first colony. In early 1933, at a Leningrad conference on the struggle with Satsuno-Maliki, a professor studying the question declared that the colony could hardly be regarded as cruel, since unemployment, the supposed cause of prostitution, had been eliminated. There was no longer any justification for young women to engage in antisocial behavior. In September of that year, the Journal of the Welfare Commissariat sharpened the rhetoric of impatience, warning that the old bourgeois principle of philanthropy and alms hovers over these questions. Where is the struggle with social anomalies? Where is the political analysis of this work? Where is the class vigilance? The struggle with social anomalies fused with a wider process of urban social cleansing conducted by both regular militia and secret police, which accelerated in late 1932 with the introduction of internal passports and accompanying city residence permits. These bureaucratic measures not only served to fix who the rightful residents of the socialist city would be, but legitimated the deportation of former persons, bivshie lyoti, politically disenfranchised members of the czarist nobility, bourgeoisie, clergy, and other class aliens. Their status was now inscribed in their identity documents, and they could easily be denied permission to reside in the capitals or turned upon as class enemies when campaigns needed scapegoats. The process of identifying the socially anomalous was greatly facilitated by passportization, and David Shearer argues that socially dangerous elements identified in this way were increasingly being purged from important cities without ever seeing a court or being formally charged with a crime. In Leningrad in this period, some male homosexual intellectuals associated with these stigmatized groups were already under greater scrutiny from the secret police. Those men who participated in the subculture of public sex also became more vulnerable as urban social cleansing gathered strength. Conclusion. After the departure of the members of the village Soviet, a second gathering of women was summoned by the bell, where a protocol was decreed about the dismantling of the collective farm. At that same meeting, the women elected their own chairman and secretary of the village Soviet, namely, Chairman Starodetseva Varvara Moisevna, a middling peasant, and as secretary Starodetseva Nadalaye Vasilyevna, the daughter of a kulak, deprived of electoral rights for conducting private trade, who, after the election, got dressed up in men's clothes and named herself Antonenko Vasilii Vasilyevich. From an OGPU summary of disturbances against collectivization, led by women near the village of Butovsk, March 14, 1930-89. Medicine's domination of the question of homosexuality in revolutionary Russia was never total. Homosexuality was not a single idea or phenomenon in the Bolshevik imagination as it turned to consider the regulation of same-sex relations and gender dissent during the 1920s. The issue had many readings, dependent not on a single, ideologically invariable interpretation of the homosexual or transvestite, but on a range of values in the developing political canon. Class and loyalty to the revolution were paramount, and nationality within the Soviet Union could play a crucial role. The reach of medical understandings of sex and gender dissent and of the emancipatory ethos closely tied to certain medical views in revolutionary Russia was confined to urbanized, modern regions and to citizens whose loyalty was not in doubt. Beyond this context, The regime viewed anomalous sexuality and gender through political, not medical, prisms. Natalaye stared at Siva's extraordinary gesture of triumph over her adversaries imposing the collective farm on her village, relayed in a secret police report, illustrates these limits. Natalaye turned the world upside down and became Vasilii. Her gendered protest, whatever its motives, could not and would not be interpreted as the transvestism of a woman of the masculinized type. Natalaye/Vasilii was a class enemy, the daughter of a rich peasant engaged in trade, and these essentialized attributes determined the policeman's lexicon for defining her rebellion. To this informer and his intended audience, the discourse of hormonal anomaly or sexual psychopathy would have sounded utterly alien. By 1930, counter-discourses about the homosexual or pederast among particular enemies of the Bolshevik project had been elaborated, with orthodox leaders and backward elements on the periphery of the Soviet Union as their primary targets. If there was a common theme in these discourses, it was the role of BYT, everyday life or lifestyle, in shaping the relations that communists regarded as harmful and dangerous. Remnants of the old ways of life in the modern, European heartland or survivals of primitive custom on its fringes in backward societies equally threatened the development of socialism. The monastic pederast and the Uzbek procurer of bocce both diverted youthful male energy into undesirable grooves, leading youths from normal relations to perverse ones by seduction, religious instruction, or worse still in the bocce's case, contractual agreement. Biologizing theories of hormonal imbalance, reflex formation, or psychopathic personality development were irrelevant in cases in which disloyalty to the revolution, from religious or economic motives, and the perverse upbringing of boys were the immediate defects of BYT as identified by the Bolsheviks in these peculiar situations. The gendering of this counter-discourse influenced utopian visions of the transvestite discussed in the Health Commissariat's Expert Medical Council in early implicitly, the psychiatrists and biologist Koltsov expressed more interest in promoting the rights of the transvestite with medical and biological justifications, as long as she was a woman underneath her army uniform. Her prognosis could be imagined positively, since her loyalty to the state was evident in her leadership ability, and since her gender nonconformity, her masculinity, brought her increased respect. By contrast, they imagined the insufficiently masculine male as a victim of mental infection, the recruit shirking military service after contact with homosexuals, or economic exploitation fused with backwardness, the unfortunate bocce of Turkestan. Implicitly, they revealed their own dread of feminization, a word they were incapable of uttering, even as they spoke dispassionately of masculinization in the women they discussed. Underlying the council's deliberations was a sense that the male member of the intermediate sex was the product of nurture, of conditions of BYT gone wrong. These were deviations that were evidently preventable, except perhaps in a small number of congenital cases. Their sense of the female transvestite was more deeply biologized and intractable. No hormonal injections could apparently restore her femininity, and indeed, to doctors it appeared that society might have to adjust to the female transvestite by conceding same-sex marriage. This was a gendered utopianism, libertarian in the extreme toward the woman seeking to become like a man, but pathologizing men who willfully evaded or tragically lost their masculinity. At its extreme, it reached for control over the very mechanisms of gender through operations to change sex in humans, which hardly seemed far-fetched in the atmosphere of cultural revolution. Agents of psychiatry and biology imagined that they would retain primary custody of the transvestite who requested a change of sex, with a consultative administrative role for state officials. In this expectation, medical men displayed even greater utopianism than the dream of turning Constantine into a Katerina. The 5-year plan and the accompanying campaigns against biologizing in the human sciences and for class consciousness and party-mindedness in intellectual work took custody of various social problems away from the realm of medicine. Where the homosexual or transvestite would fit in this restructuring of responsibilities was not immediately evident, for the question had never been quantified by any doctor sociologists, who had measured and counted suicide, women's prostitution, or homelessness. Psychiatrists and health commissariat leaders in some cases did not think that there was a pathology of the intermediate sex to be counted. As a result, there was no statistical discourse to reify the problem of gender and sexual descent, no table of figures to display in the planner's calculations of the social anomalies. The discursive space occupied by anecdotal patient histories of the individual misfit narrowed, especially as various diagnoses, hormonal, psychopathic, lost political force. In a society with no need for sexology, still less a sexual psychopathology, there was little room for the homosexual or transvestite. Osipov's 1931 description of the homosexuals who gathered conspiratorially, and who, in their paranoia, erroneously sought support for pederasty from the state, proved disastrously prescient. Fig. Hierarchies in the Russian bathhouse. A 17th-century miniature shows four smooth-faced younger men serving two mature, bearded visitors to a Moscow bania. Two clothed youths perform services outside the steam chamber, helping a visitor to undress and drawing water, while within one youth pours water on the stove to make steam, bottom right, as another beats an older visitor with the venik, a leafy switch used to raise the blood circulation, top left. Youthful attendants were a fixture of Muscovy's commercial bathhouses starting in this era, but the first evidence of sexual exchange between male customers and attendants dates from the mid-19th century. Государственные исторические музеи, Moscow. Fig. Igorov Bathhouse, Kazachi Lane, St. Petersburg, CA. In this pose scene taken by the capital's most famous studio photographer, Karl K. Bulla, something of the masculine sociability of the late imperial bania can be glimpsed. In a myelnia or chamber for washing, nude senior attendants soap up, scrub, and rinse off customers, while more junior attendants in traditional Russian shirts await their orders in the background. TSGAKD SPB, edition KHR. D. Fig. Igorov Bathhouse, Kazachi Lane, St. Petersburg, CA. Another scene staged by Bulla, this time with suds and energetic scrubbing in a heated antechamber leading to shower stalls. The walls here were decorated with an Arabic motif. TSGADK SPB, edition KHR. D. Fig. Igorov Bathhouse, Kazachi Lane, St. Petersburg, CA. Interior of a cabinet for private relaxation. The luxurious appointments were intended for an exclusive and affluent clientele, who paid 5 rubles in the late imperial era for access to the establishment's hydrotherapy treatments, hairdressers, salons, and restaurants, as well as the bathing facilities including a large indoor plunge pool. For 60 kopecks, poorer clients gained admission to an eastern steam room on the same premises. This bathhouse first opened in 1804 and was reconstructed in the 1870s and 1880s. TSGAKD SPB, edition KHR. D. Fig. Nevsky Prospect, St. Petersburg, CA. The commercial heart of the Imperial Russian capital was also the site of a clandestine sexual marketplace, where men seeking sex with each other met for both paying and free sexual exchange. Far right, the infamous Passage, a gallery of shops where the tetki and the men who offered them sex cruised, winter and summer. Collection of the author. Fig. The Passage, Nevsky Prospect, St. Petersburg. This covered shopping gallery, opened in 1848, became a convenient spot especially in the colder months for men seeking same-sex contacts. On Sundays in the winter tetki stroll in the passage on the top gallery, where cadets and schoolboys come in the morning. At around 6 in the evening, soldiers and apprentice boys appear, photographed by the author. Fig. Sinizelli Circus, St. Petersburg, CA. Another place for youths seeking sexual patronage. Apprentice boys and hooligans struck up conversations with prosperous-looking men, asking for tickets to the performances. Nearby, a public toilet was used by rent boys as a place to display themselves, and a yard for exercising dogs reportedly served as a gathering spot for an entire band of suspicious young men. Collection of the author. Fig. Prince Felix Yusupov and his family, Felix Yusupov Sr., right, standing, Governor-General of Moscow, 1914-15, was one of Russia's wealthiest aristocrats. Yusupov, who also held the title of Count Shimmer-Kvelston, was probably the Countess E, described as a sexual patron of the male prostitute P, whose case history was published by psychiatrist V.A. Belousov and Yusupov's son, also named Felix, here 14 years old, far left, seated, had a penchant for opulent cross-dressing and flirting with officers. He was one of the conspirators who murdered Grigory Rasputin. In Of his father he wrote, "As he grew older, he showed signs of eccentricity. His nature was so different from my mother's that he never really understood her. The reason I saw so many queer and eccentric people is that they amused my father. I often admired the kindness and patience of my mother, whose house was invaded by these strange characters, for she received them all with the same good grace." F. Yusupov, Lost Splendors, London, Jonathan Cape, 1953. Fig. The 1st Petrograd Women's Battalion, organized by the Provisional Government. A postcard depicting the military formation that was later mocked for its ineffective defense of the Provisional Government headed by Alexander Kerensky during the October events that brought the Bolsheviks to power. Soldiering attracted a significant minority of women who sought to stretch the boundaries of femininity, including some women who sought sexual fulfillment with their own sex. Wallwork Collection, MS 1172, Brotherton Library, Leeds University, UK. Figures 10 and 11. Female homosexual A. P. Saratov, arrested for economic infractions in Saratov's marketplaces. This woman living as a man using the name Alexander Pavlovich was diverted from prison to forensic psychiatric treatment. After a course of Freudian analysis and 17 hypnosis sessions, like the one before treatment, far left, Alexander Pavlovich abandoned her masculine dress, stopped smoking, donned women's clothing, and expressed a desire to have a baby. The middle photograph was published to demonstrate that, in this case, the patient was not a hermaphrodite. Released to the care of relatives, after treatment, far right, A.P. now wore a skirt, a fashionable navy blouse, and more feminine footwear. From A.P. Shtes. Slukaj Zinskogo Gomosexualisma Pri Nalichii Citus Facirum Inversus, Ego Psychoanalyz I Gypnoterapia. Saratovsky Vestnik Zdravukranenia 3-4, 1925 1. Fig. Advertisement for spermocrin. Late 1920s. The European-wide fascination with endocrinology was felt in Soviet Russia, where rejuvenation therapies, including testicular grafts, ovary implants, and hormone-based preparations were explored as avenues to the transformation of humanity. This ad from the Health Commissariat's Institute of Experimental Endocrinology proclaimed that spermocrin is medically prescribed for neurasthenia, arteriosclerosis, feebleness in old age, thinning blood, sexual impotence. To Soviet scientists, endocrinology beckoned with its apparent potential for quick breakthroughs in research. The hypothesis that homosexuality was linked to sex hormone anomalies, first propounded in Austria by Eugen Steinack and publicized by German homosexual emancipationist and socialist Dr. Magnus Hirschfeld, found adherents in the USSR. Attempts to manipulate sexual orientation with sex hormones, using the same grafting and implant techniques employed in hundreds of Soviet rejuvenation procedures, were undertaken in the early 1920s. As in Central Europe, these experiments failed, but the allure of the sex hormones was a formative experience for the first generation of Soviet doctors. JRFF. A 406, Op 12, D. 2223, L. Figures 14, Examples of the Bocce of Uzbekistan. Samarkand, photographed by Edmund James Pierce, British representative of the Gramophone Company, resident in St. Petersburg from 1909 to 1917, during a tour of southeastern territories of the Russian Empire. On these tours, Pierce visited his network of distributors of gramophones and records. He also made sound recordings and took snapshots of musicians. The bocce, literally boys, were itinerant entertainers, maintained by schoolmasters who taught them poetry, dance, and song, as well as pimping for them in their role as male prostitutes. Costumed in outfits that combined elements of feminine and masculine attire, the bocce performed at festive gatherings and attracted the dismayed attention of Russian officialdom. Socialists seeking to establish their authority after 1917 found the institution intolerable for its commercial as well as sexual features, and associated it with social elements alien to the revolution. Soviet Uzbekistan's successive criminal codes sought to eradicate all trace of this survival of primitive custom. E.J. Pierce Collection, MS 1231, Brotherton Library, Leeds University, UK. Figure 16, Bocce in Samarkand. The same British commercial traveler witnessed this performance by bocce dancers, above, with an assembled crowd of Uzbek adults and a Russian official in the foreground. Below, the same two dancers at rest posed for his camera. Their very long hair and multicolored costumes are clearly visible. E.J. Pierce Collection, MS 1231, Brotherton Library, Leeds University, UK. Fig. Soviet Moscow's cruising grounds, Nikitsky Gate Square. Until the opening of the Moscow metro altered male homosexual cruising patterns, the Boulevard Ring, with its green spaces, benches, kiosks, and public toilets, was the chief meeting place for men seeking sex with men in the Soviet capital. Nikitsky Gate Square was one of the most frequented hubs of the Boulevard Ring in the subculture. Even before World War I, a bar with an electric organ, run by an old tetka, offered dancing and conviviality in the immediate neighborhood. After the revolution, men continued to gather here for paid and unpaid sexual transactions. They congregated in the underground toilet, located to the left behind the monument to botanist K.A. Timiryazev, according to sodomy trial records from 1930s. Some met partners there and sought privacy in the courtyards, basements, and entry halls of tenement blocks nearby, while others had sex on the spot. Collection of the author. Figures 19, Soviet Moscow's cruising grounds, Okhotny Riyadh Metro Station, 1925, above, and Sverdlov Square, 1938, below. The circulation of pedestrians in central Moscow was transformed by the major building projects of the first 5-year plans, including the Moscow Metro, which opened its first line, and a key station on this line was Okhotny Riyadh, which deposited passengers just steps away from Red Square and the model socialist city's newest attractions. Mezzanines and passageways offered shelter from winter weather and opportunities for making contact. Passengers from Okhotny Riyadh station emerged at surface level on Sverdlov Square, with its little trees and benches offering a pleasant place to wait for trams and buses, to pass the time, and to meet like-minded men. This square stood opposite the opulent Metropole Hotel, which opened in 1903, below, and just in front of the Bolshoi Theater, to the left, out of frame. First mentioned in sodomy trials of the late 1930s as a place where soldiers, sailors, and civilians open to sexual propositions from other men could be found, the square became a chief hub of male homosexual street cruising in 1950s and 1960s Moscow. Collection of the author. Figures 21 and 22, inside the Soviet bathhouse, hygiene above suspicion. In photographs of the bania equally as posed as the pre-revolutionary compositions of Karl Bulla, Soviet photographers sought to emphasize the earnest pursuit of self-improvement and hygiene in places formerly devoted to the elemental celebration of all bodies. In the cloakroom of a Leningrad bath, 1932. Left top. Visitors make a show of reading newspapers and magazines, ignoring the crumbling czarist decor and each other. The men's disrobing chamber of another Leningrad bathhouse, 1939. Left bottom. Appeared to be an equally sullen and uncomradely environment. This photo too may have been taken in an establishment built before a Spartan chamber for washing, 1932. Above, completes the impression of businesslike solitude while surrounded by fellow bathers. These pictures were produced for Leningrad's Bathing and Laundry Trust. Despite the somber mood depicted here, men open to same-sex relations continued to meet in the baths, but the surveillance of private rooms and the larger, communal spaces of newer bathhouse buildings made consummation far less feasible and systematic prostitution impossible. TSGAKD SPB, edition KHR. Dr. 8528. Dr. Fig. Pathologized Sexualities, the Soviet Transvestite, from a textbook of forensic gynecology, a composite photograph of K. First diagnosed a transvestite in Kazan, apparently in 1937. There a people's court accorded him permission to wear women's clothing. Passport was changed with the adoption of a woman's name, and he was removed from the military recruitment rolls. Moscow's forensic medical clinic confirmed these facts after a referral from city police. G. Serdyakov, Sudobnaya Gynekologia I Sudebnoye Kushurstvo, Moscow, Medicina, 1957, 47, figures 25, Pathologized Sexualities, a female homosexual and transvestite, ca. The caption below states, O. A. An active female homosexual. A man according to her passport, Andrei Ivanovich, in which a registered marriage to a woman is recorded, together with her wife and wife's children from a heterosexual involvement. O. Lived as the head of what the psychiatrist Elizaveta Deravinskaya described as her homosexual family. The children even called her Papa. These images from Deravinskaya's doctoral thesis formed part of her study of female homosexuals, conducted in Karaganda, Soviet Kazakhstan, between 1955 and 0. A. Was one of 9 free women encountered in the local university psychiatric clinic. The remaining 87 were prisoners from a nearby women's corrective labor camp. M. Deravinskaya, materially K. Klinik, Patogenizu, Terapii homosexualisma, Kandidatskaya dissertacja medicynskich nauk, Karaganda State Medical Institute, with permission of GTSNMB, Moscow. Figures 27 and 28 and 29 and 30. Pathologized sexualities. Female homosexuals. Ca. More women from Deravinskaya's Karaganda University study of lesbians. The trainee psychiatrist divided her subjects in active and passive homosexuals, along rigid stereotypical lines that reflected the gender expectations of consumer socialism. Passive female homosexuals, top middle, bottom right, cooked and cleaned, enjoyed sewing outfits for themselves, wore jewelry, and if they worked, took feminine jobs. Their active counterparts, above right, above left, kept their hair short, wore masculine clothing or sometimes passed as men, smoked, controlled the family finances, and took men's jobs. Deravinskaya presented pictures too of female homosexual couples, always composed of one active and one passive partner. In the bottom left photograph, for example, the passive woman avoids the gaze of the camera while her active partner smokes, as she looks directly into the lens. 7. Can a homosexual be a member of the Communist Party? The making Soviet of Soviet compulsory heterosexuality. Despite the advances claimed for the force-paced industrialization program of the first 5-year plan, crises marked the years 1932 and 1933 that threatened to undo all that, from the leadership's point of view, had been accomplished. If, in material terms, the plan had laid the foundations for a huge expansion of the heavy industrial base of the nation, in social terms the results were appalling. The most disastrous effect of the drive for wholesale collectivization had been a virtual civil war in the countryside with deportations of better-off peasant families, the liquidation of the kulaks as a class, accompanied by the confiscation of grain for urban consumption and export. Meanwhile, party activists backed with police and legal officials forced poorer peasants, their tools and livestock into the new collective farms. The expropriation of seed grain and peasant demoralization contributed to mass famine in 1932–33 in Ukraine and southern Russia, killing 3 to 5 million people. Many millions fled the village and sought refuge and employment in the rapidly expanding factories of the new industrial complexes and towns invoked by the plan. There they found that despite the new enterprise's hunger for labor, little had been done to provide for workers' needs on a scale commensurate with planned growth. Housing in particular was improvised, cramped, distant from work, and unhygienic. Thousands who arrived to work in the steel mills of a planned centerpiece, the new town of Magnitogorsk, lived summer and winter in the early years of the decade in tents and mud huts. In Moscow, the number of inhabitants per room rose from 71 in 1926 to 91. The flow of new arrivals in the cities ruralized them, bringing thousands of new residents who knew little of urban and industrial ways. Workers dissatisfied with poor housing and living standards took advantage of the labor shortage to change jobs with increasing frequency, and the result was a huge turnover of employees, and consequently of urban residents, what Moshe Lewin has dubbed a quicksand society. In social terms, the first 5-year plan had produced rural famine, serious labor shortages, urban chaos, and decline in the health and welfare of the proletariat, in whose name the Communist Party ruled. While seeking to stabilize the food situation, with the worst of the famine peaking in winter and spring 1933–34, the leadership acted to conceal the scale of village suffering from the urban population and to weed out and repress critics. A purge, chistka, of the Communist Party, which during the previous 4 years had accepted large numbers of new worker and peasant members, was ordered in December 1932 and continued through the purge, with its review of biographies and its intense scrutiny of communists' political and intimate actions, contributed to a mentality of suspicion and a search for scapegoats. In this atmosphere, the impatience with the continued existence of urban social anomalies and the impulse to social cleansing in the cities increased. In 1933, urban male homosexuals would fall within the larger net of these trends. In the case of this group, international developments also significantly contributed to justifications for the decision to recriminalize sodomy. The legal measure, first proposed in September 1933 by the Deputy Chief of the Secret Police, OGPU, G.G. Iagata, was preceded by the rupture in German-Soviet relations occasioned by Hitler's coming to power and the intensification of a virulent propaganda war in Europe between fascism and communism. Accusations of homosexuality, hurled as an insult to the masculine honor of the opposition, had already become a significant new feature of this political discourse. This international homophobic rhetoric significantly elevated a modern anti-homosexual discourse to the diplomatic arena for the first time in the 1930s. This crucible had been Weimar Germany. There, politicians inheriting the legacy of the Eulenburg scandal in the Wilhelmine era confronted the visibility of a national homosexual emancipation movement, an interest group that successfully established the voices of homosexuals as citizens in Weimar political culture. Until Hitler's accession, the German Communist Party, KPD, generally supported Magnus Hirschfeld's campaign for the abolition of paragraph 175 in the German Criminal Code that prohibited male homosexual relations. Weimar communists had argued, with perhaps more faith in historical progress than comprehension of sexual dissent, that decriminalization would be the logical consequence of removing all reactionary legislation on sex. The Social Democratic Party, SPD, also supported these goals, but had failed to do so with the consistency of the KPD. In 1931 and 1932, lurid reports in the Social Democratic press about the homosexuality of the Nazi Sturmabteilung SA leader Ernst Röhm generated a moral scandal. The KPD's Richard Linsert criticized SPD disclosures about Röhm's personal life as sexual denunciation. Yet in April 1932, the KPD joined in the irresistible attacks on the SA chief. While continuing to support the abolition of paragraph 8, the ideological purity displayed by Linsert was less sustainable once the stakes became more desperate, and the left was erased from the German political landscape in 1933. When ex-communist Marinus van der Lubbe was arrested after the Berlin Reichstag fire on the night of February 29, 1933, Nazis seized on his political ties to blame international communism for the attack. In response, the Communist International exploited the fact of van der Lubbe's homosexuality in a resonant campaign to disassociate him from the left. A widely distributed book by a collective of exiled German communists accused van der Lubbe of being in the pay of the Nazi Party and under the sexual and moral influence of SA leader Röhm. Homosexuals were branded as violent, unreliable, and morally degenerate in this tract and in the war of words within the left, and between left and right that it generated. The Central European Nationalist and later fascist institution of Männerbund, associations for young men's physical and moral education, came under increasingly searing attacks from the left as fountainheads of homosexuality and other moral impurities. Meanwhile, the Nazis linked Magnus Hirschfeld's leftist politics and his Jewish faith to his long campaign to abolish the German statute prohibiting male same-sex relations. The closure of Germany's homosexual publications, organizations, and bars in February and March 1933, and the ritualized destruction of Hirschfeld's Institute for Sex Research, May 6, 1933, gave expression to Nazi moral outrage. A battle for the birth rate with military objectives firmly in view would determine the new regime's outlook on sexuality. By contrast to Hitler's loud and crude anti-homosexual campaigning of the 1920s and early 1930s, the prescription of male homosexuality throughout the USSR in 1933–34 was imposed without public discussion. The orchestrated press campaigns which accompanied other new measures, on juvenile crime in 1935, or on abortion in 1936, were not an aspect of the adoption of the sodomy law. As with decriminalization in the first RSFSR criminal codes, historians have been forced to speculate on the reasons for the change, and a small number of texts and clues have been sifted repeatedly for what they can yield. In addition, little has been said in this historiography about the decision not to prohibit lesbian relations. with fresh evidence on the legislative process and on the administrative and medical consequences of the adoption of the anti-sodomy law. New light can be shed on the reasons for the change and on the way experts and citizens greeted it. Significant gaps in our knowledge still exist. Without further access to archival materials, particularly ordinary and secret police archives and the presidential archives, the political motives for the recriminalization of sodomy remain speculative. Nevertheless, it is possible from the new sources to construct a clearer picture of the development and reception of this legislation and of the silence on women who loved women that accompanied it. Destroy the homosexuals. Fascism will disappear. According to documents from the archive of the President of the Russian Federation (APRF), published in 1993, after the decriminalization of sodomy by Boris Yeltsin in April of that year, the immediate initiative for the enactment of the anti-sodomy law in 1933 came from the political police. OGPU Deputy Chief G.G. Iagata wrote to Iosif Stalin on September 15, 1933 to argue for the need for legislation against pederasty as a matter of state security. Iagata reported that raids had recently been conducted on Moscow and Leningrad organizations of pederasts, and that 130 persons had been arrested. Iagata wrote that they were guilty of establishing networks of salons, centers, dens, groups, and other organized formations of pederasts, with the eventual transformation of these organizations into outright espionage cells. Pederast activists, using the caste-like exclusivity of pederastic circles for plainly counter-revolutionary aims, had politically demoralized various social layers of young men, including young workers, and even attempted to penetrate the army and navy. Stalin forwarded Iagata's letter to Politburo colleague L. Kaganovich, noting that these scoundrels must receive exemplary punishment, and a corresponding guiding decree must be introduced in our legislation. Iagata sent Stalin the text of a draft law on December 13, 1933, with a covering letter outlining the OGPU's arguments in favor of the measure. Iagata did not mention spying by the homosexuals who had been arrested earlier that year. Instead, he noted that the OGPU had established that organized groups of pederasts had operated salons for orgies, engaging in the recruitment and corruption of totally healthy young people, Red Army soldiers, sailors, and individual students. The OGPU's attention, at least in this letter, appeared after 3 months to have shifted to the potential security danger that closed groups presented and the threat to healthy young people drawn into them. Iagata's interest was concentrated on male rather than female sociability, which he did not mention. At no point in the subsequent development of this legislation was the question of female homosexuality explicitly raised. This does not mean that women's same-sex love continued to be held in the positive regard characteristic of some circles in the 1920s. The factors that would impinge on women are examined later in this chapter. The draft decree for the Presidium of the USSR Central Executive Committee (TSIK), attached to Iagata's December letter, consisted of a proposed wording of the new law, a clause ordering the inclusion of the statute in each Union Republic criminal code, and a final paragraph confirming the continued validity of laws dealing with rape and prostitution. This draft was approved by the Politburo on December 16-17. The following day, the USSR All-Union Central Executive Committee adopted virtually the same decree, distributing it to the analogous RSFSR body for the development of corresponding draft decrees. There were significant variations between the original statute proposed by Iagata and the version finally adopted by the highest organs of the USSR, March 7, 1934, and RSFSR, April 1, 1934, governments. Perhaps the most eloquent expression of the distance in mentalities between the party leadership and the legal theorists who administered Soviet justice was apparent in the language they used to discuss the issue. Intra-party correspondence and even the Politburo's December 16, 1933 decree employed the crude expression pederastia, pederasty, to refer to the offense in question. The traditional legal term muzilaztvo, sodomy, was used in all Russian government documents and the draft law itself. The Iagata draft proposed maximum, but no minimum, sentences for simple and aggravated forms of sodomy. Moreover, the forms of aggravated sodomy that the OGPU deputy chief proposed to make crimes specifically included such acts for payment, za platu, as a profession or in public. These qualifications were only dropped from the decrees at a very late stage, and minimum sentences were also added, 3 years for simple and aggravated sodomy. The week before the USSR decree's publication on March 7, the insertion of sentencing minimums suggests legislators intended to underline the seriousness with which the new offense was to be viewed and set this sex offense apart from others in the code. The late deletion of IAGIDA's formulas mentioning male prostitution and public displays is unexplained in the available sources. Some possible reasons are examined below. Despite the apparent uniformity imposed by the All-Union Decree of March 7, 1934, the timing and language of adoption of the sodomy law unaccountably varied in some republics. Ukraine was by far the first Union republic to incorporate the statute in its penal code. On January 11, 1934, it used the language of IAGIDA's original proposal as found in the December 16, 1933 Politburo decree. Male prostitution and public homosexuality were thus explicitly named as crimes in the Soviet Union's second-largest republic. In addition, no minimum sentences were spelled out for sodomy in Ukraine's penal code. The effect of these anomalies on enforcement and sentencing practices was potentially great, with local policing patterns influenced by the concern expressed in the code about public and prostitution-related manifestations of male homosexuality. Ukrainian judges may have had little option but to impose the Union-level decree's minimum sentences, although undoubtedly they found the same means to evade these minimums as those employed later in the 1930s by their Russian counterparts. The same textual variant was for some reason adopted in the Tadzik SSR Penal Code. Elsewhere, local justice drafters generally followed the RSFSR wording patterned on the USSR decree of March 7. Adopting their versions in April, the location of the new statute within penal codes reflected a rough division in Stalinist perceptions of modernity and backwardness in matters of sexuality, with some codes incorporating it into existing sections on sexual crime, reflecting a modernized sexual ethic, and others placing it among crimes constituting survivals of primitive custom. In the Belarusian SSR and Ukraine, the new article was situated with articles on sexual offenses. The Transcaucasian republics of Armenia and Georgia followed this comparatively modern categorization. In the Tadzik and Uzbek codes, the prohibition figured among local customary offenses instead of sex crimes. Turkmen and Azerbaijan penal codification had no distinction between sexual and customary crime, and the existing anti-sodomy statute among these articles was simply revised to reflect the All-Union Decree. The Stalinist leadership was silent about these legislative changes, leaving little in the available documentary record to indicate why it responded in this enthusiastic and draconian fashion to IAGIDA's initiative. The OGPU's initial extralegal arrests in late summer 1933 of male homosexuals in Moscow and Leningrad demonstrated that no law need hamper the work of the secret police, if caste-like groups were suspected of conspiracy. More than enough legislative latitude existed to combat espionage and counter-revolution, and indeed in the five-year plan atmosphere of campaign justice, the OGPU had a comparatively free hand to deal with these crimes. IAGIDA's proposal for new legislation after these raids and the changes to the legislation as it developed suggest that while suspicions of espionage were present, other concerns were paramount. As the process of urban social cleansing accelerated in late 1932 with the introduction of internal passports and city residence permits, social anomalies and class aliens were increasingly becoming the targets of security police action. Recidivist female prostitutes, professional beggars, the homeless and unrepentant criminal elements formed visible subcultures of the street that the new identity document regime was supposed to weed out of the socialist city. Male homosexuals in their most public subcultural guise, meeting on the sexualized territories of Moscow's Boulevard Ring and Leningrad's Nevsky Prospect, apparently drew police attention to a further anomalous subculture of the urban landscape. While IAGIDA seized Stalin's attention with his first letters warnings about espionage among homosexuals, the legislation he proposed and most of his arguments for it targeted a subculture. Private circles of homosexual men could constitute potentially treasonous salons and dens, but it was the public aspects of homosexual sociability and its demoralizing effect that attracted sustained concern. IAGIDA's anxiety about the recruitment and corruption of totally healthy young people, actually young men, in the military and higher education, was reminiscent of the concerns voiced by psychiatrists discussing mental infection among cohorts of normal army conscripts. What homosexual sociability threatened was a crisis of mental or sexual hygiene, imagined by police and Politburo in the crude language of the street as the seduction of innocent young men by pederasts. Moreover, IAGDA's first draft of the legislation singled out sodomy for payment, as a profession or in public, as particular features he sought to eliminate with stiffer penalties. These were, in the context, striking descriptions of social behavior, resembling the quasi-ethnographic language of laws against crimes constituting survivals of primitive custom, explicitly enumerated in peripheral Republican codes. Evidently, this language proved too vivid, for it was excised in the week before publication, perhaps on the advice of the RSFSR Commissariat of Justice or jurists of the SSR and RSFSR Supreme Courts. One may speculate that jurists argued for a less explicit, more euphemistic law that would not inspire the mental infection created by publicity of forbidden practices. They probably suggested as well that public sexual acts, male prostitution, and professional sodomy could all be prosecuted under existing legislation. It also seems likely that jurists pointed out the inconsistency of formally outlawing the male prostitute, while female prostitutes had never been made official criminals. Soon after the relatively low-key official adoption of the new anti-sodomy statute, Stalin was made aware of the kind of reaction it would receive among the Western European left. In a letter received in May 1934, British communist and Moscow resident Harry White, an editorial employee at the Moscow Daily News, asked Stalin to justify the new law. He also chronicled his efforts to learn the whereabouts of his lover, a Russian man arrested in secret police raids on Moscow homosexuals between December 1933 and March. In its thorough exposition of contemporary Marxist views on homosexuality, the letter made evident the problems of presentation that the new law would attract and probably influenced the direction of the subsequent Stalinist public pronouncements on the sodomy law. White's long missive opened with a question for Stalin. Can a homosexual be considered a person fit to become a member of the Communist Party? The journalist laid out Marxist arguments against the blanket prohibition of sodomy, which, he claimed, introduced unwarranted contradictions in Soviet social life by imposing sexual leveling on a harmless minority and by ignoring science on the issue. The new law jettisoned the achievement of the previous Soviet legislation protecting sexual liberty and inviolability, legislation that represented Soviet power's resolution of capitalist contradictions on the question. White likened the social position of homosexuals to that of other groups in society suffering arbitrary discrimination, naming women, colored races, and national minorities. He drew a fine distinction between a communist's personal life, to which private sphere his sexual proclivity ought to be consigned, and cases in which homosexuality became a public, political issue in bourgeois societies. The letter catalogued Marx and Engels on political aspects of homosexuality, noted with approval the Comintern line on van der Lubbe's alleged contacts with homosexual Nazis, and pointed to the hypocrisy of fascist policy inherent in the destruction of Hirschfeld's Sexological Institute. White reminded Stalin of his criticism at the 17th Party Congress in 1934 of leveling Uravnilovka in wages, living standards, and tastes and personal BYT as a form of primitive asceticism unworthy of Marxism. These comments against leveling have a direct connection to the question of homosexuality, the journalist argued, since the new law forced a biologically distinct minority to comply with sexual leveling. Stalin directed that the letter be archived, recording his opinion of its author, an idiot and a degenerate. The document was retained in a file with others relating to the introduction of the new legislation, suggesting that its arguments were not viewed as an idiot's prattle, but served as a useful guide to an unfamiliar discourse. To counter it, Stalin apparently turned to a mouthpiece for whom the European terms of this rhetoric were familiar. Cultural spokesman Maxim Gorky's article, Proletarian Humanism, appearing in Pravda and Izvestia on May 23, 1934, was the regime's first public explanation of the recriminalization of male homosexuality, and it placed the question squarely within the terms of the propaganda war between fascism and communism. The themes of this war were the moral degradation and outright seduction of a nation's youth and, particularly, of young men as the nation's productive and fighting force, by the evils of the opposing political system. Underlying this ideological anxiety about corrupted youth was an appeal to more venerable stereotypes. Gorky deployed the myth of elemental Russia's purity to set up a familiar contrast with an over-civilized West, declaring that proletarian humanism was transforming the huge reserves of barbaric Russia's physical energy into productive, intellectual energy. Meanwhile, capitalism now hired fascism to mobilize the physically and morally depleted scions of the bourgeoisie, the sons of alcoholics, hysterics, and syphilitics. In the thousands of gray, desiccated faces, it is especially rare to see healthy, full-blooded individuals, because there are few of them. Among the hundreds of facts speaking of the destructive, demoralizing influence of fascism, homosexuality was but one of the most revolting features. At stake was not only the purity and health of a population but of its culture. Where the proletariat ruled, homosexuality was regarded as a force for corrupting youth and was punished, while in the land of the great philosophers, scientists, and musicians, it is practiced freely and with impunity. Fascism's poison of nationalism and anti-Semitism was schooling youth in social cynicism, a sadistic passion for murder. Yet Gorky dismissed any claim that homosexuals might constitute a social minority, like Jews or the unarmed Hindus, Chinese, and Negroes, worthy of safeguarding by the workers' state, with his notorious slogan, "Destroy the homosexuals, fascism will disappear." One could infer from the content of this article, much cited as the reflection of the intentions behind recriminalization of sodomy in 1934, that an obedient Gorky was briefed about White's letter to Stalin and the arguments against the new legislation he was required to demolish. The unanticipated sodomy ban threw functionaries, including literary officials and medical experts, into confusion. Not all were inclined to accept the consequences for their fields of competence. The best documented example of this disarray concerns the purchase, by the State Literary Museum director V.D. Bonchbrovich, of the well-known diary and papers of Leningrad poet Mikhail Kuzmin. In November 1933, Kuzmin received 25,000 rubles for these papers, comprising a daily record of his life from August 1905 to December. They contained frank references to his and others' homosexuality. On February 1, 1934, that is, between the December Politburo and March Soviet government decrees enacting the sodomy ban, an OGPU official demanded and received from Bonchbrovich the complete archive. In April, a special commission of the Cultural Enlightenment Department of the Party Central Committee began an investigation of the museum director. The purchase of the Kuzmin papers, for the large sum, was the focus of the inquiry. Bonchbrovich defended the worth of the archive and its homosexual themes, which he noted were essential to an understanding of bourgeois left symbolism. In letters to Iagida and Commissar of Enlightenment S. Bubnov in May. 3 days after these letters were written, Gorky's article Proletarian Humanism appeared in Pravda and Izvestia, but Bonchbrovich did not immediately abandon the defense of the purchase. On June 20th, the party commission reprimanded Bonchbrovich for paying dearly for material of an uncommonly trashy Maculatornii character, ordered a purge of museum staff, and directed that future purchases be vetted by Bubnov's commissariat. Kuzmin himself escaped arrest, dying of natural causes in 1936, while most of the diary and papers he had sold to Bonchbrovich were returned to the museum in Yuri. Kuzmin's partner during the Soviet era, was arrested in 1938 during the Great Terror by the NKVD on charges of counter-revolution, not homosexuality, in a sweep against Leningrad's literary figures. He was executed after 7 months of interrogations in September. Other homosexuals and their literary works met similar fates during the 1933-34 crackdown. Nikolai Kluev, poet of The Russian Village and of homosexual love, drew the ire of Ivan Gronsky, chief editor of Izvestia VTSIK and the thick literary journal Novyi Mir in the 1930s. Gronsky had, he would claim in 1959, allotted the indigent bard a generous academician's ration, and Kluev moved to the country with his male lover, the artist A. Yarkravchenko. They first met in 1928, wrote poems, and eventually sent Gronsky some verses for publication. The editor was outraged by their homosexual content and endeavored to persuade the poet to write normal verses. When Kluev flatly refused, Gronsky did not hesitate to telephone Iagida, later confirming the decision with Stalin, demanding the poet be deported from Moscow. The call apparently took place immediately before Kluev's arrest on February 2nd. The poet was interrogated in Moscow's Lubyanka and charged under Criminal Code Article 58:10. Counter-revolutionary agitation, not homosexual offenses, probably because of the inflammatory invective of his poems denouncing collectivization. On March 5th, he was exiled to Narum territory in Siberia. Kluev was rearrested while in exile and shot as a counter-revolutionary in October. Gronsky's response to Kluev's refusal to heterosexualize his verses was to cleanse Moscow of the poet and his homosexuality. With more self-interest than Bonchbrevich, this literary functionary comprehended what political costs a subsidy to an outlawed and anti-Soviet homosexual artist could incur. The OGPU's decision to apply counter-revolutionary articles of the criminal code in Kluev's case does not diminish the impression that the poet fell into the hands of the security police for his unrepentant homosexuality, but more enlightened investigation of his secret police file would be required to substantiate this. Doctors and even Commissariat of Justice officials were less aware of the new legislation and of the homosexual conspiracy upon which it was founded. One psychiatrist, approached by Harry White, checked with the Justice Commissariat, White does not say when, before twice assuring the Moscow Daily News staffer that the Commissariat had no objection to the treatment of patients if they were honest citizens or good communists, and that these homosexuals could organize their personal lives as they wished. White consulted another psychiatrist, who refused to believe in the existence of the anti-sodomy law until the journalist produced a copy of the legislation. White contacted the Commissariat of Justice himself between the December 1933 and March 1934 decrees, and was told that the law was being enacted because homosexuality is a form of bourgeois degeneracy. Seeking information about his arrested lover, White also contacted the security police directly and obtained differing responses to his questions before and after the legislation was published in its final form, suggesting a shift in the way it was being implemented. During the interval between decrees, when speaking to OGPU officials, White was told that the arrests being carried out had a political character and not a public morality basis. The journalist understood this to mean that a distinction would be drawn between politically loyal homosexuals, who would not be targeted, and those deemed counter-revolutionary, who would be arrested. After the publication of the law of March 7, 1934, however, an OGPU employee told White that the law would be strictly applied in every observed case of homosexuality. It appears that with the published law came fresh instructions widening the scope of its enforcement, but evidence of these directives remains scant. In contrast to other criminal legislation enacted during the 1930s, the anti-sodomy decree left no trail of circulars informing procuracy and judiciary of the intent behind the measure or how the law ought to be enforced. Normally, such directives assisted court investigators and judges in carrying out their duties in the regular criminal justice system. Instructions on the anti-sodomy law could have been transmitted orally or via closed circulars, which were returned after being read. In this study sample of 8 Moscow sodomy trials dating from 1935 to 1941, only one case, the first, dating from March 1935, offers any evidence that courts were informed of the meaning of the law of March 7 in its sentence. The municipal court justified its qualification of defendants' acts under this law by noting that the law of March 7, 1934 is directed against sodomy not in the narrow meaning of the term, but against sodomy as an antisocial system of sexual liaisons between men in whatever form they may take, and especially when they occur among groups of persons organized on that basis. The court used this reasoning to acquit one defendant and give another a greatly reduced sentence. The RSFSR Supreme Court confirmed this reasoning in its review of the case and even acquitted a further defendant on the basis that no proof of sodomy after March 7, 1934, had been presented. None of the remaining 7 cases up to 1941, nor any of the 6 cases found in the same archive dating from 1949 to 1956, offer any similar statement suggesting courts had been given directives on the interpretation of this law. Clinical psychiatrists received no direct guidance regarding the new law, and they were left to learn about it fortuitously. Forensic psychiatrists evidently knew about the shift and quickly altered their definitions of psychopathy to fit. In 1935, psychiatrist E.A. Popov radically deconstructed homosexuality as a category of mental illness. Without mentioning the recriminalization of sodomy, he sought to purge psychiatry of the homosexual. Classifications of sexual perversion based on symptoms rather than etiologies were a remnant that betrayed the discipline's diagnostic and therapeutic weakness. A variety of primarily exogenous causes could account for homosexuality. Normal sex life was perverted by a lack of success, difficulties, disappointments, chance factors which cause revulsion toward women. Men of this type still have a normal sexual basis and sex act. Applying the full force of the nurturous psychopathic model, he spoke of the non-uniformity of that group of phenomena figuring in psychiatric systems under the name of homosexuality. In Popov's prescient scheme, eros between men would only be the object of medical attention as an aspect of a mental disorder or psychopathy, not as an entity in itself. The state abruptly shifted the nexus of medico-legal supervision of same-sex love to practitioners of forensic medicine and gynecology, disciplines undergoing significant restructuring as a result of the 5-year plans. In late 1933, the newly founded Central Institute of Forensic Medicine drafted Soviet Russia's first comprehensive guidelines for doctors acting as expert examiners in cases of sexual crime. These rules for forensic medical obstetric gynecological examination were adopted by the Health Commissariat in consultation with the procurators of the RSFSR and USSR, and a representative of the main administration of the regular police 3 months after the sodomy law. In June, the rules were under discussion just as the new anti-sodomy statute was being drafted, but evidence of a link between the two initiatives has not emerged. Yet the guidance for legal doctors contains specific instructions for detecting the signs of pederasty. In examinations regarding depraved acts, accompanied by rape or not, and as well regarding sexual perversions with or without the use of force, the expert examines, in the case of pederasty, the anal orifice and should note its form, crater or funnel-shaped, whether it gapes or not, the flabbiness or slackness of the mucous membrane of the rectum, the presence or absence of ray-shaped folds of skin around the anal orifice, of fissures and wounds, the status of the sphincter, levator, the dilation of the ampulla, prolapsus of layers of the rectum. Particular attention is to be paid to the presence of rectal gonorrhea, especially in victims who are men or boys. The location of this passage on the anatomical indications of pederasty, directly following a discussion of heterosexual rape, in a code of rules governing gynecological examinations, echoed Vladislav Mrzhevsky's treatment of the issue in his manual 56 years previously. Yet this was not simply a return to pederasty as vice according to the old regime's formula, but part of a larger process by which the state attempted to standardize forensic medical practice in matters of sexual crime. A more systematic procedure for the detection of pederasty conformed with authorities' determination to impose routine and standard values on the haphazard production of medical expertise in criminal investigations of rape, defloration, and sexual abuse. In a manual of forensic gynecology, published in 1935 by doctors who contributed to the formulation of these rules, male homosexuality was, nonetheless, treated with a degree of inconsistency that betrayed the author's political and scientific bewilderment. Gynecologists N. V. Popov and E. Rosenblum, at the end of a chapter entitled Rape, discussed rape with sexual perversions, and devoted 2 pages to etiologies of homosexuality and lesbian love. The authors presented a neutral review of endocrinological and reflexological theories, listing foreign and domestic authorities by name, and even stating, unusually for the period, that hormonal theories deserve full attention. Popov and Rosenblum then turned abruptly from scientific discourse and wrote, "Finally, the role of specific class conditions must be emphasized. Homosexuality has obtained a special prevalence in such countries as Germany, among the aristocratic military bosses and generally among the big shots of the fascist movement." Noting that homosexuality was now punished in all Union Republic criminal codes, the authors argued that because it was an offense between men, there was no need to deal with it in their volume. Forensic gynecologists, responsible for gathering evidence from victims and perpetrators of sexual crimes, appeared reluctant to take on the duty of detection of voluntary sodomy in males. By minimizing the crime's prevalence, suggesting that the problem was better understood by psychiatrists and even endocrinologists, and finally, by putting a class enemy gloss on the offense, Popov and Rosenblum apparently rejected any involvement for their discipline. Yet immediately after these passages, they presented the case of a wife whose husband demanded perverse sex, anal and oral, referring to her as a passive pederast, passivny pederast. The authors then rehearsed all the classic stigmata of receptive anal intercourse, in language reminiscent of Mrzhevsky and Tarnowski, and concluded with remarks on the differences in signs of anal gonorrhea between women and men. Perhaps the authors, by presenting a case of passive pederasty gendered as female, were emboldened to transmit a heritage of medical lore on male sodomy. In an apparent attempt to dispel confusion surrounding the anti-sodomy statute, RSFSR People's Commissar of Justice N.V. Krylenko spoke at some length about it in a March 1936 speech before legislators in the Central Executive Committee VTSIK. The Commissar extended the regime's homophobic rhetoric by explicitly adding homosexuals to the list of class enemies, déclassé elements, and criminal elements that had been the subject of urban social cleansing campaigns. Since the end of the first 5-year plan, various types of crimes of daily life, including group rapes, said to be committed by members of these social layers, had become the target of higher penal sanctions and concealed but ongoing scrutiny. By linking homosexuals with the pre-existing categories of social deviance, Krylenko closed a gap that had left officials and experts perplexed about how to understand ordinary homosexuals without any apparent connection to centers of espionage or Nazi ruling circles. Krylenko referred in his address to a number of legal changes designed to eliminate the remnants of enemies who do not wish to admit that they are doomed by history to finally concede their place to us. The changes were to be transformational for all Soviet society. They were enacted to rework ourselves, to foster in ourselves the new man and new attitudes toward BYT, daily life. The law against sodomy, he noted, had been the subject of comment in the Western press, adding that until recently, Soviet thinking on the problem of this type of crime was dominated by the Western bourgeois school, which taught that this type of action is always a phenomenon of illness. Krylenko argued that homosexuality and alcoholism were analogous conditions. Just as alcoholics were responsible in law for their criminal acts, except in a tiny number of cases where a genuine illness is present, so homosexuals were in the overwhelming majority of cases criminally responsible for their behavior. It is clear in the published text, from the gradually intensifying reaction in the hall, that this extravagantly masculine People's Commissar manipulated his, primarily male audience's emotions associated with love between men, as he reached the climax of his argument. In our environment, in the environment of the workers taking the point of view of normal relations between the sexes, who are building their society on healthy principles, we don't need little gentlemen of this type, who then, for the most part, are our customers in these affairs. Workers? No. Déclassé rabble. Mirthful animation in the hall, laughter. Déclassé rabble. Either from the dregs of society or from the remnants of the exploiting classes. Applause. They don't know which way to turn. Laughter, so they turn to pederasty. Laughter. Krylenko appealed to the political and, at least unconsciously, to the masculine anxieties of his audience, cloaking a disturbing topic with humorous political banter, to establish a distance of class and loyalty between the panicking sexual social refuse and the healthy toiling Soviet man and woman. He then rapidly shifted to an earnest tone, pointing out that pederasts in secret filthy hiding places and dens were frequently engaged in counter-revolutionary activity. The law against sodomy was justified in bantering language that located male homosexuals within familiar class and social categories, and distanced Soviet medical views of them from bourgeois theories. Krylenko thus reduced the ambiguity in the regime's construction of the ordinary homosexual to a minimum. Compulsory motherhood, compulsory families, compulsory heterosexuality. If the male pederast was reconfigured in the Stalinist imagination to fit the discourse of the déclassé, the woman who loved women did not appear in this dehumanizing polemical realm at all. The reasons for this gendered dichotomy in the Stalinist treatment of homosexuality have not been revealed in archival discoveries. We know, by contrast, that in Nazi Germany discussions among police, doctors, and Nazi officials did take place about whether women having sex together should be classed as criminals, but nothing comparable has emerged to illuminate the attitudes of Soviet leaders on this issue. The female homosexual or masculinized woman did not excite interest during the laconic discussions of what to do with the male homosexual. It is, however, possible to reconstruct an official perspective on these apparitional figures from the well-known measures adopted in the area of family policy and from evidence in medical and legal practice of the 1930s. The conservative turn in social and family policy under Stalinism has long been familiar to students of the Russian Revolution as a betrayal of revolutionary principles or as a great retreat. Historians more recently have pointed out the syncretic nature of policy on marriage, divorce, and family during the period of the first 5-year plans. Stalinism did not simply turn back the clock to 1917, but mixed elements of the revolutionary drive for women's emancipation with expectations never seriously examined by Russian Marxists, that biology ordained a feminine social role. The accumulation of the state's measures in the middle and late 1930s blended appeals for women to join the expanding industrial labor force with an increasingly insistent promotion of maternity and family. Women's employment increased massively, especially during the second five-year plan, 1932 to 37, when 82% of all new workers joining industry were women. By 1940, 39% of industry's workforce was female. Yet the threat of war, which underlay the planning priorities of the new command economy, also prompted the Stalinist leadership to worry about the Soviet Union's falling birth rate. A 1934 study of fertility rates in Soviet society by economist S.G. Strumelin evidently had an important impact on the leadership's thinking, undermining the consensus around health arguments that had supported the 1920 abortion legislation. In this climate, new penalties and incentives were intended to revise attitudes toward procreation, child-rearing, and family obligations, and to compel women to combine motherhood and waged work. Abortion, a common form of birth control among employed urban women who enjoyed priority of access through insurance schemes, was banned, and divorce was made less accessible in a comprehensive decree on family policy. In June, the same decree announced new welfare entitlements for women with 7 or more children and promised greater funding for new maternity homes and daycare facilities. It also laid out more stringent norms for alimony payments from breadwinner salaries, almost always men's, in divorce cases. Access to birth control devices was simultaneously and secretly curbed in an order to the Commissariat of Health, further limiting women's reproductive autonomy. Preceding and accompanying these open and secret measures intended to make women carry more pregnancies to term, press campaigns were orchestrated to inculcate sexual probity and to emphasize that maternity was a social duty. Family life became the subject of prescriptive scrutiny, where before Bolshevik leaders had said little about the internal dynamics and psychology of the husband-wife relationship. Pravda condemned so-called free love and all disorderly sex life as unquestionably bourgeois and against Soviet morality, and pointed out the dominant pattern of family relations among the elite of our country are as a rule also excellent family men who dearly love their children. The same article condemned the man who does not take marriage seriously. Somewhat later, extracts from the correspondence of Lenin to Inessa Armand were published to underline his concern for the serious in love. Underlying the nostrums against male promiscuity was the implicit assumption that it was naturally and correctly always women who assumed the nurturing role after childbirth. The alimony provisions in the 1936 decree evoked genuine approval from women who feared or had experienced abandonment, and some of this emotion was evident in accounts of reaction to the new law. From the pages of the press, a cult of motherhood was celebrated, reaching proportions critical observers found grotesque, as the lives of mothers of 7, 8, or 10 children were vaunted as examples of patriotism, and women were depicted rhapsodizing over the first cry, the first smile of a child. The cumulative effect of these measures was to impose a state-sponsored compulsory heterosexuality on all women of childbearing age. Women who had sex with men and who chose to limit their fertility in order to advance in education or work were now driven to abstinence, backstreet abortions and their dire consequences, or the abandonment or curtailment of a hard-won career. An integral part of the recasting of socialist heterosexuality was the selective revival of femininity as a promoted public identity for key groups of Soviet women. The most prominent heroines of the first 5-year plans included female aviators, tractor drivers, and exemplary factory and collective farm workers who overfulfilled production targets. Women like Valentina Gryzodubova, Polina Osipenko, and Marina Reskova, who completed the first non-stop flight from Moscow to the Soviet Far East in 1938, were celebrated for their embodiment of the ideals of emancipation and technical accomplishment. Productivity gains, the mastering of technology, and the military applications of women's participation in industry and warfare were the significant themes emphasized in the promotion of these exceptional women to national notoriety. The externals of their femininity were not as significant as their technical achievements. Yet simultaneously, the movement of wife activists, Общественницы, launched in 1936 with the sponsorship of Sergo Ordzhonikidze, the Commissar for Heavy Industry, extolled a public role for wives of industrial executives, engineers, and army officers. The femininity of these women, and its association with prosperity, was a striking and deliberate feature of their public persona. Cast as mothers, housewives, and mistresses of the great Soviet home, these wives without paid employment were recruited by the wife activist movement to supervise factory amenities and to organize cultural, educational, and leisure activities for workers. They were also exhorted to care for their husbands and children in a fashion that combined the wider theme of maternity as national duty, with new notes of consumerism and, where appropriate, of deference to husbands. In the propaganda of the movement, such women were told to provide a hygienic, cozy, and soothing domestic environment, to watch over the moral condition of their husbands, and to talk to them about their work in a constructive and frankly productivity-enhancing manner. Likewise, they were to accept criticism and tutoring from their husbands, but this was not to stand in the way of their participation in social activism, nor blind them to anti-state acts or words from family members. The usually non-party wife activist, in the words of Rebecca Neary, with her permanent wave, fur-collared coat, and stylish cloche, presented a blunt contrast with the plainly dressed, severely countenanced woman communist, who had no time for fashionable clothing or hair treatments. To the stereotype of the plain and stern, or principled and selfless Bolshevik woman, was now added a maternal, gentle, and more feminine alternative, as would befit the denizens of a land in which life had become better and more joyous. For select groups of Soviet women, a new ideal, feminized without being overtly sexualized, completed the construction of a Stalinist version of socialist heterosexuality. It would seem that Stalinist leaders did not perceive a need to prohibit or pathologize explicitly the masculinized woman or female homosexual, despite these exertions to construct a new heterosexuality. There were several possible explanations for this apparent lack of concern. The first was the virtual absence, already noted, of a female subculture of same-sex relations exploiting public space. Women who loved women were less able and perhaps inclined than their male counterparts to create and exploit special urban territories for socializing and sexual contact. Had such an open subculture existed, it would have suffered the same fate as the street cultures of female prostitutes and of male homosexuals. Another probable reason for the lack was the perception, evident in Soviet medical encounters with female homosexuals in the 1920s, that genuine or congenital female homosexuals were extremely rare in Soviet society and, moreover, that their partners consisted of normal women who had been diverted from heterosexual relations, perhaps after unsatisfactory affairs with men. The abortion and contraception bans theoretically meant that such women would no longer have the option of rejecting motherhood if they engaged in heterosexual relations. As in Nazi Germany, leaders considering the possibility of mutual female relations may well have assumed that intercourse with a man was sufficient to cure the lesbian. Finally, the image of the old-style female Bolshevik with her selflessness and political consciousness, embodied, for example, in the person of Lenin's widow Nadezhda Krupskaya, and the acquired rather than inborn traits of masculinization, such as technological skill and courage, could not be written off lightly. Political literacy, technical prowess, and strength under pressure were assets to be cultivated among the vast numbers of new women workers entering industry. By contrast, the feminization of the image of the wife activist was a badge of special status, linking her to membership in the managerial elite raised to positions of responsibility by Stalinist promotion policies. The syncretic nature of Stalinist policies on the family produced numerous tensions and contradictions between new and old ways of thinking about appropriate gender roles for women. An echo of this unstable combination of expectations was present in the work of forensic gynecologists in the middle 1930s. When in 1933-34 the forensic medical discipline in conjunction with jurists and police drafted rules for forensic medical obstetric gynecological examination, they avoided explicit mention of female same-sex offenses comparable to those on pederasty. One passage on gathering evidence of sexual crime indicated that assaults by women on girls, of the type understood in the RSFSR Criminal Code's gender-neutral Article 152, were anticipated. When conducting examinations on individuals, who could be either alleged assailants or victims, establishing virginity or rape with defloration, or depraved actions, or sexual maturity, the expert should verify general status of the examined person, body structure corresponding in external appearance to her stated age, infantilism, virilism, masculinization, abnormalities of hair cover, defects of general development, etc. Guidelines then directed doctors to check whether the person being examined displayed masculine or feminine patterns of hair growth. They were also instructed, depending on the aims of the examination, to collect information about the sexual life of the person in question. And the terse directive spelled out only two key questions. From what age did commence perversions? In the formulation of these instructions, forensic experts and jurists, led by the gender-neutral language of the law, anticipated that assaults on sexually immature females could be inflicted by adult women. Yet the criminal code had always been silent about the assailant's or victim's body structure or virilism. These were medical concepts reflecting a constitutional view of the masculinized female, and their inclusion in the medical legal guidelines pointed to a shared expectation that at least one female in a same-sex act would belong to this category. The representatives of the police and judiciary who presided over the adoption of these rules in 1934 allowed these discursive shadows of the masculinized woman to remain, regardless of the anti-biologizing campaigns of the Cultural Revolution. A year later, the guidelines were published in the Forensic Gynecological Manual that handled the question of pederasty so awkwardly. N. V. Popov and E. E. Rosenblum only briefly addressed the issue of female same-sex assaults in a commentary on rape with sexual perversions. They completely avoided any discussion of masculinization in women sex offenders or victims of female same-sex assaults, which the guidelines in the same textbook indicated were an important factor in these kinds of crimes. Instead, Popov and Rosenblum, not wishing to highlight the proscribed NEP-era biologization of the female homosexual implied in the guidelines, said that lesbians were seldom encountered, mostly foreign to Russia, and not really relevant to forensic gynecology. Lesbian love figured among the rare, but not specifically criminalized sexual perversions of which the medical examiner ought to be aware. Tribadism left no changes in the genital region, although rare cases observed in Paris of clitoral wounds caused by teeth were known. Active partners could have an enlarged clitoris, and their victims often displayed hysteria or more complex mental disorders. If Popov and Rosenblum revived the archaism of treating pederasty under the rubric of forensic gynecology, then by ignoring domestic authorities on female homosexuality, they also returned to the trope of innocent Russia and sexually depraved Western Europe. The only source they cited on this issue was Louis Martineau's 1883 Élections sur les déformations vulvaires et anales, a text that by its temporal and cultural remoteness rendered lesbian love that much more exotic. It could be dismissed by the casual reader as a symptom of bourgeois degeneracy, whether Imperial Russian or, more probably, Parisian. Simultaneously, by pointing to the potential for mental disorders among tribids, Popov and Rosenblum also hinted that they preferred to leave the problem with psychiatrists. In its evasions and denials, their commentary on lesbian love reflected the contradictory gender currents of the middle 1930s. The dilemma about masculine qualities in women and the anxiety about the woman who avoided maternity. Conclusion. The syncretism that marked the construction of the Stalinist system of gender and family relations had an effect on Soviet constructions of same-sex love developed during the 1930s. Elements of the variegated Tsarist and NEP-era approaches to sexual and gender dissent were combined with the slogans and exigencies of the five-year plan era. Stalinism revived and strengthened the primary divide in pre-revolutionary views, that between male and female forms of homosexuality. The gender-neutral language of sex crime in the first Bolshevik criminal codes that were applied to the modern Soviet republics was repudiated in the new sodomy law of 1933-34. This was a stunning reversal of a key principle of the sexual revolution. Nevertheless, it was a retreat that had precedence in NEP legislation beyond the modern heartland, in the backward republics where survivals of primitive custom encouraged the cataloging of clearly gendered offenses. Within Soviet Russia, prosecutions of clerical same-sex offenses presented another Bolshevik precedent where survivals of the past were mapped on society as defects created by class, rather than the historical backwardness of primitive societies. The ambition that a secular, medicalized, and gender-blind modernity would inform the way revolutionary justice dealt with sexual crimes was already reserved for a vanguard population, workers and peasants, within a vanguard nation, Russia and its civilized partners in socialism. The attention paid exclusively to male homosexuality reflected the vanguard role in which men were habitually cast by Russian Marxist thinking. While both male and female proletarians were nominally equal, party activists from the revolution's inception to the consolidation of the Stalinist system feared the politically unconscious female, and revolutionary iconography represented the Bolshevik movement as resolutely masculine. The demoralization of the healthy young people, Red Army soldiers, sailors, and students seduced by pederasts, deflected the cream of this male vanguard from its historical mission, just as the double dealers and turncoats inside the party supposedly tried to derail it during the economic and social crisis of both elements had to be eliminated from the leading institutions of the regime so that mental infection could be reduced and new cases of pederasty or political disloyalty averted. The same intentions underpinned the social cleansing of the leading cities of the Soviet homeland. Ultimately, the vanguard class, gender, and cities would rework themselves, sloughing off the bourgeois degenerates who haunted them in secret dens and salons. As life itself was transformed and remnants of the former classes disappeared. Women's role in this drama was a supporting one, but in its class dimensions it acquired complexity and contradiction. As peasants in backward regions, as collective farmers, and as proletarians, women were called upon in greater and greater numbers during the 1930s to enter public life and wage labor. Women in these spheres were compelled and encouraged to emancipate themselves from patriarchal fathers and husbands, who were not to stand in the way of their progress toward careers beyond the home. They were becoming more like men, even in some cases becoming what some could regard as masculinized. Meanwhile, the wife activist movement promoted a feminine and materialistic ideal for a new elite entitled to the fruits of socialism. The two conflicting norms coexisted in an uneasy moral equilibrium, the heroism of self-transformation and productivity gains on the one hand, and the dutiful concern for bringing culture to the existence of those around her on the other. Compulsory motherhood bridged the gap between the two roles. The cult of motherhood could be called upon to redeem an excess of masculinization acquired by working-class women on the shop floor or at the aerodrome. The experience of maternity gave the wife activist in her potentially delicate role as do-gooder a common reference point with women at the factory bench. The grotesque hybrid of Stalinist family policy produced a crude form of compulsory heterosexuality, which depended heavily on pronatalist coercion. It was a heterosexuality composed of many fears and impulses, a nervous amalgam worthy of the Aravista culture the new Soviet elite sought to acquire. Male homosexual subcultures threatened the purity of the healthy Soviet young man and perhaps harbored opportunities for sedition. Degenerate remnants of a defeated bourgeoisie, aristocracy, and clergy, survivals of Russia's own backwardness, lurked in these salons and dens, encouraging male prostitution and the practice of sodomy. As a profession, mental infection perhaps threatened to contribute to an already falling birth rate, just as war loomed. Men whose sexuality was too unstable would require a spell of corrective labor to teach them normal ways. Women did not run the same risk, since there was no visible network of female homosexuals. The supposedly rare, anomalous, masculinized female who preyed on normal young women could be recognized by doctors and isolated if necessary, without the need for legislative revision. The normal young woman, meanwhile, was to be reminded, in the words of Lenin, that her freedom to love was not freedom from the serious in love. From childbirth, her biology naturally assured her status as normal, and the motherhood cult would remind her of the purpose of her sexuality. Caught red-handed, making homosexuality antisocial. Stalin's courts. From the moment that OGPU Deputy Chief G.G. Iagata's attention turned to the 130 men arrested in raids on Moscow and Leningrad pederasts in late summer 1933. A new rivulet of the socially anomalous joined the torrent of victims seized and processed by the system of extralegal punishment. The number of individuals who entered this stream as convicted pederasts remains unknown, because of the inaccessibility of the records. It is possible, however, with new archival material to examine the process by which a second stream of men designated as pederasts and homosexuals were treated in the conventional criminal court system. The nature and meaning of the trials of these men in Stalin-era courts can be gleaned from the fragmentary sources at our disposal, mostly sentencing and appeal records. These cases, while modest in number, can suggest how Soviet justice helped to construct a Stalinist heterosexuality. The Cold War view of the Soviet Union inclines some historians to dismiss the notion of Stalinist justice as oxymoronic. A regime supported by extralegal terror and repression could hardly be serious about maintaining a functioning system of criminal justice. Yet what the historian observes for the 1930s and afterward are episodes of surging illegal repression and violence coinciding with the ongoing administration of ordinary justice. There were moments when the terror system threatened to extinguish conventional jurisprudence. During the collectivization drives of 1932 to 1933, the use of legal machinery in the dispossession and deportation of the kulaks embroiled jurists, judges, and procurators in the virtual civil war raging in the countryside. At the height of the Great Terror in 1937 to 38, as Peter Solomon points out, the procuracy participated in the dynamic of accusation and repression with lethal results. Yet after 1938, a compartmentalization emerged in the apparent functions of secret, extralegal repression, which reinvented itself as a more selective system, and the public administration of justice, which eventually strove to improve with legal education for new cadres under late Stalinism. Solomon argues that conventional justice was allowed to continue to operate essentially for reasons of international window dressing. It was expedient to appear to be a normal state with European legal machinery and the appearance of legality in the propaganda war with fascism and later, too, during the Cold War. Conformity to expectations of fairness, order, and in its most extreme version, perfection, in the administration of justice, was an aspect of the image the Soviet leadership strove to project after the adoption of the 1936 Stalin Constitution. The realization of this plan for Soviet legality would, for the most part, have to wait until after 1945, when more legal officials received specialist education. While Solomon acknowledges that the decision to put resources into the Soviet legal system also enabled the state to extend its reach, an emphasis on the international public relations function of Soviet law turns our attention away from the microenvironment of the courtroom and the dramas that were played out there. Without a focus on the courtroom itself, it becomes impossible to gauge the significance of sexual crime in Soviet jurisprudence, for whether from prudery or out of a fear of stimulating base tastes, most trials in cases of sexual crimes took place behind closed doors. Scarcely visible to outside observers, these trials nonetheless had an immediate meaning for their participants. An examination of the formal progress of sodomy cases from arrest to conviction can reveal this significance. The cases also suggest how the male homosexual subculture in Moscow responded to the escalation of force used against it. A 1940 trial of 2 women offers further evidence of the gendering of same-sex offenses and the medico-legal concerns lesbianism raised. Finally, the stories of these trials begin the process of restoring the individuality and humanity of homosexuals to our narratives of Stalinist repression. He showed me the places where pederasts meet. By comparison with the rhetorical forms used to explain them, the actual extent of arrests and trials of homosexuals conducted during and after the enactment of the 1933-34 decree remains difficult to establish. The Yagoda-Stalin correspondence of late 1933 and the White-Stalin letter of May 1934 add substance to statements from a cluster of memoir and journalistic sources that arrests of Soviet homosexuals began from sometime in 1933 and continued into while the details vary somewhat. Read together, they suggest that raids occurred in major Russian and Ukrainian centers and that observers believed espionage, probably for Germany, motivated OGPU action. One Russian witness to these events said that in 1933 numerous homosexuals were arrested for participating in gatherings that were made to appear as counter-revolutionary, Trotskyite, or even Hitlerite. He reported that, in the absence of an explicit law against homosexuality, these men were forced to sign false confessions of counter-revolutionary crimes. Others were netted under an elastic reading of the RSFSR Criminal Code's Article 155, compelling someone to prostitution and the maintenance of vice dens. Yagoda's September 1933 letter to Stalin suggests that during the earliest phase of this assault, the OGPU conducted these arrests of pederasts. And one may infer that existing laws were used when it was discovered that no anti-sodomy statute was available to give the arrests a legal basis. Harry White had discussed these actions of late 1933, when arrests of homosexuals had only begun, with his superior at the Moscow Daily News, its editor-in-chief M.M. Borodin, who regarded White as a top shock worker and had even recently promoted him. Borodin knew about White's sexuality but believed that only politically unreliable homosexuals were being targeted. The British communist carried his inquiries further for personal motives. White spoke. He indicated that sweeps of homosexual circles by security police continued into this period, at least in Moscow. Yet neither his letter to Stalin nor the published Iaga to Stalin correspondence said anything of substance to indicate the scale of the OGPU's raids on homosexual circles. It is likely that some information on this question available in the Presidential Archive was deliberately left out of the 1993 Istoknik article, for example, on Ukrainian arrests. It is also probable that some OGPU, or from July 1934 NKVD, arrests and prosecutions of men who came under surveillance for pederasty were then charged with counter-revolutionary crimes, the fate of Nikolai Kluev and Yuri Yurkin, discussed in Chapter 7. Such victims will be extremely difficult to disaggregate from the larger mass, even if access to the relevant files were permitted. The earliest record of a case under the anti-sodomy legislation reaching the conventional legal system of Moscow, as opposed to OGPU/NKVD tribunals, dates from arrests conducted in November 10. From the Moscow City Court sample of 8 sodomy trials with 36 named defendants held between 1935 and 1941, 2 probable means of initiating investigations emerge. In 7 of the cases for which only the sentencing and appeal documents survive, the origins of the cases must be inferred. Denunciation, either by men who had been the objects of sexual advances or by those who observed homosexual behavior and chose to report it, was evidently a significant factor initiating most cases. Persistent importuning drove some to complain to the authorities. On February 20, 1941, a student of the Glazunov Musical Theater College, a Komsomol member, denounced 23-year-old fellow student Andreevsky, who had on 3 separate occasions invited him to take the passive role in intercourse. He also said, "Rumors about Andreevsky being a pederast are rife among the students of the college." The denunciation led to the trial of 3 men associated with the college later that year. In one 1937 case, which combined charges of counter-revolutionary agitation with sodomy, the sex crime was probably an aggravating charge added by court investigators or the procuracy to the first arrested man's file. Eventually his confession brought 2 other men accused of sodomy and treasonous agitation into the same trial brief. Police actions account for the initiation of other cases. The 1938 case against Tereshkov and 9 others began with the arrest of Tereshkov and another man on December 3, 1937, caught red-handed during mutual masturbation in a raid on the public toilet at Nikitsky Gates. This was the sole police sweep on a meeting place for homosexuals, Mestovstrek Homosexualistov, mentioned in the court records, but it is apparent from the documents that the courts were made aware that such places existed, and police doubtless kept them under surveillance. Whether by denunciation or on police initiative, once a homosexual had been identified, investigators moved quickly to gather as much information as possible about his sexual and social contacts. The sentencing records, which indicate the dates of arrest for each person convicted, suggest that police understood they had a narrow window of opportunity to unravel the dense web of ties between these men, before lovers and friends might manage to hide themselves or destroy evidence. The 12 men figuring in the 1935 Bezborodov case were arrested individually or in pairs between November 22 and December 12. The man whose arrest sparked that of the 11 other defendants, the 49-year-old cook Bezborodov, evidently divulged the names of at least 3 men he had had sexual relations with in the previous years. Within 5 days of the cook's detention, these men plus 2 friends who had facilitated their acquaintance had also been arrested. The cook's most recent liaison, an affair with a Communist Party member and white-collar employee Venediktov, which had lasted from June to September 1934, evidently led police to another cluster of men not known to Bezborodov. In this way, 2 more white-collar employees and 2 former priests were soon detained. The police collected considerable documentary evidence to accompany the confessions they obtained, including a seized notebook containing numerous addresses of men who Grabov for some reason no longer knows. Postcards and intimate correspondence belonging to others were also taken during arrests and were used in the investigations. Incriminating passages were read out in court. In raids leading to other such trials, photographs and diaries were taken by investigators. The search of the room belonging to Glazunov Musical Theater College student Andreevsky, conducted on February 28, 1941, yielded 10 photographs, a notepad with phone numbers, 3 notebooks with addresses and phone numbers, a trade union card, a passport, a Komsomol membership card, a military service card, a student identity card, and various correspondence addressed to. Another search of a second defendant's room produced an intimate letter from a former lover and for photographic cards of his comrades. The police gathered statements to be used as evidence primarily from the arrested men, but they also relied on witnesses to supply information about the defendant's behavior. It is difficult to ascertain how reliant police were on neighbors and colleagues to testify against homosexuals. But one group of special witnesses does emerge in these documents. Young objects of homosexual advances. Police and procurators appear to have exchanged immunity from prosecution for witness testimony from these individuals, contradicting the original anti-sodomy decree. They may have reasoned that the position of these young males was analogous to that of the teenage female prostitute, who in the otherwise severe 1935 decree on juvenile crime was not criminalized. Instead, their adult procurers faced new penalties. In most cases, these were boys and youths like the teenager Podrostok, Kirill, who met Svechnikov, a physician in his 40s, in July 1937 at the Moscow Zoo and accepted an invitation to the older man's home. Kirill received alcoholic drinks and an offer to stay the night. Later, Svechnikov, using the fact that the youth was quarreling with his parents, systematically invited him to his flat, gave him alcohol and money, touched his sex organs, kissed Kirill, was jealous of his girlfriends, Revnoval ego k divushkam, and repeatedly suggested that the teenager Kirill have a sexual affair with him. The court viewed Kirill's testimony as plausible, for it confirmed details from the confession of Tereshkov, this case's ringleader figure, who had had intimate relations with Svechnikov between 1932 and Kirill, may not have been charged in return for testimony that incriminated this former lover probably named in Tereshkov's personal address book. In the 1939 case of Leontev and Baikin, the physical education instructor Leontev was shown to have corrupted and inveigled a minor to commit sodomy, and to have systematically committed depraved acts in relation to children and minors, whose names appeared with those of other witnesses in the court's documentation. The teenager with whom Leontev engaged in sodomy was not prosecuted, as investigators and judges viewed him as a victim rather than a fellow criminal. The practice of indulging the young victim of the scheming pederast could be highly elastic when procurators wished to shield normal young men, even those well into sexual maturity, from prosecution as homosexuals in their own right. The trial in November 1937 of Ivan Siniakov, a 39-year-old film executive for aggravated sodomy, with the use of force or with the use of the dependent situation of the victim, deftly exculpated the 20 soldiers and sailors and 7 civilian men who had consented to relations with him. At least 5 of these men gave evidence against Siniakov, and the sentencing document indicates that they ranged in age from 16 to 29 years of age. Most were in their early to mid-20s. Criminal investigators only gathered forensic medical and psychiatric evidence in a modest proportion of these cases. Medical examinations of the bodies of accused were apparently reserved for those instances when confessions or witness testimony required confirmation of an unusual factor or a connection with other persons. Connections were established according to a gendered active/passive conception of mutual male relations in anal intercourse. Only 2 men were examined for anatomical evidence of passive intercourse. The first was scrutinized in 1935 to verify his claim that he had been wounded in the sex organ during the Civil War, and was thus only capable of passive intercourse. He received an unusually light 1-year sentence. The second individual was examined for reasons that are difficult to reconstruct from the surviving sentencing document alone. In 1937, Sergeyev was arrested while masturbating with Tereshkov during the police raid already mentioned on the toilet at Nikitsky Gates. In that year, hardly a scenario requiring more evidence of homosexual inclinations for a court to convict, yet forensic medical evidence that Sergeyev frequently played the role of a passive pederast was obtained. It may be that police sought to use this evidence to link Sergeyev to active pederasts. They were later unable to arrest. Sergeyev did not launch an appeal, probably because of this expertise held against him, and unlike most defendants in the Tereshkov case, his sentence was not later suspended or reduced. The absence of references to forensic medical examinations of the other 34 defendants in this sample is consistent with the sentencing document's formulations that confessions and eyewitness testimony were the usual forms of evidence used against them. Especially in the atmosphere of the Great Terror, there was no need for scientific confirmation of that which could be proven by self-incrimination and denunciation. Evidence from the late 1940s and 1950s suggests that forensic medical and psychiatric expertise may have become more prevalent in investigations of sodomy cases as court and police investigators acquired better training. Expert psychiatric evaluations were also sparingly used, and when they demonstrated that the legal impotence of the psychopathic diagnosis now applied to the criminalized homosexual. Psychiatric evaluations appear in the sample of cases where individuals were perceived as unbalanced or when they preyed on minors. They were initiated when investigators required them, never when requested by defendants or their defense advocates. Film executive Ivan Siniakov underwent a psychiatric review on September 22, 1937 at the V.P. Serbsky Forensic Psychiatric Institute, where he was judged to be a psychopathic personality with aspects of neurasthenic development and inclination to sexual perversions. Yet he was pronounced liable to answer for his crimes. It was a diagnosis that enabled doctors to say they had recognized an illness, while they surrendered any custodial claim over the homosexual. The diagnosis also evidently assisted procurators, who built a case against Siniakov as having a conceited and self-lauding personality and displaying demoralization in personal life by Tovo Razlazini. The official reason given for his being stripped of the Communist Party membership he held until his arrest. A member of the nobility before the revolution, Siniakov was certainly vulnerable to ideological reinterpretation as a double dealer, a class alien who had somehow crept into the party. There was, however, surprisingly little of this rhetoric in the sentencing and appeal documents describing his trial. Instead, by presenting him as a morally degraded and mentally unbalanced personality, certified by psychiatrists, procurators could free the young and not so young soldiers, sailors, and civilians he had seduced from political and sexual taint by association. In this case, the function of forensic psychiatry was not merely to supply the appearance of normal judicial procedure, but to give scientific gloss to a procuratorial strategy of selective exculpation. With a case assembled, the trial took place. None of the trials in this sample were show trials, pokazatelnai procesi, the dramatized processes that mobilized the press and judiciary to construct flawless spectacles of proletarian justice, sometimes in theatrical settings. From the sample of 8 Moscow City Court trials for sodomy between 1935 and 1941, very little evidence of campaign justice or any determination to publicize these crimes can be discerned. 6 out of 8 trials on sodomy charges, involving 32 out of 36 defendants, were held behind closed doors. This appears to be a higher rate of closed trials than for heterosexual sex crimes, discussed below, but the sample is admittedly small. Ben de Jong's conclusion that trials for sodomy took place behind closed doors as a matter of course in the 1960s and 1970s may not necessarily apply to earlier decades. Nonetheless, when taken in conjunction with the veil of silence drawn over internal explanations of the crime even for jurists, it seems that judges saw little educative value and possibly greater social harm in opening sodomy trials to public view. While these records, primarily of sentences and appeals, offer little sense of the conduct of the trials themselves, they often contain descriptions of the male homosexual subculture that the new statute sought to eradicate. Paradoxically, it is the survival of the subculture and not its demise that is documented in these brief summaries. The earliest trials noted the continuing existence of sociability, street cruising, and public sex, especially in the vicinity of Moscow's Boulevard Ring. In November 1934, Bezborodov and Grabov, a ringleader whose address book fell into police hands, wishing to drink alcohol, visited the flat of one Petcher by nickname the Baroness, who kept an entire den of homosexuals. The court designated this flat as one of the significant meeting places of pederasts, although the fate of the Baroness and his den is unclear. Another gathering place was Hermitage Park. The nearby Boulevard Ring linked this small green space to Trubnaya Square, where one of the capital's most frequented meeting places, a public toilet, was located. This facility was reportedly constructed underground in a circular shape, with cubicles against the perimeter wall facing inward. There were no doors on the stalls, which had simple holes in the floor. All users were in a position to observe each other, and this perverse panopticism apparently enabled meetings as well as prevented them. Levin, investigated for sodomy in 1941, described his discovery of this facility. Once in autumn 1940, I left a restaurant on Tsvetnoy Boulevard and was walking toward my apartment on Neglinaya Street. On the way, I stopped in the toilet on Trubnaya Square, and there, against my will, an act of sodomy was committed with me. A man came up to me and began to masturbate, touching my penis. I did not particularly object. A month and a half after this, I once again went to the toilet on Trubnaya Square, but this time with the deliberate intention of committing an act of sodomy. In this manner, I committed acts of sodomy about 5 or 6 times. Sometimes, Levin invited partners home to sleep overnight with him. Others he had sex with on the spot. He claimed that his loneliness drove him to drink, and it was only the alcohol that was responsible for his cruising in the toilet, not his desire for company. Nikitsky Boulevard, running from Nikitsky Gate Square, where in 1937 Tereshkov and Sergeyev had been caught red-handed in the men's toilet, figured in other confessions as well. One defendant explained to interrogators, "In 1936, in the apartment where I lived, Afanasev, an artist of the ballet, moved in. He showed me the places where pederasts meet, Nikitsky Boulevard and Trubnaya Square." Another defendant said that in the early 1930s, a friend told me that the chief places for pederasts were Nikitsky Boulevard, Trubnaya, a bar on Arbat, and the Centralny baths. By this time, the bar and baths would have been publicly owned. These were rare references to formerly commercial spaces frequented by the subculture in this era. Similarly, Sretensky and Chistoprodnyi boulevards, mentioned by the prostitute P. in 1927, continued to figure as meeting spots in the mid-1930s. In 1935, Anisimov and Brodsky met by chance on Sretensky and other boulevards of the city of Moscow with men pederasts and entered into sexual intercourse with them in toilets, in apartments, and on the boulevards. The boulevard ring was one feature of central Moscow that was not drastically altered by the construction projects of the first 5-year plans, and thus it remained a refuge from the disruptions prevailing elsewhere in the center. The remarkable catalogue of the activities of film executive Ivan Siniakov suggests that the project of transforming Moscow into a model socialist city was paradoxically responsible for the emergence of a new pattern of sexualized territories in the heart of the capital. In 1936, Siniakov struck up acquaintances with sexually available soldiers and sailors in Sverdlov Square, located in front of the Bolshoi Theater, and the following year in nearby Manez Square. These are the earliest references yet uncovered for homosexual contacts in these squares, located near the Okhotny Riyadh metro station. The opening of the metro in 1935 and the reconfiguration of central traffic arteries leading to the massive Hotel Moskva, where Mokovaya Street and Okhotny Riyadh became Prospect Marxa in the 1930s, lured the curious. Servicemen on leave and civilians visiting the capital in the late 1930s flocked to the metro, and especially to the cluster of stations in this district. By the 1950s, probably thanks to these new transport links, Sverdlov Square, with its patch of greenery in front of the Bolshoi, had become the focal point of new cruising patterns, surpassing the older haunts associated with the boulevard ring. Siniakov's case significantly revealed that under Stalin, some military men preserved the time-honored habit of sexual availability to men for modest compensation. The sentence highlighted Siniakov's forays in Sevastopol and Leningrad, and it was clear that both sailors and their patron followed a scripted routine of meetings in notorious locations and innocent-looking invitations. In 1929, the accused Siniakov, having become acquainted with the sailor A, 25 years old, on the boulevard in Sevastopol, and having as a result met him in Leningrad, inclined the former to the commission of sexual acts in perverted form. A year later, having met the sailor B, 24 years old, and using B's situation as a demobilized serviceman, invited him to stay with him in Moscow, where he began to incline B to sexual perversions. In Moscow, meeting sailor C. in the street, with whom he was acquainted from Sevastopol, where they had met on the seaside boulevard, he invited the latter to drink alcohol in his flat, where subsequently he committed with C sexual acts bearing the character of sodomy. The seaside boulevards of Sevastopol were but one infamous place for sailors who sought this kind of patronage. On an unnamed Leningrad street or embankment in 1936, Siniakov met 4 sailors aged 22 to 26, whom he invited to his hotel room for drinks. They stayed the night there and had sex with him. Later that year, at an unidentified Moscow theater, he met a sailor who committed a range of sexual acts during the performance with him. He picked up another seaman that year in Gorky Park. On the street while on business in Kursk, in 1931, and Penza, 1934. The film executive met young men who agreed to move, evidently, temporarily, to Moscow to live and have sexual relations with him. He also found the 18-year-old from Penza a studentship. The entertainment world too afforded opportunities for this tireless communist nobleman. In the stables of the Moscow circus, he met an 18-year-old performer and lured him into posing nude for photographs, and into bed in 1936, in an encounter not without rich ironies, at the House of Unions, Dom Soyazov, the former house of the nobility, and the scene that year of the show trial of old Bolsheviks G. Zinoviev and L. B. Kamenev. Siniakov made the acquaintance of Soso, a participant in a festival of Georgian art, and took him home to bed. That same year he met a sea cadet at Mosfilm Studios with similar results. Despite concentration in these prosecutions on public sexuality and forms of male prostitution, the records show, too, that the male homosexual subculture continued to harbor relations beyond the bluntly carnal. The voyeurism of earlier sentencing documents gave way to a dry discourse of physical relations between men. During the 4 days of hearings in February and March 1935 in the Bezborodov case, much time was devoted to an examination of the romantic relations between Pavlov, a 40-year-old bachelor and white-collar worker, and Shelganov, an expriest of 54. Wounded in the genitals during the Civil War, Pavlov had been deprived of the ability to lead a normal sex life. His partner gave him shelter from 1931 to 1934, and the pair testified to their loving, tender relationship, confirmed in their private correspondence. Investigators interpreted the physical and emotional love between this pair according to a gendered, active/passive template. Incapable of an active sexual role because his penis was defective, Pavlov was said to be the object of Shelganov, and thus the receptive partner in sex. Yet emotionally, roles were reversed. Pavlov's active strivings were expressed in his spiritual ties, dukhovny svayazi, with Shelganov, who on this level played the role of a woman. While evidence suggests police investigators continued to gather as much material as possible about the private lives of men charged with sodomy, trials later in the decade evidently spent less time scrutinizing mutual male relationships except ultimately for their sexual content. Sodomy in the calculus of sentencing and appeals. Patterns of sentencing and appeals in these trials suggest that the anti-sodomy law was upheld with vigor for a brief time following enactment, then treated with some leniency except where additional factors weighed against specific individuals. The case of Bezborodov and 11 others, 1935, and the case of Tereshkov and 9 others, 1938, demonstrate the point. Both cases involved a large number of mutually acquainted friends, pairs of individuals who had been involved in long relationships and briefer sexual contacts. In each case, 1 or 2 defendants were singled out as ringleaders, usually described in these documents as persons who enabled a range of individuals to engage in sodomy. Their conspiratorial activity amounted to running a gregarious social and sex life and keeping a personal notebook of phone numbers, material evidence that led police to others in their circles. In the 1935 Bezborodov case, the court made a point of stating in its sentencing document that the purpose of the new law was to punish sodomy as an antisocial system, pravleny, of sexual liaisons between men. This was the most politicized statement appearing in any of the available Moscow sodomy trial files. 8 out of 12 defendants in this case, including 2 viewed as ringleaders, received sentences of 5 years, the maximum penalty for simple sodomy. None of these convicts received any reduction of their sentence on appeal. In contrast, on August 1, 1938, 8 of the 10 men accused of sodomy in the Tereshkov case were handed the minimum 3-year sentences. Only the supposed ringleader was given a maximum 5-year term. Within weeks, only 2 of the 8 men serving 3-year penalties were still in prison. 1 received an immediate suspension, and 5 others launched appeals and had their sentences suspended. 5 weeks after the trial, only 3 of the original 10 defendants were still in custody. In other cases from the sample, sentences of more than 3 years were exceptional and aggravating circumstances influenced judges to pronounce them. Comparison may also be made between sodomy cases and other sex crime cases heard before the Moscow City Court between 1935, and given the disaggregated nature of the records, only an impressionistic survey based on 76 convictions for sex offenses under Articles 151, 152, and 153 of the RSFSR Criminal Code during this period in the Moscow City Court is possible. Initial sentences in this sample run from acquittals, 9 in total, up to the death penalty, 3 men, later commuted to 10 years imprisonment. Most, 33, fall between 3 and 5 years confinement. 18 terms of deprivation of liberty for less than 3 years were handed down. Against this very crude measure, sentences for simple sodomy during the same period, in the same courts, tended toward the 3-year mark and so were roughly comparable to moderate sentences for rapes by individual men and the sexual abuse of minors and children. These were not sentences indicative of politicized or campaign justice. A comparison that illuminates differences in trial and sentencing practice can be found by comparing trials of groups of sodomites versus rapists. Groups of men committing heterosexual rape in an organized fashion had been the subject of special attention from 1926 when Leningrad's Chubarov Alley case first raised fears that the conscious proletariat was capable of such barbarities. In the mid-1930s, there were calls for harsher sentencing, with the application of state crime-level sanctions, 10 years and even execution, for group rapes. The use of politicized language in the Special Collegium, Spetskollegia of Moscow City Court, in which offenses viewed as politically significant were tried, was more forceful against these gangs of rapists than the most propagandistic rhetoric used by judges in the regular criminal collegium where homosexuals were tried. A case of group rape of one factory worker by 8 of her co-workers in 1935 attracted exceptional sentences that actually exceeded the 8-year maximum under Article 3. Sentences of 10 years confinement and 3 death sentences were handed down, using the application of Article 59(3) against banditry. On appeal, the RSFSR Supreme Court agreed that the lower court had interpreted the case correctly as a political crime but ordered the death sentences be commuted to 10 years each. The rest of the sentences, including the 3 other 10-year terms, were upheld. By contrast, the most politicized sodomy case in the 1935-41 sample, the trial of Bezborodov et al. Already mentioned, was handled by the city court's ordinary criminal collegium, and while a large number of maximum sentences were handed down, they did not exceed the limits stated in the criminal code. The Spetskollegiae of intermediate-level courts were used after 1934 to handle politicized offenses, and a sharper rhetoric from them was the norm. Only one of the sodomy trials in the Moscow City Court sample was tried at this level, suggesting that as cases against homosexuals were entering the conventional justice system, sodomy was already seen as less politically significant. Group rape and collective sodomy cases heard later in the 1930s appear to have lost the force of politicized justice. Both types of trials displayed a return to normal sentences, not exceeding criminal code limits, and the application of maximum sentences was restricted to ringleader figures, with lesser offenders netting briefer prison terms. On appeal, however, the RSFSR Supreme Court appeared less willing to reduce penalties for group rapes than for sodomy, suggesting that at this level there was a clear distinction made between the degrees of social danger involved in the crimes. Men convicted of sodomy in Moscow City Court between 1935 and 1941 who appealed their sentences to the RSFSR Supreme Court were more successful in getting reduced penalties than were rapists, but less successful than individuals charged with, usually nonviolent sex crimes involving young persons. Evidentiary factors probably influenced the higher court. Violent sexual assaults against adult women were easier to document with forensic medical evidence and police testimony, while child abuse and sex with teenagers could be more difficult to demonstrate and might be successfully challenged by the defendant's advocate. Successful appeals launched by men convicted of sodomy show little commonality of strategy but for one circumstance. They tended to be supported by advocates, not argued by the defendants themselves. As they did normally, lawyers relied heavily on the personality, lack of previous convictions, and family situation of their clients in arguing for mercy. No appeals on psychiatric grounds were successful. Lawyers or defendants who challenged the court's interpretation of the letter of the law were occasionally rewarded for their erudition. On 30 June 1941, Advocate S.D. Boscaio argued before the RSFSR Supreme Court's Collegium for criminal cases that his client, Andreevsky, a ringleader figure in the trial of 3 men associated with the Glazunov Musical Theater College, could not be guilty of aggravated sodomy under Article 154a2. The Moscow City Court had not demonstrated any use of force with his partners, nor was evidence produced of the claim that Andreevsky had actually accomplished the act of sodomy with the youths and children who testified against him. The advocate requested that his client's crime be requalified under Article 154a(I), voluntary sodomy, and the 6-year sentence correspondingly reduced. The Supreme Court agreed, and on July 10, 1941, Andrievsky was given a new penalty, the maximum of 5 years under Article 154 I.53. Such comparative lenience shown after the beginning of the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union also highlights the relative depoliticization by this time of sodomy as a crime of conspiracy or espionage. None of the documents in this trial's 132-page dossier mentions these themes. Appeals when the convicted person was a ringleader figure or linked to the seduction of teenagers or young men were normally unsuccessful, as were those launched by 3 men who had been simultaneously convicted for counter-revolutionary crimes. Here the circumstances of the crime outweighed the eloquence of any advocate. In one case of an unsuccessful appeal, a jurist's erudition appears to have struck the RSFSR Supreme Court as too clever by half. The defendant Baikin, a former member of the nobility, at the time of arrest a lecturer in a legal institute, submitted in his own defense that while he had sexual intercourse with various men including Leontev, his co-defendant, the acts were not in the form of sodomy and, therefore, could not be prosecuted under Article 154A. The appellate court rejected this argument, citing both Bacon's and Leontev's testimony as conclusive evidence that not only depraved acts, but sodomy itself as well had occurred, without registering precisely what in its view was meant by sodomy. Some defendants and their advocates, evidently responding to the state's increasingly shrill insistence on compulsory heterosexuality, put forward defenses that emphasized family and a healthy sexual desire for women. Evidence from Moscow City Court sodomy trials suggests that jurists themselves could also be prepared to dispense with a distasteful law behind the fig leaf of marriage. Toward the end of the decade, Moscow City Court judges sometimes fixed upon the marriages of otherwise harmless defendants as evidence of their innocence. The guise of marriage could also function as a ruse for judges to mitigate the harsh effects of the anti-sodomy statute. Of the 29 defendants in the sample for whom civil status was recorded, 9 were actually married or family men, semini, that is, apparently married with children. A further 5 were either divorced or widowers. Of the 6 described as family men, all from the first trial in the sample, 2 were ultimately acquitted, apparently for lack of contact with the closely tied group of homosexuals, but the rest were given exemplary punishment. In this early case, having a family did little to soften the court's stern view of the crime. The 3 men described as married, zenitai, were a pianist, a teacher, and an actor. The pianist was convicted of simple sodomy and given a 3-year sentence during the strictest first phase of the new statute's implementation in 1935. His marital status, like that of most family men in the earlier trial, does not appear to have mitigated his sentence. Both the married teacher and actor were tried for simple sodomy still later, when judges sought to soften the legislation's effect. Judges and investigators cooperated to produce the acquittals of these 2 men, relying on their marital status as an indicator of innocence. The teacher Efimov, brought to trial with 9 others in 1938, had been accused of sodomy because of his association with this case's ringleader, Tereshkov. They had allegedly shared a bed and had sexual relations, according to Tereshkov's original testimony. During the trial, however, the ringleader withdrew his testimony, now saying that Efimov had not been aware of Tereshkov's presence in the bed because he had been sleeping so soundly. Tereshkov now said, "It seemed to him that Efimov had a wet dream, polyetsia." The court heard from witnesses attesting that Efimov was a good family man, of whom nothing bad had been observed in his private life, and the charges against the teacher were dismissed. One of 3 actors from Moscow's Glazunov Musical Theater College charged with sodomy in 1941 walked free after a similar revision of the evidence first obtained. The married actor Markovsky twice admitted to investigators that he had committed sodomy while working in a Blagoveshchensk theater with a co-defendant, Fedorov, who corroborated this admission when interrogated. Nevertheless, in court Fedorov withdrew his corroboration, and Markovsky himself now said he had been convinced to sign a statement saying I had sexual relations with Fedorov. Between the investigators' gathering of evidence and the actual trial, a new script had apparently been composed and rehearsed for performance behind closed doors. During the trial, Markovsky was recast as a robust defender of normal relations, and conversations that had not figured in interrogation were aired. Fedorov now admitted, when I guided the conversation to sodomy, he told me to quit thinking about it because it could end up badly. Markovsky's version of the conversation emphasized the positive. I told him that we have a lot of pretty girls, that it is no good. It was also stressed that at the time of his arrest, Markovsky's wife, his second, was pregnant. The fact that this young woman lived in Kiev and was evidently estranged from her husband, who replied, "I don't know her address," when questioned upon arrest 3 weeks before, was now overlooked. The court also agreed to a petition from Markovsky that character witnesses in his favor be heard. They attested to his decency, vigilance, and normal relations with women. A male friend claimed that Markovsky had been revolted by the outrage uncovered at the theater in Blagoveshchensk, that he had reported it to authorities, and now wanted to resign. A woman neighbor of the actor testified, "I have known Markovsky since Markovsky was friendly with a girl, Druzhila Stavashkoy, in our house who died. Then there was another girl. We always used to laugh at him because he was not so friendly with the guys. On tak malo druzit s rybiatami. I knew Markovsky up until his departure for the Far East. I cannot imagine that Markovsky could engage in pederasty. Even Markovsky's wife's pained and reluctant contribution. In Blagoveshchensk I was with him in the same group. We spent all our time together, but I stayed in a separate hotel room. Could not moderate the court's determination to acquit her husband. Meanwhile, his 2 bachelor co-defendants were convicted, although Andreevsky's advocate S.D. Boskeo was successful in obtaining a 1-year reduction in his client's sentence. In addition to the arguments about evidence Boskeo used, which have already been mentioned, the advocate also relied on a version of the heterosexual defense. He suggested to the Supreme Court that during the trial, it had not been established precisely that Andreevsky has become a homosexual in full measure, because there were gaps of 6 months and 1 year between episodes of sodomy. The unmarried 23-year-old student was still young, and he could rehabilitate himself during a shorter period of punishment. Boskeo wrote in his appeal. The advocate shifted the focus from an act, sodomy, to an identity and argued that his client was at base normal and, therefore, reclaimable. No one in any of the Moscow City Court sodomy cases specifically used the term heterosexuality to describe relations between the sexes. Yet, in the process of these contests over the definition of who was a pederast or homosexual, advocates and defendants, perhaps with prompting by court investigators and judges, sought to claim a masculinity based on normal sexuality and familial ties. In closed court sessions where homosexuals were tried, male heterosexuality was being redefined. An unnatural sexual life with various women. While the reconfiguration of male heterosexuality was to a significant degree conducted in courts where men were tried for sodomy, Stalinist ideals of normal women's sexuality were constructed without resort to a legal penalty for same-sex love. Mutual female love occurred in private space, not on the sexualized public terrain occupied by the male homosexual subculture, and did not attract police attention. Yet despite the lack of an explicit prohibition, gender-neutral legislation did anticipate offenses involving relations between adults and persons not having attained sexual maturity, and women having sex with girls could be prosecuted. 2 Moscow district criminal cases of this type in 1925 and 1940 illustrate a transformation in judicial attitudes toward female homosexuality, a shift that reflects the wider changes in Soviet sexual ethics and also reveals fragments of lesbian existence under Stalinism. The first case arose in late 1923 from a complaint originating in Volokholamsk district by the mother of a teenage girl who had allegedly been raped by a female letter carrier. Nina, then 15.5 years old, was said to have been convinced by Fedosia P., 22, that she was a man in disguise, and they began a romantic affair. At the end of summer 1923, Nina told her mother that she was no longer a virgin, saying that Fedosia could not possibly be a woman. In response to the mother's complaint, a people's investigator ordered a gynecological examination of Fedosia, which revealed that she was a woman with normal genitalia. Nina was examined and found to have reached sexual maturity and to have lost her virginity sometime in the past. Reports described her as particularly developed for her age. Nina sought to quash the complaint at this point, forgiving Fedosia for her joke, and demanding their letters, in the hands of the investigator, be returned or burned. Published accounts give no reason for the continuation of the case, which was not heard in Moscow Provincial Court until April 1925, but one clue may be that the people's investigator acquainted Fenia with cases of hermaphroditism. Fedosia responded with descriptions of her childhood and adult identification with males. The case attracted forensic medical interest and may have been the subject of conflict between gynecologists and psychiatry. When finally a trial was held, new gynecological examinations were conducted by V.A. Ryasantsev, who reported no deviations from female norms in Fedosia, including no evidence of hermaphroditism, and declared that Nina had long been sexually mature. By this time Nina too was well aware of the putative diagnosis for Fedosia P.S. ambivalence and declared in court, "I don't believe it even now that P. is a woman. She's not a woman but a hermaphrodite." Forensic psychiatrist N.P. Brukansky testified that the pair's letters were clear evidence of their homosexuality. The court was unable to reconcile Fedosia's and Nina's accounts of their involvement and seized on Ryasantsev's report to declare that what had taken place were depraved acts by mutual consent, pavzajmnomu soglasheniu, between persons having reached sexual maturity. Fedosia was thus acquitted. In 1925, it was possible for a court to apply forensic medical evidence, in this case of the maturity and normality of the bodies of depraved individuals, to untangle conflicting testimony and dispose of a confusing case on the grounds that mutual consent informed adult sexual choices. Gynecologists' opinions and the two women's correspondence eliminated any question of assault on Nina. Hermaphroditism or an unnaturally enlarged clitoris were shown not to be responsible for Fedosia's acts, although this did not remove suspicions that she had used a rubber husband, Kochakovi Muz, in relations with the girl. A gynecologist and a psychiatrist provided the court with medical legal expertise demonstrating informed consent between the sexually mature, and judges exploited the language of sexual revolution to divest themselves of an irresolvable dilemma. A similar case arising in Moscow City Court in 1940 demonstrates the use of forensic gynecological and psychiatric evidence to convict a woman accused of depraved acts against a sexually immature teenager. A mother's complaint apparently also brought this affair to the authorities' attention, and in court her assertions were backed by at least 3 witnesses. In 1936, Irina Stepanova, party member and researcher, had met Anna, the daughter of a Leningrad associate, and during the subsequent year she befriended the 16-year-old. Stepanova began a sexual relationship with Anna, reportedly taking her virginity as a test of honor, proverka chestnosti, in late 1937. Then convincing Anna to leave her home in Leningrad and move to Moscow with her in January 1938, where they lived until perhaps in response to a complaint by Anna's mother. Police raided Stepanova's flat in the spring or early summer. A diary was seized and later used against her, and she was expelled from the party in August. Anna was somehow convinced to testify against Irina, and the pair confronted each other as adversaries during the 2-day hearing behind closed doors in April. Investigators established that Stepanova, for more than 10 years, had engaged in an unnatural sexual life with various women, lesbian love. Presumably, during this time Stepanova had successfully concealed her private romantic affairs from the intellectual and party circles to which she belonged by exploiting domestic space. It is plausible to speculate that the various women, whose connections with Stepanova were reduced to the merely physical in the court record, may have constituted a network of friends or a circle of like-minded women, protecting their emotional links behind the closed doors of their flats or rooms. Stepanova's lesbian way of life was only uncovered when police finally searched her flat and confiscated a diary. These years of careful discretion resembled the same concealment of female same-sex relations within the domestic sphere evident in the circle in Moscow around poet Sofia Parnok and her partner Olga Zuberbiller. After Parnok's death in 1933, Zuberbiller kept her photograph adorned with flowers in her room, and their circle continued to gather there. Stepanova, however, had courted disaster by taking a lover so young. In her trial, medical testimony was used to prove that Anna had not achieved sexual maturity before intercourse with Stepanova began in 1937, a distinction crucial to the qualification of the older woman's actions as a crime of sexual abuse. The examining gynecologist evidently applied the more exacting definition of sexual maturity set by the Forensic Medical Obstetric Gynecological Guidelines. Doctors had been free before these rules to employ whatever criteria they chose. The court ascertained that Anna had never had relations with men, primarily to establish her virginity before relations began with Stepanova. This point was also made to emphasize the teenager's innocence and potential for a normal sexual life once the odious influence of her older friend, who had inculcated a revulsion toward men, was removed. For good measure, Stepanova was sent to the V.P. Serbsky Forensic Psychiatric Institute for an assessment, and there pronounced imputable and responsible for her actions. No reported attempt to find signifiers of masculinization on Stepanova's body took place. The court cited Anna's testimony, the diary seized in Stepanova's Moscow flat, and forensic medical opinions as conclusive evidence against the defendant, and handed down a 3-year sentence. The maximum penalty was 5 years. On appeal, Stepanova's advocate argued that Anna had reached sexual maturity before their affair, and therefore no crime under Article 152 could be construed. He alleged that Anna's loss of virginity was the result of masturbation and not his client's fault. He also called for further consideration of Stepanova's state of mental health. The RSFSR Supreme Court rejected these pleas, citing the existing forensic medical testimony. By 1940, jurists would not invoke revolutionary principles of mutual consent between sexually mature women, for women's duty lay within the Stalinist framework of compulsory heterosexuality. Arguments for the defense based on the medical definition of the victim's sexual maturity or on the mental health of the accused represented a scrap of hope for Stepanova, but as in men's sodomy trials by the late 1930s, medical expertise favoring defendants was rarely if ever admitted. Nor was it acceptable to acknowledge female sexual desire unmediated by heterosexual relations. The allegations of teenage masturbation were rebuffed. In the eyes of the court, the young Anna's diversion from heterosexual relations was the social danger posed by her relationship with Stepanova, and it acted to end it. Anna had been convinced to betray her older friend and would now be re-educated into heterosexual norms in her mother's care. In a contest over definitions of sexual maturity and autonomy, Stepanova had discovered to her great cost the new boundaries of Stalinist compulsory heterosexuality. Conclusion: almost all of the courtroom dramas described here took place behind closed doors. Unlike the show trials of the 1920s against clergy and monks for sexual offenses, these were not edifying spectacles mounted to demonstrate Bolshevik values to a wide audience. Nor were they meant to proclaim to the capitalist world the moral purity of Stalin's socialism. No Rohim scandal ending in a night of long knives erupted in the Soviet Union to sweep away any major figure inside the party in a torrent of homophobic rhetoric. These processes functioned not on the massive scale of the show trials, but primarily for the players who took part in them. Stalin's trials of homosexuals represented a micropolitical environment in which new understandings of gender, sexuality, medicine, and law were forged and inculcated. Defendants, their advocates, judges, lay assessors, and procurators enacted roles that explicated and developed the meaning of the new prescriptions about compulsory heterosexuality, whether it was the familial love and concern to be demonstrated by fathers or the instinctively maternal devotion of mothers. Why invest so much effort in such small numbers? The answer is probably to be found by examining the occupational and class status of these individuals. Of the 36 named defendants in the Moscow sodomy trial sample, 7 men were workers, 26 were white-collar clerical or professional managerial employees, and 3 individuals were from the clergy or ex-clergy. Most of these men were skilled, productive, and categorized with an acceptable class background. With few exceptions, these were not the déclassé rabble, nor the remnants of the exploiting classes, whom Commissar of Justice Nikolai Krylenko had singled out in his 1936 address, justifying the new anti-sodomy law. Instead, these men, and Stepanova too, were from those valued urban worker and intelligentsia social groups that Stalinist measures would forge into a socialist technical and managerial elite. In these trials, all parties acted, in the words of Krylenko, to rework ourselves, to foster in ourselves the new man, and new attitudes toward BYT, daily life. In these contests behind closed doors, Soviet justice helped to fashion Stalinist compulsory heterosexuality, especially in its masculine variant. The focus of concern was the male homosexual subculture of the boulevards, and the participation of these reclaimable, sometimes even normal, men in it. Same-sex relations were discovered by police and vigilant citizens, described by interrogators, measured by doctors, indicted by prosecutors, implicitly defended as private correspondence or diaries were made public, and excused and denied by advocates who sometimes pleaded that their clients could be reformed. It was, of course, a massively unequal contest, and the people caught in this system were shamed, made fearful, and most often, imprisoned for a sexual identity that was invoked and redefined in closed courtrooms. With Stepanova's psychiatric assessment provided by the compliant VP, Serbsky Forensic Psychiatric Institute, and a gynecological evaluation of the harm defloration that she had inflicted on her young friend, Soviet justice furnished a new definition of Stepanova as lesbian in medical and legal terms. In a rare case in which same-sex relations between women came before the courts, jurists and doctors evidently drew on the institutional long-term memory of legal historians and forensic gynecologists to interpret an unfamiliar phenomenon. They also incorporated the Stalinist reworking of women's gender roles, expressing a sharp concern to channel female sexuality into heterosexual and, ultimately, maternal objectives. Their anxiety to reinforce compulsory heterosexuality was evident especially in the contest over definitions of sexual maturity. Who defined sexual maturity defined the age of consent, the point at which the state granted autonomy in sexual matters to its young citizens. The 1934 Forensic Gynecological Guidelines defined sexual maturity, always gendered as female, according to a natalist focus on the ability to give birth and sustain a new life. Autonomy for women in the Stalinist sexual order was little more than the freedom to remain celibate or risk pregnancy. In 1940, jurists would not accept that young women's sexuality had legitimate purposes, such as pleasure or emotional fulfillment, other than the maternal. These trials contributed to the grotesque hybrid of Stalinist gender policy by linking a previously tolerated form of sexual difference to criminality. The hostile pathologization proposed by psychiatrists who promoted the psychopathic model of sexual perversions was insufficient to the Stalinist vision. The honest citizens or good communists who, according to a psychiatrist consulted by Harry White in 1934, had been free to reconcile their same-sex desire with their public lives, perhaps with the aid of psychotherapy, and undoubtedly with great discretion, now faced imprisonment, particularly if they were men. Inside places of confinement, the stigma and shame of the sexual identities forged in Stalinist jurisprudence would escape the containment of discreet closed courtroom sessions. Epilogue. The twin crucibles, the Gulag and the clinic. The character and the treatment of same-sex relations in Soviet Russia in the second half of the 20th century would owe much to the Gulag and the clinic, two arenas in which pederasty and female homosexuality were visible but contained. From 1934 to the mid-1950s, the NKVD and its successors operated the Gulag system, an archipelago of camps, colonies, prisons, and labor settlements across some of the most inhospitable territories of the Soviet Union. Prisoners from both the conventional justice system and the extralegal tribunals of the secret police entered the Gulag, and those with sentences of 3 years or more were sent to its corrective labor camps. By the late 1930s, almost 3 million convicts inhabited the places of confinement run by the Gulag, most of which functioned as self-financing economic enterprises dependent on forced labor. Subsequent waves of new convicts, and the captives of war and of the conquest of the Baltic states, changed the social structure of the Gulag camps. World War II also brought new groups of Soviet citizens into the system, as persons captured by the enemy were treated as traitors and given harsh sentences after repatriation. By the time of Stalin's death in 1953, the population of the Gulag stood at some 47 million. The years after 1953 saw de-Stalinization and the proclamation of socialist legality, as attempts were made by Stalin's successors to curb the power of the security police. The Gulag was transferred out of secret police hands, and ultimately the economic empire based on convict labor was broken up. Large contingents of Soviet citizens were rehabilitated and amnestied, and returned to society during the middle to late 1950s, with important and little understood consequences. Men who had been convicted on charges of sodomy were regarded as common criminals and were not amnestied. Likewise, there was apparently little effort made to withdraw or reform the anti-sodomy law. This epilogue is an outline of the historical legacies of Stalinist policy against same-sex love. It is not intended to be exhaustive, but rather to suggest linkages between contemporary phenomena and the past revealed in this study. I hope that its suggestions and conjectures will stimulate more research on the history of Russian sexual and gender dissent. The kinds of evidence available on these issues for the second half of the 20th century present exciting yet daunting methodological and logistical considerations for researchers who might wish to investigate them. Here I rely on archival and published material to examine three themes. The first is a discussion of prison cultures of male and female same-sex relations and how the expansion of the Gulag system affected them. Awareness of this experience evidently weighed heavily in the elaboration of separate regulatory regimes for male and female homosexuals in post-1953 life. Thus, the second section examines de-Stalinization for its effects on sexual regulation. Finally, the epilogue sketches the significant transformations in late Soviet society that created forces challenging post-Stalinist and neo-Stalinist, moralizing from the police, administration, and psychiatry. Such is love in prison, the sexual culture of the Gulag, which contributed enormously to late Soviet perceptions of same-sex desire, grew from a pre-existing prison culture. In the first 3 decades of the 20th century, Russia's penal experts, like their colleagues in Europe, observed and deplored same-sex erotic practices in places of confinement. Official voices fell silent on this topic after 1930, and until memoirists took it up after 1953, the issue was suppressed, leaving a thin base of sources on the 1930s and 1940s. In Tsarist and early Soviet prisons, a distinctive and harrowing role for anal rape and other sexual humiliations marked male prisoners' subculture, a brutalized version of Russia's traditional masculine culture of mutual erotic practices. Evidence of the sexual culture of men's prisons appears to reflect a degree of continuity from the late 19th century to the present day. It is, however, plausible to propose that the growth of the Gulag system from the late 1920s intensified the worst features of this subculture. Women's prisons and later Gulag camps reflected some critical gender differences in their hierarchies and practices. An examination of both prison cultures suggests how late Soviet views of same-sex desire came to be constructed from widely held perceptions of criminality in confinement. To begin with men's prisons, experts' early 20th century descriptions of the place of so-called pederasty in prison life reflected, usually unconsciously, the general masculine traditions of mutual sexual activity. Hierarchies of age, physical strength, command of resources, and social status dictated who would become sexually accessible and who would dominate. The youthful newcomer, if raped or seduced by fellow prisoners, would rapidly be incorporated as a pederast into the prison's social system at its lowest rung. Once his status was established, he might turn to prostitution as a survival mechanism, if circumstances and character allowed. Initiatory rape and prostitution were not the only routes to the status of pederast in prison. Some inmates were pushed outside the community of fully masculine prisoners, known as muzhiki, the word for peasant patriarchs, for failing to adhere to the code of prisoners' norms. These men joined the first 2 categories of pederasts, often after initiatory rapes or sexual humiliations, and became part of the same caste. As they arrived in common cells, naive teenagers were often courted with favors, tricked into compromising positions, or simply raped. On Christmas Eve in 1902 in Ekaterinburg, one youth put into a remand cell was raped by no less than 6 juvenile inmates. Petya did not appear more than 15 to 16 years old, but he looked very much like a girl. This lad had the courage to complain about his attackers, and a doctor who examined him noted, "This vice is one of the evils of prison. It is not only terrible for the individual who bears the evidence of such assaults, but because at the end of the day it creates these people who convert it into their own sort of profession, living flagrantly pripaviashi, in prison, earning money for that profession." Once it was known that a young newcomer had been assaulted in this way, he became the object of abuse and attacks. His assailants sought to prevent him from making a complaint with a combination of violence and, if he complied, eventually with money or gifts of tea, tobacco, or food. As the physician in Ekaterinburg observed, the path from initial sexual assaults frequently led to open prostitution. In 1911, an observer vividly depicted prison inmates' view of young men as surrogate women. The traditions of bathhouse prostitution, with youthful males assumed to be sexually available, were evident. They go naked together, young and old, gazing at each other with greedy eyes, like men looking at women, at anybody a little younger, a little paler, a bit more tender, softer to the touch. They surround him on all sides, laugh and pinch, and slap him on the back. He tears himself away, squeals and makes eyes like a woman of easy virtue. Jokes and curses rain forth, simply bestial, such as love in prison. The criminologist Mikhail Jernet, reproducing these words in his 1925 study of penal psychology, believed there was very little in this bathhouse vignette to distinguish it from reports of more organized homosexual vice in French prisons. Despite his contention that sexual famine, polavoy golod, was at the root of such phenomena wherever the prison, the Russian bath was a peculiarly national institution, long associated with covert mutual male sexual activity. In this setting, youths were viewed as sexually available, and some might exploit this circumstance like a woman of easy virtue, as their counterparts did in the commercial baths of St. Petersburg and Moscow. They were subjected to a barrage of bribes, offers of rations accompanied by seduction, promises of protection or defense, intimidation and plain assault by older prisoners with sexual intentions. Prisoners and expert observers universally interpreted pederastic relations behind bars as gendered into an active/passive, masculine/feminine dichotomy, with all the assumptions about domination and subordination implied by these binarisms. Younger men were assumed to be available for the passive role. Social hygienist David Lass of Odessa noted in his 1927 survey of 692 male prisoners that among the pederasts he surveyed, the passives were most likely to be younger men, while older men were more often active. The exchange of favors of various kinds, access to food, housing, education, for sex was common enough between males in Russian society from at least the mid-19th century. The existence of such relations in prison was not a depravity generated by life behind bars, as some experts believed. They ignored the fact that similar exchanges flourished beyond prison walls. The seasoned prostitute convict attracted open resentment and, less frequently, perhaps, surreptitious expressions of kindness. In 1899, a former convict described a male prostitute, Schuster, who wore his uniform more decently, I would almost say more exquisitely than the other prisoners, and who went by the name Katka. He was the object of much hatred and violence. The ex-convict wrote that when quizzed about the hostility directed at Schuster, the starosta, chief of his barracks, replied, "Our fellows have their own ideas on this account. They keep to the rule. If your chance comes, take it. If not, run away. And why do they persecute him if a good half of the prison is guilty of it? Well, scoundrels like Katka are either fed to fatten them up for the slaughter or beaten in their fat mugs." The starosta implied that like a peasant's beloved cow or pig, Katka could be stroked and fawned over, until the moment of cyclical violence, corresponding to the day of slaughter, when the prostitute must be humiliated to preserve the community's masculine honor. In Soviet Russia's jails of the 1920s, penologist Mikhail Jernet encountered pederasty in the form of prostitution, when passive pederasts offer themselves to all comers for the going rate. Such men possessed a psychology resembling the feminine and used all the typical gambits of the female prostitute, virtually up to the traditional opening of an acquaintance with a request for a cigarette. Officials working with homeless youth during NEP reported that teenage boys sent to adult prisons and youths in reformatories prostituted themselves for petty gifts and protection. Young men continued to be the most successful as prison prostitutes, but older men were observed offering themselves for tea or cigarettes during the 1950s. Whole barracks of pederasts, operating as male brothels, have been reported in memoirs of prison camp life from the 1930s and 1970s. Individual prostitution persists inside the zones to this day. Inmates who violated the common code of prisoners' norms were also relegated to the status of pederasts, and were often forced to serve as sexual objects of the muzhiki. The most enduring general pretext in prison for relegation to this status was by losing at cards without being able to pay one's debts. Losers were compelled to service their victors sexually by way of compensation and afterward were regarded as pederasts. Symbolic humiliations such as the use of specifically feminizing insults, also noted by observers as early as the 1900s, were sufficient to consign violators of the prison moral code to this category. In the memoirs of post-1953 dissidents, theft from fellow inmates or informing on them to the camp administration were by the 1960s and after also routes to the pederast caste. Evidence from more recent research indicates that the untouchable status forced upon men subjected to same-sex rape and abuse has hardened into a cruel and rigidly observed pattern in late Soviet and post-Soviet places of confinement. In 1926, E.K. Krasnushkin had permitted himself to imagine the socialist prison with physical education, with a school, with a cinema, theater, library, with well-organized medical care in all specializations, with a determination to develop the prisoner's independence and inclination to social skills. Prison in the new society would be an arena of rehabilitation and resocialization. Life inside the prison, its BYT, would be examined and restructured, down to its most intimate aspects, including, as Jernit and Lass did, even the sex lives of prisoners. Yet, a major feature of the prison environment, same-sex relations, was dealt with timidly by these researchers. Prisoners refused to answer questions or gave evasive replies. Penologists recoiled from probing further. They covered their reluctance to examine this shameful aspect of prison life with optimistic nostrums about the effect of a reformed BYT. Separate beds, better physical education, a more carefully ordered schedule of routines would obviate the problem. There was no need to inquire further into the origins of sexual brutality between prisoners of the same sex. Soviet places of confinement did not become centers for rehabilitation, but in the Gulag system, hypertrophied into an economic empire for the NKVD. This expansion multiplied the sites for mutual male sexual cruelty. It may be true, as one Gulag survivor claims, that those convicted of homosexuality in the 1930s were usually sent to the Medveshegorsk camp on the north shore of Lake Onega. Yet this presumed concentration of victims of the sodomy law, logistically implausible in any case, should not distract us from the more general sexual brutality of the camps. The economic exploitation of the prison camp regime squeezed resources out of prisoners, intensifying the prisoners' informal market for the barest scraps of comfort: food, clothing, tobacco, tea, sexual release. In Tsarist prisons, attitudes toward the sexually available male were shaped at least in part by lower-class views of that male as demasculinized and therefore dehumanized. This prisoner subculture was already brutal, especially by comparison with views evidently held by men who had sex together in wider Russian society. Timid examinations of the problem did nothing to alleviate the brutality in the early revolutionary years. Under Stalinism, traditional prison hierarchies were reinforced and even fostered by authorities who sought to intimidate politicals, with violence meted out by criminals. The evidence suggests that the passive pederast was at the bottom of this hierarchy throughout the 20th century, a gender and sexual untouchable, whose dual role as sexual surrogate and despised scapegoat resonated with amplified masculine insecurities and vicious misogyny. As with men's places of confinement, the prison and, later, the Gulag camp were widely believed to encourage same-sex intimacies among women, to the point of generating acquired homosexuality, the result of a culture of social self-regulation among prisoners. Yet Russians who studied women in the penal environment in the 1920s regretted the lack of reliable data on their sexual activity. Penologist Jernit could only muster 2 letters illustrating unnatural vice in prison. Lass's 1927 survey of the sex lives of 81 female and 692 male Odessa prisoners was stymied by the unwillingness of women to reveal more than a few intimate details to the expert. His data based on surveys did suggest that some proportion of women engaged in same-sex relations. In his sample of women, 3% admitted they were not abstaining from sexual activity, which Lass interpreted as masturbation and other sexual perversions, while in prison. Yet Lass found it either impossible to obtain, or to relay in print, further information about the nature of the other sexual perversions his subjects displayed, except to surmise that many subjects were reporting palutians in his survey as a means of disguising events of a less solitary nature. He also noted about a third of his female subjects shared beds in prison, a practice said to encourage vice. Jernit's approach to the psychology of prison sex life was more anecdotal, not dependent on a questionnaire-led methodology. One of the letters he presented, from a female prisoner described being PS-tiered by a masculine-looking woman, supposedly known in prison slang as one of the kovirialki, as the women tributes taking the man's role in unnatural relations with their female cellmates are called. Jernit continued, "According to our correspondent, these women have all the tricks of men. They walk, kept their hair like men, they smoke and wear Russian men's shirts, rubashki kosovaraki, secured with a lace. The courtship began with notes, with avowals of mad love and requests to belong to no one else. In notes she wrote, "She kisses her little mouth and eyes, and wants to kiss her all over." The correspondent who the prison administration informed us had been seduced by her comrade wrote to us, "I liked her. She came to me when I was alone, but I was afraid to greet her. Right away she was kind of mad and strong. She grasped me on the bed and began to kiss my breasts, legs, hands so unexpectedly that I didn't have the strength to say anything." Jernit's text presents an early Soviet portrait of the masculinized female homosexual in prison, accompanied with one of the earliest documented references to the prison slang term kovyrialka. The word is an untranslatable derivation from the verb kovyriat, sia, a colloquialism meaning to dig in, to tinker, to rummage in. Sources quoting Gulag memoirs and interviews with female ex-convicts of the Brezhnev years employ the term to denote so-called passive sexual partners of masculinized prison women, rather than the active women themselves. The female homosexual prisoner, masculinized either by her confinement or by a deeper nature, was noted by scientists in other disciplines as well. Soviet scientists fell silent on the issue of same-sex relations between women in places of confinement during the 1930s, not returning to the question until the general revival of sexology in the 1960s. Literature on women's experience of the Gulag camp system offers some interesting if selective characterizations of same-sex relations in these institutions. This literature also reveals how educated Gulag victims constructed their experience in memoirs to draw crucial distinctions between themselves and persons supposedly justly imprisoned for genuine crimes. There is a tendency in this literature to evaluate mutual female sexual relationships in an extremely hostile manner. Lesbian love is often ascribed selectively to women said to be criminals, that is, not incarcerated under false charges of counter-revolution or anti-Soviet agitation, but for authentic crimes such as theft or murder. The Gulag lesbian is thus constructed as a dangerous character, a pitfall awaiting innocent heterosexual women arriving in the camp system. As one German communist veteran of 11 years in the Gulag, Eleanor Lipper, wrote, "Most women prisoners had never even heard of the existence of sexual relations between two women. They learned about it for the first time as prisoners, for it is relatively frequent among female criminals." A Russian memoirist recalled a species of camp inmate she first saw at Kolyma in the 1930s, named simply it Ono. These individuals cut their hair in masculine fashion and took more feminine lovers. They went about the camp in pairs, arm in arm, defiantly displaying their love. The administration and the great majority of inmates hated the its. Women in camps fretfully made way for them. Another writer, recalling Gulag existence in the early 1950s, presented a more nuanced set of reflections about the its. The literary scientific word, lesbian, was not widely used, she reported. The camp vocabulary ran from the jocular use of it to refer to masculinized lesbians, to the merciless criminals labeled dog, kobyl. These women tried to resemble men, wearing trousers and short hair. They were most common among criminals, but some were known to exist among German prisoners, and even among our intelligentsia. This author believed fewer Ukrainian women and peasant women fell under such demoralization. Yet she observed that there were cases of keen friendships founded on shared religiosity in which only sublimation drew off sexual pressures. It was among criminal inmates that same-sex relations were conducted openly, while among the intelligentsia, everything was of course hidden, veiled, ambivalent. Influential sources on Gulag camp life of the 1940s and 1950s repeat similar observations of same-sex relations between women, with the same moral and class inflections. Olga Zuk has sketched the patterns of butch and femme behavior that mark the contemporary Russian women's prison, ascribing its roots to the Gulag system and totalitarianism. The roles and terminology of kobyl, imitating men's roles, and kovyrialka, performing women's functions, persist to the present day, reproducing a simulacrum of the patriarchal and strictly regulated structure of heterosexual Soviet families. Both the masculine violence and feminine tenderness of heterosexual relations are represented in the prison role system. Lesbian prisoners live in families patterned after male-female relations. According to observer Vladimir Bondarenko, like Gulag memoirists, Zuk locates the source of these prison roles in the criminal underworld, and notes how it persists beyond the prison among the working class, especially among its lumpen elements. A new development in post-Soviet descriptions of prison-based butch-femme relations is the assertion that such bonds are, in Zook's words, stable and familiar, or in the words of Bondarenko, that women recreate inside Russian prisons the world which they have lost. Even Soviet and post-Soviet prison psychiatrists report the formation of homosexual families among women prisoners with a certain degree of reluctant appreciation. De-Stalinization and the regulation of same-sex love. Stalin's death in March 1953 set in motion a process of political transformation that has generally been regarded as liberal and humane. De-Stalinization, promoted at first cautiously by a collective leadership, then more boldly under the consolidated rule of Nikita Khrushchev, 1957–64, sought to renovate the Communist Party's relationship with society by bringing the security police under strict party control, curbing the use of terror, and dismantling the Gulag. By the late 1950s, perhaps as many as 5 million Gulag inmates had been released, returning to society, and in many cases attempting to reclaim lost jobs, homes, families, and lives. A key aspect of de-Stalinization was the party's attempt to implement socialist legality and to liberalize Soviet criminal legislation. A third important feature of this political shift was the intellectual thaw that accompanied it. While censorship was not abandoned, themes and issues that had previously been taboo were licensed for controlled examination in popular and specialist media. Despite these positive developments, there was no liberalization regarding homosexuality, and paradoxically the result of de-Stalinization for men and women who expressed same-sex desire would be increased surveillance and incarceration. At no point did the energetic renewal of socialist legality apparently lead to an examination of the value of the 1934 anti-sodomy statute. The period saw the drafting of new Union Republic criminal codes based on the adoption in 1958 of revised penal standards in the USSR. Fundamental principles of criminal law. As well, a legislative commission of the USSR Council of Ministers reviewed thousands of normative acts issued during the Stalin era to determine which should remain in force. Abortion was decriminalized in a decree of a new RSFSR criminal code was drafted and approved in 1944. The new criminal law prescribed sentences that were generally reduced, and the anti-sodomy statute was marked, albeit slightly, by this policy as the prescribed minimum sentences were eliminated. There was no change in the maximum sentences provided for sodomy offenses. The retention of the anti-sodomy law rested on a continuing consensus that at least male homosexuality was a moral failing that ought to be suppressed and eliminated from society. It was a consensus hardly unique to the Soviet Union in the post-war era. Yet, in the USSR, specific conditions probably combined to sustain the persecution of male homosexuals. It seems likely, to judge from the evidence of Gulag memoir literature, that for many thoughtful inhabitants of the camps, the experience of same-sex sexuality was recalled with loathing, confusion, and denial. In men's camps in particular, mutual sexuality was embedded in a brutal system of power relations known to all. Jailers and police who ran prisons and camps were well aware of the role of pederasty within the culture of the establishments they operated, and in some cases, manipulated it mercilessly. Both inmates and administrators, the majority of persons involved in the Gulag system, observed this sexual hierarchy, collaborated with it, or at least survived alongside it. Its victims were isolated and unable to resist the ferocity with which the passive pederast was kept in line. Meanwhile, some might pardon the active pederast, as certain psychiatrists had explained him earlier in the century, as a man compelled to act on his natural desires in artificial or unnatural circumstances. The active pederast could thus be interpreted in various frameworks, as a perverted outcome of the criminal element surrounding him, or as another psychological victim of Stalin's Gulag. According to these lines of reasoning, he would expect, and be expected by others, to revert to heterosexual relations once he was released. It seems doubtful that such spontaneous self-transformations were always so easily effected once the Gulag inhabitant returned to freedom. The decision, whether consciously taken or not, to retain the Stalinist prohibition against sodomy in the de-Stalinized criminal codes was perhaps born of the fear that returnees from the brutality of camp life could carry mental infection to society, spreading the perversions of Gulag existence. This logic may account for the climbing rates of convictions for sodomy observed in official statistics from 1960 to the 1970s. See Appendix 1, The higher evidentiary standards introduced under the Campaign for Socialist Legality also increased the number of forensic medical examinations of passive homosexuals and the elaboration of new techniques for identifying them. One forensic medical expert in Moscow turned the detection of sodomy into a technical specialty and rigged up devices in the Ministry of Health Proctology laboratory for measuring sphincter muscle tone in order to identify the receptive male partner. Other techniques included the chemical analysis of swabs taken from the suspect's penis. A terse report by this expert I.G. Blyman of the Moscow Bureau of Forensic Medical Expertise in 1969, on the examination of 202 passive homosexuals for evidence of sodomy, not only attempted to bolster the scientific basis for this enterprise, but to justify the anti-sodomy statute as well. Having conducted prostate massages on these homosexuals and on a control group who did not commit the act of sodomy, Blyman observed indications of arousal возбуждение in 156 of the passive homosexuals. Their arousal reportedly vanished when they were examined a second time, having ceased the commission of sodomy for a sustained period, presumably in prison, although the physician did not indicate how he ensured this behavioral modification. In a conclusion echoing that of Dr. Schwartz, who conducted digital rectal examinations on Tashkent Bachi at the turn of the century, Blyman argued that the conditioned reflexes he had demonstrated created the homosexual. Logically, the legislative regime that isolated the male homosexual from society as a prophylactic measure was justified. Paradoxically, it seems that anxiety about the socially harmful consequences of de-Stalinization contributed to a swelling of the numbers of men sent to prison and corrective labor camps in the late Soviet era for sodomy. An important prop of the Stalinist formula for compulsory heterosexuality survived the dictator, and indeed the Soviet system itself, living on in a grotesque afterlife of intensified enforcement and abuse. The renewal of the male-centered law against homosexuality also bolstered the principle of gender difference in the treatment of sexual crime that Stalin had instigated in at that time. Women's deviant sexuality was left to be corrected by life itself in the enforcement of compulsory motherhood, an end of fertility control, and the selective promotion of femininity. De-Stalinization brought a partial return to women's control over fertility, with the legalization of abortion, although modern methods of contraception remained a low priority in the command economy. The thaw of the Khrushchev years fostered a very controlled revival of Soviet studies in sexology, and these were marked by the gendered criminal law on homosexuality. The organizing principle of the sexological revival was an emphasis on deviance. The discipline was known as sexual pathology, sexopathologia, since it was judged needless and prurient to study unproblematic normal sexuality. In this climate, the female homosexual, who had featured in the work of psychiatrists during the 1920s, returned to some research agendas. The consequences of this second wave of medicalization for women having sex together would be harsh. A study of female homosexuals drawn primarily from the Karaganda Women's Corrective Labor Camp was perhaps the earliest and most unlikely of the trickle of sexological studies appearing in the post-Stalin climate. Between 1954 and the early 1960s, 96 women were examined by a trainee psychiatrist, Elizaveta M. Derivinskaya, and her academic supervisor, psychiatrist Avram M. Sviatosh, to build physiological and psychological profiles of each subject. Derivinskaya wrote up the results of the research in her candidate's dissertation, which she successfully defended it was not published, although Sviatosh, who by 1973 had persuaded the Leningrad City Health Department to establish a center for sexological consultation and research, drew liberally on his students' work in his female sexual pathology. Derivinskaya's dissertation would be the most significant study of same-sex relations to be conducted by a scientist during the Soviet era. In the timing of the research, its unprecedented scale, and the source of its chosen subjects, the project addressed unspoken anxieties about the problems that would accompany the return of Gulag inmates to society. Foremost was the fact that this was a study of women, the reaffirmed criminalization of male same-sex love, and the caution surrounding the new discipline of Soviet sexual pathology dictated that large-scale studies of men who loved men would be rare and subordinate to police requirements. There would be no analogous study of this magnitude of homosexual men by psychiatrists or sexologists. Of the 96 women in Derivinskaya's sample, 87 came from Karaganda's corrective labor camp. The author said little about how these women came to be identified as female homosexuals. Some had come to light during medical treatment for somatic problems. 12 convicts remained under observation after their release. The trainee psychiatrist was extremely circumspect about the reasons for these women's incarceration. She indicated that 43 engaged in thefts and had never held any employment. From the terse life histories she presented, other subjects appeared to have no association with criminality and may have belonged to the large contingent of camp inmates imprisoned in the 1940s and early 1950s on falsified political charges. 9 women came to Derivinskia's attention as free patients who had been treated in Karagandah's provincial psychoneurological clinic. It is possible that among this group there were former convicts who, upon release, had remained in the district because of the residence restrictions often placed on released prisoners. The group was primarily drawn from European nationalities of the Soviet Union and from the ranks of the less educated. The Karagandah study, which was remarkable for its engagement with the international medical literature on female homosexuality, argued for the classification of homosexual women as either active or passive. Derivinskia hoped that by sorting her patients into these two groups, the contradictory diagnostic and therapeutic outcomes reported by earlier authorities might be avoided. Her descriptions of the active and passive female homosexual cataloged the gender desiderata of the Soviet 1950s and 1960s. The active female homosexual plays the masculine role during sexual intimacy, undressing her partner and even carrying her off to bed, where the active woman usually took the active position on top of her partner. The majority of these women, 41 out of the 57 actives in the sample, imitate the behavior of a man as head of the family. They took all major decisions, decided how all money, including that earned by their partners, was to be allocated, held the family purse, and demanded an account of all spending. They all refused to tolerate filth and slovenliness, and could be sharp, even rude, with their partners. Active women in these households scorned work considered feminine. Not one of them made dinner, did laundry, or mending, but they did men's work with relish, chopping wood, fixing a fence or roof, etc. And 21 of the 29 active women with jobs worked in men's professions. The author mentioned cobbling, driving, and operating a lathe as typical men's jobs they held. Almost half of the active women were described as transvestites, wearing at least some masculine garb. One individual, a free patient of the psychiatric clinic, passed as a man in society, using the name Andrei Ivanovich in her passport. See Figure 25. With her partner, she had registered their marriage officially, presumably by convincing the registry personnel that she was a man. Together they formed a homosexual family, with her partner's children from a previous marriage, and the children knew Andrei as Papa. Most active subjects had short, boyish haircuts, and 36 had tattoos, evidence of lives lived in the criminal underworld of the camps. Virtually all liked their partners to wear makeup and low-cut dresses. These passive girlfriends conformed to feminine norms in their sexual and non-sexual lives, sometimes exaggerating the specificities of feminine behavior. They expected and encouraged their partners to take the initiative in lovemaking. Derivinskia quoted one woman declaring, "Undressing a woman is a man's business." Frequently, they employed masculine grammatical speech when addressing their partners. Millie, Dorogoy moi. The psychiatrist regarded their expressions of romantic love and not infrequent masochistic tendencies as exaggerations of the feminine principle. Passive women patiently endured beatings and cynical abuse. At home, they did the laundry and the cooking and made their partners comfortable. In their external appearance, nothing distinguishes the passive female homosexual from the women around her. Many wore long hair or braids and had a feminine walk. 19 out of 39 were distinguished by coquetry. No instances of transvestism were recorded. On the contrary, all wore women's clothing and loved to wear rings, earrings, bracelets, brooches, and makeup. Some tinted their eyebrows and hair. They were soft and easily influenced in character. 24 out of 39 passives had professions, and these were of a feminine type, as seamstress, secretary typist, cleaner. A significant proportion of Derivinskia's study was devoted to a review of Western literature on therapeutic approaches to the homosexual, and to her thesis that active female homosexuals were less susceptible to curative measures than passive ones. This aspect of her work had clear implications for the management of returnees from the Gulag, although Derivinskaya spoke of them only in veiled terms. She placed particular emphasis on the positive effect that the removal of influences that led passive women into same-sex relations would bring, suggesting that once such women were able to live among men, rather than with active female homosexuals, many would return to a normal sexual life. With Sviatosh, in 1956–57, the trainee psychiatrist conducted a therapeutic program on 9 women who consented, some with a high degree of skepticism, to treatment for their homosexuality. These patients received courses of a libido-deadening sedative, aminazine, and they reportedly experienced significant falls in their sexual desire. When the women stopped taking the drug, homosexual desire returned, and Derivinskaya concluded that the drug only acted on the sex drive without affecting its direction. In 7 cases, she punctuated the drug therapy with psychotherapeutic sessions, which were not described in any detail. In this subsample, 3 passive homosexuals made the transition to a positive result, that is, to heterosexual relations. 1 further passive, and all 3 active female homosexuals experienced no positive effect whatsoever. Almost 20 years after these extremely limited positive results were observed, Derivinskaya's supervisor, who by 1973 had opened his sexological clinic in Leningrad, was promoting similar techniques for curing the female homosexual. Sviatosh had also followed Western theories of the intervening years, which concentrated attention on brain centers and their supposed function in determining sexual orientation, but he concluded that the therapeutic surgical techniques derived from these theories were too complex and dangerous. While research might one day unlock new directions for the control of this sexual pathology, he implied that the drug and psychotherapy regime devised by Soviet medicine was comparatively affordable and effective. The contained evolution of sexual pathology, as a subdiscipline of Soviet psychiatry during the 1960s and 1970s, meant that practitioners evidently devoted most of their energy to building institutions and defending their scientific projects. Whatever their personal opinions, ideologically they worked within norms that were too narrow and dogmatic, giving expression to an authoritarian and judgmental sexual outlook that had its origins in party supervision, Soviet intellectual isolation, and undoubtedly the prudery of many experts as well as their masters. The weakness of Soviet psychological understandings of sexuality also hindered any development of views open to sexual and gender diversity as anything but pathological. Disputes between various physiological disciplines, urology, gynecology, and endocrinology, for a share of the sexological turf had the effect of undervaluing personal experience and emotions regarding sex in favor of technical interventions designed to correct malfunctions and defects in a mechanistic fashion. Igor Khan has indicted this attitude as hand-in-glove with Soviet repressive psychiatry, which assisted the KGB in locking up dissidents in madhouses. But the problem cannot be ascribed to party or security police pressure alone. The Soviet medical profession's habits of paternalism and secrecy regarding experimentation on patients and therapeutic decision-making facilitated the practice of a sexist, uncritical, and coercive sexual pathology. Recent investigations have reported that during the late Soviet period, women identified as lesbians by educational and medical authorities could be subjected to many of the strictures of repressive psychiatry used against political dissidents. The techniques of this treatment closely resembled those pioneered by Derivinskaya and Sviatosh. Women in same-sex relations were kept under observation for 2 to 3 month periods in psychiatric hospitals and given mind-altering medication. After release, these patients were registered as mentally ill and would be subject to periodic examinations in outpatient psychiatric clinics, sometimes with sustained drug prescriptions. Persons registered under this regime were denied access to certain forms of employment and to a driver's license. It was virtually impossible to deregister such individuals. By the late 1980s, registration controls appear to have been easier to evade. The sexological approaches used on individual victims of this system varied regionally and by the type and degree of specialist knowledge of the administering medics. Nevertheless, the heritage of the sexological view of female homosexuality as an illness, manageable through technocratic and bureaucratic mechanisms, was a result of the de-Stalinizing process that partially licensed sexologists' expertise but did not relax authoritarian systems of social control. Decriminalization, again, The changes within Soviet society in the 1980s leading to the search for ways to revitalize communist rule and the command administrative economy, and then in 1991 to the collapse of the Soviet Union, had seismic consequences for the legal and medical regulation of homosexuality in Russian life. Continued urbanization, widening education, the penetration of technocratic authority, and a cynical view of the ideological certainties that had propelled the generation of the 1930s to leading roles in public life and kept them there, had the effect of stripping away the appeal of communism. Doubts about the historical inheritance of Stalinism and the compromises of de-Stalinization grew. Social developments contributed to skepticism. Just as growing cities fostered the appearance of sites of a male homosexual subculture before 1917, these sites proliferated and evolved as urbanization continued. Despite the conviction of hundreds of men per year on sodomy charges, there appeared to be no conclusive way to rid society of men who wished to have sex together. Russia's homosexual subcultures had taken root in a society where unsupervised and informal subcultures proliferated, despite the neo-Stalinist reaction to Khrushchev's political relaxation during the late 1960s and the 1970s. Dissident movements were mostly political in the conventional Western view, yet police and KGB regarded all nonconformity with suspicion and considered homosexuality a form of sexual dissidence. Two significant strands of dissent contributed to Russia's second decriminalization of consensual sodomy. In one strand came in the form of individual protest against the injustice of Soviet anti-homosexual legislation and policing, and eventually, in the spontaneous organization of groups of gay men and lesbians in response to the AIDS/HIV crisis and the social revival of glasnost. The second strand came as experts in law and medicine pressed authorities to acknowledge the futility of Soviet policing of homosexuals, and to respond to the challenge of AIDS/HIV with realistic strategies of education and treatment. The two strands, the popular and the discursive, complemented each other and also drew strength from European and U.S. examples and encouragement. Masha Gessen, Igor Khan, James Reardon, and David Tuller have chronicled the progress of this political transformation, situating it within the context of a democratizing Russia with all its uncertainties. An examination of these events through an historical lens can suggest how the Stalinist heritage and the ambiguous legacy of de-Stalinization contributed to these events. The de-Stalinizers' decision to retain Stalin's anti-sodomy statute and their evident fear of infection from homosexuals returning from the Gulag intensified police activity against men identified as homosexual at a moment otherwise characterized by the relaxation of police methods of social control. While the rate of sodomy convictions during the 1950s is still not known, it is clear that between 1961 and 1971, a 40% increase in annual convictions occurred. See Appendix 1, Table 2. Whatever the trend before 1961, after that date the police and courts were labeling more and more male homosexuals, with the collaboration of forensic medical specialists. In the United States, increased policing and harassment of homosexuals during the 1950s and 1960s provoked first cautious and then more radical reactions from homophile organizations. Ultimately, police persecution in June 1969 enraged customers at the Stonewall Inn in New York City, resulting in the riot now credited as the moment when the gay liberation movement was born. The century's second wave of political activism conducted by those who chose same-sex love gathered strength in English-speaking nations and spread in patchwork fashion to other industrialized and industrializing countries, where local activists frequently adapted and discarded aspects of American gay liberation to suit their own cultures and politics. Leftists, often with bitter experience of the sexually conservative orthodoxies of local communist and socialist parties, led much of this activism. While there was no gay liberation movement in the Soviet Union in the 1970s, the appearance of this increasingly vocal foreign activism, with its awareness of the Stalinist role in the repression of first-wave homosexual emancipationism, changed the environment in which the Soviet policing of male homosexuals operated. For the first time since Magnus Hirschfeld's Scientific Humanitarian Committee wrote to the Soviet embassy in Berlin in 1928 for clarification of the psychiatric treatment of homosexuals in the USSR, and since Harry White asked Stalin for an ideological justification of the 1934 anti-sodomy statute, Soviet persecution of same-sex love was subjected to critical scrutiny by foreign homosexuals. More important, this attention was now of a more sustained nature and came within a context of wider human rights concern focused on the USSR. In particular, the pursuit by the KGB of intellectuals regarded as politically disloyal on the grounds of alleged violations of the anti-sodomy law attracted international attention. Georgian filmmaker Sergei Paradzhanov, given a 5-year sentence in 1974 under the statute, and Leningrad poet Gennady Trifonov, arrested in 1976 and sentenced to 4 years imprisonment for sodomy, were the most notorious examples. An Italian gay activist, Angelo Pezzana, traveled to Moscow and sought to secure leading human rights dissident Andrei Sakharov's support for a public statement against Soviet persecution of homosexuals. Undeterred by Sakharov's refusal, Pezzana staged a one-man protest on Paradzianov's behalf in Moscow on November 15, 1977, gaining foreign press coverage and a mocking response from the intellectual broadsheet Literaturnia Gazeta. From prison, Trifonov rebuked this newspaper in an open letter of December 1977, castigating society's stupidity, falsehood, cruelty, and cynicism in its treatment of homosexuals. Literaturnia Gazeta did not publish the letter, but it was translated and published abroad, and in 1978 Trifonov's poem Letter from Prison was released simultaneously in several gay periodicals. The various strands of late Soviet political dissidents were unsympathetic to critiques of gender and sexual dogmatism and were largely influenced in these views by the intelligentsia cult of asceticism, the heritage of Stalinist ideas of the naturally feminine and masculine, and memoirists' accounts of labor camp same-sex relations. In the West, organizations monitoring political dissidents such as Amnesty International then regarded the oppression of homosexuals as irrelevant to their mandates. Nonetheless, by the late 1970s and early 1980s, a handful of Soviet homosexuals employed the techniques of the wider dissident movement to challenge their society's persecution of same-sex love. The short-lived Gay Laboratory, Gay Laboratoria, a group of about 30 men and women appeared in Leningrad in 1983 under the leadership of Alexander Zaremba, and with contacts with Finnish lesbian and gay organizations and the International Gay Association. The Gay Laboratory sought to examine the implications for Russians of the ideals of gay liberation and to consider the new threat that AIDS posed to same-sex love in Soviet conditions. Under pressure from KGB surveillance and threats, the group disbanded in 1984 as members either emigrated or fell silent. Legal and medical experts also expressed careful or veiled calls for reform of the anti-sodomy statute during the 1970s and 1980s. In their views, jurists and sexologists did not acknowledge the second wave of homosexual emancipationism embodied in Western gay liberation activism. In contrast to some of their counterparts in the 1920s who counted first-wave emancipationist politics as part of the sexual revolution that was supported by the Soviet Union, experts of the late Soviet years couched their arguments for the decriminalization of consensual sodomy exclusively in technical language. An example was one textbook in criminal law, published by Leningrad University in 1973, which offered a detailed critique of the statute echoing Vladimir Nabokov's turn-of-the-century liberal objections to the Tsarist anti-sodomy measure. The authors in particular criticized the use of criminal law to punish failings that were merely moral in nature. They argued that the act was so well concealed it could not be consistently punished, and they pointed to the decriminalization or non-existence of such a crime not only in capitalist countries but, by then, in socialist East Germany, Poland, and Czechoslovakia. Two further initiatives to influence policy on this issue remained behind closed doors. The first was a 1979 memorandum to the USSR Ministry of Internal Affairs written by criminologist A.N. Ignatov, apparently with little effect. It was followed by historian and sexologist Igor Khan's unsuccessful attempt in 1982 to publish an article about sodomy legislation in the legal journal Sovetsko Gosударство I Pravo. Jurists who argued in the 1970s and 1980s against the anti-sodomy statute were evidently greatly influenced by medical models of homosexuality, in some contrast to their predecessors early in the 20th century. The gradual advance during these years of Soviet sexual pathology, as a confident and technically sophisticated discipline in its own right, was marked by significant publications from G.S. Vasilchenko, Khan, and others, whose works approached male as well as female homosexuality with increasing boldness. Despite their often paternalistic and pathologizing character, Vasilchenko defined homosexuality as one of many violations of psychosexual orientation. This movement into the diagnosis and treatment of male homosexuality represented an important departure from Stalinist certainties that love between men was a crime, not an illness. Soviet research followed developments in Western neuroendocrinology and experimented more widely with the drug and psychotherapies for male homosexuality that colleagues had first applied to women. Soviet sexology was once again poised to assume custody of the homosexual. In the mid-1980s, as jurists secretly drafted a new RSFSR criminal code, a debate between police functionaries and medicine reportedly emerged over the scrapping of the sodomy ban. By the late 1980s, the debate moved into the public realm under General Secretary Mikhail Gorbachev's policy of glasnost, and the criminologist Ignatov openly linked his arguments for the decriminalization of male homosexuality to the proof offered by sexology and genetics that homosexuality was a congenital pathology. It was thus pointless to prosecute as a crime. According to Kahn, he was supported by lawyer A.M. Iakovlev and the psychoendocrinologist and pioneer of contemporary Soviet sex reassignment, A.I. Belkin, while Ministry of Internal Affairs, police, officials called for the retention of a specific ban on aggravated forms of sodomy with force or against children. This standoff between medical and police approaches to homosexuality resembled NEPR discussions about the regulation of same-sex relations. As Masha Gessen observes, however, by the late Gorbachev era, there was an emerging consensus among all parties that the law against consenting adult sodomy would be eliminated. This public debate now took place against a backdrop of invigorated organization by Russians defending the rights of so-called sexual minorities, many adopting the tactics and strategies of Western gay liberation. In 1990, campaigning groups were established in Moscow, Leningrad, and elsewhere. Gay and lesbian publications began to appear, and a sexuality studies conference was held in the Estonian SSR. Contacts with European and U.S. activists multiplied. Anti-AIDS information and campaigning often served to shelter self-organization by gay men and lesbians too. Democratization, which mobilized many sectors of Soviet society, facilitated the rise of Russian lesbian and gay activism. Campaigners, however, found constituencies identified by sexual and gender dissent were difficult to build. There would be little or no gay community in Russia. As a result, there were significant limits to these new activists' access to the politicians and parties that assumed the direction of the Russian Federation after the collapse of the Soviet Union in Russian President Boris Yeltsin's April 1993 decree, eliminating the 1933-34 law against consensual sodomy, caught gay and lesbian activists by surprise. Sodomy decriminalization was implemented without input from Russian activists, as one item among the many legislative reform packages that characterized the first years of the Yeltsin administration. The presidency simultaneously released historical documents, the Iagata-Stalin correspondence, apparently to justify its removal of a consequence of the communist regime. No enabling legislation accompanied the decree to facilitate an amnesty of the 73 men reported by Ministry of Internal Affairs officials as then serving time for consensual sodomy. Little action to release these men was forthcoming, and most evidently served out their sentences. Nevertheless, confirmation of the end of the old sodomy statute came in 1996 when legislators adopted a new criminal code for the Russian Federation, although this penal code also defined a new offense of male homosexual and lesbian sexual assault. Activists and some experts, including Ignatov and Kahn, vigorously criticized drafts of the new statute for mentioning lesbianism for the first time in any Russian legislation, and for introducing new inconsistencies based on sexual orientation in the punishment of sexual crimes. In the interval between Yeltsin's decree in 1993 and the enactment of the new criminal code in 1996, the existing law as amended punished rapists of girls with 15 years imprisonment or even death, while the rape of a boy was subject to a maximum sentence of just 7 years. The new code eliminated these variations, but also embedded sodomy, muzilaztvo, and lesbianism, lesbianstvo, in its language as specific, but still undefined, sexual acts. This embedding reflected the triumph of the Ministry of Internal Affairs and police demand for a specific law against same-sex sexual assault and abuse. The approach advocated by the most enlightened sections of the legal and medical professions and by gay and lesbian activists that legislation should punish sexual violations of the weak and youthful without regard for the genders of the individuals involved was defeated. In the first post-Soviet code, there was only a partial return to the earliest Bolshevik principles of gender neutrality in the equalization of penalties for heterosexual and same-sex assaults. The elaboration of a specific article nominating sodomy and lesbianism as potential sex offenses reaffirmed the Stalinist view that the sex of perpetrators and victims in sexual assaults continued to be of significance to the state. Conclusion. Though complex and often most intricate, The new geographical map of homosexual perversion both reflected and corroborated the late 19th and early 20th century construction of race, gender, and sexual identity as a single project of civilization. Rudy C. Blaze, The Geography of Perversion, Male-to-Male Behavior Outside the West and the Ethnographic Imagination, 1750 to 1918. As far as homosexuals are concerned, let's keep Russia's purity, chistota. We have our own traditions. This form of relations between men was imported from abroad. If they think that their rights are being infringed, let them go and live in some other country. Valentin Rasputin, interview on British Channel 4 television, early 1991. Recent attempts to produce new frameworks for understanding Russia's experience of the 20th century have focused attention on the peculiar kind of modernity this nation forged. The problem has been defined in two important examples as one of Stalinism as a civilization historically rooted in European ideals, or of a neo-traditional society in which the state substituted itself for the market and supplanted traditional values. Stalinism, viewed by Stephen Kotkin through its determination to construct subjectivities and redefine not just economics but everyday existence, threw up a non-capitalist civilization with the collaboration of millions who learned to speak Bolshevik and who, whatever their reservations and doubts, were largely prepared to defend socialism. Their creation was an integral part of the course of European history. Alternatively, by examining Soviet nation-building schemes as a feature of the communist modernization process, national in form yet socialist in content, in the Stalinist formula, Terry Martin concludes that Soviet modernity was flawed in its construction. Measures designed to guide the USSR's non-Russian peoples past the dangerous historical stage of awakening national consciousness. Dangerous because it distracted new proletarians from their class identity, instead solidified nationalisms through affirmative action programs and a constant routine of ethnic labeling. Martin writes, "Modernization is the theory of Soviet intentions. Neo-traditionalism, the theory of their unintended consequences." For both Kotkin and Martin, the construction of new identities is a key feature of the modernizing society, an integral part of the Soviet project to industrialize, urbanize, secularize, and educate the Tsarist empire the Bolsheviks inherited. What kind of homosexual identities were created by this civilization? Where did these identities fit in the geography of perversion posited by Rudy Blaze in the epigraph that begins this chapter? As an instrument of European civilization in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, how effective were Russian homosexualities? If these identities failed to coalesce, if unintended consequences prevailed, to what extent was the Russian experience of modernizing same-sex eros marked by neo-traditional characteristics? Can the selective, homophobic amnesia practiced by Valentin Rasputin in the epigraph that follows be read as evidence of a mentality determined by neo-traditionalism? If, as Eve Sedgwick suggests, Western concepts of homosexuality are subject to a radical and irreducible incoherence, then in the Russian Empire and later the Soviet Union, this incoherence was compounded by the fact that this huge polity straddled the boundaries between the civilized and the primitive. 6. The entire atlas of Europe's geography of perversion might perhaps be found within this single political entity. Sedgwick's minoritizing understanding of same-sex love as an anomaly or pathology appeared, with lunges and lags, in Russia's European cities. Meanwhile, universalizing interpretations of pederasty as endemic to non-Slavs, to the peripheral and often primitive peoples in the Empire or Union, prevailed when Russians looked beyond the metropolitan center. Yet for Russians thinking at the beginning of the century about sex and modernity, this dualistic geography of perversion was incomplete. Their maps included a third element, distinct from both the Western European world of burgeoning industrial cities, alienation from tradition and enervated commercialized totalitarian, and from the other extreme in primitive colonized societies. Russia stood largely on the brink of civilization, as yet still innocent of its artful pleasures, according to the social democrat G.S. Novopolin in 1909. Let's for a moment leave Western Europe where, on the one hand, neurasthenia with its inevitable and frequent companion, the sexual perversions, and on the other hand, the culture of comfort so often in tandem with the filthy artificiality of sexual variety, are making great headway. Let us return to our native soil. Naturally, the mores of a significant part of Russian society, and especially the Russian bourgeoisie, are far from a chaste purity. Yet so far only coarse and simple-minded debauchery reigns. We are still a long way from the epidemic of neurasthenia and refined comfort, and thanks to this, far, too, from the sexual perversions. Depravity on Russian soil still exhibits a primitive character. Pederasty, Novopolin argued, was practiced only among urban elements of Russia's bourgeoisie and its aristocratic circles, as well as in the Caucasus. The coarse and simple-minded pleasures of ordinary worker and peasant Russians stood somewhere between the neurasthenic perversions of urban Europeans and the oriental depravities of the Caucasus or Central Asia. The tripartite geography of perversion, with its comparatively innocent Russia interpolated between a civilized Europe and a decidedly primitive or backward East, permitted and permits Russians to imagine their nation as universally, naturally, and purely heterosexual. When Valentin Rasputin claimed, "We have our own traditions," he unwittingly appealed to a great Russian mapping of the geography of perversion, a mythology of national purity, imagined at the century's beginning and reinforced by subsequent events. The ambiguity and the silences at the heart of Bolshevik ideas about same-sex relations and their place in the new society stemmed largely from the dissonance generated by this Russian geography of perversion. The socialist modernization project and its civilizing mission cut across the epistemic divide between minoritizing and universalizing thinking about same-sex eros. In urban Russia, where the revolutionary project was being forged, the affirmation of modernity dictated sexual morality be secularized and that sexual questions be medicalized. In the revolutionary criminal code of the Russian Republic with its language of modernity, there was no place for religious or bourgeois morality, and the prohibition against sodomy was erased. The erasure satisfied more than one perspective, including the myth of chaste Russia between two poles of sexual disorder. The erasure also left the way open to modernizers who would apply scientific understanding to sexual and gender dissent. Morbidizing views of same-sex love influenced both those who supported emancipatory intentions and those who attempted to pathologize homosexuality and extend psychiatry's therapeutic reach to include the homosexual. Yet, even psychiatrists of the 1920s who sought custody of the homosexual often imagined Russia was comparatively innocent of such perversions. As L. Brusilovsky claimed in the Expert Medical Council in 1929, perversions were not particularly frequent in the USSR in comparison to Germany. It was more comfortable to imagine these disorders not among Russian males but among a tiny minority of Russian women, whose accelerated emancipation had perhaps masculinized them too much. Meanwhile, beyond urban Russia and the USSR's European heartland, the Bolshevik civilizing mission rejected the morbidizing hypotheses about same-sex eros and saw it instead as endemic, a practice characteristic of a backward social, religious, and cultural fabric. This was a 20th-century socialist version of the European ethnographic tradition that Blaise identifies, which regarded subject races and peoples as universally given to sodomy or pederasty. Building state structures in these regions that were socialist in content yet national in form, Bolshevik legislators of the 1920s renounced the tersely modernist and revolutionary language of sexual crime that their counterparts in the RSFSR had composed. In the southern and eastern republics, they favored a language of ethnography, a catalog of prevalent or widespread local customs, including sodomy, the exploitation of male prostitutes, and the sexual harassment of men, that they hoped to eliminate. In socialist terms, such crimes were portrayed as the work of local capitalists and national leaders, groups seeking to demoralize the ordinary citizens of these regions. From the outset of the Russian Revolutionary era, the socialist, civilizing mission to eradicate crimes constituting survivals of primitive custom reflected a peculiarly Russian geography of perversion. That mapping allowed the RSFSR, along with Belarusia, Ukraine, and anomalously perhaps Armenia, an ambiguous sexual modernity where same-sex eros was concerned, in contrast to the unquestionably primitive vices of the Caucasus and Central Asia. The recriminalization of sodomy in the RSFSR and other modern Soviet republics in 1933–34 returned to neo-traditionalist features of the regulation of same-sex love but also fixed important modern aspects of masculine identity. The decision to nominate and prohibit only male homosexual activity has to be seen as a neo-traditionalist maneuver, especially as consolidated in language recalling moments of religious and moralistic conservatism in Russia's legal history. The important revolutionary principle of gender equality in legislative norms was violated as Stalinism borrowed a technique from the socialist civilizing mission on the periphery, the initially quite detailed anti-sodomy law, and trained it on the metropolitan center. Nevertheless, at the center there was no primitive society corresponding to that supposed to engage universally in sodomy in the peripheral republics. The new law did not diagnose a problem understood as endemic in the USSR's more modern nations. The thrust of the central anti-sodomy statute was minoritizing, and this was its paradoxically modernizing effect, for it invoked a male homosexual identity and contrasted it with the majority's supposed pure and normal heterosexuality. In the heart of the new civilization that socialism was constructing, salons of pederasts and homosexuals demoralized normal soldiers, sailors, and workers, diverting their imagined raw vigor that distinguished Soviet Russia from the depleted West from its natural channels. Destroy the homosexuals, fascism will disappear, Gorky wrote, pointing the finger at a sexual identity, not at a particular act. An urban subculture was made the subject of this legislation, confining the problem to a minority of men. Significantly, it was a subculture known by its sexualized territories, its use of urban space. As Iagata had originally proposed, sodomy practiced in public would be a particular target. These territories would be cleansed of a specific social anomaly. Now the imaginary Russian nation was officially interposed in its chaste purity between neurasthenic and, in the 1930s, fascist Europe on the one hand, and the primitive depravity of the East on the other. The pretense that only male homosexuality existed and needed to be criminalized was a neo-traditional feature of Stalinist gender syncretism. Female homosexuality had been a somewhat novel object of morbidization during the early Soviet era, and even a subject for utopian visions during the Cultural Revolution, but medicine eventually shelved any claims to the masculinized woman in the 1930s. The morbidizing view of female homosexuality was entirely suppressed, and with it, any impulse to modernize women's sexual identities, whether through medical sympathy, including utopian notions of same-sex marriage, or with oppressive pathologization as a psychopathology. Soviet women's sexuality was now subject to demands determined wholly by masculinist and natalist regime goals. With heterosexuality made compulsory and all discourse about women's sexuality independent of men suppressed, Stalinism greatly curtailed opportunities for women's sexual agency afforded by the post-revolutionary settlement. De-Stalinization brought Soviet Russia an illiberal form of sexual modernity in which science and police methods were combined to enforce, with more apparent efficiency than before, a compulsory heterosexual norm. None of this varied that greatly from the oppression of same-sex love in the 1940s, 60s in Britain, the US, or the Germanys. Now the female homosexual was revived as a morbidized identity and pathologized by psychiatry, perhaps under orders to control a contagion among returnees from the Gulag. The identity of female homosexual was now definitely assigned to a specific minority, set apart from the majority of normal women. Neo-traditionalism persisted, however, in the continued gendered regime for suppressing same-sex love. Men's mutual love remained a crime, while love between women was merely an illness. The sustained denial that homosexuality existed in Russia remained a strikingly neo-traditionalist feature of late Soviet thinking about same-sex love. Soviet information controls created, for the normal majority, the impression that homosexuality was a vice of Western capitalism. In the press, there was no reporting of closed prosecutions for male sodomy, while sexological literature about the female homosexual was supposed to be issued to specialists alone. The biographies of literary and cultural figures were distorted, heterosexualized, or suppressed. Late Soviet Russians, if untouched in their personal experience by same-sex desire, could easily have concluded that their country was as sexually innocent as the tripartite geography of perversion imagined. The mapping of the innocent Soviet Union situated between a perverted West and the vice-ridden underdeveloped countries was especially evident in Soviet journalism about AIDS in the Gorbachev era. The suppression of Russia's historical and cultural memory about same-sex love and the pretense that Russia was innocent of both Western perversion and more primitive depravity constituted a significant element in the gender politics of the sanitized, folkloric national identities that communism promoted. These national identities, Terry Martin argues, were a key source of unintended neo-traditionalism. The assertion that same-sex relations are alien to the national culture is an increasingly frequent claim in anti-Western discourse, observed both in communist regimes, Cuba, China, and developing market economy countries with varying political systems, such as Zimbabwe, Iran, and Malaysia. Such post-colonial homophobia from these nations is a reaction against both the imposition of the European sex/gender system and at the same time the institutionalization of the homo/hetero-binarism, a key instrument of Western sexual politics. Stalinism pioneered this homophobic discourse, but it had older roots in Russian intellectual life. Collective amnesia about sexual and gender dissent preserved and promoted the neo-traditional myth of Russia's purity between a diseased West and a depraved East. Appendix: How many victims of the anti-sodomy law? Estimates of the number of men convicted under the 1934 anti-sodomy legislation in the USSR have ranged as high as 251 recently. Campaigners against homophobia in the Russian Federation have tended to cite a total of approximately 60,000 convictions during the 59 years of the law's existence. This estimate is based on awareness from Sovietological sources that about 1,000 men were convicted each year during the late 1960s and into the 1970s. The same rate is, however, anachronistically projected backwards for earlier decades. There have also been efforts, understandable but ignoring the historical differences, to compare the figures for sodomy conviction in the Soviet Union with the total number of victims sent to concentration camps for male homosexuality in Nazi Germany. Neil McKenna was correct when he postulated that we might never know just how many men suffered as a result of this legislation. The first and most serious deficiency in any attempt to count its victims is the complete lack of data about the use of this law by the security police. To my knowledge, no foreign or Russian academic, no community organization, nor any political party or politician has approached the KGB's successor to request access to data it may hold on the history of the arrest of homosexuals by Soviet security police and their fate in the prisons and camps it controlled. Similarly, there have been no known initiatives to obtain fuller historical explanations from the archive of the President of the Russian Federation or the archive of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The taboo on the pursuit of this topic remains strong, and the rewards for making such a request might seem modest when juxtaposed with the possible undesirable consequences. Furthermore, from the strict ration of information that was released in 1993 to justify the decriminalization of sodomy at that time, we can assume Russian officials also think there are few political rewards to be gained by more explicit disclosures. In the present climate, we are unlikely to obtain documentary confirmation of the several thousands reportedly imprisoned for this offense by the security police. The second stream of convictions, those registered by the ordinary police and courts, has left only snapshots, fragmentary and unsatisfactory traces in the archival holdings accessible to researchers. These are presented in the tables below. Table 1 attempts to assemble fragments of evidence for the years from 1934 to these snapshots from the 1930s and 1940s suggest that government officials were compiling data on sodomy convictions, but that they were treated with extraordinary secrecy, especially considering that the same statisticians collected and issued data for internal use on counter-revolutionary crimes and other sexual offenses processed through the ordinary courts. In tables of convictions by criminal code article, the relevant columns were often simply left blank. Justice officials were similarly reluctant to circulate official explanations of the legislation once it was in effect. The extreme unwillingness to publish such information, even in internal secret documents, is perhaps a signal that the security police were primarily charged with enforcing the anti-sodomy law during the Stalin era. We do not know how many men they arrested for this crime. There is a significant gap in the accessible statistics for the years from 1951 to if it is true that security police were primarily responsible for sodomy law enforcement. The gap may correspond to the era when this duty was transferred from security to ordinary police. The figures in Table 1 for the 1930s-40s suggest that in the ordinary justice system, the number of men convicted for both voluntary and aggravated sodomy was much lower than rates in the 1960s and later, Tables 2 and 3. It would thus be hazardous simply to project figures from the late Soviet era backward in time. From the evidence presented in this study, there are good reasons to suspect that fewer persons were convicted, at least in the ordinary justice system, for sodomy during the first 27 years of the law's operation. Few cases are in evidence in the limited records of the Moscow city courts, and this was an exemplary jurisdiction, the Soviet capital, where one would reasonably expect a greater number of cases to appear. We also know that noteworthy figures whose homosexual activity was known to the authorities during the 1930s, such as Nikolai Kluev and Yuri Yurkin, were not formally convicted by the security police under the anti-sodomy statute but for counter-revolutionary offenses. This tendency perhaps had the effect of diminishing whatever official tallies might be compiled. It appears that in the conventional legal system, the law was used against the male homosexual subculture as a function of urban social cleansing rather than to pursue outright anti-Soviet dissent. Yet social cleansing perhaps dwindled in importance. During the late Stalin years, little conventional police interest in the subculture was registered. Only 6 Muscovites and 9 Leningraders appear among the 130 citizens of the RSFSR convicted for sodomy in 1950. The conviction rate in this year is very low compared with the 464 Russians in 1961, the next year for which statistics are available. The figures for 1961 to 1980 indicate that convictions for voluntary and aggravated sodomy increased rapidly during the late 1960s and reached a fairly constant level thereafter. This trend suggests that a modernized routine of police surveillance, raids on notorious subcultural territories, the use of entrapment, a now standard resort to generally available forensic expertise, had been adopted. The statistics say nothing about the proportion of voluntary sodomy convictions to those for forcible or adult-minor relations, nor how it may have varied over time. We also know little about the number of citizens who had contact with the police because of suspected engagement in sodomy, but whose cases did not reach a conviction. Many men were questioned on suspicion of homosexual relations, charged but not prosecuted, or prosecuted but not convicted, as Dan Schluter correctly informs us. The total number of convictions recorded in the sources that are accessible for the entire era of sodomy criminalization, 1934 to 93, comes to between 25,688 and 26,076, but this must be regarded as nothing but a provisional total. We lack any numbers at all for 22 years out of the period, and most of the figures for the earliest 2 decades are fragmented and contradictory. Security police statistics are completely absent from this provisional tally. Russian citizens who wish to see democracy flourish in their country deserve a fuller account of this aspect of Stalinist oppression.